Welcome to Andy D. Cole's podcast. Please like, share and subscribe.
Welcome to Andy D. Cole's podcast. Press like and subscribe.
Welcome to Andy Decodes. Sit back and enjoy. And into the unknown.
Hello and welcome. So, 10 hours.
10 hours.
10 hours.
We've got this.
Do you reckon we can do it or what?
You
Yeah,
should
I
like
think
26.
so.
This is a breeze
Yeah.
for you.
No.
You'd
Do
be
you know
fine.
what? I'm actually more nervous about doing this than the 25-hour one.
Because you have to make it not last 25 hours?
There is that.
Because you
Probably a
won't be
thing.
as tired, so you won't have as much of an excuse.
No. Other than I was dreaming of podcasting, every dream I had last night, I was doing live streams. So I've already done hours of this before I've even woke up.
It's fine now.
Yeah, I cannot get away from it. So we are one host down. We can't make it for whatever reason they've given. So it's just the way it goes. So we'll do it with the four of us. So we have myself, Nicole, Sarah, and Dominic. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. Right. So as I was saying off air, because Sarah and Dominic didn't know, so Baby with a Laser has written or drawn on a piece of paper a place of interest. He's folded it, put in the envelope, sealed the envelope, and it's there in front of him. He's been guarding it. He's had like royal guards around it for the last week. Around 4 o'clock today, he's going to open it, he's going to film himself doing it. So he's going to open it, hold it to the camera, and read out what it is. Between now and then, between the four of us, we're going to use our highly intelligent ESP, I don't think I heard them, to work out what it is. Now, Dominic did ask, do we have a picture of Baby with a Laser? So we can try and work out what this thing is. So basically, can Darren, that's his name, try and project to us what it is that is written or drawn? And then either we can do it as a collective or we can do it individually, however you feel best. And then
I
we'll
think
just
we
go
should
from
do
there.
it individually and then
Yeah.
have it like to the side. And then we can all talk about it. But then we should open our individual thoughts.
Gosh.
So, right.
Such a wide possibility of what it could
What we
be.
need to do, we need to write on a bit of paper, show them that we've wrote something on that bit of paper and put it down. Yeah? Before he gives us the answer, we then hold that. We do the same. We hold it up to the camera and we read out what we've written.
Okay. Let's
Have you
just,
got pen and paper? I forgot to
oh,
ask.
yeah, absolutely.
I am.
Pen and paper comes as standard. But what I need to know is, when is he going to start to transmit these thoughts out so we can actually concentrate? Because what we're doing here, right? And remember, we're only, we're like, you're a man, I'm a man. We don't multitask, Andy. I mean, women can multitask.
Oh no, I can. I've learned.
we can do one thing at a time, and
I even do that.
so for me to be picking up what he's saying, I've got to be thinking, okay, let's concentrate on. Is it Darren? Is that his name? Darren. Okay.
Darren, yeah.
What's his screen name?
Baby with a laser.
I don't know which one to concentrate on. Baby with a laser or Darren.
Yeah.
You make
Go with Baby with a laser because that's his screen name.
on the laser.
Yeah. So he's doing it now. He's projecting.
What's he going to be projecting? The
False
location.
hopes, I think. I don't know. No, what he's written. I'm guessing he's written it and he's not drawn it. I don't even know. He didn't say whether he'd wrote or drawn.
We're going to need to do it properly because if we're going to do it, let's make sure we're picking up the right stuff. Is he writing it or is he drawing it?
Yeah, he'll let us know in a second. But everyone in the chat can try and work out it as well if they want. But don't put anything in the chat until... If you put it in the chat,
both.
drawn and written, right? So if you put anything in the chat, you will be timed out because I'm going to be a bit of an arsehole today with stuff like this, to be honest.
I'm going to be writing keywords down as I think of them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing too. I have to.
See, but what I did, I didn't think about this. I knew he was doing it, but through the week, I've not been concentrating on any of it. I've just been concentrating on doing this. And not that.
Okay.
So
do we think ASP is an actual thing then? Is that what
Yes.
we're saying? We actually are saying
I believe it is.
that we can prove that we can send out thoughts and other people can pick them up.
Yeah. I know people that have done it.
Yeah.
That's quite a big statement, isn't it? Within the things that we're actually trying to share. Because what we're saying is that you can think something silently and somebody else is going to be able to do that. That's what Igmund Swan did, wasn't it, with remote viewing, picking up thoughts and being able to figure out where somebody else was within that sort of thought process. So especially with things like buildings or locations, because that's the whole thing about getting coordinates of somewhere and being able to find the grid reference to go in and actually pick out what was going on there. So... Yeah, I mean that's that's quite deep, that stuff that Igmund Swan did back in the 70s. He was quite profound at it, very, very good.
Yeah. So it could be anywhere in the world. And it could be any POI, place of interest.
Oh gosh.
So it is going to be a place of interest. It's not a phrase. Yeah,
no, it's going to be somewhere you can go.
Okay, that's good.
But if you're getting a phrase, write down a phrase because it might have something to do with it once you
it could be connected.
Yeah, sure. But then if he's not projecting that, then all you're doing is just guessing, aren't you? Because
no, but I'm saying that phrase that you're getting may have to do with the point of interest.
Yeah, but it may not be something that he's sending me. It might just be a random thought that I'm picking up from somewhere totally different. Yeah, if it's the place of interest, then that's what he's projecting. That's what we need to. Well, I would need to target.
So you're trying to find an actual image.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's a phrase, that's sort of almost like that could come from anywhere, couldn't it? Because he wouldn't be projecting.
I know what you mean.
Are we talking somewhere, just a place of interest in general, or something kind of paranormal, or sort of that draws in?
The directions were anywhere, anything, like any place in the world.
Yeah, you've got a big world to pick out on there, Sarah.
Like it could be Big Ben or the pyramids or the Great Wall of Egypt, like anything.
Yeah, normally how I think about this sort of stuff is if you just shut down and the first thought that comes in your mind is normally the one that you go with. Because if you go with everything else, then you just have a long list of everything.
Yeah.
So it's whatever comes in first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And can you imagine it, Sarah? Your mind's pretty scattered always, and to filter out something in from somebody else who you don't know or never met, with no connection to, is a real task. So if you do this, I mean that'd be fantastic. It'd be an amazing achievement. Yeah. So they're setting the bar high for you to come in at this. and try and achieve something which I don't think even Yuri Geller's done this. No. I think Yuri Geller struggled with things like this when he was doing live thought projection on TV. So it's
Sorry, just saying, we're not allowed to kind of discuss anything that we could be picking up along the way. We're keeping it completely secret.
Can we?
Brilliant.
I don't think until later, because if we're writing down like as we go.
Right. Yeah, write it down and then we can discuss like 10 minutes before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we might pick up stuff, as he's thinking about it through the show.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Umbra's already put it in the chat. Don't try and take any projections from Umbra because you will end up in the gutter, basically.
It's like, why
No,
am
it's
I
not
thinking
worth.
of that?
It's not worth it. So.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's that. And at some point, I do have. Not there. No, I won't share it now, but I've got the other. I don't know if you can see the camera pointing down. So when I do the pendulum on the chart after. In fact, no, I'm going to show you because you'll see what I'm having to eat. There you go. There's my munchies for the afternoon.
Oh, here's mine.
There was yours.
There was mine. They've just gone all over. I forgot to put the lid off because he had a sweet before.
Husband just
So
like, do you want a breakfast sandwich?
So it's just going to point to the desk there. I'll put the chart there later. The pendulum is behind me somewhere up there. I don't know. It's on a magnet. So, yeah.
Are you going to try and get the audience to swing that magnet, that pendulum? Are you, Andy? Are you going to ask them to try and move it with their thoughts?
We are now.
That's a really... I did it. I've done this on TV.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did it work?
We set up a jig, just a little plastic jig, put a pendulum over it, and actually asked the audience just to concentrate on the pendulum.
Yeah.
And so if you send out your thoughts all together, we can see if we can move it, and we moved it. We got it on camera. So
I've got a double chart. So one side is yes, no, maybe. We've got two of each. On the other side, it's like protractor, so it's the alphabet. But then on the outside of that, you've got from 0 to 9. That's quite difficult to see because of how close together the letters are. I can try that if you want, but we'll see how it goes, and we can always go from one to the other.
Depends how many people that we've actually got watching. It's best to have it at the peak time when everyone's listening or watching.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do it till about 7, 8 o'clock, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good thing because people can be ready for it and they can come on if they want to try and do it. Because if you can catch it swinging, then you can actually then share that with quite a big audience to say, look, we can do this stuff. And thought, if you're looking at thought as a absolute thing that we can transmit, well, there's no doubt we can transmit it. It just depends on how powerful we can do it. Because you do it when you're on the investigation, Sarah, and you, Nicola. When you go out there and you actually ask someone if there's anyone in the room, please show yourself and that sort of thing. It's a projective thought, isn't it? It's an intent to get people to come out and actually, play along with you. So this is just an expansion of that, really.
Yeah. Right. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat, seeing what is going on. Right. So, where are we going now?
Is that your dog I can hear? Is it your
dog?
Is that why you're muted?
Yeah. He's usually pretty quiet.
No.
Somebody must have just come.
10 hours of barking.
Okay.
Yeah. No 10 hours of barking. Get the boot. You have to go downstairs.
So we talking about ghosts and things, are we, Andy?
Yeah, so we're doing ghosts and paranormal and all that kind of stuff. So that's where we can go. So Nicole was saying on the end of the month, the
24th.
24th, you're going out doing an investigation, aren't you?
Yeah, we're doing the Waukegan River Art School, which is the old Patchett House in Montgomery, New York. And we're doing that with Ron and Lourdes, who are going to be here tomorrow doing Static.
Yes.
Wow.
So
What's the history? What's the history of that place, Nicole?
It was the home of the owner of a worsted mill. And it was in the family for quite a while until the last remaining Patchett, Emma Patchett, passed away, and it's reported that people still see her spirit up in where her bedroom was. It was also a funeral home at one point briefly in the 70s. But the funeral director kind of disappeared. No, he disappeared. The funeral home closed. No one knows really what happened to him.
So he was never found anywhere.
I mean, this was the 70s, so it's not like, you could stalk him on Facebook, see if he, popped up over in California. But no, he just up and left.
But we don't know where he went, what he did, anything like that. That would be a detective story, wouldn't it? Go and trace him, see if he's fallen through time or something.
He might have fell in a box and
time slips, see?
On the ground.
But it's cool. The embalming tanks are still in the basement over there. It's used as an art school right now.
Right. Okay. I wonder if his imprints are there. I wonder if you're still getting an impression of his personality when you walk in there. That'd be quite fascinating.
I don't know. We've done this a couple times, and we've encountered a lot of intelligent spirits because they've been responding. Some seemed a little residual, like downstairs in the basement. People have seen a man in a yellow suit, like Curious George, the man in the yellow hat. But he didn't really seem to interact with anybody; just kind of appeared there. So that seems more
imprint. Yeah, that's an imprint, isn't it? The expression of that is that New York is quite an old city now, isn't it? It's got quite a lot of history now, and there's a lot of different things and different levels of thought and time that go on there. I don't know how you see it, Nicole, but I see it as a very intense place. There's a lot of intensity. Whenever I talk to people from New York, everyone's trying to do something now. They don't want to wait. Everything is intense. I wonder if that was like that back in the 70s, because it is obviously quite a big city. Plus, since 9/11, there's a lot of energy around that, isn't there? A lot of energy that's left over in the atmosphere. And also the people there. They don't seem to ever be boring people in New York. I don't know how anyone else sees it. They always seem to be characters or people that have something to say about things. They're never not short of opinions.
We're a little upstate from the city, about an hour up from New York City. But yeah, that translates here as well. Everybody's always in a hurry. Everybody's always trying to, get shit done.
Yeah. What's the underground like?
The underground?
Yeah, in New York City, there's a big subway, isn't there?
Oh, the subway. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'll translate for you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Dirty, busy. Very hustle. You cannot stop because people keep going when you're walking in the city.
Is it active? Has it got lots of energy down there? When you walk down there, like the London Underground, you walk down there and it's like loads of history. There's people that have been killed down there. King's Cross in England is really quite a tough station to walk down to. And does New York have the same sort of vibe, or is it?
I'm sure.
I've done both because I've been on London Underground. I've been on the subways in New York. So New York is very similar to London Underground, but a lot more busy, a lot more people.
Wow.
And
The
yeah,
energy that I get from the subway here is just people's energy, just go, go, go.
But you have shops in that, in some of them, like Columbus Corner, is it? You've got like the market and the food places and everything underneath there, and they
Grand
sell
Central Station has
clothes and all
shops.
that kind of stuff. Yeah,
I've
near
never.
Trump Tower.
Never been to Trump Tower.
Oh, well, where Trump Tower is, where the subway station is there. You go, there's a market underground and food places and everything. It's like just mental. Yeah.
I think it would be a great place if it was quiet enough to do an investigation. See what you pick up.
Well, there is a couple stations that are like abandoned stations that I've heard of that they stopped using, so they just sit there empty.
Are they
That'd be great.
accessible? Can you get into them, or are they closed off?
I've
Are they
heard that people can get into them, like, you know, like through like special tours and whatever, but they're not accessible to the public.
Wow. See, now that would be an investigation, wouldn't it?
That would
That
be.
That
That'd be
would be
something.
really, really good, because I'm sure that you pick up a lot of stuff around there. Did you pick up anything, Andy, when you were down there? Did you actually feel any sort of? Did you feel easy?
No, because I was doing the old touristy thing. It's a lot cleaner. It's a lot cleaner than London Underground. But then trust me, cleaner. So we parked in Jamaica, like over near Brooklyn, and we got the subway from there round to Queens, and it took about 45 minutes. It felt like I was on it for days. It just not even like 57 stops away or something. It's ridiculous.
Can I ask Nicole? Are there places in New York where you wouldn't go? Are there no-go areas where you wouldn't walk through, or you wouldn't put yourself in that position to be in that area at certain times?
Like safety-wise?
Yeah, like is there sort of a gang culture in some parts, or
There's definitely. I'm not an expert in New York City because I don't live there, but there's definitely some places that you probably wouldn't, walk through at night unless you know the area.
Yeah, okay. That's because I don't know what you would think, but I would think an investigation just going round on a tube train or an underground train and just staying on the train and seeing what sort of energies you pick up as you go through different districts. I think that would be really fascinating to do something like that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It's whether or not being in the actual sort of carriage would affect. Being in the carriage would affect sort of what you would.
Yeah, but you could pop on and off, couldn't you? Yeah, you could jump off. And actually then go from there. I know that in London, it's something that I'd love to do in London because of the the history of the tube stations. There's so much history, and some of the energy from there is quite amazing. They've found some really good stuff, including pictures of faces in the glass of the underground carriages. So, like where the tube is, they have these pictures that people have taken of faces looking back at them from outside, stuff like that. That's always fascinated me, how that would actually be a part of that makeup of that area.
It seems like train stations have a lot of energy for some reason. Like around here, old train station restored ones.
Yeah.
You think about the amount of people that are passing through there on a daily basis, the amount of energy it would generate.
Yeah.
And people who do that all the time, don't they? Like it's someone's regular daily commute. So it's very repetitive and it does become residual. Or I think it would become residual. But I think a lot of things happen in there as well. Like
the other thing is, when you look at all these people, how do you know what you're looking at? How do you know they're all people? I've seen 2 aliens on the London Tube. Yeah, just because I see auras, and I can see when they haven't got an aura and stuff like that. I've seen that twice now, and I don't go there regularly. I worked there for a time, but I don't go there regularly now. And you don't know what you're looking at because there's so many people in one location. All these people are going and doing something, aren't they? And they're going somewhere. They're going to try and get somewhere. Yeah. How do we know who we're sat next to? Are we sat next to a ghost, an imprint, an alien? Someone going to work? We just don't know.
Yeah, but you have got the Oh, the route. Ow, forgot my microphone with that. Yeah, I've got the routes on the London Underground that have been shut down. I can't remember the names of them. I think these 2 are free, and they're looking at reopening one of them.
Okay.
But when they've gone in to do work there, these are all weird noises and things happening that shouldn't be going on because there's no public access to any of it.
Yeah, there's a heap of stories about people that have seen people walking along the tracks, children being left on platforms, even Houdini has been spotted on a train in the London Underground. Yeah, there's loads and loads of stories. If you look back and you could just archive them all, there's so much going on down there. I'm sure that people would be very interested in understanding a bit more about that.
Yeah.
That comment about the guy in the electric chair, I've not seen this photo.
No,
haven't
I've
you?
not.
I'll
I've never heard about it.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can look it up, and I'll send it over to you. But it's literally a picture of a guy strapped into an electric chair, and it's actually on the window of an underground train. Yeah.
I'm going to have a look now.
Yeah, go and have a look on YouTube or something like that. I'm sure you'll find it. There's several bits and pieces about it. I can't remember the line it was on, but it's
oh my goodness.
We found it. Yeah. It's really interesting.
Oh wow, it's a full body, that.
Yeah.
And do you want to window through the back of the oh gosh, it is, isn't it?
Do you want to explain what you're seeing there, Sarah?
It's basically a man in a shirt, a blue shirt, man in a blue shirt through the window. So you got a child sat with the back to the window, and 2 adults at the side, and the window at the back. And there's you can't see the head of this man, but you can literally see him with a shirt as if he's like this with the chair.
Yeah, he's got his arms like that, hasn't he? Strapped in. Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. That is a human.
Sarah, can you send it to Eddie so we can put it up?
I'm going to upload it. I've just
you have it?
Just got it now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's I love it. I think it's one of those things that you stop and you can talk about and you can debate.
You ready?
Now the only other thing is if you look at the angle, could it potentially be a reflection of somebody opposite? But why would they be sat like that?
Yeah.
But you can see the electric emitting from it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can there in that picture.
Is that could it be from a movie?
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's a poster of a situation from some publicity. Some people say it's actually sat there, but there's no reason why it would be reflected in the glass. It's like it's come from nowhere. There's nothing it could be reflected from. So
well, isn't it, to say that it's dark outside? The light doesn't quite sit right.
No, that's right. So how would it be there in the first place in that situation?
Right, so this is a close-up of it.
Although to be reflected at that angle, it seems like it would have to be like at that level across the train.
And if you look at the shirt as well, it looks like someone from the 1930s, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's that sort of era, doesn't it? So pre-Second World War. But nobody knows who it was.
No, but why in an underground as well? That's the other thing.
Yeah, why on there? And if anyone watching or anyone actually knows anything about this or the history of it, I'd be really interested in that. And I'm sure that there'd be quite a lot of people that would find that quite an interesting subject.
Yeah,
well, they're saying on here it's a guy called Bruno Hauptmann. Hauptmann.
Okay, who is he?
He was arrested 30 months after the kidnapping. He was found guilty, and family went to the electric chair. That makes sense, but
okay, but where?
Yeah, was arrested 30 months after the kidnapping. Doesn't say of what. There you go. After he was found guilty, and the family went to the electric chair October the 30th, 1934. It just doesn't say anything. Just tells you about the photograph.
Yeah. Does it say what part of the world that happened in?
Nope.
No.
We didn't have the electric chair in the UK, did we?
Not for executions, I don't think. No, it was hanging, wasn't it, up until 1958 or something?
I think the last one was the 60s, wasn't it?
Okay.
So it's on Reddit, right? The curious case of Bruno Hopton. In 1983, Karen Collette was travelling on the Bakerloo line of London Underground with her nephew when he asked to have a photo taken. Right, so that's a photograph that was taken. It is 1983.
Okay.
Behind the nephew, you can see the image of a man being executed in an electric chair, complete with his stylized lightning bolts coming out of the hands. She insists that the photo was taken in a tunnel and the speed of the train was travelling at would make it difficult to get a clear shot of a passing image by chance. She sent the image to the site of physical research where it was investigated by Maurice Gruce himself. Analysts allowed access to the negatives, confirmed that with the cheap, poor quality camera that she owned, it would be impossible to superimpose the image of that on top of another, ruling out fraud.
Wow.
You would have been able to find the poster as well, wouldn't you? Surely, if it was a poster or something.
It's pretty
Yeah.
macabre.
Was it a poster advertising the wax figure in Madame Tussauds?
Possibly, because he does have a wax figure in there.
Look at the link that I sent in the private chat. It is the exact figure from Madame Tussauds without the electric.
Right. But what would make it project onto a window on a tube train?
Unless, I don't know if do you have posters in your trains?
Well,
like in the subway, there's posters everywhere.
Yes, on the walls. Yeah.
If that had just opened and they were advertising it or something.
Yeah, it could have been the stunt, I suppose, couldn't it? Something like that.
See, now you've shown the picture of the wax figure. I'm a bit like, ooh.
It is exactly that wax figure.
Yeah. There is another picture as well that is a very famous picture of a little girl with a spaceman behind her.
Yeah, I've done that one before.
Have you seen that one? It's the Firth and Forth, isn't it? Spaceman.
Yeah, up in Scotland.
Up in Scotland, and a little.
But to me, it does look like it's a doll or something, and someone's holding it up behind her while the photograph is taken. Just because of the angle of how it is.
Okay.
Now let me. I'll get the picture. I've not got it on here anymore because it can only keep so many photos on it, and I'm never getting rid of this one.
Is that your big? Is that your older brother? Is it, Andy?
That's Freddie Valentine. It could be. It probably is my brother actually.
That's Andy's other
That's not a thing you'd do. Yeah. So you can only upload so many pictures on here. So
with the
what's
space.
the name?
It's the
Spaceman.
Firth and Forth or something, isn't it? It's the Solent Spaceman, I think it's called.
I literally just put famous spaceman photo, little girl. It came right up. Well, the only thing is with that one is when you look at the distance and you look how far away she actually is from where that person was stood, that person must have to be very, very tall. When you look at how far away those flowers are at the very back, and then the spaceman guy.
It's out of perspective, isn't it?
But the thing with it though, right? There's still a reward offered by Kodak for anyone who could offer an explanation for it. And it's never been claimed. The actual reward is never claimed. Kodak,
See, to me, that's the back of the person because you can see the shoulder blades, the right arm's coming up with a bend in the elbow.
Yeah.
That's not looking towards the camera, that's facing away.
But you're actually saying that there is something there. It's not just a figment of an imagination.
No, it's definitely something.
No, because Kodak looked into it and he said it's not an overlay, it's not double exposure, it's nothing like that. It's a genuine photo, but they can't explain it.
And that was at the time. Case. Do you remember when the missile launch in Australia got sabotaged? You see a UFO come up and actually shoot a laser light at a nuclear weapon being launched, and it was the same time. It was about 2 weeks before that experiment in Australia. So there was a somewhere testing nuclear weapons or something like that, and they fired this weapon up, and they caught a disc on camera. It's probably still on YouTube somewhere, actually firing a beam across at this nuclear weapon, and it exploded and just fell to the ground. So and that literally just before that was before that happened.
See, could it just be somebody walking past at the time that they took the photograph?
What, in fancy dress?
You know, nice white tight spacesuit. You never know. Don't know what the fashion was up in Scotland then.
You know, would you look like that on a Saturday night, Andy? You know, with a sort of white suit and a helmet.
Fortunately, there's no photographic evidence, so I'm not saying anything.
But Sarah, you made a point about it being out of perspective.
Yeah, it is.
How tall would you reckon it must be?
Oh gosh.
Sorry, are you having trouble?
Let me. Well, I couldn't put height on it really, but hang on, let me have a look, because that looks like it's got to be like it.
See, even if it's on a hill,
if
it's on a hill, yeah, which could be, looking at that, a 4 foot, 5 foot incline, it's still going to be, like you said, about 7 foot.
Yeah,
it's got to
big
be.
as well. It's quite broad. It's got broad shoulders, and it's obviously, I don't know. It just doesn't. It just does something about the photo. Just doesn't look
authentic,
right in the perspective of it.
But the tall whites are 8 foot, 9 foot tall. Some of these aliens, you know, what would stop it being a tall white?
Don't know.
I mean, they call it a spaceman, but when you really look at the photo, it actually looks like the side of a.
Could be a motorbike courier.
You know what it looks like? Like Evil Knievel, like that jumpsuit they used to wear.
With the helmet.
If it had the flames on it, I'd say it was him and he jumped too far. But
yeah.
All the way from Vegas to Scotland. Yeah, that's a good leap. That's a leap in faith, isn't it?
It just reminds me of Evil Knievel. It always has done.
But it's still unexplained. I mean, is there any other photographs that are unexplained that anyone knows about? I'm sure there must be hundreds out there.
There's one. Have you seen the one with the man dangling from the front room? That was,
upside down.
Yeah. Now that one is.
Is that the Enfield poltergeist?
I don't know. It might be. Oh, it might be actually.
I'm sure it's the Enfield poltergeist.
Can't even find it now.
We've got the guy coming on. He's a doctor in Enfield, and that's his local practice is around Green Street for all the residents of that area. And he knows some of the family that was to do with that. But he's a GP, he's a practicing GP, and he uses his mediumship with his patients. Obviously, he has to get their permission first. So he's on in a couple of weeks.
So do they pop in there to say hello to the parents, do they, before they have a consultancy? That's quite cool.
He was open to telling me all that. Obviously, I'm not going to go into detail about it, but
I think it's cool. I'd go more often if that was my GP. I'd be popping in to say hello to my dad before I had can you just check my knee for us?
I might start going to him because I've had more conversations with that doctor than I've my own in the last 5 years.
Probably get more sense out of doctors like that anyway.
Right. Let me just send.
Oh.
I'm going to put in the chat the link to that photo with the weird guy. Yeah. I don't. It's the Enfield one. It's just.
I'm sure it's the Enfield one. Let me see if I can find it.
Is your throat okay, Sarah? You seem to be. You got a sore throat, or?
Oh, it's just how I am. I do have a little bit of a. I've got a little bit of a cough. I do have a little bit of a cough at the minute, but I do have a bit of a huskier voice.
Yeah, well, it's quite useful for advertising. Right.
I found it.
To investigate.
That's it. Talk. Yeah, that'd be great. You get loads of people. Yeah.
No.
Here we go.
I was told I did a panto last week, and somebody said that I should do voiceovers.
What, instead of acting?
Instead of doing panto, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
In the wrong industry.
Yeah,
Right, so it's this one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it was
See
in the
what?
50s. So it's like
What gets me with this photograph is that when you take a photo, well, I did photography at college, so it might just be because of that. But when I take a photo, whatever's in the frame, I always try and centralize it. This just seems they're all set off to the right with a big gap for someone to hang down. It seems a little bit set up for me.
yes,
But that might be because I've done photography, and it's just how I know how to take photos.
Do you know, now you mention it, if you remove the shadow man, if you remove it, why are they not in the center? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. I used to love looking at all of these sort of unexplained photos when I was younger. I used to watch. Look at there's loads of them, isn't there? I love it.
Oh yeah, there's hundreds.
That one, yeah, you can. There's always a niggle about a lot of the older ones. Some of them look really obvious. Have you seen the one in the church with the guy with the cloth face?
Yes, yeah.
Looks like a ghost face.
I've actually got a photo of me reenacting. I've just got an old tea towel and ripped ties in my mouth and took it up. Yeah. Right,
funny.
so nickname's asking, Dominic, what do you think of this photo? Are you picking anything up from the hanging man?
No, I didn't think it was authentic. As soon as I looked at it, it felt almost posed in the wrong direction. But there's nothing that you can see as an energy specialist that would point you to say it's anything special. It just looks like someone's actually decided to put either superimpose a picture of someone upside down on there that's cheering, or it's being made as a composite picture. It doesn't look to me like it's been taken in one go. It's not just a snap. Yeah, I mean, you can.
Yeah, someone said about it being cropped. Now I did think that, but if it's a photo with something on it, you wouldn't crop anything out of it.
No.
Or
you'd offer both.
Someone's identity or something.
The other thing is, how old is that picture? Was it 1970s, something like that? It's not digital, is it? Because you tell me it's digital. You know, I see digital pictures a little bit differently. So it must be in the 70s or 60s.
Definitely 70s.
In the 50s.
Early 70s.
It's in the 50s, isn't it?
I thought it was the 70s.
Okay. Well, maybe we can research that and find out.
Probably not. No.
No, but
it's just no. With what I've typed in, it's saying stockpile of hanged men, high-res pictures that you can use copyright-free. Not doing that, but it's there if I need it.
Yeah, I mean,
someone in the chat will know.
Yeah, to me, right, there's more doubts about it than there is authenticity. There's too many questions just to say. I mean, when we looked at the one on the tube, well, okay, it's a poster advertising man, two swords maybe, but how did it get there? When we look at the spaceman,
but on the tube, you have the pictures where it's the angle, like you do on the subway. Do you know we have the things going across the top above the window between the scene? It could have been that, and it could be if they're in a tunnel, they took a picture of the window, and that's reflecting a poster from inside the train. Because where the doors are, you have the big like A5 size.
Remember, we're talking 1930s here.
Yeah, but they still had the posters like you get in the bus stop, but not as big.
Yeah.
You still have the paper one, so if that's reflecting at the side, that's on the side of the seat, They've took a picture in the tunnel. That's going to reflect because it's got a black background. The light's going to bounce back from a coloured photograph and project onto the window.
There's too many ifs or ors and too many imponderables.
I think that's a reflection.
Okay, I tend to think it's not, but I don't know where it's come from.
No,
I don't
right.
know how it's got there.
Yeah, quickly before I bring the first guest on. What are you picking anything up from the spaceman?
Yeah, this again. This isn't a digital photograph. This is a before digital, but I think that's authentic. I think that's something that's not supposed to be there, that has been captured in a moment. What it is open to debate, but having done some research on it over the years, I do know that it's actually linked into some testing of rockets in Australia that were happening at the same time. And there was an incident where a UFO was seen firing this rocket down, and it may well be linked into the same incident because the rocket that was fired in Australia was built just about 10 miles away from where this picture was taken. So there's a lot of things that sort of fit into that. People want to know more about it. Just go and Google it or research it because there's so much information about it, and you'll be able to see the footage of the rockets being taken down as well, which may be quite interesting to people. I think there's something more there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, thank you for that. Right. So, are you ready for the first guest?
First
Can anyone see who it is? Please say no. I know Nicole can see. What can you two?
No, I haven't got a clue.
Good.
No.
Good.
Is it going to be Pinky and Perky or
it's just one person. So this is a guy called Mike. So I'm going to bring him on now. Hi, Mike. Welcome to the show.
Afternoon, everybody.
Right.
Hi, Mike.
So
Hi,
I kind of know Mike through Alex Lovelock through going on his Sunday night lounge show. Mike's always in the chat there, and we kept saying we'd message each other. We need to chat. We need to talk about our encounters and all that kind of stuff. And it just never happened. And then when I put out for guests to come on here, Mike was the first one. It's like, yes, I'm getting him on. I've been saying for about 2 years to have a chat. So welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll see how it goes because the internet's playing up merry hell down here, so we'll just see how things run.
It seems all right. It's a little bit glitchy, but we can go with it. So you know, obviously, you know Alex Lovelock. You go to Rendlesham, or you've been to Rendlesham quite a few times with him.
Yes.
What stuff have you had go on there?
Well, for those of you who don't know me and haven't seen the Lovelock thing, I'll just give you a quick précis about where I come from. I've been an engineer for 43 years. Rather a strange thing to be getting involved in this, but there are links. But I've always been interested in the paranormal, and I'll say not quite normal. Mind you, some people say I'm like that anyway. Going on Rendlesham, it's always been there at the back of my head. When I was younger, I used to travel down that way a lot with my dad because he was involved in pea and bean harvesting for bird's eye. So we were down that way a lot. Never really got down there that much until I met up with Alex. He said, "We'll come down there, we'll walk around." So
he's been
beamed
out.
He went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think he's been beamed away, Andy.
No, we'll be back. There we go.
Now there's two of them.
Yeah, so I'm going to remove. There we go.
That's a clone.
That's better.
That's the internet going again. We went down there a few times. Now I'm not a medium. I can pick up on stuff because mainly I believe in it. I can dowse because my dad could dowse and he was very good at it. He could basically pick anything up. But if somebody wanted a pipe underground found, you get him in. He'd find it within 2 or 3 inches of the alignment. He was brilliant. So I use the dowsing rods with yes, no. Sometimes I can use the pendulum if I'm in the right mood for it, but it doesn't always work. So I went down with the dowsing rods, and a few times we went round there. It is a strange place. There are things you feel as though you're always being watched.
Yeah, definitely.
Picked up on a few bits and pieces. The one time we went down there, I did the dowsing, and there's a priory just over the back called
Yep. Well, tune in next week for part 3. He'll be back in a minute. I know where he's talking about because that's where Alex showed me. And it does. I know, Dominic, you've been Rendlesham, haven't you? Have you, Sarah?
Yeah.
You do feel like you're being watched all the time.
Yeah. This Buckley Priory used to own all the land around there. And I was getting some very strong messages from the Buckley Priors. The internet keeps kicking me out, so I'll just have to keep bouncing backwards and forwards. Got some very strong messages from them, and basically they told us to shift, like now.
Yeah.
Why? I said, well, you can't ask why. You've got to then go through yes, no, yes, no, yes, no.
Yeah.
And I said, I asked, is there something here? And both rods suddenly shot to the right, and it wasn't a case of, they just wandered around. I mean, it was pushing into my finger, saying that somewhat that way. Is it dangerous? Yes. Oh. So we got out there. We moved back up towards the car park. I started asking some more questions, and basically what it was telling us was there was something was left in Rendlesham. It's not dangerous per se, but if you happen to be in the wrong place, wrong time, it can harm you.
Yeah.
It told us to shift. I thought, oh, right, okay. I also asked it when we were stood near what we call it, lemon squeezer.
Yeah.
Is this the original landing site? No. Where is it? And once again, the rods both flew around. This time they're pointing off to the left, and we followed it back up. We couldn't get into the woods where it was. But I mean, this wasn't a case of my hands. This was actually pushing against my thumb to say that way. It's off that way. So we've had a few like that. Of course, Alex has had the photo of the person behind his granddaughter and daughter.
Yes, I was going to get that up. So this one. So the person on the left shouldn't be there.
On the far left.
Yeah.
With the wonky shaped head?
Sorry?
With the wonky shaped head?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So I know, Mike, you've been there, and I've stood at that tree and had a chat with Alex about all the goings on there. That isn't too far from, because when me and Alex went last year, and I was saying that I'd seen that what looked like a German soldier walking the opposite way from us through the trees. Wow. I know you can't see the colour in that in there, but what I seen for that couple of seconds is pretty much identical to the uniform that's wearing.
It's like it is actually stood quite. It stood
upright.
Like upright, very. I don't know what the word is.
Regimental.
Proper. Yeah.
The point is that tree is almost exactly opposite where the Capel Green landing was.
Yes.
Which is, if you look at it, there's a stand of trees comes out into a field, and allegedly a UFO landed there.
Yeah, because that field drops down, doesn't it? And then comes back up to where, is it the Abbey across the way, where that used to be?
That's it, yeah. Okay. So that is almost opposite there. So that was, that's interesting.
Yeah, because where that tree is, I was just going to say, where that tree is the actual UFO landing, not where the lemon squeezer is. That bit is...
That's one of them.
Apparently.
It's the one that they saw out on the field with allegedly with the entities walking around it. The other one was up in the forest. That's further up. It's further north and west. It's closer to the end of the runway.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you.
Hello, Don. Nice to see you. Yeah.
Yeah,
nice
I know we speak occasionally, don't we? And it's quite nice to, last person I expect to see pop up, but it's good. It's about time we sort of had a face-to-face chat after all these years.
I have that habit of turning up where people don't expect.
No, that's a good habit, but you ought to, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? We have quite a lot in common. But what did you really seriously believe happened at Rendlesham? What's the bottom line? Because there's a lot of conjecture. What really happened there?
Bottom line is, I don't know exactly what happened. Nobody knows exactly because it's been muddled over the last 43 years. It's been muddled around with, played around with. People have been put into it. I've read Gary Hesseltine's latest book about Unhuman, where he used his police thing to just literally pick it apart. And that is a very good book. I met Ronnie Dale about it as well, and he gets there's a reason for that. But anyway, he gets a bit humpty about it. Something happened. Something came in. You've also got to remember there was a Russian spy ship offshore, and that was locked down. That was there, and they were told they were supposed to have been relieved over Christmas, and they were told to stay there and locked down. So they knew something was coming on. I have a suspicion more people knew what was actually happening, but the ones on the ground where it actually happened didn't. They were completely bamboozled by it. You've also got to realise that it was possibly 4 to 5 nights of activity. You've got weapons being shut down at Bentwaters, and they know that. They've admitted that their weapons were shut down at Bentwaters. You have a night where people chased it through the forest, never caught it. You have a night where some poor girl was travelling between Bentwaters and Rendlesham and Woodbridge, and this is the one that people really want to try and they want to interview her, but she won't. Her family just closed ranks, won't talk. All they know is she was travelling between the two sites in a van or in a truck.
He's gone. For those that don't know, Bentwater and Woodbridge are air bases, military bases.
Different size.
At the time, they were US, UK combined.
Yeah, Rendlesham Forest is in the middle. One's at one side, one's at the other side.
Yeah, and it's probably about half an hour between the two.
Yeah, not much. It's pretty close location-wise.
Yeah.
Anyway, now it's kicked me back on again. She was travelling from Bentwaters to Woodbridge, and they got over the radio her screaming down this. So they went out to see what was going on. They found a truck in the ditch, smashed up. She was out of the truck, and she discharged her weapon at something, and they could not calm her down. She was in a right state. So what I gather happened was they put her on a transport, got her to Bryce Norton, boom, straight back to the States, and she has never been interviewed. Hesseltine has tried to get her. She has now moved to Europe, but the family just goes, no, we're not letting you talk to her. Whatever happened that night scared her so badly. You're not talking to her.
Yeah, because
after that, you've then got the whole night within the order. You've got Capel Green, the landing there. So, and there's other things that people were saying about it. They were saying, oh yeah, British police never got involved. Yes, they were. They were involved. They knew what was going on.
Yeah. Because when Gary Heseltine was on a few months back, he was talking about his new book, but he was talking about the woman in the truck, and then they said like she discharged a weapon, but they didn't do any. There's no report of why it was discharged, where it went. There's nothing. There's no follow up on it. It was kind of like written off.
Yeah.
It just seems very strange because you have to report every single little thing that you do. Everything's logged.
Yeah. And they just went, no, not talking to you about it, and that was gone.
Yeah.
So, Mike,
So-
is there any other revelations that are going to come out that haven't come out about Rendlesham? Anything that we are, in general, not aware of?
At the moment, I would say no. For the simple reason that this country seems to be heading on a war footing. I'm not going to go too deeply into it, but there's stuff at Rock Barracks. I gather from somebody that they've actually put dirt berms across the car park so you can't get into Eastgate car park anymore.
No.
So things are kicking off there. I don't think they want people in the forest. Period.
Currently.
Currently.
So are they resurrecting these air bases? Are they, using them again? They're going to.
Woodbridge has never closed.
But no. It's sort of went. Yeah, Bentwater's closed, but Woodbridge was sort of run down, wasn't it? It was actually really shrunk. It was really quite a small base for a time.
Yeah, I know Woodbridge is still active because I delivered to the military base there.
Right. Okay.
So I know there's still stuff going on.
Is it busy though? Does it look like
it's a seeing it? But then I only go to like the I only go to the residential parts of it.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what happened to me last. I'll tell you what happened last time I was down there. 16th of December. I was supposed to meet up with Alex.
Yeah.
He didn't turn up, so I took the dog for a walk, and we went down to the lemon squeezer, walked around, and the woods, the forest was dead silent.
Yeah.
I mean, not just quiet, silent. It was a sort of silence. It was like, I described it to Alex as when you walk out in the snow, it is silent. There's just nothing. It was so weird. Anyway, reached around, but walked back up the track, walked over a couple of tracks, so instead of coming out near the car park, came out further out. As I was walking past the base, just with the dog, there was a brown people carrier in the base. Now, I've never seen the vehicle there. And when I stopped, it stopped. When I walked, it moved.
Yeah.
And I got down the end past the little house that's there. I stopped near the little house. I was allegedly having a look at their little library, and it just sat there at the end of the runway. So I walked down, it followed me down. Got back to the car, got in the car, it shot off back down the runway. So something is definitely going on at that base. They're up to something.
Yeah.
What, I don't know. I've heard rumours. I'm not going to say what they are on here because that's not that place.
No.
We're talking about a paranormal, what could happen.
Yeah. But for those that don't know, that Eastgate car park is literally at the end of the runway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you got the runway as you drive down they're both on the right hand side. So as you turn into the car park, the runway is on your right. Oh, just dropped my keyboard. Yes. And you park up
Eastgate
with the fence.
Eastgate is ahead of you, but slightly off to the left. The original Eastgate is further out. The one that's there is further in, but it's on more or less to your left.
Yeah, because Alex was saying they keep swapping and changing them all to confuse people.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. But we did have one of the strangest things that happened when we were down there last year. And we were walking back. There was me, Alex, Elaine, a woman called Wendy. We were walking back. They were filming. Elaine and Alex were filming. And we got back to an area where there's a big berm goes across the road. And they were talking about Alistair Crowley.
Right.
He allegedly had properties in the area and did stuff and whatever. I mean, beautiful day. Sunny, still, gorgeous. And I stood there. I got the dog with me. He's quietly sort of having a good sniff around. And next thing, it's like somebody's dragged their hand through the trees. There's this wind came through the trees. And I'm not talking about a gentle breeze. I'm talking about almost hurricane force. the trees were thrashing around. It went tearing past us, thrashing the trees about, and disappeared off into the forest. And we thought, what was that? And we sort of all looked at each other and was like, oh, did you film that? And I think Elaine actually got it on film.
Oh, right.
On, she was talking to somebody else, but she actually filmed the trees. I mean, we're talking about big trees being thrown around here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was, what the hell? So, yeah, it's weird. It is, mind you, the whole area is weird down there.
Yeah. But like I said, when I met with Alex and we stood at the tree talking, twice we've seen 2 sets of orange orbs just go across the ground. And we both didn't know the other one had seen it until the second set went past. Wow.
There's some weird, really weird stuff down there.
Can I ask you, Mike, did you see anything like that? Have you seen orbs of any sort of description around there?
Not around Rendlesham. I've seen them in our house.
No, Rendlesham.
Rendlesham. No, I haven't personally seen. The funny thing is, it usually appears on a photograph. If you're going to photograph something, you don't see it, and then you look at the photograph and think, what the hell is that?
I think Andy's experience was with the naked eye, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah. I haven't seen anything like that.
Just chatting, and it was there.
Yeah.
It just shot past us twice.
I'm interested in the ones with the naked eye because they're not something else. To me, that's interesting because that shows that there's some sort of energy present in that location. And being orange, I mean, who knows what that could actually be? But it does show because those woods are definitely they're quite. You can lose your place. They're very, 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 very regimented, aren't they? They're very.
Yeah.
You can easily lose where you are and lose, what part of the wood you're in. But the thing that really comes across me is the atmosphere. The lack of. There's no atmosphere in there. You go into any woods anywhere in the world, and there's atmosphere. There's birds, there's noise, there's all sorts of stuff. You go in there, and it's like you're going into a wall of silence.
Yeah,
and it's totally different. What I would love to ask you, Mike, is what do you think about the binary code that was written down by, I think it was it Jim Pedeston? From his notebook, and he brought it out 10 years after the incident in 1980. Have you got any views on that?
It's looking back on what happened there. The people involved have got to be careful because of where it is between the 2 bases. I can understand why stuff is came out later. The binary code, if you're going to do one of these teeth in for an idiot. The natural language of the universe is numbers.
Binary.
Because one is 1, 2 is 2. You can't, you can have as many fingers. You get 45 fingers on each hand. You still put 1 up, and everybody knows that's 1. So, binary code, could it be? Yes, but the problem is, what language is it in? Is it machine code? Is it binary code? Is it English, Welsh, Irish? Unless you know what you're actually looking for, it's a good idea, but it always seems to be a bit.
Okay, you mean I'm not convinced by the fact that it was produced after the effect, and that the story that it's portraying of what High Brasilia and all the connections across that and different time zones. I'm not sure about it. I'm still undecided how authentic it is, because let's face it, Rendlesham has been the beginning part of lots of books. It's also a big part of the UFO speakers tour. People make a lot of money about talking or conjecturizing about Rendlesham. I just don't know where that fits with the truth, because there's obviously something's happened there, but where does all this different conjecture all fit in?
Well, I've looked. I'm not an expert in anything. I try deliberately not to be an expert in everything. I'll explain that in a way that I was told quite a few years ago, which actually makes sense. If you can imagine an outdoor table, one of those round glass ones with a hole in the middle, put the umbrella through.
Yep.
Imagine one of them, and your knowledge is the tablecloth over the top of it. Now, as your knowledge increases, you push the tablecloth through the hole, and it shrinks. So eventually, you can have all the knowledge about one point, and you know nothing about anything else because the tablecloth fell through the hole.
Yep.
And that is what is happening with a lot of people, is they push that tablecloth so far down, they can't see anything around it, and all they've got is a tablecloth in their hand, which is all their knowledge. They know a huge amount about very, very, very little. Fine, that's great as reference material, but when you're starting to look around trying to work stuff out, the other big problem with Rendlesham in the area is you've got the religious side of it with the Butley Priory. You've also got a lot of tumuli in the area, and we were talking to somebody down there, and he said one of the tumuli was dug up, and they used it to make the paths in Rendlesham with human bones spread amongst them. So some of those paths have got human bones all over the place. And so what's that going to... No, I just had something go past me there.
Do you see
what's
that?
Going to do? Yeah, just...
Yeah, it looked like an orb. Yeah.
Do you want to tell us about these paths, Mike, and these bones and stuff like that? Because there's obviously things that people wouldn't know about in everyday sort of understanding of it.
I don't know a huge lot, about Rendlesham. This is quite interesting. I'm making up.
Right?
Go on.
Well, I can't remember exactly where it is. It's somewhere out the Butley Priory side of it. You'd have to have a look on the map. There's somewhere out there was these tumuli. And the farmers have been taking them apart, as they do. But when the forest was laid out, they just looked on as a source of gravel, stones, and this. As they started digging them up, they suddenly realised there's a lot of human remains in there. And eventually some of the historians said, hang on a minute, you're not supposed to be digging this up. This is a gravesite.
Yeah.
From, going back Saxon times, these are people there. Oh, oops. We've spread all this amongst the forest where we put the paths in. Okay, that's not good. Now, there's issues there with energy around that tumuli. As Andy will know, you had Cobra Mist, the big over the horizon radar place at Aldeburgh. It didn't work. They've got them in other parts of the world, work perfectly. There, no.
Yeah.
Simon Holland, Professor Simon Holland was doing a bit on that, and he actually said there's a gravity well just offshore at Aldeburgh, which disturbs the magnetic field of the Earth. So you've got all sorts of weird stuff. You've got this tumuli, which people have been down there with K2s and all that sort of thing, and it's gone ballistic. You've got an energy well just offshore, and then you've got all sorts of military stuff down there. You've got radar stations. You've got the whole, if you could chuck things together and have a toxic mix, you've got it.
Yeah. And can I just say, sorry, that Aldeburgh, however you pronounce it, first time I went there, there's something that's like, I need to come here again. And it's a little seaside town. It's only a couple of streets, and then you've got the prom at the back. It's like old style houses, like the big, like the stone brickwork, not the red bricks. And there's just some Aldeburgh. So ALDEBURGH, something like that.
ALDEBURGH.
Yeah. And I went there, and it's like, it's just, I wanted to stay longer, and I don't even know why or what the attraction was. There's just something about the place that, if I wasn't working, I'd have probably stayed there all day.
Yeah, it is a lovely place. But
there was definitely something about it that was like wanting me to not leave.
Maybe it was you were there in a past life.
He could have been abducted and taken there.
Yeah. Can they do it again? It's quite nice.
How long
Yeah,
did
but-
you stay?
And then
I
you've
was only there
got,
for like
just
5-10 minutes.
Oh,
You got to make a trip to
And then
go
you-
back.
I know. I was going to say, have you not been back yet? That's like I would want to go back soon as
Yeah,
this
I need to go. I need to go.
Take a picnic. Just go sit there for the afternoon.
Yeah, the weekend.
It might one thing is whatever's pulling you in might
then
want.
you've got, of course, you've got Sutton Hoo just down the road as well, which is
Yes.
closer than people think, and that is the story of the dig is brilliant. It's pretty good, but they miss out the bit that the woman who actually said dig in that heap saw the spirits of people around it. You know, they missed that bit
Didn't
out.
know that. So Sutton
Yeah,
Hoo is
the only
is it Anglo-Saxon Viking?
People say it's King Radfeld.
Because that's where they found the Viking ship, wasn't it?
Well, it's actually Anglo-Saxon.
Right.
It's an Anglo-Saxon, and it's right on the cusp of going from pagan to Christian. It's right on that very edge of it, according to our histories anyway. But I think it was King Radfeld who actually brought together all the Angles and Saxons in the area and created this area. But yeah, they
Come again. Yeah, but I have been back to that place a couple of times, but it's always through work, so I've not been able to stay there that long.
You're gonna have to make it a point to go and like just hang out and see.
I know.
Feel how much you sense.
Yeah. 1 second, he's back.
I've lost my pen. One
Good
minute.
time, look there.
scared her off.
But as I don't know the correct pronunciation of the name, but I think Queen Boadicea have a camp around that area as well near Rendlesham. Is it Bodica that they say now?
Oh, God knows. She was further north.
Right.
She was, from what I gather, she was further north. She was more into Norfolk than that, the Iceni. Across
right.
Bury St Edmunds, Thetford, up into Norfolk.
Yeah, to right on the border.
So that was a case. That was a case of don't upset your, don't upset a woman.
I was just thinking, because of all the bones that were found, was it something to do with her?
The thing is, with that area, Andy, there's so much going on. I mean, there's so much around from the Wash all the way around that coast.
Yeah.
And so many things. You got King John's treasure, haven't you, at King's Lynn, and then you've got all the way around to Sutton Hoo
Norfolk, Suffolk is like supposed to be the most haunted place in the whole of the UK, all like condensed into like that part of the UK. But that was in King's Lynn, was where we had that Anubis encounter.
What was that? What did you?
Anubis. It was stood in front of a tree.
Right.
And I'm driving past, and it was there looking at me, and I looked back,
Has
and then
Dominic
it vanished.
not heard this?
No.
Did I what? Sorry?
I will talk about it after Mike's been on, because it's Mike's hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Mike disappeared for a bit, and we sort of filled.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I'm
filling
making
gaps.
a note. We're gonna go back to it.
Yeah, make a note. Yeah, we'll go back.
Anubis, pterodactyl, bench guy.
No.
yeah. Pterodactyl with a tea, all right?
Yeah.
Or a coffee.
Yeah. So, sorry, Mike. So you're saying about Sutton Hoo? About the crossover between paganism and...
Oh, right, yes, with you now.
Yeah.
So you're breaking up a bit, so I'll just get a part of a sentence. That's the thing.
Ah, right.
Yeah. No, apparently it was more of people don't realise just how much trade took place pre and post Roman times.
They're both gone.
Yeah.
They've obviously gone to have a chat together somewhere, haven't they?
Right?
Yeah.
I just have to stretch me back because it's starting to hurt.
Oh, Mike's back.
We're only an hour 20 in.
Oh, don't.
Dropping like flies.
Little ray of sunshine, aren't you?
That's better than that.
Right.
No, what I was saying was people don't understand pre and post Rome just how much trade there was worldwide from here. It just people. Oh, well, how did this get hit? Well, somebody went somewhere and bought it. That's what happened. So you had people coming up from the Middle East who were Christian. You didn't have Islam then because it hadn't been invented. But so you had Christians coming up, and people were converting to Christianity. And King Redbald was right on the cusp of the old pagan ways, or what we call the pagan ways, and the new Christian, or the Roman Church, as they called it.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it's quite interesting. You need to go and have a look at at Sutton Hoo. I know one of the guys who actually works there. It is really. They haven't got the original stuff, but they've got replicas of it there, which is annoying. But there you go. But they do a full about that period that people were, what is this new religion sort of thing, and why are we taking a notice of it?
Because I just want to say, for those that don't know, Sutton Hoo is probably 2 miles from Woodbridge, 2-3 miles, if that.
Yeah,
it's not that far, is it?
Yeah.
A few minutes drive. And sorry, go on.
Actually, if you get on the train to Melton, you can get off at Melton, and it's about a mile walk up the road. It's not far at all.
Yeah.
So Mike, do you think that a lot of this, this area, the ley lines and all the other things that go on there, do you think that attracts energy from outside of the planet?
Oh yeah.
How? How would it do that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. The thing is, from our scientific point of view, we assume we know all the energies and everything, how it all works, but I don't think we do. I think we know a tiny amount, and we just assume a lot else. There was quite an interesting thing that I saw the other day, which just popped up on Facebook. Some bloke was talking about it. He said that we've got the attention of other entities after we started testing atomic bombs. Not because we were testing atomic bombs. In the chemical sense, they go bang and make a big mess. In the energy sense, it's a scalar shockwave that goes out not just through our dimension, but through dimensions either side. And some of the people either side, what the hell was that? They don't like it. It's not, we get hit by the EMF wave, which knocks everything out. Well, they're getting hit by the same thing. They've discovered that it's such a wide and it's such a powerful thing. It causes a lot of trouble. It's like a planet, a star. We might see our sun as the sun, but somebody else in a slightly different dimension may see it as a blue dwarf.
Yeah.
Or a red dwarf.
So are these dimensions real? Are they actual? I mean,
we see so little. There's got to be something out there. There's got to be. You cannot. Our senses. I know you're a little bit further out than. Don't take this the wrong way, Tom. But you're further out there. You've got a wider spread. Animals have got a wider spread. They can see further. You can sense further. But for your normal human being, unless they're trained or unless they've got those special skills, they see with their eyes, they hear with their ears, they smell, and that's their world. Outside that is a massive. You could have creatures walking around that live on gamma radiation. We're saying it's not possible. Well,
there's definitely cloaked creatures out there, isn't there? Invisible entities and stuff.
Sky whales have told you.
And you mean, Mike, I'm the first to be convinced by dimensions because I see further, as you say. But I just want to know how much of it is speculation that fits the picture and how much we can actually use as knowledge to say there's likely to be. Because we can all conjecturize, can't we, when it comes to stuff like that? But how much do we really know?
I think it's going to be a case of until you get across there, after you've dumped this body, you won't know. Yes. Science can only work on what it can work on, which is the physical that we've got on this planet. Tesla always said if we start looking outside our physical and outside our dimensions, then things will improve and things will accelerate. But at the moment,
Nikola Tesla was way ahead of his time, wasn't he, on many things. But the whole concept of it would fit as soon as we take time out of the equation. We're so stuck in time that we can't think past it. It doesn't seem to work for us because we're almost like slaves or handcuffed in that time. As soon as you take time out, then dimensions really do make sense.
He's took time out.
I think something I said, I think.
You're upsetting people, Dom, again.
I know, it happens to me all the time. People just ignore me.
Do you know what's really weird about this? Whenever I've had anyone on and they're talking about Rendlesham, there's always issues with the internet, regardless.
About Rendlesham, then.
I was just saying, whenever I've had anyone on, we're talking about Rendlesham, the internet just goes to pot. It's certain topics, or certain locations, and it's just you don't want to share in that.
They're listening and they can hear it.
Yeah, they don't want you to talk about it. They shut you down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting construct to think that someone might be listening in to us when we're not that important. But
keywords in the internet, I reckon, just kind of detect it.
Oh, so what keywords should we avoid?
Rendlesham.
Yeah, what else? Like, come on.
That's it. Every paranormal word you can ever think of.
Paranormal, yeah.
Right.
Nuclear war, terrorism.
Military, anything like that.
We're gonna get us on the blacklist.
I'm just going to see if we can.
Dominic is going to roll out in the next 2 minutes.
We're going to be on government watch lists. Nuclear war, terrorism.
We have got a question. Sorry, we have got a question from Nickname. I think she means Area 51. So, do you think Rendlesham is rigged up like Area 51, sensors, hidden cameras, etc.?
I don't know enough about it, but it wouldn't surprise me by what I've heard.
I would not be surprised. From what happened on the 16th of December, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, but how many times has Alex said that they've been chased out of there? Even Ash Ellis. So there's a guy that Sarah knows. He goes out paranormal investigating, but he does a lot of UFO stuff. Is it the biggest database in England?
Yeah, the UK's biggest UFO sighting database.
And him and it was his partner. They'd gone down to Rendlesham one night and they're driving back. And I'll talk about this because I'm on Alex's show in a couple of months, but I'm going to talk about this. I'll get the full story from Ash. They're coming out and there's like, he'd left something on top of the car. They could hear something banging about on the roof. And he's like, he just felt that they didn't want to be there. They needed to get away. So they kind of stopped and that stopped. And then a little bit further down the road, there was... I don't even know. How many?
2 clones.
Doppelgangers. So he's coming out of the car park at the end of the runway. This is like 4 o'clock in the morning, and there's a chihuahua on its own just stood there. Now, that part of Rendlesham, you wouldn't, unless it's escaped from one of the houses nearby or a farm or something, you wouldn't see any pets around the area, not at 3-4 o'clock in the morning. And it's like different things kept happening to him. It's on the same stretch of road where Alex has had all the stuff going on, and Derek. And It's just every single Summit was trying to stop him from leaving.
Like distractions.
Yeah.
I mean,
first it was like a coffee cup or something on the roof. Then it was this chihuahua just stood there. And
it's
then
almost like whatever he's trying to teach them is trying to use tactics that might work on a human, like with their emotions, like with a little chihuahua.
They would have got me. I would have stayed and taken care of the puppy.
I just took a photo of it and put it on Facebook and said, "Found this dog in Rendlesham.
Nope,
if you sure,
become
go
an
and get
old
it."
thing.
I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out the car.
Did you say coffee cup on the roof?
Yeah, something like that. That's what it sounded like. They're tapping on the roof.
Opens a question, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, is there likely to be shapeshifters, within that sort of location?
If you take a 2 hour home.
Have you ever come across any, I don't know about coffee cup shapeshifters, but have you ever come across any sort of animals that look out of size, out of proportion, or a little bit strange, Mike, when you've been down in Rendlesham?
Not Rendlesham, but I have seen something which at the time didn't really register until I was walking that route again later, which was not far from where I live, and it was a black cat. And at the time I was distracted. There's something else had happened, and I was walking home. And I saw this black cat walk across in front of me. I thought, oh, black cat, fair enough. Thought nothing more of it. And then a while later I was walking the dog, and I sort of, where this field was, I saw the black cat walk across. It's got a raised bit in the middle. I stood there while the dog was doing whatever he was doing. I thought, that was a bloody big cat. Because it was right at the other end. I thought, flaming heck, where'd that go? And it would have been about the size of a jaguar. But at the time when I saw it, it didn't register. But that was down here. Rendlesham, Alex has got a photograph of something big, brown and furry sat in the middle of the road. You never saw it. But you don't know what it is. I mean, you couldn't miss it.
You got a photograph of it? You got a photograph?
No, Alex has.
Alex has.
He hasn't sent me that one, but he sent me the others, the white thing and the monk and all that.
But you need to, if you want it looked at, I can look at that for you and give you an energy signature. Because it's obviously a digital photograph, isn't it?
Yeah.
Send it, if she wants to or he wants to, send it to me and I'll give you a signature for it. I'll tell you what it is.
I'll ask him to, if he can pass it through or not.
If you want,
in fact, sorry, I was just going to say, Elaine, who's in the chat, who's modding, she's friends with Alex. If you could message Alex for me and ask him to send the photo of what he calls a fish-like Bigfoot laying the road. Just ask him to send it across to me. I can put it up on here. I was just saying, Mike, Elaine Oggett's in the chat, Elaine Colsham. She's friends with Alex, so I've just asked her to drop him a message to see if he'll send the photograph across to us and we can put it up. Because I think that's one of the only ones I didn't get off him.
Yeah, that is you couldn't miss it. You really could not miss this thing.
But do you know that point where that crossroads is? So where he gets that point and there's that big thing there, then he said like the monks in the tree. As we're walking up that stretch, there was hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of dragonflies, butterflies, crickets, and grasshoppers. It was like it's just the floor was moving with crickets and grasshoppers.
Oh my god!
You're knocking butterflies and dragonflies out your way. I've never seen so many of each of them creatures in one place at any one time. Not even like when you go to the zoo and you go into like the butterfly house and they're all over. There was not that many there. It was covered in them. And as soon as you get past that point, nothing.
Yeah, it's just weird. It is a really weird place.
Like someone had drawn a line saying no entry.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah, it is such a the whole area of East Anglia is weird.
Yeah.
People say, "Oh, West Country's the place to go if you want weirdness." No, come over here. That'll really spook you out. But it is really ancient stuff, and we've got there's when you consider that sort of 70 years ago, basically you got all the air bases over here as well, with all those emotions and all that charged up energy. You've got a boiling pot of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And some of that stuff I've had experience of working on an old air base, and that was interesting.
Yeah.
But especially when you actually,
I got sent something, and I've only got a copy of it on here. So there's a guy I know who he's got walking his dogs in Rendlesham. I'm not sure which part that he lived. I'm sure it is near Bentwater, because he said it was the air base that was disused, but it still had military occupants there. And he was walking his dog. Sorry?
Woodbridge has still got the military on it, where Bentwaters is now completely shut. Well,
he said it was pretty much shut, but every now and then they'd be walking with the dogs there at night, and then they'd see like military vehicle drive past. But he said they're going through and they found this on the floor. I'm only going to put it up for 2 seconds because of what it is. So that's a map is all I'm going to say. And I'll let you guess where it was of. Yeah, so they picked that up, and he was saying that they were like following him until he got home. So whether they was looking for what he'd just collected, or they were just watching what they was doing, but if he thinks it was something to do with that image just then.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's why when I'm leaving Rendlesham, I get to the end and I'll just randomly pick a direction to go in. I either go via Butley or the other way. But
yeah,
I'm not going to say which way I tend to go, but I just get to the
You never go the same way?
We'll always change it. Once I'll go right, twice left, then right again. So, there's 2 or 3 ways out of there, and I'll just randomly just go in the direction.
Yeah.
I know people have been attempted to run off the road there, and things like that by people, but
really, is that an actuality? Do people actually experience that? Do they? Intimidation of the roads around there. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody we know was they attempted to run him off the road, and it wasn't somebody just being an idiot overtaking. It was somebody deliberately trying to run him off the road
in a truck. Pretty much, wasn't it?
In a truck.
Big black windows, all like tinted windows, couldn't see in it and nothing.
Right. When was that?
Right.
How long
back? A few years ago, that one, it Mike. Not too long ago.
Yeah, I think it was just after the COVID stuff where they started going down there again.
Right. Okay, because there is quite a community of people that go there, isn't there? There's the same people that you come across when you're down there most times. You'll see the familiar faces, people that are interested. They know the walks, they know the trails, they know the car parks. They sort of know the area really, really well. And it seems to have that sort of feel about it, attracting a community. There's people that go down there and just park up in the camper vans and sleep overnight, don't they? Just down there, just to sleep and just see if they can see anything. It's that sort of place where it attracts people.
Well, the thing is, there was a campsite there. You could actually stay in the forest, but the campsite has now been shut.
Okay.
Yeah. But you can stay at Sutton Hoo now. Apparently, there's a campsite on there for tents and caravans.
Yeah. But the actual campsite in Rendlesham is shut.
Yeah.
So okay. So let's.
Who's only about 2 miles away. So.
Yeah.
So literally down the road.
What does Rendlesham represent in modern day
UFO?
Yeah. What is
We're
it?
talking about the wrong subject, boys. Stop it.
He's going to get kicked out again.
I just want to know what it represents. Is it something?
Though,
Is
it right?
Is
every
it
time
really
this
the?
subject comes up? Every time we talk about it, the internet goes absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, but people are interested. That's why.
This one, it's Alex's show as well. We've been through that. I've been kicked off it. Other people have been kicked off it. The internet just goes crackers. It is so weird. It's literally as though somebody's like, well, hang on a minute, shut up about that.
Yeah. Tap, tap, tap.
Yeah, I know people that go there regularly, and they talk about all sorts of strange things happening.
We've lost him.
Yeah. But the thing, when I went, it was the orbs and then the German soldier. But I didn't say anything to Alex who was walking down. I went, oh, I've just seen a full body apparition walking that way. Then we got to where that little crater is, and he started talking about the 2 German pilots. When they spoke to him, said, sorry for what we've done, and we're sorry for what we're going to do. And then they walked off. And it wasn't until that point, it was like, it clicked as to what I'd seen 10 minutes earlier. And then in this photograph, where they stood at the tree, to me, and that might be just because when I was there and I seen something very similar, that person or image on the left-hand side next to his daughter, that is a German uniform from World War II. I know, because I looked it up. There's like 2 or 3 different uniforms that they had.
The thing is with that picture is behind his daughter is a branch heading to the left of the photograph, and it's quite about shoulder height. So they're behind that branch. His daughter was leaning against the branch, and they're behind it.
Yeah. Because where his daughter's shoulder is, where you got that point coming out, that's a branch, and the branch just drops right down, then levels out, comes up a bit, then goes down again. Because me and Alex, we were leaning on that when we were chatting, and that's when we seen the orange orbs go across the floor.
See, so this could all be with the energy and the trapped energy that's there. You know, the history is. Yeah, I mean, energy doesn't ever just disappear.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, orbs are seen quite often.
That's one of the best photographs I've ever seen from Rendlesham, actually.
Yeah.
But I need to look at it. You know, I can only see it on here. I'd like to see it clearly.
That is an interesting little place to go there, especially.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike. I'm gonna look because I got the photos on when we went to Rendlesham. You give me a minute. If you guys got to carry on talking, I'll get this picture from Rendlesham.
I was just going to say it. What is the link?
From what I can see, Sarah's disappeared. Dom's disappeared. Hello, Nicole.
Hi. Oh, am I here?
Is everyone gone?
I'm still here as well. Everyone?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I've got the spinning wall of death.
I was just going to ask what is the link to the World War II, the German soldier with Rendlesham? Was it were the grounds used at all at any point in that era, or like what's the link there?
He's trying desperately, desperately to kick me out of it, but he hasn't succeeded yet.
Mike, can you hear?
I can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's just not doing it, is it?
Could you hear
Sarah?
Hello. Oh, we're back again.
Could you hear Sarah's question before about the German soldiers?
I'll ask again just in case. Just saying, what's the link to the German soldier? Like, is there a link there with World War II and the German soldiers in Rendlesham, or was there any sort of grounds that were used for anything in that time, or is there a link?
You've got the 2 air bases. They were there during the war. You've got air bases all over the place. You've got POWs all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You've got radar. The main chain home radar was based at Bordeswell. And there is where it's somewhere in that area. A bomber came down. German bomber came down. So. Yeah.
Right. I found the photo of Alex stood next to the tree. He's going to kill me if he's showing this picture, but I don't care. But it's the only one that I've got that is any resemblance to the one of his daughter. So where Alex is stood there, Elaine, don't tell him.
Yep, that's it.
You say it wasn't him. To that one. So you can see the tree is the same. It's got that knot in the middle. So the point there, so where Alex's arm is there, that's where that soldier type thing was. His dart was stood that area because that's a bit that goes to her shoulder. And when me and Alex were talking, he was stood there, I was there, and we seen the orange orbs go from left to right across that bit of land there.
Interesting.
Yeah, where Alex is standing is where that photo was taken from. And his daughter was standing close to the trunk.
It's really good to see different perspectives.
It's two things then in that same area, in that very same tiny little location then. So it'd be interesting to, I wonder what went down there then, in that specific area.
What's behind you on that picture? Is there a field behind you, or is it more wood? Because you can't see, you just see
where Alex is stood there.
Yep.
So where Alex is stood, sorry, 1 second. So that bit, there's a fence there. I don't know if you can see it. That's a fence. Then it drops down.
As you look at that,
yeah.
If you look at that, off to the right, there's a fence line. The other.
So there's a fence line, and that drops down into the farmer's field, and then the other side of that is where the priory was.
Is there a bench, a chairs, like a wooden bench somewhere near?
No, nothing. No.
Nothing. No.
It's just a metal fence. It looks like an electric fence, but it's not. Yeah, I've just got it, Elaine. So I'm just re-adding. So this is the other picture. I deleted it last night off here, but it was here, Elaine. 1 minute, sorry. Save to downloads. Right. So this is the one. That one.
That looks like one of your ghosts that you make, Nicole.
Yeah, a little bit.
See the resemblance?
Yeah, it does. It really does.
It looks like a Pokemon.
That's the one. So that picture's the one that Elaine just sent me.
It kind of looks like a
Is
side
that one
profile
that
of
you're on
Squidward.
about, mate? It's like it's something
no, the other one,
leaning forward with its head down.
It looks a bit sad.
Sorry.
The other one was looking up a path, and there's this big blob in the middle of the path.
Oh, the one there on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've not got that one.
So
where is? Yeah. So we were saying that bit. That's where the fence is. It drops down into the farmer's field. Then across the way of that is where the priory is or was. Where the other land. That was the other landing, wasn't it? Or the other sighting.
Yeah.
So there's no benches around there. There's no seats. It's just a footpath that's been made out of wood chip and what have you. So you come from the car park, you walk along, it takes you up to what they call the giant lemon squeezer. It's a replica of the UFO that was seen there. You cut left from that, and then it brings you up to this path. There's no signs on this bit, because on the rest of it, it says UFO trail. And that kind of goes off to the left, off the main track. And that's where that is. But that's where we heard the buzzing, like a humming noise above our head. Alex was saying where that tree's been dropped down, that woman, like she was on in a nightdress on roller skates, just zooming past. But the floor dips down and that log's there, and we had to climb over it. It's about 2-3 foot off the ground. So it's not just all flat.
It is.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot. But Alex is very adamant that there's nothing happening there now.
It's all
Not
stuff.
like it used to be. There were a bit, he's saying there's bits of activity, but not like it was like 20, 30 years ago.
Why do you think? Because all the people? Or just...
I honestly don't know. Mike, you any thoughts?
Um,
And he's gone.
Talking about it again, that's why. The internet's
I know.
dropping.
Mm-hmm. Don't tell them why the activity stopped.
I know, but it's like, I suppose it's like anywhere. I suppose after a certain amount of time, the energy just moves on, or...
Well, yeah, it's got, I suppose
Yes,
energy
oh.
can't be contained forever, can it, really?
No.
It does.
That's
It
why
does.
there's no dinosaur ghosts.
Yeah.
They used up all their energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then if there's nothing in that area for that energy to link to, then like it was before you had the UFO landings and the airship or plane or whatever it was that come down during the Second World War. You've got all the energy from that. After so long, that energy is it? Can't say it. I can say it in my head, but not out loud.
Disperses, dissipates.
Yeah, that. So then that energy is going to move on and go somewhere else. That's what I believe, anyway.
I've just had a quick fiddle with my camera and changed the resolution on it, so that might hang in a bit better now.
Right. Okay.
We'll see what the internet.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Just going back after this last little spat with that tree where Alex was standing. Behind him is where the lemon squeezer is. You know where I mean, Andy.
Yeah.
So that he's got his back to it there, so it's not far away. It's only about 100 yards away.
Yeah, I'll just put it back up.
I've been there. Yeah, I've been there and had a look at the. Yeah, so it's off in towards his back. His right arm.
Yeah, kind of like way. This up there, that way, rather than that way. Yeah.
And it's actually an area that isn't. The lemon squeezer is an area that's been planted. That isn't. That is a what you could call a natural oak there. Because you've got in Rendlesham, you've got bits of planted forest, and then you've got bits of natural forest. It's all muddled up. It's a bit weird. Sometimes the natural forest, even in the natural forest, you don't get much wildlife. It's very, very quiet. You expect it to be full of squirrels, and it's not. It's dead. Absolutely dead.
There's no birds there or anything, is there?
No, nothing. When I was down there in December, I could hear the crows and birds the other side of Capelbrake Field, but there was nothing in the forest whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. The other thing you've got to consider there is a lot of people go in there to finish themselves off.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We were discussing this years ago with somebody about it, and they tie a ribbon to one of the trees to let them know where they are. And then they go
didn't know that.
You also, when you're looking around there, there's also things like pentagrams and all sorts of things made out of twigs all over the place. There's loads of them. Actually, Wendy, when she was over there, she's almost got a magnetic nose for them. She'll find them all over the place. She's just walking along and she'll shoot off into the thing. Look what I found. And there's a pentagram made out of twigs, just in the middle of nowhere. And stones, things like circles of stones and things like there's all sorts of stuff down there. So you've got another side of that, which is maybe people doing things they shouldn't do over there.
Yeah.
Or try to stir things up. But we've had you look in the local news report, somebody's gone missing, they're found in Rendlesham Forest,
right.
Not in the best of condition. So it's weird.
Yeah. It is a strange place. But it's a good day out. Believe it or not, it is. We went out, it's like a really nice day. So the weather was good. Well, you can see what the weather was like on there.
Well,
I was in shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah, it looks beautiful just to go walk around.
Yeah, let's just go and visit the suicide forest, just for a
wonderful day out.
Yeah.
Probably a nice hike.
It sounds really good. Bring the children and the grandparents. Yeah.
Sounds great. Take a walk.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do some bird watching.
So there is no birds. I mean,
In the
the only wildlife I ever saw in Rendlesham was an adder. Was a snake that walked straight across us. And that was the only sort of wildlife I've ever come across.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of symbolism to that the only thing you see there is a snake.
Yeah, it may well be. Maybe something there. But the woods have got adders in them, and that's the only poisonous snake there is in the UK. So
I'm feeling like some Garden of Eden symbolism.
Maybe something to do with the witchcraft, something like that. But they're very shy snakes. They don't like coming out and showing themselves. So the fact that they're there would be maybe symbolic. But I don't know what it means because I'm not into that sort of stuff. But there's no other real. There's no bird life. You'd expect to hear birds singing. You'd expect to see, birds building nests and foxes, and you expect to see rabbits and things in there, but there is none. You just would expect that, and it's just weird when there isn't.
Did anybody do like a radiation level? Is there like maybe a low level of radiation that keeps the wildlife out?
I've got a digital K2 meter. I put it up on the tray. There's videos on YouTube, and as I'm moving, there's no electricity cables, there's no gas pipes, there's nothing. I've just picked a random tray, put it against it, and just moving it up and down, and the numbers are going up on both readouts. And one of them readouts is when I've used it before, it's always stayed at 0. And then Alex went there, was it about 3-4 weeks ago? And he did one with the K2, and he'd just be walking, and all of a sudden it just go right off the scale in the same spot as where I was.
Wow.
And there's no rhyme or reason for any of it.
See, I would think that would have something to do with the lack of wildlife because they're very sensitive to environmental changes. So if there's something there that's wacky.
But like I said, when we got to the end of that track where all the butterflies and dragonflies and that were, as soon as we got there, it's like there was a few, but then another 3-4 steps, nothing.
It'd
Not
be
even any
interesting
dead
to take
ones.
a bunch of readings there too to see like what is going on in the environment that might be like drawing them to that spot.
Yeah, possibly. I think Mike is gone now. I know he's having bad troubles with the internet, but we've done the hour anyway with him coming and going.
There is one last thought, Andy, that I'd like to bring up. I wonder if there's anything underneath that. I don't know if there's anyone, bases or anything that's built underground there.
Oh, this is so. My theory is where they build these military bases, right? So, like I said, Woodbridge is right next to Sutton Hoo. So, why would you build a military place that close to an archaeological dig? Just right, and like probably not even 2 miles from the coast, probably about 3/4 of a mile in a straight line. Why would you build that there? Why would you have another one at Bentwater and then a couple of other units in between in just some random spot? I believe that these military bases are built in certain areas, whether it's to do with ley lines. Don't judge me on this, but like entrances into inner Earth and all that kind of stuff. That if you build a government facility on top of an area like that, it stops the general public from going in, and it also stops anybody without any credence to get in. They've got to have certain criteria to access them parts.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the East Coast bases that were built because they were adjacent to Europe, and the access to, especially to be able to fly after because we've only been flying for 100 years. I know it's crazy, isn't it? But I mean, military aircraft haven't been around that long. So, the military bases that actually house these military aircraft.
But there's so many around there. You got Lakenheath as well. That's a massive airbase. That's like right next to Thetford.
But what I'm saying to you, Andy, is they're not that old. Not in the big scheme
of
things.
No.
I mean, they're only built in the last century, aren't they? The oldest ones are only 1920, 1930s. So they give an air of being a lot older than what they are, but they are quite new in proportion to what we know.
But it's just it's just, for me, it's a location of where these are. You building a government building, you can build it anywhere you want.
But you know about Rudlow Manor, don't you? The Air Force, the big underground facility at Rudlow Manor near Bath. And you also know about some of the other places like GCHQ near Wickham. And I mean, these are massive underground structures. I mean, Bentley Priory is a shed and 2 hangars, but underground is a massive computer facility. And it's just a lot of stuff that the military have is all built underground. It's not built on the surface. But what you say is right. It could well be to stop the general public getting too close.
Yeah, that's what I believe anyway. And I always have done.
There is one before, because it's just about time for me to disappear and give the internet a rest. There's one point that I did work out on Google Earth, is that if you draw a line, somebody just whistled at me. If you draw a line along the northern edge of Woodbridge Air Base and then run it forwards, it's exactly in the centre of Cobra Mist. It all lines up exactly.
I'll have to look at that.
Yeah, and the other thing, if you follow it the other way, it goes to a place near Woodbridge called Crichton.
See, cut him off again.
He said Woodbridge.
Don't say it.
It's always like in the middle when we're like waiting for him to like.
We have to use. You have to change. You have to use like.
You have to say the place of trees. Over the river.
The bridge made of wood.
No, you can't say wood.
No, it's the order that you say them in.
We're all going to go missing after this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As long as I get a few days off work, I don't mind.
You might get the rest of your life off in this rate.
With pay, I'll be happy.
I only work time. If they're going to take me when I'm actually meant to be in work.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Take me like 9 o'clock Monday morning. Let me have the weekend at least.
Yeah.
So, sorry, mate. You saying without saying the name of the base?
Yeah, the other way goes to a place called I think it's called Crichton Point or something like that in Woodbridge Town.
Yes.
And there's nothing there, but the National Trust own it, and that's exactly on the same line, which is a bit. Why would the National Trust just own a piece of land in the middle?
Is that the one with all the cameras around it?
Don't know. I haven't been there. I keep meaning to get down there and walk the dog up there.
I've been through Crichton Point because I thought, this is quite a nice area. Because whenever I go anywhere like that, I'm always looking. And I'm sure that's the same one where there's like tons and tons of cameras.
That wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. So there's some, you start looking at alignments and that sort of, hang on a minute, what's going on here? But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, very interesting.
Very.
It has. It's been absolutely in between the internet going on us fairly a few times.
Yeah.
It's been very nice to chat to you all.
Nice to see you, Mike.
I'll try to catch up with you later, Dom, at some point. And
please do. Yeah, it's always good to hear from you.
Yeah. Just give us a shout anytime.
Yep, no problem. And I'll scuttle off and let you lot have a chat, and I'll give my internet a good kicking.
Yeah. Right. Well, good luck with that. I'll probably see you in the chat on Sunday. No. Yeah, I'll probably see you in the chat on Sunday on Alex's. So, all right. Take care, mate. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye, Mike.
Do you know, I learned quite a bit there.
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like I'm in school. I'm like,
Yeah. I've made lots of little notes.
I've only ever walked around Rendlesham like a full day. Only done it once, but I've driven through it 20, 30 times.
Yeah.
And it's just one of them places. It's like you'll be going through, and it's like there could be anything living in there. There could be tunnels. It could be portals. You name it.
Is it really big? Is it huge?
Yeah. Well, Alex was saying he's known people that have gone in there and got lost. Even though it doesn't look like a place you could get lost, you can.
Disorientating. It's very disorientating because all
everything
the trees
looks the same.
Are in lines, and you can literally it all looks the same. Everything looks the same in there. Yeah.
And when you come into like an open bit, all the open bits look the same as well.
Yeah. I sort of know the place because I've been there that many times. But when you go around there, you never know what you're going to sense. You never know what you're going to feel as you walk through there. And you know, I love to go up there around one Christmas, I think, and just sit there on the anniversary, you know, of Boxing Day, and then on the 30th, just to feel what the energy is like, because it's obviously happening all at the same time. I'm just wondering whether you could sense anything happening, you know, while you're there, because you're present in that sort of dimension. So
yeah, all I felt was, and it wasn't until we was at that tree, and it's probably about another 15 minutes walk away from there. Excuse me. That we both at the same time, we both start look round and we're like, are we being watched? And that's like, yeah, you feel that all the time, especially in that bit.
So
drop a pin on that tree. Drop a pin on that tree and send it there. I'm gonna go and try and I'm gonna hunt the tree down.
Have you never been there?
Forget hunting ghosts, you're hunting trees.
Never been, but I want to go now.
Yeah, I think that you'd enjoy it, but you need to go with people that have been there before, so you can experience it to its full extent. If you go there by yourself, you probably wouldn't experience it quite so well. So if you ever went down there, just give Mike, Andy, myself one of these.
That little bit of knowledge makes a massive difference.
It does. You have a much better day, and bring some food because you'll be hungry. Because there's a lot of walking and a good pair of boots.
Not just 2 eggs like I took.
Road trip.
I'll tell you, it'd be a great place.
Boiled eggs. I ate them in the car park when I was talking to Alex when I first met him. That was that for the day.
Yeah. I think it'd be a great place to do an outside broadcast from, a podcast from the middle of Rendlesham Forest, if you could get
no
into
signal. You
no
don't get
signals
signal. You'd have to be pre-recorded.
Yeah, I reckon that'd be cool, wouldn't it? That'd be a really good place. I mean, it's a bit like finding sitting in the middle of Stonehenge and doing the broadcast on summer solstice, or sitting there in December and doing something like that. I think that the symbolic nature is really good. And I've never really figured out whether they're aliens or time travelers.
Could they be the same thing?
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, but are aliens time travelers?
But
technically,
yes, potentially.
Yes and no.
But anything that travels at the speed of light is a time traveler.
Yeah, because time doesn't exist.
Yeah, literally by its definition.
I was going to say the travelers, but
are they aliens? Are they not born here? They're extraterrestrials, or are they our future beings that are coming in to take the weapons out or stop things happening here? Because we were that close.
Terrestrials.
Yeah, people forget that in December 1980, nuclear war was really close.
Yeah,
we were really close to actually ending up obliterating ourselves. So, and that's now, I find I struggle with this because it's 44 years ago. It's just incredible to me how long back it is. And I think that, Sarah, you wouldn't have been born 44 years ago, I doubt. And nor you, Nicole. And probably Andy, you probably weren't even born. And I think 44 years ago, and I can remember it, when it was there. I was in the military when that was happening. So it was almost like everyone in the military knew about it, because where I was based, there was a radar station that picked it up on the Anita's head. And I can remember they call them scopies, but they're radar technicians. And I can remember them talking about it and actually saying that we picked something funny up last night. And that was, that was all those years ago. Yet you guys were on board. That's incredible. Yeah, I find it absolutely amazing how fast time goes.
See,
Really.
the time is so weird because, like, it doesn't seem like the 90s was that long ago.
But
no, I put a meme up on Facebook saying, when you're old, like when you realise the 90s wasn't 10 years ago, it was 30.
But if you compare it, right? You think 1945, the war ended, right? That is now a long time ago, isn't it? But you take
that was like 60 years ago for me.
Yeah, it's history to you, isn't it? It's to me, I was born 62. That's when I first stepped foot in this planet, I think. Right, so that's such a long time. But if you take 40 years away from 62, you're going back to 1920, 1918, when the First World War finished. So it feels longer when you haven't lived it. When you've lived it, it doesn't feel that long. It's really strange.
Do you know what? To me, it only feels like the 90s were last week.
Yeah, but you mean
it's like a common thing for people who are like born in the 90s, or maybe. I guess the 80s, but like 2000 is when time stopped.
Yeah, 2000, really, 2020. That 20 year, 2000 to 2, that was just
stopped.
Yeah, You mean if out a bit crap? Carry on.
But I was in the Falklands in '82, right? And I don't know any of your years of birth, right? But the Falklands War, when you see it back on footage, it looks really ancient. It looks like Second World War footage, like the troops going up Mount Tumbledown and stuff. And I was there.
I was in primary school, is all I'm going to say.
You're in gosh, yeah. See, so short
just
trousers.
To make you feel even older.
No, but that's just it. See, Andy, I don't feel old. I may look it, but I don't feel it. I only feel about 16, and I don't think age is a relevance to what you actually experience. But the time doesn't feel so long. It just feels like it was, a few years ago, because your memory's still there in that time zone. Yeah. But when you look back at it as a history thing, it's like, well, it's like being on the beach at Dunkirk or at the Queen's coronation in 52 or something like that. And I always think of those landmark times as being the times where time travelers are going to land, where there's something going on in history. Something's going to happen at that time. So, look out during the Queen's funeral for time travelers in the crowd. Because they're going to be wanting to witness it, aren't they? They're going to know.
Yeah, they're not going to want to come back to a random Tuesday.
No, they're going to want to see something which is, historic. So I always think that.
Here's a question then. Going back to what we were talking about the other night. Don't know if you was watching, Sarah, but we were saying about the Mandela effect. So what if it is a time traveler that comes back, changes the course of history? And that's why there's a dimensional shift. And that's why I still remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the late 1980s.
I have the Mandela prison. I love the Mandela effect. I'm pretty sure he died in prison.
I remember it. I remember it like it was yesterday. Like it was the 90s.
Can I bring something to the picture in this? Because it's authorities that tell us these things have happened. We don't actually know. That people can die anytime, but they can tell us they died anytime. So, for instance, Mandela, he died. They released it, didn't they, on a holiday? It was it an Easter bank holiday or something like that? Or
he died. His official death was 2013 or 2014,
and that blows my mind because I have it a memory. I watched the documentary. I remember the documentary where they did a tour of the prison cell that he died in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I learned about it in school.
I have the memory of watching.
Do you think that there could be alternative realities that you've actually lived in before But these
Well,
things
then that's why I said about if there's a time traveler that's come back and their mission or their job was to do something to alter that timeline, and then people that are in that frequency, they get shifted along with it as well. That's why some of us remember and some don't.
But let's just say, right, that you've lived as you before. Sarah Ainsworth has lived as Sarah Ainsworth in an alternative reality, and she's lived her life, and now she's come back to relive her life.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got all those memories stored in your soul
of a previous life.
Yes, that you were you.
Mm.
So you wouldn't know which ones were you and which ones were you previously.
Yeah, that is true, because if you think every time you make a decision, you're potentially changing the path of your life.
Yeah, it's
you
like
still
a
know
flowchart.
You know, did I make a decision one random Monday morning to not brush my teeth, and that resulted in
but
Mandela not dying.
But you could go lots of things. You could say relationships, children, people that you know, siblings. All those things could be different, but you remember them in different ways at different times. And your intuition could simply be that you've done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2 of the more out there theories that I've heard on the Mandela effects that I find really, really interesting is one, I saw somebody post that they found the original patent for Fruit of the Loom, the cornucopia logo.
Yes, I know this one.
It's filed. And this is just a big, gaslighting experiment to just see if they can convince everybody to just go with it.
Yeah,
Right?
herd mentality, isn't it? It's to kind of test how manipulative, how palpable.
How easy it is to convince people that something's not what it actually is.
Yep.
Or brainwashed, for sure.
And be like, no, you're crazy. It was never that. And the other one is the simulation theory that, okay, we've all done this, kind of like Dominic was saying, but then the simulation was reset and you had to do it again and things were just a little bit different.
Yeah, that's the Matrix sort of thing, isn't it? Where you sort of switch. Yeah. Look, I don't discount that, but I think of it alongside the Earth is flat. Do you see? Because I can't prove the Earth isn't flat. I can't say to you, here's my evidence to say to you it's a globe, but I can't see how the world doesn't have horizons and bits and pieces. But I can't prove it to you. And so this whole thing about we're repeating the same things time and time again, I would look at it more in reincarnation or not even future carnation, where we maybe live future lives, past lives. We live every type of life all at the same point, and we're running them all together. And every now and again, our soul brings in information from other realities.
Conflict between the different ones.
Yeah, it comes in with,
as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, but
do you ever? Well, here's a question then.
Okay.
Do you ever find that someone will ask you something, and you know the answer to it straight away without even thinking about it, but you don't know how you know the answer? You don't. You know 100% it's true.
Really. I think. Yeah, knowledge is one of those real strange things that there's things that I might figure out because I like to explore, but it's not often that I know the answer without consulting somebody or talking to somebody and actually coming to an opinion, because I don't think there's only one answer. I think there's lots of answers to the same question. And if we talk about something, my answer might shift. But if I talk to Nicole about the same thing, my answer might shift again. Or to Sarah, it might shift again. I honestly believe we shift our reality to who we're with. Yeah. And it's the same thing. Look, you think of your life. Every day you see the same people and you have the same conversations. I mean, I'm sure you wake up with the same people, you have the same conversation, you walk down the street, you buy your newspaper, you have the same conversation. Every day you do the same things with the same conversation with the same people. When new people come in, your conversation might shift, but when you get used to that person, you talk about the same things to that person. Like if I suddenly started talking to you, Nicole, about horse racing, you would think I was gone crackers. Or if I started talking to you about the Bay City Rollers, you would think, oh gosh, Dom's a bit scary. Because you get familiar with people and what they're saying to you. And you find the common ground, you find the little windows into that person, and you repeat the safe place of the conversation. Your conversation with the woman in Tesco's today, Andy, you'd have probably seen the same people time and time again. Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. Same conversation, familiar face, but you don't stretch it past that, do you? You wouldn't say to the lady in Tesco's, oh, I'm just going to go and do a worldwide podcast for 10 hours, because it wouldn't register with her, because she's got to sit at the checkout.
And I'd probably get banned.
Well, you should be banned anyway. But the whole well, buying that stuff should be a criminal offence. But the whole sort of issue around where things are is what we're familiar with. And if we talk, we could probably talk about lots of different subjects. But how many subjects would you feel comfortable talking to me about?
All of them, Dom. All of them.
Everyone.
You've got a fan.
Yeah. We have 10 hours.
I know. And so this
funny side note, real quick, before we get off the topic. I live really close to the Goshen Harness Racing Museum, home of the Hambletonian, the famous racing horse.
Yep.
And investigator I know actually spoke to Hambletonian on an investigation.
Fantastic. See,
he was getting the neighs and like the knocks in response, like a horse stomping his foot.
Yeah, that's cool. I love that stuff, because who's to say we're the only ones that can experience this stuff? So I love I think that's where the next part of what we do goes forward, into including things that you would never even consider. And unless you start the conversation like we just did, that idea would never surface. So sometimes you have to chance a conversation in order to get yourself out of your safe zone, to start new conversations and to create new knowledge. And that to me is so fascinating. And I try and do it. I really do. I don't just talk about it. I try and say things avant-garde to people that aren't expecting it, and just to see what the response is. Some people can cope and other people just go like that and just don't know what to say. But that's the fun of life. You can go through the same boring routines every day, and I'm sure a lot of us do. Or you can chance it and try to see what else is there. And that's what I like, the random stuff. I really do.
The random stuff's the best.
Do you agree, Sarah? Do you think random is better than safe and boring? Or
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So for instance, if you went on a ghost investigation and you put something else out there to do something different, it would be a better investigation because it wasn't familiar. It'd be something that you would be aware of. Because do you see the difference? We go for the
more attentive. Yeah, I think it'd be more. It'd make me more attentive to what I was actually finding. I think you fall into the trap, shall we say, of doing the same thing again and again, getting the same results again and again,
Perfect.
or it just ignoring what you're actually getting because it's so familiar because of the way you said it. You don't know how to describe it. But.
It's what I talk about with people when they go on holiday. People go to the same location time after time after time because it's familiar and they can do it without thinking. Whereas I'd rather go on holiday to a different location every year, so I can get to know somewhere different. Because I want a new experience. And paranormal, or if you like, investigation, is about exploring the possibilities of where other things are, not just where the things are. So it's about thinking a little bit outside of what you would normally do, and it just brings it much more real. It sort of sharpens your senses and gives you a much better scope. And you know yourself, if you have the same conversation with the same person every day, you'll be divorced within 20 years. Yeah, because it gets dull.
Right. And on that note, should we have a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at me.
Killing me.
How long are we taking?
3 minutes. 3 minutes 11 to be exact.
I'm going to put the lunch in the door.
So, right, see you guys in 3. Get your questions in for the next guest. and we're back. Literally,
We're
only
back.
just started the cushion out behind me. Oh, that was a well-earned break, I think.
Mm-hmm. I ran down. I got my breakfast of champions. Ranch fries.
Are they what we call crisps, Nicole? Are they chips?
Yeah.
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 Well,
Okay.
technically, it's a corn and potato snack.
Oh, they're much nicer. Much nicer. Better for you as well.
Probably. They don't crunch as much.
No, that's true. But I think you need something, don't you? It's not that you can't sit for all this time and not eat. You need something to get you through.
Mm-hmm.
You really do.
On a chocolate.
Chocolate. I'm still eating Freddy's.
I'm ordering a big
I'm halfway through this.
I can't hear you, Andy. I think are you off mic?
No,
I can hear you.
I can hear him.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. Let me just see.
Sarah,
Can you hear
what
me
were you
okay?
eating before? People were asking if you were
Did
eating
you mention?
Haribo.
Am I eating Haribo?
No, Sarah. People were asking in the chat if she was eating Haribo before.
No, I'm eating Swizzles. You can't even see because I played in the background.
Mm.
All the
Eating
power
candy.
of violence and all that.
Yeah, love that.
That's bad. Isn't that weird? Okay.
Can you hear us?
Dominic's broke the internet.
No, it's just my headphones actually switch themselves down like they do. Yeah, I mean, every now and then, for some unknown reason, because I haven't touched them. And it wasn't as though I sort of, did anything to them, but the level dropped right the way down. And so I was thinking, well, why can't I hear people? And it was me.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you now,
That's
perfectly fine.
Right. Right. So our next guest should be coming on. It's a she. That's all I'm going to say. From the US. They've been having storms there, so weren't sure if she's going to be able to get on due to the internet.
Okay.
South of where Nicole lives, a lot south of where Nicole lives, like straight down south. That's all. I don't want to give away because people start guessing who it's going to be.
Okay. I haven't got a clue. I've actually found a location though for this this experiment. I've written it down. So if we're well, we've been talking to Mike because he was off. I was off to sleep a few times when he disappeared. So I got a location came through. So I just wrote it down to see. Let's see what comes up.
Ah, right. Yeah. So guys in the chat, for those that don't know, we're doing an ESP experiment. Baby with a laser has wrote down a place, put it in an envelope, sealed it. At around 4 o'clock, he's gonna video himself taking the piece of paper out the envelope, holding it up to the camera. He's done a drawing and written. He's gonna hold it up and read out what it is. And then before that, we're gonna give what our answers are going to be individually, the four of us. Then he's going to read it out. And then we're going to trust you guys in the chat to tell us whether you got it right or wrong. And Dominic's our lie detector, so he'll know.
You can't get past me. Not if you're telling me that stuff.
Dominic, I have a question for you. I thought of it before, and then I keep forgetting.
Okay.
So you keep mentioning when you're asking people for photos, do you have a digital photo? Is there a difference when you're reading between like digital photos and like a film photo?
Yeah, it makes a big difference for the digital. It's much clearer for me. The pixels are sharper and I can see more detail on them. This whole thing with aura photographic profiling started for me in 2000 when the Nokia came and it had a digital camera on it. It was where I first realized I could see aura or color signatures around photographs. And the Kodak, the old Kodak, the ones that were, I don't know what they monologue or whatever, they're still there a bit, but they're not as clear. They're not as sharp. And so if people take pictures, I'd much rather than take them on a digital camera because I can then recognize where the energy signatures are right there, right in full view. whereas on old photographs, they're not. And I've tried it with retros, and you can do it. I mean, someone sent me a picture of the Rolling Stones from 1967, and you can pick out the energies. I mean, you can look at them, and I find it really interesting, but it's not as accurate as a digital photograph that we get today. Whereas if I've got a picture of you right now, I can pick out your energy straight away, no problem at all. But if you were to give me a picture of you when you were first born, in if it's not digital, it makes a big difference to me as someone that looks at stuff. Yeah, I like it with the ghost pictures. I've got ghost pictures going back to about 1970 of different things. Yeah, I've been interested all my life. I was taking pictures of very young of things on my box camera. If you can remember what they were, probably can't, can you? You look down and you could look through the lens. And when Kodak came out, Kodak brought a little camera out, but you had to load it with a reel of film, and then you had to get the film developed at the chemist. Whereas with the digital photographs, you just run through them, and it's so much easier. So I can remember all, and I've got copies of photographs going back to 1970 that actually show the difference, and some really good pictures of things when I was younger, because I used to go looking for them. I was a weird child, really, really strange. I used to go, looking for the strange and the weird. I would be out on my balcony watching for UFOs and stuff. So that's what I was like as a child. Can you imagine what my parents must have gone through? So can you imagine? But digital photographs, so much better.
Right.
It really has helped me. Yeah.
Speaking of photographs, I've got an echo.
No, you're good.
I've got an echo.
Not on my end.
You're good.
No,
it just went through. Then it stopped now.
Have you got an echo? Have you
Not
got
now.
an echo?
No, I did have. Shut up.
You're gonna try that trick again?
Worked
on
right.
Michelle.
So Nicole sent me this picture, which should work well with the next guest coming up, I hope. So it's this one.
Ooh.
So that is an image, supposedly, of the Hat Man.
What's he called, the Hat Man?
Because he wears a hat.
I know. I'm having a laugh.
But that looks like somebody in a trench coat, right, with their arms in the pockets, stood there like that.
Mm.
Okay.
Like the freezing, or
I
like
can see
pushed
it
out the
now.
wind.
I can see it now.
Andy, did you save the original?
No, that was the only one I took from it.
Oh, you may
What do you mean the
Let me
original?
go back.
want to, because it shows like the difference, how it looked originally.
Yeah, show us the
I didn't
original.
even see that one.
Yeah, there's a couple on that page.
Oh, it says shadow of a ghost in a... Oh. So do you want the zoomed in one, or...
No,
I would go with the original,
Right.
that first one.
Yeah.
Just to see what it looks like
I'm
before.
just loading it up now.
Mhm.
Right, so this is the original. I know because it says original.
Oh no. Don't. Oof. Creepy.
But that and that, see, I could cope with that. I couldn't cope seeing that, knowing that it wasn't a person and it was some sort of apparition.
That's,
That is mad.
it's
Where
more
was
of an
that taken? Where is that taken?
Yeah, it's more of an imprint.
That was in Virginia City, Nevada.
Okay.
What
Because
date?
from that one, I might say it's like motion blur of a person, but seeing the original, it doesn't look like a person.
It doesn't
No.
look very blurred at the original. Well, we know it's dark anyway, but the original looks like it's quite a stable image.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to load the other two up as well.
I grabbed this. This used to be like my bread and butter. Every week, ghoststudy.com would put up like their gallery of ghost pictures.
This is a cool picture, Nicole. I love it. I love the way it's been taken because it's got quite a lot of depth to it. You know, the shadow blacks everything out.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, if I was to look at something like this, I might be able to see through that and see round it and see the colours coming, from it. But there's nothing. Yeah. That's a total shadow.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit at the top there that you can see the curtain coming through it. So the top is partially transparent, but the bottom is very solid.
Yeah, it's normally if an object has a sentience about it, you can see it. You can actually see the actual sentient.
Can I just say, Mike's just put in the chat, where's his legs? Because I'm looking at this picture now, you don't see the legs. That's the bottom of that chair.
Oh.
His leg, he stops where the curvature of the chair comes round to that table footstool thing in front of him.
But then there are examples of these imprints or ghosts not being full length because the floor has changed or something is below them and something is above them. So I mean, it's not necessarily a picture of someone at that time.
No,
it's a picture of someone in that room that's imprinted their energy in there. So
Nicknames just put there's a shadow on the chair, but I think that's from the cushion. Because if you look where that table lamp is and how it's casting a shadow, that shadow is being cast from the centre across to the left.
There's one thing that's undisputable is that you can't see through it.
No. It's solid, isn't it?
Yeah,
that
it's
middle is solid.
Now,
even on that one, you can see definition in the shadow.
It's a great picture. I love this one.
I really appreciate how they edited it, like how they left the original, but then also showed it highlighted.
Yeah, because you can look at where to look, can't you? When you look at the first one with the orange and the yellow in it, you can actually see where the shadow is, and then when you flick it back to the other picture, you can see it. It's clear. It becomes clear all of a sudden, doesn't it? Because you know where to look.
Well, you can see where the elbow bends and where the shoulder is, and the wrist, and what would be the knees.
But this is the thing, right? That there's going to be imprints. Our energy actually refreshes. We leave energy behind everywhere we go. Everywhere we go, there's an energy imprint of who we are. So that is an energy imprint of who that person was at that particular moment. And it just so happens to be able to be captured by somebody who's taken a picture without expecting to get that. That's not someone who's actually pointed it at that to take it. There's somebody who's taken the picture and caught that. So they've been in the right place.
Just taking a picture generally of the room, do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it. Because why would you take a picture of that, normally? Would you?
Yeah.
If you're on an investigation, do you go in there and take lots of pictures?
Well, we do. We do 3 in a row usually.
Yeah. So what you do is you saturate and take the pictures, but you don't know what you've got until you come out.
Yeah. Oh, this was at a hotel. It was at the Comstock Lodge in Virginia City. So they were taking a picture of the hotel room.
Yeah.
Ah.
So that's why they were taking the picture.
So they were stock photos.
So they weren't just looking for entities or spirits.
No, they're like a catalogue, like a brochure type thing.
These are the
like
best.
This is where we're staying. This is look at our
absolutely. They're the best pictures, the ones you don't expect something on. And they're
that better not happen next week.
They're really authentic. Look, can I tell you about hotel rooms? I hate hotel rooms. I don't like staying in hotel rooms because you get thousands of people sleeping in the beds, right? I feel the energy of those people. You get thousands of people in the same bath. I feel the energy of those people. Yeah. And so in hotel rooms are the worst place for me to be in the world because there's all these energy build-up. They never get cleansed. No, I have to take my own salt water and orange to cleanse the rooms before I stay in them because I get the worst night's sleep if I don't. So it's not good. These hotel rooms, they are multi-energy signatures, and it's so good to be able to see one in that picture.
So I stay in an hotel next week, and now I'm sleeping on the floor.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't even. I tell you, I went to Amsterdam, and I went and had a bath, and when I got in the bath, there was a guy having a heart attack. You know, it was just blooming awful. It was just horrible. I had to get out the bath really quick.
Yeah,
because you feel the energy of that person in the bath, and I can feel that person. It's just not nice. So I'd rather go and stay on a park bench than actually go and stay in a hotel.
Yeah, when you think about all the different hotels, usually a lot of stuff goes down. People at hotels, and the energy levels of the people passing and the reasons why they're passing through. I think that's why you get that's why most hotels, usually when you think about haunted buildings, things like that, it's usually like a hotel or somewhere that used to be an inn or a pub or a lodge, something like that. And if you think about the amount of people that pass through, and they're in wherever they're going, whatever they're doing. Yeah. Things happen, don't they, in hotels?
Yeah, I think there's a few buildings that I don't like, right, very much. Old prisons I don't like, because there's a lot of energy in old prisons. Hospitals don't like, because there's a lot of energy. Castles, I don't like castles for whatever reason. Don't like being in castles. And train stations, don't like being in train stations, because there's too many people. Too much going on. And hotel rooms are probably my worst place ever, because I just don't cruise ships, another one. Don't like being in cruise cabins. Don't like it. Train stations, trains, don't like it. There's too much energy.
Yeah.
I think that people don't get to understand this because they don't experience it. But the reason they don't experience this is not because it's not there. It's because they don't recognize it. But they recognize how they feel. They recognize you wake up in a hotel and you don't feel very good. You think it's you. You don't think it's somebody in a bad mood that slept there the night before.
That's around you.
Yeah.
I do wonder sometimes if it's a lot of these places in the paranormal world. I wonder if sleep plays a role in it. Like a place where people sleep often. I don't know how.
Like you're out of.
Is it something to do with our? This is going to sound mental now. When we sleep, we go somewhere. We go. Our mind leaves us briefly, shall we say? Yeah. Do we leave a little bit of us behind? Do you know what I mean? It's like because it's.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. So what you say makes sense, because I think sleeping is the nearest we get to dying.
Yeah, it is. We go to a different level of consciousness, I think. And and to kind of back that theory up a little bit is, I mean, can't back it up obviously, but to kind of say a bit more about it is, I went through a phase where when I was on the cusp of sleep, I would get clear as day faces and voices, just saying things to me, just as I was like on the cusp of sleep, and it would wake me up. And then I wrote a list of all these things that I heard. And I'm like, do we briefly vibrate at the same, or do we briefly kind of reach the same wavelength, or I don't know. Very briefly, do we just on that cusp of sleep?
So twilight zone between going off to sleep and being aware.
Yes. Are we in that little limbo phase where we just mix and like it's are we more, our subconscious is more manipulative? What's the word? We can manipulate. Can they manipulate our subconscious when we are not? Well, obviously when we're at a certain level of sleep, because our brain waves also change as well, don't they? So
we're closer to being on their level or their plane.
Is that the crossover point to astral travel or a different realm?
Yeah, because we know our brain, like I said, our brain waves change as well. So are they just more accessible?
What we don't know is our potential. We don't know what we're capable of. And because we treat sleep as a need, don't we? If we don't go to sleep, we get really, really disorganized within our thoughts, and we get mentally quite difficult to handle around us, all because of lack of sleep. So that bit that we actually have in between the understanding that we're going to sleep and falling asleep could well be significant into where we actually understand our own consciousness. So our own consciousness is going to give us a bigger insight, the more wider we can actually project it. So if you can project your consciousness past that level, and you could have a, like a lucid dream, so you can be conscious but unconscious, you're going to be able to experience whatever your imagination tells you. You could travel the universe. If you can be aware of your dream, you can go wherever you want. Ingle Swan, the remote viewer, he talks about the consciousness being very individual to the person. And it's a bit like some people have a higher level, some people have a lower level, but we all dip in and out of it. Now, where you might have experienced, Sarah, is a level of consciousness that you weren't aware of until you started having those experiences.
No.
And it could well be.
It did stop, but for a while I got it. I don't really get it anymore.
Well, what it is, right? What it was. You may want to try it. You may want to think. If you program yourself before you go to sleep, you can program yourself to go anywhere. So you get your thoughts in the right order. You can choose where you actually want to explore. And it may be while you were experiencing that, you were expecting to experience it. And now you're not. Yeah. So it's subconscious within your consciousness.
Yes.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
We're going to have to come back to this in the next hour.
Sorry?
So we're going to have to come back to this in the next hour because
sure.
That's an interesting topic.
Right. So
it really is.
You ready to be introduced?
Yeah.
Hello, Terry.
Hi there. How are you?
Hello.
Hi.
You made it through the storms.
We did. We lost power right after I sent out a few emails, but it came back.
Oh, good.
So Terry is in Tennessee?
I am in Tennessee, Paris.
That's it. So the house that she lives in, she bought it because it is haunted.
Wow. Extremely haunted. Uh-huh.
So I'll introduce Terry, Nicole, Dominic, Sarah.
Hi.
Hello, Terry. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi.
Very nice to meet you all.
Okay, so tell us about this haunted property.
Yeah.
Well, okay. We had found it on Zillow. We needed to move from Florida. It was just too hot, so we were looking for some cooler temperatures. And we found this gorgeous antebellum mansion here in Tennessee. And it was quite affordable and needed a lot of work. So we moved in. My husband was still working in Tampa, Florida. And I was in the house with my son and his daughter. And his sons and his wife. And they were living downstairs. It's a 5,000 square foot home. It's not that big, but it's pretty big. And 6 bedrooms. And we have the 2 upstairs that are adjoining, which were the master bedrooms with the ladies' room next door. And we've combined those. And Kevin went to Florida to work. And I was here by myself with the kids, and I have the upstairs floor. They had some of the bedrooms and all downstairs. And we had never had 10 fireplaces, which we have 10 fireplaces in this house. And that's kind of probably normal for where y'all are. But for here, that's not that normal. And I had never had one at all, having lived in Florida, except for just one house I stayed in. And so I was a little bit afraid of leaving the gas on all night. And I said to my son, let's go ahead and just leave one fireplace going and put it on real, real low so nothing could catch fire and we wouldn't have any issues. And we all went to bed. Well, I was very concerned about that. But anyway, in the middle of the night, I am rudely awakened by yanking on my leg so hard that I was like, oh my God, there's a fire. And I sat right up in bed and I turned around to see, I felt my son was getting me awake because a fire had ensued and that there was no one in the room. I was quite alone in the dark. And I thought to myself, my leg was still kind of up from him pulling on it or whatever was pulling on it. And I thought, what was that? And so I sat there for a moment and I took it in, and it was quite frightening, but I'm accustomed to these things because I've had a plethora of, involvements with the dark side, if you will. And so I took authority over it in the name of Jesus, cast it out of the house, whatever it was. And I did go back to bed, but I had gotten up to see if maybe Jason or Nikki were playing a joke on me, and I never heard a thing. I didn't hear anybody running up and down the stairs, and there was 22 stairs. So I would have heard something, and I heard nothing. It was dead quiet when I woke up. So that was my first experience. And the second experience that we had was my grandson, who is very autistic, was sitting in the kitchen. We have a very large kitchen. And he was having his breakfast at the big land. It's like a, I can't think of what you would call it at the moment, but it's a big area that you sit in, has a sink, and anyway, I was at the little Duncan Fife in front of the fireplace because it was freezing out. And so I'm sitting at this little 2-seater table, and I look up at him, and he's staring like this, and he's just looking like he's mesmerized. And just about that time, I saw this glimmer, and I thought, oh, it's like a dress. And I thought, a dress. And there was a glimmer there. And I looked back at him, and he was still like this with his eyes very big. And I said to him, Landon, do you see a woman in a dress? And his response at the time was, because that's how he would talk.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. And as I looked over here, I caught a whole side of her. I didn't see her directly. I only saw a side of her, but I looked back at him, and he was still just stuck like that, looking at her. And so I took authority over that in the name of Jesus and cast her out of the house. And I had heard from several neighbors that this woman had been seen by every single person who has lived in this house in the past 40 years. And all of a sudden, at that moment, she decided to show herself. And it was rather frightening, especially for Landon. But as I looked back at him after I cast it out, he was just eating his breakfast again, very normal. And I said, Landon, is the lady gone? And he said, And I said, okay, are you okay? And I thought, okay. So then I knew we were dealing with that. Hopefully that had gone. And later on in that month, we had another very bizarre experience. And Nikki and Jason had the downstairs bedroom, which was the original huge, like a living room, but they didn't call it a living room back in the 1800s when they built this house. I forget what they call a parlor. And so they were down in the parlor. That was where their bedroom was. And they were watching TV, getting ready to go to bed. And Nikki had said, okay, I'm done for the night. I'm ready to go to bed. And Jason agreed. And there was a huge wall with their big fireplace in the center of the room. And Nikki said, Jason, do you see that black mass? And he went, "What is that?" And they were thinking that maybe somehow or other there was some kind of a mold growing or something, which would have been instantaneous. And then all of a sudden it started to move, which scared Nikki, and she was just frozen in fear. And Jason was just staring at it. It went in front of their TV and shut the TV off. And then they were both sitting in the dark, literally holding each other, scared out of their wits. They couldn't even speak. And this thing went over and then into the ladies' room, which is a little lady parlor. It's called a ladies' parlor. Off any real big room in these old antebellum mansions, they have these ladies' parlors. And it went into that room, and that room has these French doors that open up to the outside wraparound porch that the house has. And they watched it, and their son, Landon, the autistic son, was in that bedroom. And so, of course, Nikki's motherly instincts kick in, and she jumps out of bed thinking, "My God, what is that thing?" And it was just a black, kind of a shadowy thing that had moved, and it went into his room, and it was right in front of the French doors. Yeah. And they could see it still very clearly, because the outside porch lights were on. This had happened at night. I don't think I mentioned that. And so it went out right straight through the French doors, stood on the outside of the porch, and jumped down. It literally went down onto the property. And we have a big round thing with a fountain in the center. And it went past that. And the reason they said they saw that was because the fountain is white. And the shadowy thing, you could see it because of the white fountain. And then it went beyond there, which was just grass. And it stopped. And they thought, "Oh, okay, it's out of the house. We're okay, but we're scared. We don't want it coming back." And it all of a sudden, they said, materialized. And as it materialized, it looked like a skinwalker. It had stuff shooting out of its head. It had a body. She said it looked very much like maybe you would see like a cryptid standing wolf or something with a longer snout. And it was big. And this is amazing, this encounter that they had. It stood up right there, and then it moved to the left. Now, on my property to the left is an old slave house. It was an original slave house from the 1800s. This house was built in 1852. And that's where the slaves would cook and prepare the meals for the man. He was a general who lived in this house, General Atkins. And he owned 166 acres of Paris at the time. So he was one of the original landowners. And so the slave house is just a regular house with 2 windows and 2 doors. Both of the doors had bars on them, and there were bars in the windows. So obviously they would lock those slaves in that slave house, which was crazy. Well, anyway, we've had the bars and everything removed. But so back to the story, it was standing right there. And I had the kids come running up to me screaming, get up, my God, something has happened. I don't know if you know that I'm a demonologist, so me doing this type of work is, quite normal. And and so I said, "Oh my God, it does sound like a skinwalker, but what would a skinwalker be doing here?" Well, we found out earlier that our property back in the 15 and 1600s belonged to a tribe of Indians who lived here, and there was a spring on our property out in the back. We have 2 acres here. in the middle of the city, right off of the city, actually, and the downtown city, the square, I guess you would call it. And it's all fenced in and everything. And they would meet here. All these different tribes that are from around here would meet here. And I guess they would do their tribal meetings. This was considered sacred ground here. And so my home is on this property. And all that can be verified by just looking it up, you know, in the archives here in the city. And I didn't realize that when we first bought the house. I didn't realize that until I went down to the historical center in town to find that out. So this skinwalker must have been something back from that time frame that was involved with this property and those different Indians that came here. So we called a friend of mine who is a psychic, famous psychic. She finds dead people for the police department. She's quite well known here in the States. She's written many books. She gives all kinds of classes and courses, and she's a good friend. And so I called Margie and said, we've had this experience. I cast it out, but something strange happened. And I told her that this thing finally, it started in Jason and Nikki's room in the parlor, and then it went out and, you know, jumped down. And she said, without ever being on this property, she remote viewed it, and she goes, "Oh my God, that is a skinwalker." And she said, "Terry, I want you to go outside from where it jumped off the porch, go 60 steps and tell me where that is." So me, Nikki, and Jason went outside that day. We walked 60 steps, and 60 steps was exactly where it materialized. And she couldn't have ever known that, but she did. No. You know, she's never been to my house before. She lives in a different state. She's in Missouri, and I'm in Tennessee. So she was just going blindly on what she was being told. So we go out there, and this is a fact. I have pictures to prove it. On the side of the slave house, which was painted white, in ivy vines, was the total picture of the skinwalker. It grew on the side of the building in ivy vines. And I do have the picture. I can send that to you. And it had not been there a month before, and now it was there. And it has the hair sticking up. It's massive. It has huge legs and a wide torso, a face on the side of the slave house. Nikki and Jason just were beyond freaked out. It freaked me out. I just rebuked it and asked the Lord to keep it there. I won't allow it to re-enter the home again. We've put a hedge of protection around the home itself. But I wish I had those just to show you right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where I have those, but yeah, I will send them to you so that you can revisit this conversation.
Yeah, anytime.
Sorry, just a quick question. Is there any significance to us saying take 60 steps and then tell you where that location is?
Is
like
there
why 60 steps?
Oh, yes, because yes, the 60 steps from where they were standing in the house, they knew exactly where that thing stopped and then materialized. Okay. And so they had walked out there and done the 60 steps, and right at those 60 steps is where it materialized. So that was the significance of that. And like I said, Margie could never have known that 60 steps out was exactly where it materialized, except that she was being told that.
Yeah.
You know, so the house has had a lot of things happen. Murders have happened here. a man was pushed down the stairs and killed by his wife. It's been hidden. It still hasn't come out because some of the children are still alive and people don't want to discuss it. It was a shame brought on by, to the city. So General Adkins has also passed away in the house and was laid out. Back in those days, you would lay your dead out in your living rooms or the big parlors, and they would just be there until the stage would come and pick them up. The horse and buggy would come and get them. And so many things have happened on the property. And mostly my autistic grandson has been the one who he got up one night very late to use the restroom. And Nikki heard him talking. Well, the thing about an autistic child is they don't talk. No. Very rarely will they talk. And, Nikki is always trying to draw him out and make him talk and, this sort of thing. And he's just gibbering away in the middle of the night, about 3 a.m. And she got up and came out into the hallway. We have this big hallway where the front door is. There's a lot of space. I've never had such a big hallway. And it's just a space where you come into the house and it goes all the way into the kitchen and to the living rooms. And all this. And he's standing in the middle of this dark hallway and he's having a conversation. And Nikki said to him, "Who are you talking to?" And he said, "Him." And Nikki didn't see a soul, but he kept talking. And he was talking like they were the best of friends. Excuse me. And so let me just get some water.
Yeah, fine.
So anyway, it scared her, and she brought Landon in the bedroom with her. And after that, they had quite a few conversations where Landon would just reach out to this little boy. Now, one of the stories written in the historical books is that several people who have owned this home in the past, from the 50s, the 70s, the 90s, 2000 and I think it was 2, have all seen this little boy. And they've always seen him on the main staircase right there where Landon was standing. And
that's a 20-year gap between each one.
Yes.
It's the same time frame.
Yes. People that have lived here have reported seeing this little boy, and a short brown-haired boy in very old clothes, like from maybe the 1700s. And or early 1800s. And they say he's here. Now, perhaps he was killed on the property previous to the house being built, and the child's spirit is here. And that's what Margie thought. Now, I had another psychic come and stay with me for about a week from California.
Yeah.
And when she walked in the house, she was blown away, and she said, "Oh, wow, you have quite a few guests." And I said, I am constantly rebuking them and sending them away. The thing is, we can rebuke them and they can leave, or we can rebuke and pray a hedge of protection around the house, but that doesn't mean other things won't materialize or come. And especially when there's someone sensitive. So what happened was when she was here, Sandra, she told me she saw this young boy and that he always was on the stairs. Now, how could she know that? She's from California. I'd never mentioned it to her before. She saw the woman in the white dress, and she told me that the woman in the white dress loves me because of the way I care for the home. And I love this house. I take as good of care as financially I can. And there is also a black maid or servant that is here, who Sandra also said favors me because of my love of the kitchen and the way that I mop it, I clean it, I take good care of it all the time. And she said, this actually has something to do with how they interact with you, which I never understood that, you know. And being clergy as well as a demonologist, you know, I'm always praying over everything. And it seems like there's a lot of peace in this house, even though things can go awry at times, you know.
Yeah.
For instance, this very room I'm in right here, there is a bed right over here. This is a guest room, and
Right.
I don't know if you can see the bed, but
Yeah.
I had a friend here from Oklahoma. She was working with me on some MUFON things that we were doing. And late at night, there is a fireplace right behind me. I don't know if you can see the fireplace.
Yeah,
but
where the plants are.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And she said a huge white orb came out of that fireplace and hovered right over the bed.
Oh.
Scared her. She'd never had anything like that materialize in front of her ever in her life. And she said it didn't seem to mean any harm, but it was just there. And then it was gone. A month later, my son had surgery and needed to be looked after. So I had him come here to the house. And he was also in this bedroom. And he told me, he got up and told me, Mom, something really bizarre just happened. And I was like, uh-oh. And he said, right out of the fireplace came this huge orb. And it was just on the floor and it was glowing. And he said it was the size of like a basketball. And it's exactly what Mindy had reported to me, exactly identical. And he said it just went right from here, right through the door and out the door, because he had his door closed. It was very cold out. We had the fire on, and or not a fire, but a heater on. And so that was 2 people in a month apart. So many different things have happened here. And that's, again, just a few of the things that have happened. And you know, we love it here, but it can be quite frightening. And these entities are very real. People think, oh, that doesn't happen. Yeah. Those things aren't real. Oh, yes, they are definitely real, and they do happen. And I'm never sure why, you know.
But didn't you have an evil spirit of a man there that was quite intimidating? Am I getting confused with somebody else?
A spirit of a man.
He's quite intimidating. When you first moved in, he used to not show himself, but make his presence known.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I forget. There's been literally so many experiences. I think there was something, but I'm not remembering everything about it. I am remembering, however, Jason being downstairs in front of the refrigerator, and he was getting just a glass of milk out of the refrigerator. And as he was standing there, he heard the voice of a woman say, "Can you see me?" And he turned around. Nikki was not here. I was upstairs, and he was down in front of the refrigerator. And he looked at both the back door and the patio door, and there was no one there. But he heard it like it was like a foot in front of him.
Right next to him.
That's a very intelligent thing for it to say, really. Can you see me?
Yes.
Almost makes you wonder about those those alternate realities as well, where it's a bit like the others theory.
Yes, it's just crazy how, you know, all of a sudden, out of the blue, you know, through your normal day, broad daylight, something will pop up. And so it scared him. And then he told himself, oh, I must not have heard that. I must be hallucinating or something. You know, that couldn't have happened. And so a second later, it said, can you see me? First it said, can you hear me, I think. And then it said, can you see me? And it was the voice of, he said, a young woman. It didn't sound like anybody that was even 20 years old. It sounded like somebody maybe, 15-ish, 16-ish, young, very young. And he said that she was desperately calling out to him. And he froze at that point. The second time he froze, and he ran upstairs. I was in the bedroom, and I heard boom, 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 boom coming up the stairs. And I thought, oh, here we go. And he opens the bedroom door and says, Mom, come downstairs right now. He said, there is something going on. And we go downstairs, and we're taking all these pictures. I just had my cell phone with me, and I'm shooting a ton of pictures, trying to see if there's any energy that's showing up in the room. And nothing, and no matter what, we could not figure out who that was. However, I called Jason the other day because it came to me right out of the blue. My niece was murdered by her fiance about 6 months before that happened. He shot and killed her because she was breaking up with him. And I wondered if it was the voice of my niece reaching out to Jason at the refrigerator. We don't know this for sure, and I haven't had time to have a psychic or anybody come in and remote view it or anything.
It's very interesting now. Does it not freak you out though, knowing that you're in a haunted house? I know you do the demonology, you do the cleansing and all that.
I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, and I have so much faith in him. I don't really get that freaked out, but it is unsettling at first. But if I didn't have the Lord, I don't think I could spend one single night in this house. But I'm frequently alone, and I love being alone in the house, by the way. It's very comforting to me, because if you could see this house, I'll post some pictures. It is gorgeous. It's a gorgeous, romantic antebellum home, and well preserved. And there's just something about how peaceful it is. But yet, every now and again, we will have these bizarre happenings, and things that you just cannot explain. Oh, and I have to tell you what happened just a month ago. And if you remember the one about the man, remind me, and maybe it'll remind me, because we've had a plethora, like I said, hundreds of experiences, and I do tend to forget. I'm going to be 72 next month, for heaven's sakes, or in a month or two. And I do forget sometimes.
Sorry, what?
But here's the funny thing. Kevin and I are sitting in, the bedrooms over there, and we have 2 combined bedrooms. And so he's on one side with his work, and he's got his computer, and he's just sitting in his chair working. I'm on the bed on the other end, and I have pictures also. I should share all these pictures with you. And I'm on my computer doing some work, and all of a sudden, I am not kidding you, it sounded like our windows got blown out of the upstairs house. Wow. Just this crash. And I literally threw my computer, this very computer, off of my lap, and I threw it on the bed, and I jumped up, and Kevin turned around in his chair, and he looked at me, and I said, my God, what just happened? Are the windows okay? And I ran over towards him, and I looked at all the windows were perfectly intact. And I thought, oh my God, could something have fallen off the wall downstairs? And yet it happened right in the room right next to us. It was so loud. It was like a ceiling of glass had just crashed.
Wow.
I ran downstairs. I looked at every mirror, every picture on the wall. Nothing.
Nothing
Not
would
a
move.
single thing had fallen, not a candlestick, nothing. I searched every room and then I came back upstairs and I thought, you have to be kidding me. Now, why would this happen just out of the blue for no reason at all? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And here we are, both of us, broad daylight.
Yeah.
The biggest crash you have ever heard.
Has it happened before or since? Has anyone anyone in the house heard anything similar?
Well, I hear walking very frequently in the hall upstairs, very frequently. As a matter of fact, 2 nights ago, I thought Kevin had come home from the studio. We have a studio here. We do a lot of work with TV and things like that. As a matter of fact, we're shooting a movie in this house in April. We have some people coming up from California to shoot a movie. I'll be an actress. Kevin will be an actor. So we're quite excited about that.
Yeah.
But so anyhow, I hear walking upstairs. I thought Kevin was home. He had been gone about 4 hours. And I said, oh, Kevin, hey, I haven't let the dogs out. And he didn't respond. And he didn't respond. So I said again, Kevin. And he didn't respond. And I'm like, okay. So I got up and I walked out into the hallway and I'm upstairs and I'm looking around.
Nothing.
He's not home. But I heard he's a man. He weighs about 180 pounds. Boom, 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 walking down the hallway. And I'm right there. The door was open. I didn't see him, but believe me, it is a very long hallway upstairs. It starts at the front and goes all the way to the back of the house. It's 6,000 square feet. So, it's a long, 5,000 square feet. I'm sorry. It's a very long hallway. And there's the back servants' steps that come up through the back. And in the front is the regular staircase coming up. So I heard him. But I hear that all the time. And it doesn't matter if it's broad daylight, if it's nighttime. I often see, this is bizarre, I often see a little dog running through the house.
Ooh.
And it's not our dogs. Our dogs will be caged. We have a room where it's really the dog's room, but it's a massive room, but it's like a laundry room and all kinds of things. And I have a big, this enclosure for them with their bed and all their stuff.
Yeah.
Where does it go? Where does the little dog go? Do you follow it?
All through the house. He dashes through the house. And I've had probably 15 people see him that have come to the house. And he seems to be about a 20-pounder. And he seems to be black and brown. And I see him all the time out of my peripheral view. And I'll think, it's not Lovey, it's not Wolfgang. I don't know where this dog is coming from.
So
but
do the other dogs not
does what?
notice him? There's no reaction from them at all.
No, they do growl and they do bark at times when there's nothing in the room. And sometimes little Tucker will, Wolfgang Tucker, he will growl incessantly. And there's no reason for that. There's no reason for him to growl. And I wonder if maybe they do see him from time to time.
Yeah.
Hi, Terry. It's Dominic. I've been listening intently, but I haven't had a chance to get a word in because you've been listening to
change.
Sorry.
I'll just shut up again. I don't mind. Absolutely no problem. But I sort of got some bits and pieces that your house seems extraordinary. It sounds like a wonderful part of the country, and also you sound delightful with your record and the things that you talk about. But what I there's a couple of things I'd like to understand. First of all, in a haunted place, there's going to be lots of things happening. There's going to be lots of energy signatures. There's going to be those things, aren't there? So I wouldn't ever be surprised by what you're saying to me. And you sound surprised sometimes by what you're actually recalling. And I just wonder why you're surprised by it, because it just seems so natural.
Because it catches you unaware. I might go 2 months with nothing. And then all of a sudden, I'll have maybe 2 nights or even a week intermittently, different things happening. And it does, it is a bit disturbing and sometimes like frightening. It depends on what I'm experiencing.
Okay.
And I think that's the reason. I'm human. And even though I'm a demonologist and I deal with this all the time, these things are otherworldly, other dimensions that come to us. And I don't know that you ever get completely placent with it, if you understand what I mean. I think that it's always like, oh no, not again, or oh my gosh. And there are times, I will admit this, when I am here alone, when my husband is out of, like, he's leaving this week to go to a shoot in Columbia, Tennessee for 2 nights. So I'll be in the house alone for 2 nights. And it's when those things happen. And it does take you a minute to adjust. It takes you a bit to get your thoughts together and not get caught up in the fear and rebuke it and bind it and cast it away from you, because they can touch you. They can frighten you. It depends on what I'm dealing with. And here's, I think, Dominic, is my answer, is that I never know what I'll be dealing with.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be a ghost, a skinwalker, if it's going to be, a dead body, a full-bodied apparition.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, Terry, and thank you for the explanation. I think it's very clear what you're saying back to me. The interesting part is that, this has been my life. I love this sort of things. I see energy that people don't see. I know where things are that people don't know. And to me, it never surprises me to see it. That's the first thing, because I'm sort of seeing it anyway. The thing that I'd like to ask you is, how big was that black cloud of dust that you saw, or that I think it was, you said that the couple of boys, was it Jason and Nikki, saw go across the TV? How big was that cloud of dust, or that sort of energy?
Yeah, Nikki is his wife. She's a girl, and her name is Nicole. But she described it as about, when she went like this.
Okay.
I mean, it was about this circumference. So. And when they first looked at it, she thought, we don't have black mold. Did something leak? And
Okay. The reason I ask is I've experienced these things myself, and several times within it. And I think it depends on the culture where you are. Skinwalkers are quite prevalent, and the understanding of those sort of areas. For me, in my sort of culture, I sort of see the same things, but see it more as the negative energy of a soul that has actually been separated from the soul before it's transits into spirit. So I see it in a slightly different way. Doesn't mean to say we're not seeing the same things. We just have different perspectives of where those things actually are. But normally what I've experienced is a very negative, very emotional feel when those things have been around. Yeah, they've actually, people break down in tears. They get very, very, very anxious. Did they feel the anxiety of it when it was there? Did they actually sense that?
they were both very frightened.
Okay.
Nikki never mentioned anything about anxiety. I can certainly ask her. She would have been forthcoming, I think, with me.
Sure.
We're very close, Nikki and I. And, she's from Yorkshire, England, actually. She's an English girl living in America.
I won't hold that against her. That's not her fault.
Hey.
But what I would honestly say is that sometimes we all experience the same things. It's how we interpret it, isn't it? And I think that having conversations about these things are important, that we share them so we can actually understand what this is.
Right.
Because if it's something to be looked at and studied, we need to be able to figure it out, because we don't want to be encountering these energy masses, do we, when we're not expecting it? Or we want to be able to live alongside them, because we're not going to live without them being around us. So understanding it is a clear motivation behind actually looking at these things in the way that we do. And I think that the experience that you had is very, very key to an old building where these forms will live, will stay. They stay in the corners, they stay out of the way, they stay in back corridors, in dark cupboards, and they stay out the way of the light, basically. And they can live there for years and years and years and never really be disturbed. And then they'll be disturbed by whatever, and they will start to become much more active. And you notice the energy will lift in a property when they're away from the property. So whilst they're in the property, the energy can feel quite suppressed, quite heavy. When they're out of the property, when they move on into another dark area where they want to be, then it becomes a lot lighter in the house. Now, did you noticeably feel that with your home? Did it feel a little bit lighter once your skinwalker, once it was out? Did it feel that the energy lifted a bit?
It did, and especially with Nikki and Jason, they definitely noticed a difference. They said the entire room, and they had never really noticed why. Because I don't know, Dominic, if your dark, entities had ever morphed into a stand-up being, but that not only happened, but we had another person remote view it and see it and speak to it and identify it as I had identified it. And
I've got no reason to think, for me, I didn't see that. Doesn't mean to say it didn't happen, but I didn't experience it.
Yeah.
But what I do know is that there are shapeshifters, and skinwalkers are very much designed to be shapeshifters, aren't they, within the Navajo culture? So that whole thing about changing shape does not surprise me. But they will take the shape that's appropriate to the situation. So this energy could take the shape of a skinwalker, or it could take the shape of a buffalo.
Right.
It can take the shape of. And maybe it decided it wanted to scare the best way to scare the people that were there at that particular moment was to show themselves as a skinwalker, and that is a very, that happens a lot to I've experienced that a lot, where they will just take the shape that goes into the consciousness of the person and uses what their knowledge is to scare it, which in a way to me is a bit scarier, because it means that they can be a part of our consciousness. They can read us. They know what we're scared of. So
exactly. Thus, my anticipation when they show up. I never know what I'm dealing with. And Dominic, I just remembered about what you were talking about. I think the last time we talked, I was talking about a different house I was in, and there was a full-bodied apparition of a man that we spoke about. And I believe that's what you're talking about. That did not happen in this house, but that happened in a house in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Because when you first came on, you had literally moved into the house about 2 months previously.
Yes.
So that'd be.
I've never been. I've never talked to you before, Terry. So it's my first time talking in this. But I've been doing this sort of thing in the UK and in California, New York, Los Angeles for a long time, and extremely interested. But my role in these sort of things is I see colors, I see frequencies naturally.
Oh,
So I can
nice.
I can look into a room, and I can show you where the energy is. And
Ooh, look into my room.
I can't. Well, yeah, by all means, I'm happy to do that. But used to, I was the resident medium at a place called Ghost House UK for 4 years, and my job literally was to show people where the different frequencies were, where the different entities were, and we were able to do that. And that's something that I'm very sort of excited about doing. When someone like you comes on and says, I've got this house, but I don't know where the things are, I'm thinking, well, I can show you, because it's such an exciting prospect just to look at
I know.
where you wouldn't get to be that. And I get very excited by the prospect, but I can also understand the anxiety of not knowing.
Yes.
But I've never had that because I've always known where it is.
Yeah, I don't. And I've experienced very heavy demonic things. I've had the dead materialize, people that my grandmother came and materialized, and that was very scary, actually. And then, of course, the man that came into my room that materialized and went tornadic and slammed a door. The power that some of these entities have, these interdimensionals and these that come from other places, it can be quite frightening. And yet you work through it, you walk through it. I stand firm. I will not back down. I stand very firm. I hold my ground. It isn't always easy. I am human, and I just sometimes get overwhelmed. I've had 4 angels appear to me. I've seen angels. I've had many powerful spiritual experiences out of body and different things. My life has literally enveloped many different areas of the paranormal, the bizarre. And it's been my whole life. It started when I was 5 years old, and it has continued. I'll be 72 in May. And I have not had in all of my life a respite of strangeness. It seems like every month, every year, it's something else teaching me so that I can reach out to others and help and listen and, pray with other people.
Terry, can I ask you a question just following on from what you've just said?
Sure.
Because I understand and probably quite closely understand what you're saying, having had it all my life. The thing that I'm interested in is how we perceive things, our perception. And you said you had 4 angels. How did you perceive they were angels? What made you think of it being that way?
It was at a house in St. Petersburg. There were 3 angels there, one at another home. That I was young. I was in my 20s, and I was very much spiritual at the time. And I would pray and worship and sing and, invite God into my home and the Holy Spirit into my home. And there were times when all of a sudden I would feel like I was alone in the house, and poof, I wasn't. There was a beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, pure white chiseled angel that appeared. And he had these huge, beautiful, big blue eyes and white hair that was in curls that came to about here. And he was just chiseled perfection. And he pointed out the door. And as he pointed, I looked towards the end of his finger, and some people had pulled right up, and their car stopped right where his finger had pointed. And then as I went to look at him, he just dissipated right from his finger all the way. He was gone. And one minute he was there, and the next minute he wasn't. Another time I had another angel very similar to him, almost identical, but not. The face was a tad bit different. he came to me and actually gave me a message. And there was not a lot of talking. It was just simply a message he gave me. And then he was gone. The other two, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So, what do you think the first angel that you were saying? What do you think the purpose of what did you take anything from that experience, or?
It was actually, quite strange. He wasn't in the room, then he was. He pointed out, and the people that drove up were a friend of mine, Brian and Annie Weller. I had introduced them to each other. They were both single. They had just gotten married, and they were having an argument when they pulled up. And when the angel, I looked at the end of his finger, and their car just pulled right up like that. And I ran out and said, Brian and Annie, an angel was just in my home, and he pointed out the window, and you pulled right up. And they were having this very heated argument, which I thought was very bizarre. Okay. And I said, stop fighting, both of you, stop fighting. Something's going on here in the spiritual realm, and I'm not understanding it. I don't know why he pointed. And then they came in the house, because they were coming to my house to see me. I didn't know that, by the way. And when they came in, they talked about going to on the Mercy vessel, the Good Samaritan, and they were working with Christ for the Nations, and they were talking about the Mercy vessel, the Anastasis, and they were telling me about that. And I ended up going for missionary work to the Dominican Republic and Haiti on the Mercy vessel, the Good Samaritan. And so that came from him pointing. What I found out while I was in Haiti doing my missionary work was that I am not to be a missionary in Haiti.
Oh.
So, I then knew my mission was to the world. I had been chosen to do exactly what I'm doing right now, sharing the things that can and do happen. People are not crazy. They are not out of their minds. These things happen. They are frightening, but you don't have to let them overtake you. I believe we have more power than anything else out there. We just have to know our power. Doesn't mean we're not going to, doesn't mean that we're not going to be freaked out, or it's not going to be difficult to go through. But we have authority, and I bask in that authority. I'm so grateful. I could never live in this house without that authority. It's God-given, and
Yeah, Terry. What I would come back. Sorry, Andy. Just one sec.
Sure.
And actually, to say to there's degrees. I don't think we should be scared of anything, but there are degrees, and I think some experiences you explained an angelic experience.
Yes.
I mean, there wouldn't be a fear factor within that. There might be a surprise factor.
It was
surprise, not fearful.
Not fearful at all.
Whereas the skinwalker would be more fearful sort of side. So,
exactly.
So within the scale of what we experience, there are degrees of where we are. And I think a lot of it comes down to our belief structures and understandings.
Yes.
We do have a couple questions that we want to try to get to.
We've got 5 minutes to do the 2 questions.
Okay.
Rapid fire questions.
Yep. So first one is from Nickname. So it's going back to your grandson, seeing the person in dress. What era? So it's from Nickname. What era was the dress? Do you know?
17 or 1800s, because of the what are those things called that they used to hold their pants up with?
Suspenders.
Yes, suspenders. Yes, and they were a very they were a dark brown short, almost looked like a brown denim, which we do not have. But back in the day, those clothes were made by hemp, and hemp was always brown. And he had these little suspenders, and he has this little shirt on. So I I am saying that what I visually saw in my mind's eye was that era.
Yeah, no, thank you. And the next question is from Elaine, and she's asking, have you ever been online like this and something happens so people watching can see? So I'm guessing she means, has anything happened in the house when you've been doing a live stream that anyone else has witnessed?
Yes. There have been times when I'm in the room like this, and all of a sudden the lights will just go ballistic. And it's happened on many, many, many occasions. If I start talking about certain things, especially the demonic realm, that's a very low vibrational realm. And when you even discuss those realms, you know, everything is a vibration. I think you know that. Everything. The whole world is vibrational. The resonances. And when you start talking about these low vibrational things, often you can be attacked, or you can have something try to materialize. And I have had many people say, you know, what's going on with those lights? And I'm like, oh, it's just the lights. Don't worry about it. You know, I don't like to focus on those things, because when we focus on low vibrations, it just takes your mind there. You know, and the battleground is where? Between your right and left ear. It's in your mind. So I don't like to focus on those things. I like to move forward and discuss things. I don't mind sharing about them, but I don't want to get in depth with people about them and focus, you know.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. Right, we are going to have to go for a break. So thank you, Terry, for coming on. And I'm glad that Storm didn't do any damage whatsoever, other than a little bit of power out. But yeah, please do come on again, and if you can get them photos across, that'd be amazing.
Yes, where would you like me to send those photos? I'll do that right now.
You can send them on Messenger if you want, and then I can, after the break, I'll put them up, because we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to have like a 15 to 20 minute break, and then I'll put them on after that. I've got to go and feed the dogs and put lights on and shut windows and do all that kind of stuff.
Well, I love you all. It was so nice, Sarah and Nicole and Dominic. Thank you, Andy, and I do hope to see
thank you.
I've enjoyed listening. I've enjoyed having it. Listen to what you've got to say.
Thank you so much.
No. Right, thank you. I'll be in touch for you to come on the proper version of this. Proper version. Yeah, you know what I mean. All right then.
All right. See you now.
See you in a bit. Take care, Terry. Bye-bye. Oh, right. Sorry about that. Right, so, because it's starting to get dark here, and there's only me here, I'm going to have to go around and do all the house stuff. So if we do 15 minutes, is that all right?
I need to charge my computer as well, Andy, so I might be a bit longer, just so I get it up so we get through the next few hours.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
I'm sort of noticing my power level. Not me personally, but my computer's going.
Have some coffee. Get your power level going.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm going to go and plug myself in for a bit.
I'll be cracking out the beer very soon. Get me through
this. Who knows what will be in my cup when I come back? Okay. It's only 11 a.m. over here.
I'll put the beer in mine.
Okay. I will see you guys about 20 past 4. Okay, but once I'm back to
that's fine. Yeah, just come back on and I'll bring you in. So
thanks, Andy. All right.
Bye. I'm going to set a timer for 15.
See you in a bit. Right. So before we go for a break, we do have a surprise guest coming on. Just double confirmed. They are going to be on in. He's ready to come on now, but if I don't do it now, it won't get done. So I'm just waiting for him to try. Come on, faster. So, yeah, I can grab something to eat and get everything done, and then that's me for the rest of the night then.
I love surprise guests. They're always so much fun.
Everyone's so interesting, aren't they?
I know. I feel like I'm just sitting here like...
I'm just like, why am I not this interesting?
Right?
Like, yeah.
It's like, gosh, I want like a big
They've all
black
got such,
blob
like-
to go across my house.
No, they've got such lovely, like, soothing voices. I could just
I
listen like a podcast.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh wait, I'm not listening. I'm in this. I have to talk.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not meant to be listening. I'm in it.
And then I'm worried about my face because I'm like zoned out listening, and I'm like, what do I look like right now? Like, because I'm pretty sure I'm seeing like,
Yeah. Oh no.
Right, that started. Right, he's going to come on in a bit. So, oh good. Right, so he's going to come on in around about an hour, just around about the same time as the next guest, but we can carry that over. While we go for a break, well, we'll wait for Dominic to come back. Then we come back after the break. We'll put our guesses in on the ESP thing, and then Baby with a Laser can send me that. So I just got a reply.
Quick, hasn't it?
If he sends me that after we've given it out, then I can put it up, and then everyone in the chat can guess, and so on and so
then
on.
decide what time you want to do the giveaway thing so people can make sure they're here for it.
So we do that 7 o'clock. Yeah.
Sounds good. Because
Right.
if people are popping in and out, I don't want them to miss it.
No. Right. So we will be back. It's just a 20-second late video, so it will do your head in, but it's all I've got.
But just leave it this. Set a timer and come back in 15.
Yeah. So yeah, be back for 15:15.
Fab.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me stick it on loop.
That's only
Oh,
a
it'll be
13-minute
20 seconds.
break.
Right.
He's got like
13
2
minutes.
minutes here.
Oh, good.
See you at
Right,
23
guys,
minutes.
then. Hello, and we are back. So I'm going to bring Terry back on for a few minutes because she's trying to send me the images of the skinwalker with the ivy. So, hello, welcome back, Terry.
Thank you.
Did you get me message? I did send you a message on Messenger.
I tried to, but I was having so many issues with my computer since the storm. I put everything on my page. Can you go over to my page, Terry Ling, and upload them from there and bring them on? I took as many as I could while we were on break. And I have Nikki and Jason there in their I Know t-shirts. So you can see who I'm talking about. They're not just idiots. I mean, I want you to know these guys are not, somebody. You can tell they just.
What is page as in website or Facebook?
Facebook. Yeah, in Facebook. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Just coming up now. Right.
And you'll see I couldn't find that many, so I put up as many as I can. And
that's fine. I'll go through and I'll save them.
Okay. I did want to share with you, there's one with Kevin with his hat on. He was being silly. And his daughter and I were in the bedroom, and a orb that size, you can clearly see the orb. It circled him, and she started screaming. And I grabbed my phone, and it went all the way around him. And I clicked, and that was one of the captures I got of that orb in our bedroom while he was just being silly, dancing around the room for me with his daughter there. It was so funny.
So I've got all them images now.
Okay, good. Good.
Gonna upload these.
I really want you to look at that skinwalker because that is.
I was just having a look at that then.
That is.
So I'll put that one up first, and then I'll do the orb one.
Okay.
So this is the one on the outbuilding.
Yes. There's a close-up and then a one that's a little far. And you can clearly see, I took it a little closer, so you could see that the ivy vines actually grew you can see the two large legs and then the torso. And the head is weird with these things sticking up off of it, just like they described.
That's strange. That on its own is strange.
I'm struggling.
No kidding. Talk about flipping freaky.
Do you see in the middle of the picture where there's like the two straight ones going down?
Yes.
Those would be the legs.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then if you go up from there, there's like a little circle. That would be what I'm assuming is like the belly.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then
you can see
the arms. It shows you the arms. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's another picture of it. It's backed out, and you can see it a little bit better. I tried to get in enough for people to see that these were vines. We did not draw this. We could never have done that. It could never have happened. It's impossible for that to be human.
I didn't see that picture.
It should be in with that group of pictures.
Right,
Did you grab that whole bunch of pictures?
I've got the one with the house out in the back, looking from the balcony.
Okay, go back to my thing. I posted 3 separate things. I'm pretty sure, and one is a conglomerate of about 10.
Right, yes.
Okay.
So I just looked in that one place.
Oh, okay.
Right, so there's 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very nice house, I must say.
I couldn't find the other really pretty pictures of it, but you can see the hallway.
Yeah. So I'll go through as you've loaded them up.
Yeah, that's an old picture. It's been updated since then, but
Yeah.
there's the orb. Look at that on Kevin. That thing completely encircled him, and his daughter was off to the right. And those are the two rooms that I was telling you about, which are completely.
Yeah, that brought together.
Mm-hmm. There's the
That's
hallway, mm-hmm, where Landon was standing and having his chat.
That's beautiful.
And then that's out the back window. That's the slave house right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now that's the bedroom I'm in right now, but out of that very fireplace, two people have seen the white orb come right straight through it. Mm-hmm.
And that's the side, isn't it?
And that's the side where you can see it a little farther away and maybe get a better idea of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's very strange, isn't it?
Isn't it? See, and this is, I'm so grateful that the Lord allowed me to capture these things, because this way I can speak into people's lives that say, oh, you're going to think I'm crazy. This thing just came up all of a sudden. No, I don't think you're crazy. I've experienced it myself.
Yep. The thing, I don't think I could live there after all that, no matter how nice the house is.
Oh, see, I could.
I'd love to.
Well, come on over.
I'd stay for a bit.
I'm in
a couple of days.
Welcome to it.
Yeah. A good week.
Yeah, if you need a team to come out, we'll come out.
Yes, please do. I'd love to have you. We do have some paranormal people who have been talking about coming in and doing an investigation. You know, I never know what's going to pop up or be here.
Wow. Yeah, some
You get different things every time you go. Different.
It always is. It always is. And I had, let's see.
It's nice and quiet now, isn't it?
We're at that halfway point nearly, aren't we, with all that?
Yeah. Just looking at. So, yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, I'd, be glad to address them.
Yeah. There's none in yet. I think everyone's gone for the dinner because all the viewings have dropped. Well, the viewers have dropped. They better hurry up and come back because there's going to be trouble.
We have to talk about Anubis.
Yeah, but no, I was going to say, Terry, if you want to come back on in a few weeks, you're more than welcome.
Sure. Well, there's so many different avenues. I can talk about the extraterrestrials that I've encountered and the healing I had. We can talk about so many different aspects of the extraterrestrials, and also we can discuss the heavy demonics. Where I don't remember what we discussed last year. I don't remember.
We did, because we avoided it today, didn't we? The MUFON.
I believe we talked about the apparitions that appeared, the full-bodied apparitions that I had.
Yeah, you said about the slave house. You did a little bit on MUFON, and you talked about, because you've been on a couple of times, haven't you? So it's hard to remember. Yeah. You're saying about the activity with Jason and Nikki?
Yes, and Jason
when
and
they because they was living on one level and you was living on the other. Right. And they was having a lot of stuff going on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they got a place of their own, but she told me yesterday that she misses this house so much. And the boys miss the house. I'm telling you, it just encapsulates you. There's something really beautiful about it because it's so very different. There aren't places that you can just go and experience these kinds of things, so there is kind of like some sense of belonging and wanting to be a part of it. And like Dominic was saying, you become very acceptant of the things that can and do happen. Although there is a tad bit of fear, like I'll be alone again this weekend while Kevin is gone. And, if something really bizarre happens in the middle of the night, you're woken up and you're not expecting it. Well, of course, it's like, but I always take authority over it and deal with it, It's just how it is,
No, thank you so much for coming on. We are going to have to move on to the next bit now.
Sure.
I do apologise, but no, thanks for sharing the photos. Do appreciate that and coming back on.
Yes. Well, I hope that you enjoy those photos and can see
definitely, yeah. So but anyone that's friends with you on Facebook can view them because that's where you've put them all.
Right. They're up. People around know me, and I have thousands of viewers, but I have people constantly reaching out to me to ask for help and things like that. So you can put up my email address, and people can email me if they're having issues.
Your email address is on Facebook, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So I'm just going to look for it now, and then I can pop it on there.
Mm-hmm. I can type it in your little box.
Oh, right. Yeah, is that right? Because I can't find it.
I can put that up for you.
It's gone. It's one of them days today.
I can't see that.
No, cheers. So while Terry does that, I'm just waiting for Baby with a Laser to send the video of him opening the thing. I'm not going to touch my phone. My phone is here. So, I'll put it there.
All right.
So you'll be able to see me getting it. And I'm not.
Look there.
Right. So have you...
Do I just click out or...
Yeah, if you just click send.
Okay. I'll just...
Have you email?
I put it on your chat.
Ah, right, there it is.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's your Facebook. I don't. Right,
it's private.
On the private chat, it says private chat.
Yeah.
Got it.
Am I right to share it then?
Okay. If anybody has any questions, they can just reach me there. Okay.
There you go.
All righty.
Well, I will.
So let's
that.
see.
Right, thank you again, Terry. I'll be in touch in the next couple of weeks.
All right.
We'll sort something out.
Okay. Good.
All right. Take care. Thanks a lot. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. And Terry's transformed into Dominic. How cool was that?
Hi guys. Hi.
You're
How
back.
you doing? I'm back. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good timing.
Yeah, no, it's
Right.
I'm 60% charged, so
Nice.
That'll do.
So that should get us through. I should think. I'm hoping that'll be enough charge to get me through to the.
That's 5.5 hours. We're not even halfway through yet.
No, but that's the optimistic side of
Cheer
things.
everyone
Isn't it?
up.
But I'm sure that if I need to
These are
nip
wonderful.
off and have another charge, I will. But
Yeah, that's fine.
It's better to do that than it is just to disappear from everyone's sight, isn't it? And just a little buzz in the centre
It's
there.
fine.
Yeah.
Right.
good.
So I was just saying, just waiting for Baby with a Laser to send the video of him opening, revealing, vocally saying what it is.
Okay.
So once we receive that, you'll see it on the phone behind me. Just I was going the wrong way here. So you can see that I'm not going to pick it up. I'm not going to look at it. Right, he's done it. Right. So I have only got one thing in my head. I cannot think of anything else that it could possibly be.
Are we going to do the big reveal together on paper? Are we? After
Right.
3?
So how do we want to do it?
Everyone reveal at the same time or one at a time?
Well, I've just kind of written notes. I haven't really got like
I've not got a massive. I've just got the name of this place. That's it.
That's all I did was write a.
I've not got an essay or
No,
like,
I've just got like
equation
little
of
words.
how I worked it out.
That's what I have. I have like
bit of paper.
like words.
I got pink post-it now. As good as it got.
Pink's about right, Andy. Right, so
All right,
Who
any
wants to
last
go
thoughts?
first? Ladies first.
Sarah.
I'm not going
What?
first. No, I'm not going first.
Okay, then you pick who goes first. How about that?
Who goes first?
Yeah,
Oh, I
Sarah
will.
gets-
I think Dominic should go first.
well, I think you should go first. So there.
Gonna be a long night.
You
go
the
first.
ladies first,
Yeah,
and then we'll
come
turn it to ladies' choice.
Andy,
All right,
you're
Andy.
the producer here, mate. You
tell you
make the
what.
decisions.
Age before beauty.
Well, then Andy, you got to go first.
Hello?
Are you
Right. I'll go first then.
Go on then.
I wrote Stonehenge.
Wow, that was my second choice.
That is all I've got. I've got nothing else.
Okay, I'll go next then because Sarah is a bit shy, aren't you, Sarah? Okay, shy Sarah. I wrote Trafalgar Square. You can see that.
Okay. Yep.
That's what I got in my head.
I don't have a specific name of a place, but I wrote some notes, a little drawing, like some kind of a castle. I wrote like a prison question mark because I'm seeing like iron gates somewhere that has hills and no trees.
Okay, right. Okay, sounds like the moon.
Sarah?
I got two things. I got two different things that I'm still
you're hedging
torn
your
between.
bets. Hedging your
No,
bets.
I'm going to choose one, but
So what's your gut saying?
My
So you got
gut
a cup of
wants
tea.
my gut wants to say Edinburgh Castle.
Right.
But I also had very briefly when I initially thought about it, I was also getting somewhere which is it's not in the UK and it's not even related to anything. I was getting I was seeing like a windmill and like a little lake, and I don't know, I thought somewhere Holland way. But
right.
I'm now edging my bets. The last sort of hour I've been thinking about like
Do you
Edinburgh
just
Castle.
want
Or Dublin Castle, or some sort of big
building?
big old
historic building.
Yes.
Why don't you
but
just
more of a castle.
name half the cities in the UK? You know, that would just got to go down a little bit.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
A castle somewhere
right.
on Earth.
I was my initial. If we're not restricted to the UK, right?
Anywhere.
My initial thought was somewhere Holland way, or just something Dutch, like a windmill, or like with a little lake and boat. But I have also got this little niggle of Edinburgh Castle.
Did you used to be indecisive?
I'm not so sure.
But I have the same thing going on because my other thought that keeps coming back to me is like the Great Wall of China, because it's that brick and that stone, and like there's not all the trees around in all the pictures you see. It's like that.
Yeah, but you also described the moon. You know, lots of hills and no trees. So
That's true. But is there a castle? Is there like gray stone? Well, there is gray stone, but like stacked up.
I feel like there's
Right,
not
higher gates.
Right. So he sent it me on WhatsApp. As you can see, I've still got one notification. I've not opened it yet. I was just replying to Becky because she's just got to where they're going for the weekend. So, people in the chat, do you want to, obviously, other than Baby with a Laser, do you want to put your thoughts as to where it is?
Yeah, everybody guess in the chats. So if we get it wrong,
So once we get 10, I'll then open this and we'll have a look.
Oh, see,
So
now,
about 12
You
tonight.
can't change your mind now.
I'm not changing my mind, but now I'm getting like a little bit Loch Ness vibes. I don't know.
Why don't we try Wales as well? Why don't we nip across?
No,
the
I'm gonna
border?
go with Edinburgh Castle.
You're not related to Mystic Mage, are you?
Oh, the wind. Oh, well, the thing is, look, see, Jojo there said windmill Holland. Now that is
so we've got 3 so far.
That's the first thing that came into my head was the windmill.
How about a pyramid? You know, could you have a pyramid on there as well? You know?
Oh, no,
There's a story about that.
But see, I think it's interesting because, like, what if he says a place and then you're like, oh, it's kind of castle-y, but there's a windmill like in the backyard.
Well, it is because I'm getting my first gut thought was the windmill and the field, and I got like little gondola type boats.
So Venice as well now. You've got Venice as well now. We're going across the world, aren't we?
I've just had a vision. You know what it is? I know exactly where it is.
It's the Eiffel Tower.
That's what he put.
There's a ton of windows in Norwich.
Somewhere in there. Well,
There's a load of windows in Norwich.
Yeah. I've got windmills.
I live next door to a windmill.
Or maybe she's about you and you.
Yeah, there you
go.
But
my first thought was the windmills, and I saw flowers and greenery and a little lake. But then, as it went on, I started to think about a castle, Edinburgh Castle. So I'm just the two contrasting ideas, but I'm stuck on this windmill idea. So
right, well, we need 6 more before the big reveal.
So you could be left in stasis to change your mind a few more times yet, Sarah. You could actually have a few more goes yet. This is a bit like playing the lottery, isn't it? Yeah, well, we can
Let's
keep
go with
going.
the Holland windmill. I'm just going to go with one. Let's just say the Holland.
The lottery, you can buy 2 tickets.
Yeah,
you can buy 2 tickets.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go with the gut feeling, which was the initial windmill, the Holland windmill.
But it's good to put it out there because then if you didn't say it and then it was Edinburgh Castle, you would be so mad.
I know.
Because you'd be like, I thought it, but I didn't say it, so nobody's going to believe me.
How about Castle Windmill?
What you like at the bakery,
Windmill,
Sarah? When all those cakes in front what you like when you go into the bakery and all these cakes are out in front of you. Do you go, oh, I'll have one of them? Oh no, I'll just have one of these.
No, I say, oh, I'll have 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
One of each.
Yeah,
I'll have everything in the window.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to go with my gut instinct. The first initial, whatever my,
It's funny, Andy, because my first initial reaction was Trafalgar Square, but then Stonehenge came into my mind, and I'm thinking that you're just literally pulled into landmarks. You're pulled into places that are landmarks within the country, because that's what your mind is going to think, not what you're going to pick up.
I was looking worldwide, and even like satellites and or the moon and things like that. So it wasn't just man-made, not man-made. Wasn't a man-made.
But
place.
It's Darren, isn't it? Darren is the guy. Darren said on Talk, he said it was the first thing that came to his head.
Yeah.
He said it's the first thing he wrote down.
So Stonehenge is the first and only thing that I connected with.
Okay.
Everything else I was thinking of is like, no. Stonehenge was just right in the middle.
It's a good lesson. Pardon?
So that's a good point, because then are we trying to guess what the other person is going to think of first instead of...
This is what I'm saying. It's normally the first thing you think about is the thing that is where you should be. Anything else, you're just overguessing or trying to, and it's a really good thing to remember, because when you're working as a medium or as a psychic or an investigation, your first thought is always the correct one. It's always the closest one. You might not get it, right in the middle, but it's going to be much closer than anything else you can pre-guess. And we can do what you've done, Sarah, quite easily. We can spread out. Because
we just need 4 more people to give what they think it is. And there's 21 in the chat, and we've got 6.
See, people don't want to put their neck on the line.
No one's going to get shot, are they?
Is that right? Yeah. Shall I just put 4 guesses in so we can have a look?
Sarah already put more than 4.
I know. I've
Three
already
to
seen it. You've got to think though. We've got to be careful that is it going to be ESP or is it that you're reading the person, like you said?
You know what? I tried
We
to
need
do
to
this.
read the person. We need to read what Darren's wrote down by
No, I mean,
connecting
like,
with.
Are you sort of thinking what would they
Yeah.
think? Yeah.
Yeah.
rather than-
I did a pilot show for a TV show that never took off, right? Called Guess the Recipe, where you were supposed to go in and pick the person who could tell you the family recipe for what they actually had in their mind. And the pilot show, they actually ran it by us, and I sat there and tried to figure out what it was. And they actually picked apple clanger, which I've never heard of. You know, it's a big apple dumpling, basically, but it was a family recipe. And you don't stand a chance, because what you do is you go in and you start thinking of all the things you know about. But the things you don't know about, you don't even consider it. You haven't even had a thought. I mean, anything that you might not know about, you wouldn't even consider in this. That's the hardest bit, because, you know, for instance, you might not know about some landmarks in England, Nicole. You might not know about.
So that's why we're trying to connect to Darren to work out what he's wrote, so we have that connection.
I know.
But Joe's just put in, get Darren to do it again and have more people have a go. But I've just said we're doing it now. You guys in the chat do it. You don't need more people. There's still the same amount of people whether he does it again or not. So we just need three more people to put in what they think it is.
See, this
It's
is
as
what
simple as that.
me. Hang on, let me take my blur off. This is why I was thrown with oh, a minute, where's my background? Take my blur off. This is why I was thrown about what to go with, because my little drawing was a bit like a little, I don't know, a little castle-y thing, and then I've got like a little windmill-y type that I can assume it's a windmill, and I was like, whatever this is,
that's your shopping list. See, have you got the other picture?
These are my hieroglyphics. No, I don't know. Obviously, I don't draw like this. This is me just scribbling whatever came into my head.
That says bacon, eggs, tea bag, loaf of bread.
And I was like, this. I thought this is like, I don't know, a bit windmilly. And then I kind of had this weird little choppy little building thing, and I was like, oh, it's made of. Is it like a castle or?
Sarah,
that looks like an antenna.
Promise me you'll never become an artist.
Well, I actually do paint, you know. I do actually paint.
Do you? What, the walls?
Sorry.
Straight lines.
Right, so we've got some comments in the chat, which is a bit I don't get. So nicknames put, how do we know it is a place? I thought it was a secret. Yeah, so we all need to try and tune into what Darren was thinking. We said this at the beginning of the stream. He's going to project out what it is he's drawn and written, and then we need to see if we can connect with that and write it down. So, yeah, it is a secret until I open this video. The only person that knows at the moment is Darren.
But we did specify when he made it that it had to be a place. When we told him to do
no, when we did it, POI, place of interest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All that was done. So
someone just said that's a Chinaman on a boat. Maybe it's Venice. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Look.
So
on a boat. Maybe it's a little man on a boat.
It could be. Yeah. So basically, Darren did this last week. It's a place of interest anywhere in the world, whether it's a drawing or the name of somewhere. It could be the name of a town. I don't know because I've not seen it. We have to try and connect with Darren to see what he's wrote, and you guys in the chat do it as well. And it's going to be revealed between 4 and 5 o'clock. And that was it. So,
although at the time it seemed way more complicated.
That was just opening of emails, Nicole. It had nothing to do with this.
This was all so simple when it first started, wasn't it? It was just,
and now it's just become.
Yeah, pick up the thoughts of
all you gotta do. Darren's still projecting. Darren's still projecting out what it is. You guys in the chat put down your first gut feeling. That's it. There's nothing else to it.
I could be picking up what he's having for his tea. You know, you could, 4 pints of lager and some crisps. You know, you don't know, do you? Really, what
it could be like? Could be the Red Lion in Leicester. I don't know.
Well, it'd be funny if it was
Right.
now, wouldn't it, Andy? That would be strange, wouldn't it? Andy,
Yeah.
you say that at random and you were right. You claim credit for that then.
Right,
Yeah.
should we find out what it is?
Let's do it. I'm excited.
Holland.
Okay.
Drum roll.
So we'll have to do it on WhatsApp, and I can't transfer it to the computer, but I'll load it up to the camera so you can see. So I'll watch it first. Yeah.
Cheat.
No. Oh.
What are you watching it first
Right.
to make sure you didn't draw anything
So-
untoward?
He's took his Man City cup off the envelope.
He didn't tell me he was a Man City fan. That would
I
have really
didn't know
biased
that till now.
That's awful.
Right.
He should be ashamed of himself.
So he's got he's done it. He's opening the red sheet of paper. Ah.
Oh,
Every one of us is wrong.
Oh, okay. Show us.
But do you know what?
What?
Between me and Sarah, we're going to be a bit gutted about this because it's both places that we know.
don't.
Right, you
What is
ready?
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm not. I'm going to play it. Just. Ooh. Anyway. So it's the same envelope, February the 10th.
He's got a red envelope for a Man City fan. That's awful.
Wait, what does he say? What does he say? I can't read it. Delamere.
Delamere Forest.
I did say lots of greenery though.
I said the opposite. I said no trees.
No, I was like 200 miles away. Plus.
I've never heard of that place.
Me
So
either.
Delamere Forest is between. It's more Cheshire way than Manchester.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weird and spooky stuff going on there. A lot of people go out investigating. Ash, that both me and Sarah know, he's done a few investigations there. We have even talked about it on the show. So even Nicole doesn't have an excuse of living in
No.
New York. So
I think Nicole's got a perfect excuse. I think that I don't think that there's anywhere near Delamere Forest in New York, would you? Yeah, I think that would be an impossibility to pick up on because of that. But,
No, I would not have guessed that in a million years.
yeah.
Adam's
have we
baby got it wrong.
We did get it wrong.
Have we just actually debunked the fact that ESP doesn't work? Have we
Maybe
just done
we
that?
just can't
Have
pick
we-
up on it.
Have we just literally live on podcast gone, doesn't work?
I mean, I drew a tree at one
Oh, it
point.
didn't work. That didn't work.
It didn't,
Yeah.
did it? Yeah, I mean,
We're
but-
all crap at doing it.
But
But-
I do think though, Andy, you should have told us he was a Man City supporter because that would have
I
biased
wouldn't
me.
have asked him if I knew that.
No, I don't think you should have done.
Nobody else was volunteering.
Yeah,
No.
so he's put, Sarah said earlier, place connected to paranormal stuff, Cheshire Plain, flat like Holland,
I'll take
which
it.
is quite flat.
I'll take it.
So,
Sarah,
I
you
just
should be
wanted to do
ashamed of
more
yourself.
experiments.
yeah.
Do you know what? Wait,
That was absolutely terrible.
It's hardly
I
your
think-
Geller stuff, is it?
Do you know what? I think this was nearest. Stickman. It's full of trees.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
So Delamere, it's like Rendlesham, it's like Cannock, Thetford. It's quite a big area.
But if you
And
don't
it
live up north,
crosses a border of
Oh, I love these.
Cheshire into Merseyside, around like Frodsham area, isn't it? Going out towards the Wirral that way, like out towards Chester Zoo.
is it
Yeah.
a place full? Is a place full of trees? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, right, Trafalgar Square is a column. Boats were built out of long, tall trees. So really, I'm pretty close.
Someone's clutching at straws there.
No, trees. Yeah, trees.
You know, there's probably
long.
some gray stones in that forest.
They what?
So there's probably some gray stones in that forest.
Oh yeah, there probably is. Yeah.
So
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Did anyone say dead bodies? Because there's probably a lot of people buried there.
That's nice, isn't
I
it?
think we all get points.
Next time,
Not very
I'm
many,
gonna
but we all get points.
Right.
say,
The minus points count.
I'm going to say squirrels next time because I
So
think you can do
Simon's just messaged me. All right, he's put pyramid at Delamere. And there's actually that is at Delamere Forest. So I kind of win because it's a mini Stonehenge. That's more Stonehenge than pyramid.
Yeah.
Yes, I am
Stonehenge.
making words up, but I don't care.
Pyramid in it.
Now,
Stonehenge.
ask them if there's any windmills.
Stonehenge. Are you talking about the Stonehenge in England or the one that you've just
Yeah.
invented?
The one in Delamere. They had to move it due to climate
Yeah.
control.
Someone left a windmill in the forest. There you go.
Too many tourists. They had to hide it. Replaced it with a replica.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only just heard of Cape Delamere, let alone blooming Delaware Forest.
Delaware's good.
Yeah.
It's one of those, though. It's kind of creepy during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
a
Do
good
you not
place
think
to
it's
go.
like? Do you not
Wasn't-
think it's like stepping into a different world at Delamere? It's like all of a sudden all the trees and the plants become like they don't feel like
You feel closed in. As soon as you get through that first, because you got roads that go through it, like a lot of the big forests. But as soon as you get through that first line of trees,
yeah,
it feels like you've been grabbed into it.
yeah. You do, and it does feel like it's like being in like some sort of vacuum, and like the trees and everything just doesn't look like we're in
Like
Cheshire.
anywhere else.
No,
It's like another world.
the greenery is just I don't know different.
Yeah.
I've only ever been to Cheshire once in my life.
Oh,
And that's
really?
it. Yeah, no, thank you. I am, but the whole part of it is that if you're not familiar with that part of the country, I mean, I'd love to go more because I think Chester is a great city.
Oh,
And
you
there's
want to go to Audley Edge. If you want creepy stuff, go Audley Edge at night.
Yeah, yeah. I like anything like that, and I'm sure that there's lots of places that you can express. I mean, I saw something in the press the other day about a black-eyed child or black-eyed girl at the edge of a forest.
Oh, Cannock Chase.
Cannock Chase was it?
Straight away.
Someone took it with a drone and got a drone.
Yeah, that's been out about 10 years, that video.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's been debunked and
yeah.
So
yeah, doesn't surprise.
that's because that was the first thing that got me. Well, I've always been interested in Cannock, but as soon as I seen that on YouTube, it's like, right, I'm going there, and I went the week after.
Okay.
I went looking. So
It's-
stupid. I actually went looking for black-eyed kids, but didn't tell the people that I was going with. I'm just going out for the day.
Yeah, well, I'd like to hear.
Black-eyed kid, it's a bonus.
I'd like to hear your conversation when you approach that subject. I'm just going to find some black-eyed children.
That's why I didn't. Yeah, that's why I didn't. I just kept the conversation in my head.
I know,
And
but
did not share.
There's a good point here, though. Although we sort of laugh about it, how much of the stuff is just someone's imagination, and how much is actual?
Yeah, how
paranormal
much is
stuff?
fact?
Yeah, how much is actual reality within that sort of situation? I'm sure that there's been lots of things said about black-eyed children, isn't there? And there's the sort of thing made up about it and how they affect the psyche of the earth and pieces like that. But how much is it true? How much is just folklore down to witchcraft? You know,
But then that brings you into the how much is it made up? Brings it into the manifestation, because if enough people are concentrating on it, then
I think that what I question these days is the lecture tours, you know, the speaking places in the books where people will find something, they'll make a big thing about it, then they'll pop it into the public domain and make a living out of going around talking about it and selling books about it. Yeah, I mean, if people are there that are really totally and utterly convinced by what they see, surely just putting it out there would be enough, wouldn't it? Yeah, just
you'd think.
yeah,
Well,
I don't. I mean, there's a famous case about that UFO in South Africa, isn't there? The
Oh,
Reverend.
the school kids.
Yeah, and he talked about aliens waving back, and he was, what he said was pretty much, well, we had contact and we made contact, but he never ever went on the lecture tour or wrote a book.
No.
So
No.
in some ways that gives him more credibility than what it would do if he wrote a book and went on the lecture tour.
Yeah, because you're free to say whatever you want to say when you're not
sure.
paid for it. But there is something to be said, because it depends how you got into that. Like if you set out looking to be an author, looking to make money, that's a little different from you had this experience, you wanted to get it out there, somebody said, hey, you should write about it, and you did.
Yeah. That is different. Totally.
And you did well enough.
Totally different. I think those books come from that sort of stream of consciousness. So you're right,
Right, just going to bring the next guest on. I promise in the next empty hour, I will talk about my Anubis encounter. It might be midnight tonight, it might be to next door's cat, but I am going to share this story with somebody. Or
is that your medical condition? Is that what you said?
What's that?
Did you say you're going to talk about your medical condition?
Oh, my Anubis encounter in King's Lynn. I'm just talking about a medical condition.
Sorry, I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah, blood pressure. It's not exciting.
No, but your amoebus, it's sort of, I don't know what that means really.
Anubis.
It's Anubis.
It's amoebus. He's
Dogman type creature. So
perhaps you go and see that psychic doctor. Right.
So I'm going to bring a good friend of mine on. Her name is Natalie Zett. And welcome to the show. Hello.
Hi there, Andy. Hi, Andy's friends. How are you guys?
Hello, Natalie.
Hi. You?
So Natalie is
I heard
from
author talk here.
Chicago.
No, but close enough, Andy. It's the same thing. It's north of Chicago. but no, that's right to think that, because my family's from Chicago, but I live in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota, where it should be cold in winter, but it's not. I don't know. Do you guys have our winter? Because we're looking for it. It's gone missing.
You can.
I don't know.
10 degrees
it was 55 degrees
today.
here this weekend.
Where are you, Nicole?
New York.
You're in New York? Okay.
Mm-hmm. So it was here last week. So maybe it's
gone
on
missing.
the move.
All right. All right. Send it back. We missed it. Okay.
Yeah, we went from like 22 degrees to 55 this week.
We did well. God, that's crazy. Yeah.
All this American talk. We don't understand.
I don't get Fahrenheit. I learned Fahrenheit in school.
Americans
and then leaving school, it was Celsius.
We don't get
centigrade.
that scale. I don't even
Right.
Get
So, quick introduction to Natalie. So she's an author. She wrote Flower in the River or Flowers in the River?
Mm-hmm.
Flower in the River. And it was, I need to get was it 1952?
Yeah, 1915. The event happened.
1952. Missouri River disaster?
Chicago River, 1915. That's when it happened. Yeah, it's okay. No worries. It was a ship that was chartered for Western Electric, which was the big telecom company, and it was supposed to stay upright and take people across Lake Michigan to a little picnic area. Lake Michigan's quite formidable, by the way. And it capsized in the Chicago River, killing over 800 some people, including my grandmother's younger sister. And that's how the book came about, because even in the United States, people don't know about this. Very few people know about it, even though all those people died. So it's just been an enigma, and I've been trying to do a really high-powered family genealogy ever since then, and it got complicated.
With you doing that, you came across some paranormal ongoings.
Yeah, I did.
And that's how we ended up in contact with each other. Mm-hmm. And then just went from there.
It went from there. This is the third time I think we've talked, Andy. Andy's pretty cool. You guys know that, right? And I like the fact that we can talk about these types of things. Yeah, the paranormal for me, my family, all four grandparents came from Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and my dad's people particularly were very well versed in their practices and of they're part Romany, but that wasn't the totality of what they were doing. They were telling fortunes, they were having seances and stuff like that. So I grew up with that sort of thing, and I knew not to talk about that with other people, but it was a thing. So it was nothing new to me. But by the same token, I always hoped it would never follow me into my adult life. And I knew it was a thing, but I also knew I didn't want to mess with that thing because I thought, ugh, it could, it has a jolt to it. And so when I began putting this family history together, a little backstory, I didn't know about this history in my family about this huge loss because my own mother's mother, who was the sister of the woman who was killed, she too, it's almost like a curse. She died 3 years after my mom was born. And so she took her broken heart with her from Chicago to Johnstown, Pennsylvania, which is where the family originally immigrated. And my mother grew up not knowing the story. And so we went along, had our family move from Johnstown to Cleveland, Ohio. My dad was a performer and he was on different radio stations. And I didn't really think too much about it, except I was really attracted to Chicago. And that when I went to school in Ann Arbor, I would occasionally go down to Chicago, and it was just like I knew the place. So it had this essence to it. Even my mom's older sister was there, but I wasn't in contact. But fast forward, this woman was a reporter. My mom's older sister was a reporter in Chicago in the 1930s. You've heard about Chicago in the 1930s, right? I mean, it was a very exciting place, all kinds of activity. And she wrote this family history and gave it to me after my dad had died in 1997. And I started looking, and I was already a journalist. And I saw this story of this ship that capsized, and she said 800 some people died. I thought, no way in hell I would have heard of this. And then I started researching, and there was precious little on this thing. And just one thing led to another and to another and to another. And in the midst of the research, as Andy knows, that's when this stuff started happening, where I would, for example, drive down to Chicago, which is about 8 hours from the Twin Cities. And I'd never been to the cemetery where she and other family members were buried. And I thought, oh, what did I do to myself? It was huge. And then I went there and I parked right in front of the grave, but I didn't see it at first. Stuff like that was happening. And then back up a little bit, this family history that my mother's sister compiled, she had some locations that were just about an hour from where I had moved. So I'd moved to the Twin Cities because I wanted to get away from family, because I didn't think I had anybody here. I thought, this is great. I'm starting new. I'm so clever. And my great-great-grandmother and her children, that's where they settled, just about an hour outside of here. So I thought, God, am I in a matrix or something here? I could not really find a way out of this. So I thought, there was a lot of like telekinetic stuff, and this stuff you usually hear about and don't believe people when they talk about it. So I thought, oh crap, I don't want to really talk about it either, but it was happening. So I thought, there's something to this. I better follow it through. And you were talking about, when I was listening before I was on, about authors and stuff. My attitude about this book is that I take care of it. It doesn't take care of me. I do other writing. I do other things. I am an IT person with the state of Minnesota. But I thought, this is precious. These people, not just my great aunt, but all these people that were killed and the others who suffered later, a lot of their stories are lost. So that's what's happened, Andy, since I've talked to you. I started directing my podcast into stories in the newspapers from 1915 about people whose voices were lost. And each week I do a couple stories. I just finished this morning's, and I'm going to do a story about somebody from the Mayflower, which is not the typical demographic of the Eastland. It's usually people like my family, but he got killed. And another famous cartoonist, political cartoonists were a big deal in the 19th and 20th centuries. So I'm bringing up these people from their lost stories, and I feel like I have to do it. So that's what I'm about, and whatever happens, happens. But I'm hitting my biggest audience for the podcast and everything else is actually on your side of the woods there, Andy, over in Europe, Austria, Germany, Finland. My biggest fans are from Finland. I don't know why. I mean, What's going on
Oh.
there, you guys? You're closer to it than I am.
No clue.
I can't.
No
even
idea.
language.
I like the continuity of keeping people's stories alive. I think that's a really interesting thing because we can learn so much from what they experienced. But I also like the lineage of having ancestors from Eastern European countries, and because we're all a mixture, aren't we, of all different cultures, and how we can express those cultures in a language that can be kept. Because what you're doing now, right this moment, is being able to preserve those stories for probably another 2-3 generations. Now, but that's so important because if we lose that stuff, we lose a part of who we are, our own personal identity. And the identity that we have comes out in our work, who we are as a person. So not only do you create your own personal legacy, you actually give other people an idea of how to create theirs. So that's why this is such an important part of what we do. And if you touch on things like why people are interested in Scandinavia, like Finland, well, they're very, very interested in their legacies because, those cold, dark nights in Finland, they get a lot of darkness, a lot of the daylight isn't that long, is it, in the country like that? And they have plenty of time to sit and figure out who they are. So it could be that you're reaching the people that are thinking like you're thinking.
Wow. Dominic, I'm going to take those words and just like tack them on the wall when I get bummed out looking at all these old. This is really nice. Thank you. That's very.
Get him to write it out, laminate it, and send it to you.
I can do that.
And I like what you like about the stories, because as paranormal investigators, when we go into a place, even if we're not getting a lot of activity, it's bringing attention to the stories of these people who lived there. And that's the most fascinating part, is the history and the stories behind it.
I think every single situation that you investigate has a legacy that is before it. Even knowing the legacy doesn't always bring the situation, but it allows you to prepare for that situation. And if you can be prepared for that situation, for instance, if that was a modern day disaster, it would be on every front page of every news agency across the world, wouldn't it? And what it basically says is that we now share information so much easier, whereas then, that information wasn't shared, and to our detriment, because that's why so many wars were fought, because people didn't have to be accountable, and that company, whoever they were that sailed that boat, they weren't accountable, because that's why it wasn't discussed.
Oh my!
Because they didn't.
But also, it's bringing the true history that needs to be shared, and not the BS that we get given of the everyday stuff that's boring and boring. It's real people and real lives, and that's what we need.
Isn't that journalism? Journalism has degrees, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It has so many degrees of. You have the sensationalized stuff that you see constantly, because it's like candy floss, isn't it? Cotton candy that you just look at and it just disappears. And then you have the really interesting stuff that people have to work really hard to investigate and to actually figure out before they write it. And to me, that's what a real journalist does, is actually investigate before they write.
And tell the truth, too. I think, you guys, I want to ask you a question. I want to interview you guys. Okay, so here's the thing. I do. As I'm doing this, I'm realizing it's got a really jaded history. Why it's gotten lost. Actually, it was all over the front pages everywhere at one point. But then World War I was happening, too. And that kind of obscured a lot of it. And also the corporation, Western Electric, and all of its tentacles, they definitely tried to play it a different way. Here's the thing. I have found that people throughout, not so much the people now, but throughout its time since the accident and, till current, they've tried to take hold of it, much like people take hold of the Titanic and use it as a prop. Okay. And I have found that I see a bit of that, and I also see a lot of historical revisionism. I've also been hooked up with a historian, a real one, who's finishing her PhD, and we're talking about some of the hard things too. But I wanted to ask you if you saw too this commodification, this of like paranormal types of things, people taking something, trying to hold on to it. And with the case of the Eastland, I'm not real worried about it, because when people try to do that with this thing, it's like King Tut's tomb. It's like, go ahead. But you know what? Really, I have a healthy fear of what I'm doing. And I have this, am I doing it right? I'm not afraid, but I feel like I need to be really mindful. I need to be truthful. I need to be deliberate. It's more than I am in the rest of my life. But this one is like, whoa, because these people continue to speak each week to me vis-a-vis the newspapers or these weird things that I find. And I just wondered if you found this stuff too, the sort of people trying to, use things for other purposes than what it's intended. What do you think?
Well, of course, Natalie, there's so many examples that you could probably quote, 5 or 6 just off the top of my head. But the words that people use have no such meanings these days. I mean, I hear sporting commentators use the word disaster when a player gets run out, or they miss a hoop on the basketball field. So I sort of see language. It has to be used in the right way to describe the right context. And I think we've missed that. And, the paranormal is no different. It misses some of the language that needs to be used to describe it properly so people can understand it. And a disaster is when a boat sinks like the Eastland and it kills 800 people. That's a disaster. That's a tragedy. That's an absolute, terrible situation to happen. And I think we've lost sight within how we describe things with the right adjectives to describe them. So, stories, we can talk about Bigfoot. We can talk about ghosts. We can talk about the paranormal. But all those items, they can be sensationalized because people want people to take notice. If you just say, oh, it's just this thing that happens and don't worry about it too much, it's no big deal. Where's the interest? And I think that's what modern day is, isn't it? It's about trying to create an interest, but they're creating an interest for a small amount of time before we move on to the next interest. So everything has to be related. It's like a string of pearls. You just can't create it for a long period.
Thank you,
One
Dominic.
thing I noticed in the U.S. at least, where I'm from, is everywhere likes to put up these George Washington slept here. George Washington slept here. And I'm like, George Washington slept everywhere. That man got around. Okay. But like they kind of neglect the day-to-day people who lived in these places, and they're just as fascinating. So when investigators come in, I'll see a lot of groups trying to contact George Washington. Like he was there for one night.
I'm just coming to terms with what you're saying about George Washington. I mean, you've just raked his reputation right across my thoughts.
He stayed, when he was on the battle trail, everywhere, he stayed in a lot of different places. But everywhere likes to claim they all have a plaque. George Washington slept here. George Washington slept there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Celebrity. The early years.
But it's like, forget the day-to-day people who lived here, who were actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah, we're part of that group, the schlubs, as I call it. It's just like we're never the ones people write about, and we're barely considered, like the joke I had, the running joke about the Mayflower people, and it's just like, we're hold on here. I see I got another guess at half past. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna answer your no problem.
No, it's okay. I just didn't want to put it in the chat and disrupt.
Thank you. That's okay. I'm a woman, Andy. I can multitask. It's good.
No, don't go there with that. He was at it before, and we can't
do that.
He
Andy.
can't.
Just accept it. It won't be done. Okay.
I know it's fun. I'm sorry, I'm losing connection here, but I still care. So it just seems like there's a slowness on our side here.
What you said, Nicole, about George Washington is the same in England. Every pub that I come across has got a ghost, whether it has or not.
You actually do. I've been there. You do have ghosts everywhere. Good Lord. I mean,
I'm drinking in the wrong club.
It's a lot of houses are old, aren't
you only perceive that. It's only your perception.
Is it my perception?
It's your perception. Yeah.
It's these foreign ghosts, you know. It's like, whoa, what is this place? Yeah.
But you've obviously believed what you've been told.
I didn't even know what I was told.
But no, exactly, and that's the thing.
It's so old, though, seriously, because when you're from the United States and you go, like I spent a lot of time in northern England, Scotland, Wales, we're not used to things that are this old, so that it already brings this mystique with it. So we perceive things, I think, differently than those who grew up with it, right, Nicole? What do you think? It's just
Yeah,
so
like I'm in buildings from the 1700s, and I'm like, that's so old. And then they have like stuff from
like really old, you know,
really old. I can't even
really old. People buried in the churches beneath you. You're walking, you're thinking, wonder who's there. I mean, it's so different. That's all.
Well,
it's
perception. The house I live in is probably older than the United States, you know.
Yeah.
So I do understand that, but the concepts of what you see and what you perceive, because your perception of England is going to be different to my perception.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's all beauties in the eye of the beholder. So yeah.
Yep.
Well, Natalie loves the UK. You love Scotland, don't you?
Yeah.
Around that area. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was. I just thought it was.
You need to
Cumbria Island, which is near Largs, near I think Glasgow. It's been a while since I've been there, but that place in and of itself was like being the movies that we've seen, you know, from the Jane Eyre from the 1940s. It's like, oh my God, you just expect somebody to be walled up and you know, and screaming, and it's like, oh, I mean, it just brings all that mystique that we don't have here, that we long for. There's always a longing, I think, to connect with something bigger than ourselves and with our own pasts, because it's strengthening, or even in some cases, it's not what you want it to be, but it is what it is. And I think I'm always about whatever the truth is, and the truth takes a while to uncover as to what really happened. And in some ways, you'll never get a complete story, but you will get some semblance of a truth.
I don't know so much, Natalie. I always think the truth is relative to the person. We all have different truths and versions of truths. So when we use the word truth, it's quite a flexible word, isn't it? It's all almost to that point of, and I get the point that, I mean, you're looking back, or you're looking at the things that I've got American friends who love things like Downton Abbey, because it's a period drama and they just romanticize about it. But how much of that is just a romance, and how much could be a personal connection at some point?
Maybe both, huh? I mean, it can be
interesting to
we
explore,
want that, you know, we don't want it all to be so harsh, and we want to have a place where we can not just escape but rejuvenate, and something that helps our hope, I think, and that sort of thing. So sometimes the past can do that for us.
Do you think we look back with rose-colored glasses?
Oh yeah.
Sometimes, but that's okay, right? I mean, no harm, you know, and it's we're not always meant to be in the blast of the sunlight, right? I mean, I like the moon myself in the darkness, so I find that very invigorating. I like what's behind you too, Nicole. There you go. Yeah. So I think it's a dance, is it not? I mean, it's not the same thing, and
it's funny, isn't it? We go back and we imagine and we see the romance, but we forget about measles and rubella and rickets.
You got that going too. Even in Chicago, I mean, typhus, the filth of that river, when that's a lot of what killed some of those people too. It was pretty bad. I mean, how many fires did they have there? Not just the 1871 one, but stockyard fires. It was a very dangerous place. And so when I think back on it, it is with a feeling of affection and love, but I see it for what it is. I mean, Al Capone, anybody? I mean, that happened shortly after, you know, my folks were, and one of my great uncles was involved in the Dillinger gang. I mean, so all this stuff was going on too. So
that's fascinating stuff to explore, isn't it? Because it's a different era that we could, I mean, for me personally, my belief structure with reincarnation, we could have all lived through that. And so we might have a fascination through it.
Yeah,
which would be ideal for us to be able to explore, and people that can write about it are going to be heard writing about it, because we're all interested by it.
Yeah, it's like the paranormal, right? Yeah, I mean, you're all here, you're interested. I don't know if you all grew up with that, or it became a adult type of interest, but something draws you to it, right? I mean, it keeps you here.
Wow, I think
from being 4 years old.
Yeah.
From what I can remember, it probably goes further than that. But my first memory was when I was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
mean,
even remember.
Yeah. You can't remember?
And now it's as long as I have memories.
Same. I wasn't in
Yeah.
about 6.
Wow. Cool.
I was reading UFO books before I was reading books.
Wow. So
Yeah,
always you were drawn. Did your families approve is the thing? Did you grow up with families that practice? Because that's the thing. I inherited this embarrassing legacy. Did any of your...
My older brother is only 3.5 years older. He used to get the Unexplained magazine.
Yeah? Oh,
I
yeah.
used to borrow him off his mate, so I'd read him, and I was really into ghosts and UFOs, the devil, everything, anything. And it didn't probably scares me more now than it did back then.
Mm-hmm.
But my mum and dad weren't into it as such, but they'd let us watch horror movies like Hammer House of Horror, Day of the Dead, Day of the Triffids, all the proper
The
old
Triffids, oh my God.
Alfred Hitchcock movies like The Birds and mentioned this the other week, and all that kind of stuff. And The Omen is one of the original The Omen.
The original one,
my favorite movies.
Yeah.
It scared me.
Yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it?
I
It's compelling.
couldn't not watch it.
Mm-hmm.
There's just some attraction to it.
But then Orson Welles was one of my heroes. Yeah, I mean, I love Orson Welles, and
I do too.
Some of the things that he was an innovator of all what was paranormal, really. How he brought it out into the public domain, and the secrecy and the display of publicity that he used to use. So people like that, very interesting people, but aren't authors interesting people in general?
We'd hope so. Not all, but yeah, we'd hope so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's so much, and we're so lucky to be living in an age where we can turn on the telly and we can watch whatever we want to watch now. I don't know. I'm sure in America there's lots of cable channels. If I want to watch about aliens or time slips or anything that is actually relevant to what I'm interested, I can watch that all day long. I don't have to choose. I haven't got to sit and wait for Star Trek to start at 7:30. It's
basically all Discovery Plus is paranormal shows.
And Blaze and all them. But can I just say what Simon wrote? Yeah, sorry. What Simon's just put in the thing. He was experiencing paranormal before he knew it's paranormal. This is what I was trying to explain the other day.
Yeah.
For me, all the paranormal stuff that was going on, because at that time I didn't know what normal and paranormal, the difference between the two. So for me, paranormal was normal. And that's why I think I never felt the need to talk to anyone about it, because I didn't know any different. It was happening that often. It was normal.
It makes sense, Andy. I mean, that's similar to mine. I didn't know there was a word for it. Like you said, it was just like, I just thought my family's weird, and they are. And I knew not to talk about them with other people because they were a little out there. And there's also, I don't know about you guys, but for us, it was not spoken, but there was a danger element to what they were doing. But it's like, be careful how you speak to outsiders. And there's always a distrust of, those, my mom used to call them the English, you got not the British English, but the English. I thought, we were born here. What are you talking about? But it was just a way of expression. And I thought, that's interesting. So, and I don't have an explanation for that, but it was just like, there's a way where, kind of raising yourself up. So it's not just for fun and amusement. It'll keep you there. But with it, like the Spider-Man, comes great responsibility. And what does that responsibility look like? I don't know.
I was the opposite. I was always very open about everything. My parents were very supportive. Bought me every book that I wanted.
Whoa.
Took me to Salem, so I could make a yearly trip to
pilgrimage. Oh my God. Did you really? Oh, cool.
And I talked to everybody about everything.
Oh gosh. No, we're still a little, I've gotten more since doing my book and the podcast. I've gotten a little more comfortable, but I'm still measured, I would say, in my response to some of this stuff, just because of the way that I think that they imprinted their stuff on me. It stays with you.
As I got older, I got more quiet about it.
Contained, yeah.
I realized that it was weird.
Exuberance is good, though. Joy is good. I think, I think it's really good.
I think in the right company, open discussion is an amazing tool to understand the things that you've come to understand. So you can actually learn from talking, opening up that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
In the wrong company, it can be very destructive.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
I've realised I've just realised, thinking about it now, something that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't talk about it, and if I'm out at a party or whatever, and someone go, "Oh, Andy he's got a YouTube channel," goes, I'm like, "Shut up, shut up! I just want a normal night."
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I mean? You just want that time away from it. But as soon as someone mentions anything to do with the paranormal, I'm like, straight in.
Yeah.
And that's my. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, sorry, it's fine. You were talking, I interrupted you, but I'm just saying I do that as well. I don't. If somebody offers that information to me, I'm leeching on. I'm like, but if someone says, "Oh, like Sarah's got a paranormal team," I'm like, "No, shh."
Yeah.
I won't come out and say I've got a paranormal. Like I've got a paranormal team. I feel like because my family aren't into paranormal, except my sister, obviously.
Oh yeah. Wow.
I kind of keep it back a little bit, and obviously going through school and not being the normal thing to be enjoying and be into. You kind of retract a bit, and I'm still doing that now, even though there's a whole community of people who do, and people do find it interesting, but I naturally hold it back.
Yeah. Interesting. Now, for the British folk, when I was living over your way, which I thought was so nice, I remember walking. I was in my 20s, 30s, in school. And I was walking around, and people. I didn't try to identify as American. Fortunately, since all four grandparents are not from America, people used to speak Russian and Polish to me, and I was like, oh yeah, okay. But somebody said at one point, "Hey, you pikey," and I thought, pikey, and I asked what that was of my the B&B person I was staying with, and she said, "Love, are you part gypsy?" And I said, "Yeah, but it's way back there." She said, "That's what they meant." I thought,
yeah.
So how about that? So that was my only insult in your beautiful.
Yeah, that's not a good insult to get.
Yeah.
To be honest, is it?
Wow. What does it mean though? Is it an insulting, awful term?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they insulted me. Okay. But I didn't know it though, so it was like, okay, whatever.
But then maybe back then it wasn't as broadly used as it is now, but it is used as a pretty.
Okay, that's interesting.
Did we just use a slur on YouTube accidentally?
Sorry?
So did we just use a slur on YouTube?
Oh no! Well, I get banned.
It'd be all right if we
don't mean it.
We
just a dumb American
YouTube gods.
word,
But yeah, it's related towards the gypsy community.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, and they're called Romani, and my family is just for, if there is anybody who's Romani listening, Slovak, and from the center of Slovakia, but that was a while ago as well, but again, the practices and some of the ways transmitted, even if the whole full-blown experience wasn't there, it was still there within us. So again, I didn't think too much of it. It's like, yeah, and they used to call us gypsies, and it's like, it wasn't insulting back then. It is now, and I understand why. In Slovakia, it's particularly volatile too. So I understand that. So yeah. So, but I love my people. So
the language evolves. So what would have flown 20 years ago does not fly today.
Yeah, that's it. It's just, and it's hard to do when you're bringing a point. When I'm doing research and I read from these newspapers of back then, I always have to have a trigger warning, because they say stuff in these newspapers and it's pretty graphic, and some of it's pretty awful to our ears, but I don't censor it because that's how they spoke. That's what they thought. And they were of their time. And most of them didn't think they were doing anything awful. They were just expressing how they felt. So that's the other thing too. And historical revisionism does bother me, even though I don't want people to be damaged, like these goofy, statues and things like that. It's like, take that away, that doesn't serve anything. But the way people spoke, the way people thought, that informs what happened to today. For example, for fundraiser for the Eastland victims was Birth of a Nation. Do you know that film?
No.
Probably one of the most racially charged movies, and it's pretty bad. But it's also about the South during the Reconstruction period, and it wasn't going so well. And to say I watched it once and it was just like, oh my God. So, but that's how they didn't see anything wrong with it. Nobody was offended.
If we went round this group of people that we have here right now, there wouldn't be one of us that just has a single lineage. There wouldn't be one of us that are just English or just American. We all have roots elsewhere.
Well, as Natalie knows, my grand's Jewish, or my mum's mum is Jewish.
I have that as well. Yeah.
And I'm Ukrainian Jewish and Dutch. So
I'm Welsh. I'm not sure. I think it's Russian or just outside Russia Jewish. I don't know the exact country. I can't remember. I don't even know if the country still exists.
Sounds like Ukraine to me.
Belarus, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting. Most of my Jewish relatives are in Ukraine.
Wales, Irish, and Scottish, I think, as well. A bit of everything.
But you got some. Everybody has, like your point. Everybody has all of these things, and it seems like different eras decide to pick on different types of people, and it's just like we're all a mix of all kinds of stuff. You go back far enough, and we're all related.
I think it's a strength that we have different
I do
nationalities.
Too.
Yeah, I really do, and we can find commonality between those strengths. Because we can all find things to divide us. We can all find things that we can
it's not easy, right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I love the strengths. I love the strengths of a diverse group of people that all have passion, and it just makes more sense to be with people like that.
Yeah,
and it'll come back. It's kind of in a strange place right now, but I do feel that we, especially the thing of connecting to one's ancestors, it's like when you start to see those connections and how interconnected we all are, it's like it doesn't separate us anymore. It's like, we cross over. So it's just like, you're probably my cousin. Yep.
Are we all going to be greys at one time in the future?
Exactly.
That's what we're blending into, aren't we? Right, I've got a question for Natalie. There is a guest going to be popping in the next few minutes. They're only going to be staying on for a few minutes themselves.
Yeah.
So we'll do it's more of a statement than a question. It's from Adam. So he's saying, Natalie, did you know that it was a flag who raised the flag at Iwo Jima?
Adam, no.
I don't even know what that means.
I was trying to figure it out when you typed it.
I was trying to use hieroglyphs to decode it.
Like a flag raised.
Who raised the flag?
Hold on.
Sorry, it was the Slovak.
I know. I remember Adam. Yeah. All I know is to say ahoy, Adam, and I always get embarrassed when I have to try to speak Slovak. I know Adam. Well, Adam, one of my cousins, but he's Rusin, was Michael Strank, and he was one of the flag raisers at Iwo Jima.
My great-grandfather died there.
Was that?
My great-grandfather died there.
Died there. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I didn't know.
Still, wow. See, we're connected now. There's a connection that we have. Yeah.
But we all are. If we talk long enough, we'll all find
we're all related.
All right, everybody, break out your family trees.
Oh yeah, just log on to mine. I've got all these.
So we're gonna go into a quick pause. Moment.
Okay.
While we bring the next guest on. That's what I messaged you. So we're just going to bring this person on. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
And here he is.
Oh, he's all dressed up. Hi,
Mr. Gillis.
Hello.
What's going on?
Welcome.
What's going on? How's everybody doing today?
We're doing
all good. All good. So Nathaniel was up in Ohio, not too far from you two, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere.
So the reason Nathaniel's coming on, he's coming over to the UK the next few days. He doesn't even know how long he's staying for.
I have no idea at this point, but I'm excited.
Yeah. So he's coming over to do the Awakening, and I'm gonna get to meet him as well. So it's going to be good.
Very good.
That's the one that's over in Bolton for the Minicon. Is it the Dark Side to Ufology? It's one that Steve Mayer is doing.
Sweet.
So
Nathaniel
is demonology and other things.
If we can call it demonology. I'm a hybrid researcher, if you want to call me that.
I like that. That's okay. I am an ADHD researcher, so I think the same thing. It's just like, there's a shiny object, I'm going toward it. So that's okay.
Absolutely. It's like, there's a demon.
What's that?
I'll
Yeah.
one.
That's okay, you know. It's make it work for you is my thing. It's just like, oh, why just do one thing in a lifetime, right?
Oh yeah. Somebody told me the other day where you pull on one strand, the entire phenomenon unravels.
They
That's
all
like,
come
wait a
out.
minute.
Yeah, it's good to be able to jump from topic to topic, which I think that's also a characteristic. What I found with folks like yourselves is that everybody is really curious and has intellectual curiosity. I don't always find that elsewhere, just as an FYI. Right. So this is like energizing. It's like, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. This wakes me up. About. Literally.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does. So
it really does.
It's better to getting woken up by it in the morning than it is in the night.
Exactly.
So.
Well, that's okay.
That's a whole different experience right there, my man.
Yeah. That's when you don't want to be woken.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God.
Yeah.
Cool.
Especially when it's this guy.
Oh.
Nope, definitely not.
Nice.
Oh, who's the new friend? Is that bad?
No, he's staying in a different hotel room, so I don't care.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Charging rent.
That's
cool.
Something that solid, you have to charge rent.
Exactly. Yeah, if they want to hang out,
absolutely.
Pay you, you pay rent.
Yeah.
Charging rent. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what are we talking about?
The final I was just going to bring you up to date on what it was. So, Natalie is an author of Flowers in the River from the 1915 Eastlands disaster, which was in Chicago. It was on one of the ship's boats, and over 800 people died. But there was never, ever, or very little coverage about it. And Natalie went delving into it, and then she found that her ancestors were on there, or
a
couple of generations from yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's my grandmother's sister. Yeah. So
while she's doing research, paranormal stuff started to
returned. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I tried to outrun it there, Nathaniel, and my family. It's a familiar thing in my family. And I was a journalist. I'm trying to be taken very seriously as a journalist and all that. And I'm writing this stuff, and it's like, all this crap is happening. And I thought, oh, dark on it. So that's why it took me such a long time to write the book. I thought, how am I going to put this in the book? And I thought, I know, make it fiction, because people will believe the stuff is a fiction as opposed to this actually happened.
You've done the audible version of it as well, haven't you? And you've done it yourself.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's commendable.
I love audiobooks.
Yeah, I did. It was it's one of those where would I do it again? Now I've learned the beauty of AI. I know Andy likes AI too. Yeah. And I've cloned what I do is I've cloned my voice, and I can now have it translated. Since my Finnish fans are many, I have the podcast now translated into Finnish. Sometimes there's like this overlap with the audio, and it sounds weird, but so I just thought I want to make sure that the other goal is to make sure this story is accessible. And I also hope people will get inspired to do their own research, because God knows what you're going to find. And I keep finding, like we were talking about, all these strands of connection. The second thing I found, Andy, I haven't told you this, is that when I was doing the research, I started expanding the research beyond my family because they were affected. But I thought 800 plus people. And when I found there was a book they were trying to sell on eBay for like $75, which is way too much, and it was available for free on Google Books. So I thought, and I wanted to publicize that in my podcast. And then I saw it was about this trial that happened 15 years after the Eastland. And I recognized the names of the two brothers that were involved. They were killed, and that they're in my family tree as well. And I thought, dang, how many dead people am I related to here that were on the Eastland? Yeah, and I'm still working on, as a genealogist, I'm trying to be a professional genealogist here. I still have to do the exhaustive research and make sure I have the connections right. But it's like every weekend, it's like I go through these old papers, and somebody will present themselves, and it's like, I want my story told. And it's like, okay. Next, I mean, that's how I feel. It's like, who's up for this week? And so I want to make sure that everybody's represented, because to me, the way this thing has been handled, it's like they've been fascinated with the ship, but not the people's lives who were on the ship. And so, and I don't care what anyone says, there's always something available about somebody, even if it's a paragraph. And I also started translating documents from, say, Lithuanian, German, Polish, from Chicago at that time, because they hadn't been. I'm not that great at it, but it's better than nothing. And I have been, I've checked against translators that I work with, but those stories are very different than, say, the mainstream papers of the time. They're very in your face. It's like, this is corruption, this is judgment, we want heads. I mean, and it's like, I'm going to present what they thought. And so we're going to get a complete picture. We're going to do some world building, but it's not fiction, it's real. So to me, I'm trying to correct a wrong, I think, that was done to these people, and remember them. And then now I'm attracting some of their relatives, most of whom are living on the other side of the pond. And so that's good too. So I want people engaged. And just last weekend, there's a theater company in Chicago that did a puppet show on part of this, from the Western Electric telephone operator to the owner of the ship. I don't know what it was like, but as a former theater person, it's like, yes, I want this presented in whatever format people can, to lend their artistry, to lend their creativity, hopefully not, fictionalize what really happened, but the more voices and the more viewpoints that are here, because I don't own it. I'm just caretaking my family's part of it, but I want other people involved. So it's become the matrix. I can't get out of it. So here I am.
Good luck. Once you find that labyrinth, it's like, oh my God,
I'm there.
It's a whole new
I
world.
just accept it.
Never
I
getting
love
out.
it. I love it.
Never getting out.
Good research. You're doing good research.
Yeah. I like doing the research. Yeah. Yeah. My master's degree was in actually translating ancient texts, systematic theology. And so those skills that I learned, I thought, what is this going to get me besides a job as a cashier? But it actually has been really useful.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Now I got a job in IT. I'm good. But it was one of those things where those very skills, it's like, what about this? Is this transcript? Is this document relatable? Is it true? And you have to go through exhaustive research. Well, that's what I'm doing. But this right now, it's like, wait a minute, this is a bunch of crap. I don't think so. And then make sure we have the validation, make sure we have the documentation, make sure we have the primary sources as much as possible, secondary sources, whatever, and do the best we can. And if I don't know, I say, I don't know, help me. I really don't know. So it's been very engaging,
I was going to say, you could get a job on air and decipher half the messages that the viewers are writing.
I'll do what I can. Yeah,
that'll put your skills to a test on its own.
I use all the artificial intelligence means at my disposal, but Lithuanian, like, oh my God. There was a rock group. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to. So when you use the AI text, do you use it for writing paragraphs? So you just put in what you want and then let it pick up, or do you use it more for translation?
I use it mostly for translation. And then what I do is I send some of the stuff, if I'm worried about it, to my actual translators. I have several translators I work with in Poland, in Germany. I need somebody in Lithuania yet, but and I do a lot of cross-referencing, because that was my master's degree too, in terms of let's look at this, and so there's different versions of a language depending on the era that you're looking at it. So the Greek of what was the New Testament is very different than the Greek of now. The language of 1915 Chicago English, alleged English, is different than now, as well as German, Polish of that time, because even my relatives, they spoke this mishmash of Polish language, German language, and American English and regionalism. So it's a mess, but that has to be accounted for and not necessarily taken literally, because it's like you have to always say, does this mean what I think it does? Because some things just don't, they've lost context, right? And I do the best I can, but I didn't live there. I've been around a while, but I wasn't around 1915. So, you and
that's good to hear. You'd be a vampire.
I could be What's that?
So I kind of feel like you got the plot for your next book, an ancient manuscript translator working as a cashier, and she's the only one who can translate all these ancient texts. Like,
I know, and then I can
read it.
Mm-hmm.
You're good, Nicole. You just go ahead and write that, because I'm just too busy with all the dead people. I got too many. So yeah, it's been good though. I feel like when you try to do something at least from the heart and do, like I was telling Annette, and I was telling the gang here, that I take care of the book. I don't want the book to take care of me. I really just want no sponsorship, no nothing. It's got to be as clean as I can make it, and find other ways to support it, because I want it to be as true can be, because it deserves that much, because of all those people, all those lives, and all those who died not on it but of it, all those families where people just died the mums and dads who died a few years later of broken hearts. What do we do with them, And I'm bringing them out of the shadows too. It's like, this is what happened. And this is who survived. This is who lived a life of service. This is who probably never was able to outrun it, but maybe they found some refuge in service, or maybe from their ancestors too. I don't know, but it's more complicated than my brain can hold, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Quick question. So last time you came on, you was just about to start doing the podcast. How are you finding doing it, and what reactions are you getting from the people that listen to it?
Biggest surprise, Andy, is I get a bigger audience from across the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, from these countries like Finland. It's like, what does that have to do with this? But I'm surprised and delighted. My since I really don't try to make it marketable or commercially pleasing, because I really kind of failed people pleasing 101. I wanted to really be true to what I was doing. I figured the right people will show up, and they have. I do, I do the social media postings and things like that. And I send out stuff, but I'm not anxious to get thousands and gazillions of followers, because no one's going to get. It's too weird, But the ones who I do get, I think they must. I think they are of the same, I don't know, soul,
they
or
contact
whatever.
you?
Yeah, something. And so that's what I want. Yeah,
quality over quantity.
Yeah,
I hope it's quality, but you never know. Some weeks better than others. But I'm going to have this historian on next week if everything works out okay. And she's fantastic, and she's been working on this. And her viewpoint is just, for me, it's just a professional PhD historian. It's just so engaging, and she's got all kinds of different viewpoints on the socialism and the capitalism, and that's always a fun topic for this, era. So I think we're going to have some good times. So I was just wanting to get different voices in there. So I think it's going well, Andy, better than I thought. And just when I was ready to wind it up, all these other people came out of because of that court case, that I thought, what is this? And so I thought, I got to do everybody. So I've done some interesting characters. And a couple weeks ago, I did there was another shipping disaster in Chicago several years after the Eastland, and the woman who was on that was also on the Eastland. She survived, and she survived two of them. And then one of the rescuers was, I don't know if people are into Johnny Weissmuller as Tarzan, but he was there practicing at the lake in Lake Michigan. So he was one of the rescuers. So Tarzan got involved in this. And so it's like, oh my God, it was just one of the craziest stories ever, but it was real. And I thought, reality is weirder than anything I could come up with.
That's
so it's been fun, Andy, answering that question. It's been fun.
Yeah. Right. Can we just quickly jump to Nathaniel, because he's not going to be staying on for long because he's quite busy today. So we've got one question for him, and then if he wants to plug what's going on next week, because he knows more about it than I do. I just know I've got a ticket and I'm going. So, all right. So this is from Nickname. She's asking, oh no. Wait, I cannot read, so it's for Natalie. Can Natalie give some paranormal experiences? Nathaniel might have thoughts. Thanks.
It's
right. Are you going to have thoughts, Nathaniel? Oh my God. Nathaniel, I've had them all.
I've got artificial intelligence. Yeah, right.
AI,
I have thoughts about a lot of things, apparently.
Okay.
There we go. Right?
The usual, telling finding cemetery graves, crap like that. So yeah.
I can give you my thoughts. Whatever we're dealing with, see the model that we're operating off of now, at least my colleagues and I, are the possibility that we're dealing with a singular intelligence manifesting as many, where it's denominated itself to where, in one part of history we have this mask and the hybridization program exists, and then it moves into another portion of history, another emanation or incarnation of this intelligence. So the question we're asking ourselves right now, at least my colleagues, again, is what are we dealing with? Are we simply, as a species, are we simply witnessing the evolution of something that is evolving alongside of us, but is also evolving according to our awareness of it. And if that is the case, then that would mean that it has allowed us to compartmentalize it into different genres and different fields of research. And I think that's one of the key markers of the most sentinel case of modernity, which is the Skinwalker Ranch, where NIDS encountered everything. And a lot of times the phenomenon itself, like, for instance, okay, they would go into a particular direction in the forest, and then they would see a cryptid, and they would wonder why. And so they started realizing that a lot of these manifestations were simply the researchers tripping over this intelligence and not realizing it was present. And then that intelligence manifesting to push them back. And that in and of itself is, I mean, I can go for hours, but I mean, if you look at the case study with Axelrod, who shows up and he's investigating it from the Pentagon, oh my God, this is amazing. He gets a phone call from his house, from his wife at the house, and yes, a cryptid had manifested in her front lawn. Why? Right? Why is it? And so the idea here is, again, that if it is a singular intelligence, that in order to condition us into certain areas of control, it manifests as something we cannot understand. It's paranormal. There's nowhere to place it. And so it's a control mechanism. But that's kind of what I'll be discussing at the Awakening. I'll be introducing a new model and kind of going through the hybridization program throughout history. And hopefully, this is kind of where I'm coming from, hopefully by virtue of stripping a lot of the phenomenon from the religious connotations and seeing it just basically for the case studies, horns and hooves or angels, what's actually occurring here? Is it possible that based upon preconditioning, religious tradition, dogmatism, all of the above, that the phenomenon itself has literally leaned into archetypes we've given it and then leaned out whenever it wants to. And this is why when I study demonology, it's like, okay, yes, sometimes these beings fit that blueprint until there's another intelligence that transcends that microcosm. And then you're making eye contact with something completely different. And it's in that kind of cognitive interface, that dialogue where you're looking into it and it's looking into you, that you kind of, wait a minute, right? Am I being manipulated here? Is there something else beyond that I lack the ability to articulate
or know about?
Correct.
Absolutely. The unknown is the unknown, and we've yet to step into a lot of those areas, and we make so many presumptions through not being able to perceive. And it's the perception of how we see things that controls us. If we were just to empty our minds and just go in there with no thought perception, we would learn so much more about what surrounds us.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
This
So,
is, that's brilliant.
I find it
it
fascinating, Nathaniel. I mean, for me, it's about time people started talking about this in this way, because there's so much gets in the way.
Yes, and this is fascinating because, after poring over copious amounts of case studies and incubi and all this stuff, and, essentially the idea is, okay, you have the phenomenon manifesting to a single person. Okay, let's go with that model. And then we used to believe, okay, yeah, but it'll don a mask and it'll masquerade. It's like, okay, but it happens so often, there's got to be something more going on. Like, it's not enough to... Right. And so there's evidence that I'm coming forward with that suggests that in these moments of interaction, that whatever intelligence we're dealing with has the ability, this blows my mind, to monitor your belief in it as you're interfacing with it in real time. Do you believe I am who I appear to be? No? Okay. What about this? Yeah. It makes no sense. And then it makes all of the sense if we're looking at a predator, some kind of model where it is evolved according to our awareness of it. And in order for the predator to capture the prey, it will appear as what the prey would capture.
Does it have to be from a negative prey chase perspective, though? Can it be from a different perspective of us understanding it better?
Right.
If it actually presents itself to us in that way?
Well, it's a good point, but I would suggest this, that with case studies like the skull experiment, where it literally introduces a completely different model. And when that occurs, it kind of restructures not just the model that ufology was operating off of, but the model that the paranormal itself was operating off of, right? Because
they were very unique experiments that have never been reproduced. And that little village in Suffolk in England that actually claimed to that, were giving us photographs and images of people that were supposedly dead, but were they?
Right.
Were they? There was so much within that. So
it's incredible. I love that case.
But if you ask a person what they think an angel is, right, they will actually say to you one of many things. But nobody will say to you an angel is an alien, even though it's not born of terrestrial parents. So it's an interesting sort of perception of how we get brainwashed into believing what is taught to us when we're very young and how we're doctrined into that.
I grew up in evangelicalism, so I can bear witness to that fact. And I'll tell you what, it's so fascinating to me. But to your question about the current model that I'm thinking about, entertaining rather, is that yes, there are times where this is what blows my mind, where the phenomenon will literally convince a practitioner, for instance, Tim Taylor, to go out into an undisclosed location in the New Mexico desert to literally collect earthen stones uncut by human hands. Collect them, build it up into a shape, stay there, and actually, this is quite confounding, literally modify his own behavior, modify his dietary needs, and then after a week of doing that, get to the point where now it's ready to conjure the other. I would suggest that's a lie. I would suggest that it's convinced us that we're the ones that are conjuring it, when really we're the ones being conjured. We just went through this entire ritual to get to that point. And it's this weird nebulous situation where, okay, yes. I'll appeal as the one you're conjuring. But meanwhile, the entire time, you're not realizing you're modifying everything in your life to reach me. It's strange.
Do we have a problem with going into too fine a detail? Or is it best that we go into too fine a detail? Which one works better? Can we lose it if we go in too deeply? Or do we understand it better by analyzation?
Well, if we're looking at approaching the phenomenon through ritual magic details to the very inflection of the incantation matter. And this is what's so important. This is fascinating to me because, again, the model itself is failing. If these are extraterrestrials, then why are they responding to incantations that originated in Mesopotamian ritual bowls?
Okay.
Is it possible our model, if our model's wrong, our timeline's wrong, my friend. And if our timeline is wrong, where is disclosure coming from? Does it make sense?
Nathaniel, our timeline's always been wrong.
Yeah, I believe 100%.
Yeah, and we probably only know a proportion of what we know about the history of this planet. But also, we don't know about ancient civilizations. We don't know about their technology. We don't even know about what they actually were promoted by. We don't know what actually instigated them into doing things. So we have no idea. The modern world starts with religion when Jesus walked on earth. We don't really go past that, do we, in our modern day world? So the Mesopotamians are someone that is a mystery to us, apart from what we find that gives us little pieces of the puzzle. We don't even get the puzzle. We just get the four corners sometimes. So we understand only what we see. And I think we're going to find a lot of stuff out. And for me, it's one of the main reasons why disclosure hasn't been announced. Because if we have other civilizations out there in the universe, in the cosmos, that we can compare ourselves to, then we're going to know so much more, aren't we? But we got no comparisons at the moment. We got nothing to compare our civilization to. So as soon as they give us comparisons, whoa, we just open right up, don't we?
Yeah. Here's a question for you. So Umbra put it in the chat earlier, and I was going to ask it anyway. You said about I know Stephen, Barry, and Paul, and yourself is this, the phenomena is the source. It's coming from one place. What if we, as humans, are the phenomena? What if we are the source, and we're manifesting all the stuff that's going out just through thought process, if nothing else?
Yeah. The question, again, let me reframe that if I could. Is it coming to or through? Is it coming to or through? Is it, like I said, it's just a symbiotic relationship where, right, it's again, the cognitive interface. I will manifest into something you understand. But that model, again, it falls apart in the face of the evidence. Sure, okay, yeah, I'll be Darren Edna. I'll be all of these different entities that are seemingly in the afterlife until something else comes in the middle of these seances that transcends that microcosm and causes us to question whether or not we've been contacting aliens that have been masquerading as the deceased, or the deceased that have been. I mean, what I'm saying is it just obliterated that. And it's like, okay, if we thought we were in contact with these specific species, and then in the middle of this portal enters in something else, it starts literally looking at people through screens, then we have to ask extremely difficult questions. What was the purpose of this entire incantation? What was the purpose of it? And if that is the entity that's been manifesting by virtue of earthen altars, is it possible that the primordial man in antiquity extinguished his campfire to repair himself to his private quarters, begins to write these incantations? It's impossible unless something or someone out there, inspired these encounters.
I think this explains it a little more of what he was saying. Like, if we all originate from the same source, then like humans too must be linked with that same origin or entity.
Yeah. Can I just come in as well? Because I mean, I don't think we're that important. I think that there's billions of Earth-like planets out there with billions of civilizations in our universe and the multiverse. If they're dimensional shifts, but the thing about it is that there's no pecking order. There's no particular order that things actually are made. So why would we have any less or more importance than any other civilization?
Well, yeah, I agree in that with that concept. If we were aware of our full potential, like if we had evolved to the extent of our evolution, and yet whatever we're dealing with has the ability not just to step into archetypes, but quite literally, it knows when certain people will die. And I'm not talking about specifically, okay, yeah, I'm going to kill you, and that's why I know when you're going to die. But whatever we're dealing with is it is outside of space time, and it's because right.
Yeah, take time out of any equation, and it becomes a lot simpler to solve. Correct. Straight away. Correct. Yeah, if we allow for that to be a part of the bigger picture, then the things that we actually will see is that everything's occurring at once. So there is no order to anything. It's just where our perception is taking us.
Okay, I can buy into that. I like it.
Yeah,
I like this conversation. And again, everything's on the table, but I think if anything, what this intelligence is doing, maybe even by accident, is pushing us into new models where before we had built walls instead of bridges. And now it's so binary in thinking. Like, I mean, even in the field for the last point, okay, aliens or demons. I heard that I'm like, wait a minute. What if there is another intelligence out there that has been using both in a way to correspond and condition?
How about this as a theory or as a practical starting point? There is no good or evil. There's just is. And then expand it from that perspective. Because we tend to look at it all from our own doctrine, our own perspective. And as soon as we take out our standards, our sort of understandings, and start debating from a real basic source, then that's where we need to be to understand it. We can't go in there with preconceived ideas of how we've been taught.
I completely agree. Where I do differ is there are some case studies, a lot of them, where whatever intelligence is manifesting, or whatever this intelligence is manifesting as, has an acute interest in absolutely terrorizing people. I mean, to the point where there's no explanation. Paulino, for instance, encountered an entity that told him, I was there when your father committed suicide, and I'm the one that made him pull the trigger. There is no other way to take that outside of, what are you trying to do to me right now? You understand? Like, are you trying to... So there's only a handful of ideas. Okay, they're going to kill our ego, all that. But at the end of the day, it's like, wait a minute. First of all, you want me to know you know. Second of all, you're wanting to hurt me in ways that are deeply troubling.
Can I balance that with manifestation? How we're thinking and how we're creating our thought. I mean, there's a real, we talked about it with Andy and Nicole and Sarah, all about what we manifest, what we actually believe in. Things like, the rake and other demonic sort of animals or creatures, skinwalkers, things like this. And we haven't learnt our power. We haven't learnt that manifestation is for good. Because our mind is so sort of switched on to this good and evil stuff. We're almost like thinking, well, without evil, there's no good. And it could well be that once our mind's switched into just one way, we start manifesting the stuff that is able to bring everything rather than bring only a part of everything.
I can buy into that. I think my perspective is skewed a little bit. It's not because I approach it differently or approach it dogmatically. I'm just looking at case studies like Malachi Martin, or even John Mack. Walking out and a bunch of other John Macks die in the same night, and you're thinking, did he manifest that?
And did he look the wrong way? You don't know, do you? That whole thing with John Mack. What a man! What an experience of a man to be a Harvard professor. And to be killed by a car in London, looking the wrong way, does it quite fit? I don't know. Maybe we get killed for what we know and what we can prove.
There we go, my friend. Absolutely. And I think that, that's happened to a great deal of researchers where the phenomenon realizes, okay, you're making too much eye contact, I
think you're right.
And that's...
we all agree on quite a few things here.
Yeah.
That's good, Dominic. By the way, your name is my favorite name ever. I'm jealous. I'm just a fan. Dominic is, I love it. It's incredible.
Well, that's another thing we have. That's another thing we have in common, because it's my favorite name too. So that's
there we go.
Cool.
That's right. It better be.
You all told me. Don't start.
It's good to meet you, Nathaniel. It's nice to be able to
likewise, sir. Likewise.
Andy, Dominic's stealing your boyfriend.
What?
Oh.
I'm doing
romance.
It's all good. Yeah, he's gonna have to buy your Bruce here too, and Bolton. We'll make it up. You'll be there.
I'll be taking him to a good steakhouse, so it's all good.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what he needs.
I've been to Bolton, Andy, and I didn't like it that much. But I'm sure it's a good place. I
was chatting with Nathaniel yesterday and kind of like giving the heads up of Bolton. No offense to anyone from Bolton. But I lived there, worked there, used to go drinking around there, and
always rains.
It was all right.
I've never been out of the country in my life, and this is, you guys probably already knew this. This is monumental for me personally, not just for demonology, to have a seat at the table and to where we strip it of all the dogmatism. Okay, look at the case studies, right? That's my perspective. But me personally, I've never been to England. I love England. And my favorite TV show is Frasier, and the only English-British character was Daphne, and guess where she was born and raised? Manchester. I love it. I love it. So I'm like, man, this is kind of synchronicity to the best degree.
Come down south and meet some of the people down south, because England is a very small country, but the actual you'll see the difference. It's got wonders wherever you go. England is such a fabulous country, but you'll learn something in different ways, and you'll learn about the northern humour, which Andy will tell you all about, and you'll learn about the southern softies, which I'm sure he'll tell you all about as well. So
I can. I live down south, so I'm not even going there with that one anymore.
But I'm from Lancashire, and I live in the south of England now.
Yeah.
So which is next to near where you're going, where I was born. But the fact is, it's a great country, and I think you'll love it and enjoy your stay. And I hope you have.
I'm excited. Yeah. Me too. Like I think I'm going to be there for. I think it's like 5 or 6 days now. I think it's what we're doing as of now. But I'm ecstatic. I've only first of all, I hate flying. So I hate flying. So 8 or 9 hours on a flight, so when I get down, when I land, I'm gonna be like, all right, where can I go just to relax? You know what I mean? But anyways, I don't want to keep rambling about myself. Anyways, I love it. I'm excited. It's gonna be a blast.
Tell us about what you're doing, because I don't. Andy knows. I don't know about what you're doing right now. What are you coming over to?
The Awakening Mini Expo, and it's me, Paul St. Clair. I think if this is the direction your question is going, me, Paul St. Clair, Barry Fitzgerald, Steve Mera, the Kinsella brothers, and Mark Hawley.
Ron and Kinsella, yeah.
Yep. And so we're just I mean, I think I'm the last lecturer of the night, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, what's so difficult though is you have researchers that have been doing this longer than I've been alive. And so, right, and so it's like, oh my God, what, you know what I mean? So I had to figure out a niche that I could cover that would be fresh enough and relevant enough. And I think I have it, but it's a huge opportunity. And I'm excited.
You'll be fresh. You'll be new. You'll be innovative. I mean, whatever you contribute. I know some of the people you're talking with, they're great people. They're really respectful, good people. And I think you'll have a great time just opening up conversations with them. So
I can't wait.
You're going to have a fabulous time.
Oh, I'm excited. And I don't even know. I think I have to exchange currency and everything. So I'm getting all my ducks in a row. Because I don't want to get there. And you're like,
don't worry about that. They love the dollars. This is Bolton. They've not even got the pound yet.
Oh, God.
They've only just got the wheel.
No.
Oh, Lord. So, I'm excited, and it's a good opportunity. But,
Well, it'd be good to be on the same time zone. So if you get a chance, jump on and we'll have a chat at the time when you're over. Because it's not often you get on the same sort of hour. There's a lot of time, but sort of, quite a few hours apart.
Well, he already knows I'm kidnapping him for a few minutes next week.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. I'd say it was crazy.
A little interview while we're there. So
I can't wait, man. It's going to be a blast. But I had an experiencer that Dr. Carla Turner had been working with prior to her death. And he lives in the UK. And so he contacted me. He had been playing some of my lectures at work, and a bunch of his coworkers heard I was coming to England. Now they're coming to meet me so it's like, oh my God, I can't wait. And I keep saying that because I don't know how else to put it.
You'll be back. Once you've come, you won't want to. You'll come back again and again. And I think it's all about networking, meeting people, and being able to express. And I think it goes both ways. And I think people will come over to you, and it's just a great way of being able to understand where people are.
Oh yeah,
it's like any of the cons and expos and everything. Like the good ones. As soon as they're over, you're like, okay, I can't wait for next year. Like, I have to get back. It's just such a great experience.
It's so funny, because this is... So when I was doing lectures prior to coming into this field, it was like in the church setting. So I would talk about my research, but it was always within the church setting. And I was like, okay, well, once I got out of that, transcended that, I'm thinking, all right, where do I fit in? Because, the evangelicals were like, Nathaniel, you do. I'm like, okay, that's not really where I'm leaning. No offense, it's just my research is leading me in a different direction. So I've been to Paracons where I had one discussion with an individual. Is it possible, to do a lecture on demonology sometime? I think it'd be amazing because I do present different insights. And literally, that was too dark. It's way too dark. Mid-sentence, mind you, it's way too dark. I don't think we want to do that. By the way, we're supposed to be conjuring Satan in the other room in 5. I promise you that happened in 5 minutes from now. And I'm like, oh, what? That's a little bit inconsistent, but so
see,
it is what it is.
I'm with you on several things, but I don't believe in fitting in. I believe in going for, because what we're looking for is new knowledge. There's no point in just having all the old knowledge all plowed back out again. So we want the new stuff, the stuff that we don't actually get just by talking about the same stuff. So if we can get the new knowledge out there and introduce that, it's one of the biggest reasons I'm against people just talking and talking and talking, because it doesn't bring anything new. Bring new stuff. Bring the new stuff in. Be bold enough to talk about things that you haven't heard talked about. Be bold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're getting to that point, my friend, where, and I've heard it on Paul St. Clair's channel, where we heard a whole panel of people. One guy was like, look, he's like, I forget what his name was, but he's like, he goes, I've been doing this for a long, long, long time. And he said, I'm to the point now where somebody has to come up with a hypothesis, even if it's wrong, at least come up with something we can look at.
Start the conversation.
Yeah, something you look at, you test.
First step.
And if it's wrong, you learn something.
Yeah.
I think you've got to be brave. Yeah, you've got to be brave at this time. There's, I look and see all this stuff that keeps getting pulled back in, and I think, why do they do that? Are they too afraid, or are they not able to see that there's other things here? We don't stand still if we explore, do we? And this is the whole idea of doing something like this, is that we get to talk to people that perhaps we would never get to talk to.
Yeah, and one of the big things I think is talking to people who you don't necessarily agree with, but talking to them respectfully.
Yeah,
because if you're talking to people who just parrot back what you believe, you're not learning anything. It's not expanding your mind. It's not making you think any differently. But when you talk to somebody who doesn't share exactly your viewpoint, you look at things from different angles.
Yeah, it's better to disagree, not argue about it. Have this conversation like we're having now. And while you're doing that, you're taking in what the other person or people are saying, and you're just sticking it in the part of your mind, and then later you'll go back. It's like, well, when we saw Nathaniel or Sarah, Nicole or Dominic, and they mentioned that actually fits in with this.
Yeah.
And it works.
We'll start to piece the puzzle together. Yeah. And it is that.
Puzzle.
Yeah.
But some people just get so shut down with, well, that doesn't fit my narrative, so I'm just going to immediately argue against it without taking in the information.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right. And there's a word that I like to use, neophytes, right? People that don't know, and yet they're confident, right? Okay, I have an idea. Okay, and then they attack. And I've experienced that. I recently did a massive show, and just reading the comments and everything, there was a lot of, it was weird because they didn't know where to put me. The secularists, I was too evangelical. The evangelicals, way too secular. And I'm thinking, okay, that's a whole new genre of thought then. I don't know where to fit. That's fine. But you see where people are so calcified in dogmatism. And if anything, like I said before, this phenomenon is making us stretch into boundaries and dimensions we didn't even realize existed. I think that may even be what it's all about.
It is.
But
and we don't have to fit. We don't have to fit. This is the thing. If we try to fit, we will not fit. If we think that we can just be, then we will just be. And I I'm not a conformist, but I'm not a pragmatic. I don't want to jab people until they submit something. I want to understand what they understand and what they know, because what you know is going to be the other half to what I know. And between us, we can figure stuff out, and it's so important. But that's your point, Nicole, and Andy. It's all about being able to have the respect and understanding to sit and talk.
Because you get people that only believe in UFOs. They don't believe in Bigfoot. They don't believe in ghosts. And then you've got the people that only believe in ghosts or only believe in fairies. It's like, well, how can one exist, but yet the other doesn't? Surely it's got to be all or nothing. Or not all or nothing, because there are things like creepypastas that people think are real that are not, or...
Oh, do you know, Andy,
I've had this glitch, but this is another rabbit hole. I don't want to go down it yet. But I think the majority, say you pick 10 different types of cryptids, you have to believe in them 10. You can't pick and choose which ones you believe are real.
Andy, you can. You can choose. No, you might not be right, but you have the actual choices in front of you to be able to understand.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
And you might not want to understand
or...
certain things. If I said to you angels are aliens, you might say, well, of course they're not. Yeah, but it's that understanding of the fact that it could be so. So
so listening to
understanding of the phenomena.
Yeah, the willingness to entertain it without having to commit. I think that's necessary. I got to get out of here. Actually, I got to go work on my father's birthday party. But everyone, Dominic, Sarah, Nicole, Andy, amazing conversation, and I learned a lot. I know, right? It was good to see you, but no.
But it's just as important to listen as it is to talk.
It's been really interesting.
But I'm going to get out of here, guys. You guys have a good weekend, all right?
Safe journey.
That's weird.
Thank you so much, guys. I'll see
you next week.
Oh, absolutely.
That last bit then about being like willing to be sort of open about everything. It's like being paranormally agnostic.
Yeah.
Kind of like just
you have that small vision of one thing or a couple of things and you disregard everything else. That's what I disagree with. I'm not like Dominic said, I'm not saying I'm right, but that's my belief.
Okay.
And you don't have to believe everything. You don't have to believe everything that somebody's saying.
The trouble is, right, this is how I see it, is if you try to cram everything in, you've got to be really good at undoing buckles because they'll stick you in a straitjacket. Yeah. And you have to try and get out of that. It's all about being able to figure out and then see and how and just be able to be respectful enough to listen. Yeah, because everyone has something they got to say. And Sarah, you probably listen to the conversation. But you've got loads of things to say inside, but it's something that you'll go away and have a look at because you've been introduced to it. And I love that.
To express their opinion, regardless of whether anyone else thinks they're right or wrong. Everyone's entitled to their say, and it's not even down to anyone else to believe it. It's they believe it, they believe it. They don't. But I think I'm more like that because there's different type of encounters and experiences that I've had. It's not just been one thing throughout. There's been loads of different things.
But
there's another one. I seen a cat and its head was like a rugby ball. That's a completely different story. It was like an animated cat. Its head was like a Arnold.
Was he Welsh?
Really?
Yeah, that was in Cambridge, of all places.
Yeah, well, I can believe that in Cambridge. Quite a few hybrids in Cambridge, but the understanding of things helps you grow. Helps you see
definitely.
And even if you have the most outlandish of experiences, and you don't even believe it yourself, it's well worth looking at and trying to explore it because you're going to learn something from it. And
but
that's
then going back to what Nathaniel was saying and what Stephen, Barry, and Paul all kind of agreeing on, that the source is one thing and it's projecting different. It's projecting the same thing, but we're all seeing it differently. So all these different types of things are not necessarily different. That's just how we're perceiving them, and they're actually the same thing.
It could be the perception is everything.
Yeah, it could be projection.
It could well be
projecting it. It could be that being projected to us. It could be something in between the two.
But that's like the way that I see it, right? Like, stay with me because this is going to be weird. So, like, the truth, right? Like, it's a puzzle.
Yeah.
And maybe everybody has like a couple pieces of this puzzle, but they're all mixed in with like different puzzle pieces. So for you to get your complete puzzle, you have to dig through and find those truth pieces.
Yeah.
Totally
among all the bullshit that everybody has.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
And some might have more pieces of the truth in their pile.
Yes.
It's what you're basically saying. It's a game show that you have to take part in. And
if you really
And you have to be perceptive enough to be able to listen, but also to be able to pick out the bullshit.
Yeah. So that's why, like, even these like outlandish, crazy people who are like, there's no way, they're batshit crazy.
It's true.
I listen to them because you know what? Maybe there's something
There's
like a
truth
grain
behind it.
Yeah. There's never been a better time in history for people to come together and find that puzzle. Because we can do this. It doesn't matter where we live in the world. We can talk to one another now. There's no boundaries. There's no borders. There's no flags. It's just people. So we've got a chance. We're the first generation to have that chance.
See, I love it when I go to like these meetups and things where people share experiences, sightings and experiences of things like UFOs. And even if sometimes I think it's a bit out there for what I believe, just to hear how what their experience was, what they took from it, tells you like how it's affected them.
Yeah.
And sometimes it tells you a lot about what their how do I word this? What their views are, a lot about what that person wants to express. I don't know how to get that across, but
I think
I know what you're saying.
Can I say it's vulnerability? Because people have to be vulnerable.
Yeah, they do, and they tend to get very emotional as well, and it's good to see. And sometimes I think what they're seeing reflects back on what they're kind of wanting from that experience. Yes. I don't know how to put it into words. Like
if they see a blob and they're like, oh, it's my mom, or oh, it's an angel. Like that's what they need.
Yeah, or like they describe how they felt when they had an experience. Like we had a lady who was talking about her experience with a couple of greys that she saw, and the way she was describing it was more of how she felt about it rather than what she actually experienced, and it kind of it all linked into things like it told her messages about people that had passed or her purpose, and I was like, Is she reflected? Are these things manifesting because it's what she wants for closure in her experiences? I don't know how to put that into words.
What I see, Sarah, is lots of people taking on popular culture. They will read books and they will follow a trend in a situation, and then they'll repeat it as though it's their own. So they buy into it. Then create it around them, and they won't see past it because that's where they are at that particular point. And so they're quite difficult people to talk to because they have a very static mindset. For instance, if they saw their dad sat on the bed, they would think that was their dad and that he'd come to visit, and that was part and parcel of what that person was doing there. Whereas someone like yourself might think, well, hang on, is that just an image? Is it an imprint? Is it the dad? Is it another energy? Is it someone pretending to be? And you would question it. And I think a lot of things come from modern day culture. You know, we all read books. We've all read, I don't know if you've ever heard of Doris Stokes or Doris Collins. Her medium books were out there when I was growing up. And then there was people like Michael Newton, Journey of the Soul, and Cleopatra, who wrote about past lives and reincarnation. We all read those people's books, but their ideas are individual to them, and they get taken into modern day culture, and then people believe what they've read, whereas really all they're reading is a theory based on someone else's hypotheses. Whereas
herd mentality, like follow the planting that seed. And I also think like emotions are quite strong, and if we're going off perception again and what we want, we're creating these paranormal experiences with our own mind. So like you go in somewhere and you have a preconceived idea of what you want from it or what your expectations are. Now we don't know what our full capability of our mind. I don't think we ever really will. No. And how do we know we're not reflecting that on the paranormal? Like, how do we not know? Because we can't understand what our mind is doing because we haven't got that. We can't comprehend it yet. Our mind is creating these experiences that we perceive to be paranormal, but
It's because we want them to happen.
Well, of course,
Yeah, like the Philip experiment.
the fact that you're there, you're creating it. Because if you weren't there, would it still be happening, or would it not? Yeah, I mean, if you walked into a building, right, would there still be voices in the air and imprints and movement around, or is that only there because we see it?
Yeah, and that again backs up the idea that we kind of, if we
create
it, yeah, and we manifested it.
But when you go, this is like for Nicole and Sarah, when you go to your investigations, do you find out the history of it before you go, or do you go in blind?
No, I go in blind. If some things you can't help knowing the history of because it's well known.
If it's a well-known place,
like 30 East Drive, but a lot of the time we don't want to know. Like we went to Antwerp Mansion. It's not got a massive history. It's probably only Victorian era, but I didn't really know anything about it other than the fact that it used to be an old house and then it used to be like a rave club. I didn't know anyone who lived there or anything like that. I like to just don't want to know names, don't want to know what happened there, like just very basic history. But I don't like to research because again, you're putting that idea. You know what you're expecting,
How do you set out your basic premise? Your menu for an investigation. What do you set out?
What do you mean?
Like equipment-wise?
Like the structure.
Yeah, before you go, do you go, right, okay, this is our index, this is our menu of what we're going to do here. We have an order. Or do you just go to a place and just go see what happens?
We just go see what happens. We don't have any, again, don't want to put any expectations. So we just go in and see what the vibe is. We always start, though, organically. Well, I won't go straight in with any equipment. I like to just call out, get a feel for the building.
A walk around.
Yeah, a walk around.
We do a walkthrough.
Right. Yeah, you've got to, haven't you? You've got to see what it naturally gives off because I don't want any equipment to interfere with anything. So you just want to pick up the vibes of the building straight away.
Yeah, and that's how we see where we're going to start is where it's like, okay, we walk around and we have a lot of psychic mediums on our team and we're like, okay, where are you feeling? Where should we start? And then we set up in there.
Yeah, what room are we drawn to?
Do you find you do that? Sorry, do you find you do that without knowingly doing it? It's just like an automatic thing? Or do you kind of plan it?
No, I think I think it's automatic because we like to just naturally have a look at the location.
It's like doing that risk assessment, isn't it, before you set up play?
Yeah,
I really would want to know, not just about how we actually present ourselves in that situation. So I'd be thinking, why not call out in thought rather than call out in voice?
Yeah.
So we've had that happen when somebody has asked a question in their mind or been thinking about their question during an EVP session and gotten a response to the question before they asked it.
I like that because that tells me that there's a lag, there's something going on that wouldn't be normal. That wouldn't be a normal situation. And thought manifests in the mind way before we say anything. It's just that we get used to the response. And I mean, for me, if you were doing an investigation, I would actually say to you, go in there and just send out thoughts, get the people to have the same affirmation within their minds as they walk into a building.
The only issue that we would have then is if something happened huge or we got a really intelligent response, how can you then evidence or justify? How can you then go back and say, "Oh, I asked that question in my mind"?
I'll tell you how you do it. You document it before you walked in. So onto camera before you walked into a building, you would say, "We're all having this question, and we're all going to think this way, and we're going to walk in now, and we're going to see what the response is." So you pre-record what you're doing. It's the anticipation of seeing how it works.
Yeah, you do run the risk though, then everything kind of having to be planned in a way, because you then couldn't think on the spot of something, because there'd be no way of proving that you actually had that thought. Because
you then would have to say it out loud if you were to document it, unless you wrote it down, which is obviously another thing. One other thing.
But then can they see what you were writing?
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, but then that would answer the question: is if can they read? Like, can they read?
What you're doing there, see, is taking it onto a different level, because there's probably thousands of groups around the UK, around the world, that do investigations, and they all go in there and use voice.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you use boards or if you use thoughts, your investigation is going to be different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's an interesting using. We've never used thoughts. That is an interesting thing. That's definitely one to.
Yeah, I used to use boards. I used to use picture boards or language boards, and I used to have them written in different languages, and sometimes always in Old English, because
calling out in Old English as well is something that because
it's very important, because languages change so much.
Yeah,
and people don't necessarily know how to read or write, do they? Like well, depending on where you are and what sort of area you were looking at, reading and writing is.
But just say your thoughts can penetrate what we call time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you could send out a thought to someone in the 15th century. What would you want to say to them that they would understand?
I'd want to know how intelligent they were. I'd want to know if they knew that they were here. I'd want to know. I don't know how you would.
But that's what I'd be asking myself before I walked in. I'd be asking myself, how can I communicate with somebody who speaks a different version of the language that I speak now?
Well, you know what we can do? If we're going to have Staticom live tomorrow on the show, right? I'm going to think of something. I'm going to write it down.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it. And I'm going to see if it comes through. Because I don't want to tell everybody in the chat or anything, because they're going to be calling out and typing in responses that they hear.
Yeah, great idea.
And then I will pull out the paper tomorrow if people are hearing that response.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
I'm going to have to restart my computer because my camera's gone down. So I don't know what's going on.
There is a God.
I have to do the third word.
So give me 2 minutes. I'll be straight back.
Yeah, it's fine.
Got 2 minutes of freedom, girls. What do we do?
I still can hear you.
I'm thinking of a weird word that's not likely to come up.
Okay, that's great. I love the thought of being able to investigate anywhere, but I love the thought of doing it differently, because I don't know, I've sat on so many seances and done so many investigations and seen what people do so often. Isn't it great if you could just go and do something a little bit different, just literally to see if something different happens?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, so
agree with that. It would be interesting.
But tomorrow, Nicole, are you going out with this guy to do that thing tomorrow? Is that tomorrow that's happening?
No, Ron and Lourdes are going to be live on the show tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot their names after with everything. But Ron and Lourdes, are they going to be talking about their experiments and what they do and how they use?
So, as far as I know, from what Andy told me, they are going to try to get it up and running live. Okay. So they're going to talk a little bit, and then they're going to try to run a live session.
Right. Okay.
So we can hear it. So we're going to see if this word that I wrote
comes up.
Okay. I wrote Staticom over the fold.
Right. Okay.
And I'm putting it to the side, and I'm going to think about it tomorrow while it's running.
Okay, that's really good. And it's I'm sure that Ron and Lourdes will have their own ideas about what electronic voice phenomenon is and how it affects us. But for me, I just think there's echoes of everything around us. And quite often we will experience anything that comes through. And we don't know whether it's coming through time, whether it's coming through imprint, whether it's coming through ourselves. We don't know. Because as you said rightly, Sarah, we don't know what we think. We don't know what our minds are. Yeah, we just don't know. So there's so much we do not know, and it's part of what I'm sort of into a little bit is that if people are going to channel or give messages, let's face it, let's give some stuff that we don't know about.
Yeah.
Let's find out the stuff that we haven't got an inkling to, rather than just talk about the stuff that we already know about. So I'm in for that. I really would love to sit with people who have a different perspective on how to do things, because you get to the point where the same stuff doesn't really work.
No.
Yeah, you want to kind of try to push the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, just see how far you can go with it and see what you can actually achieve by it, because we're all curious, aren't we? There's not one of us here that isn't curious about how somebody else thinks or feels.
Yeah,
But-
you know the Estes method where you sit with the spirit box and the headphones on.
Yeah.
So it starts off, doing that, but then somebody had the idea to do 2 at a time. So like the spirits are talking to each other, like, and then things like that just evolve.
We always try to, because it just kind of it correlates and just backs up the other one. And we've also started doing when one of us is in, or both of them are in the other room with like the spirit box and the headphones, is somebody else will go into another room and ask the questions to themselves rather than they're in the room where the headphones are, just to kind of eliminate that possibility that they can hear as well, but also to like distant, like if there really is somebody there with an intelligent who can intelligently like respond,
see how far they
in a different room. Yeah, because they should be able to, they can travel around, they should be able to pick up on what you're saying wherever you are.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do, and it's very old fashioned, was to put down coins and dust them with talcum powder and see if they move, because that to me is telekinesis, but it's also good to have some sort of indication that they have moved. And it's the mixture of the new and the old, bringing in things like spirit boxes on vibrational frequencies. I love that idea, and the clever person that thought about it, because he wanted to contact his daughter, has made something possible for us to actually use as a, instead of a medium, really, we can use that, and we haven't got to sort of look at the human face or the human factor. But the bits that we can do is we can do that, and we can also get a medium, so we can compare what the two are saying. If a spirit box is talking to, spirit's talking to a spirit box, why wouldn't it be talking to a guy or a girl who can actually come in on the same vibration? Because that's what a medium is, isn't it? So you get double confirmation at the same time that something's happening from 2 different sources. And that's really what we're looking for. And that's what's been missing. We haven't had the confirmation through 2 different sources.
Yeah, you get one piece of evidence, you get one piece of sort of information, and it's not backed up by anything else to try and activate it and confirm it and correlate.
Take it or leave it, isn't it?
Yeah, like doing a study, you wouldn't do a study for something and then just do it once. You'd replicate it. You want to see what its validity is, and like you'd want to.
Yeah,
how reliable it is.
If you're scientific, that's the way to be thinking, is to be able to repeat and to go forward. And let's face it, what we're looking for is something that's there. We're not looking for our own egos. We're looking to see what it involves, what is happening in our world, and what happens in our dimension. And that being what we're looking for means that we use several different methods at once.
Yeah. Can you repeat all that, because my internet has gone down?
The main thing is tomorrow while we're running Staticom. Did you hear that part, or were you out during that?
I got that. That was it. That was the last thing I heard.
All right, good. I don't have to repeat that. That was the only important thing.
That was just waffle.
The rest we were just talking trash.
Basically, a wire's fallen. It knocked my camera out.
Ooh.
I now, because I've got Ethernet that goes around the house downstairs and back into the hub, so I've got a solid connection. That is now not working. So I'm having to Wi-Fi it to the hub. And there's no, and all it was one wire had dropped off a hook.
Oh dear.
That I just moved out of the way, and everything fell apart.
Did you say Woodbridge?
Nope.
No.
Oh, and I
Didn't
also got a
mention-
McDonald's drop. You missed that.
Yeah.
The what?
I got a McDonald's drop. You missed that too.
Oh,
Ah.
damn it. Yeah, so I don't know why I cannot connect on solid connection, even though I've got Ethernet.
The green screen does very weird things to French fries. It's like black. Look at it.
Do you know? I don't know what you're holding up, but it didn't look very edible to me.
No, I
I
wouldn't
don't know
have.
if I would.
No,
Don't
it's
know
a
if I-
French fry.
I'm
But
glad you're
it's like-
placing it. I'm glad you're putting it in your mouth.
Tapping the green screen. It's part of the forest.
All right. Okay. Is that what it is? It's a piece of wood. Yeah. I never know what McDonald's is because I'm a vegetarian. I've been for as long as I can remember. So
Oh, there's no meat at McDonald's. You'll be fine.
yeah, that's see, God speaks. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I don't know what the difference is between a herbivore and a carnivore, but I'm sure there's something that says that when you eat, your body is sustained by the food that you eat. So
But
I don't know.
my rule is,
The teeth
if I
is the
like it,
difference.
I'll eat it. If I don't like it, I don't bother.
That's what we learned about animals. The teeth is the difference between herbivores and carnivores.
Yeah, you don't eat something that eats other things.
Okay. Do
Everything eats
plants-
other things.
plants have
Cows don't eat other
feelings?
things. They don't
Cows
eat
eat
other.
grass.
Yeah, but they don't eat other living creatures as such.
But does grass have feelings?
Didn't they say that like plants scream?
Yeah, but we
I'm
can't
sure
hear
that
it.
now.
Yeah.
We can't hear
I
it.
can't hear them, but they scream.
I have a
Eggs-
fern.
eggs
on my
scream.
window. Eggs.
Yeah, they
they?
proved that they start do you know one of those little things that little graphs? They actually put a box of 6 eggs out, and they put that graph on that's sensitive to the vibration around the egg. And just before the egg got dropped in the boiling water, it went off the scale. Absolutely.
Fertilized or unfertilized eggs, though.
Well,
I'll
do you
tell
know,
them normal eggs, just your eggs that you get, in a carton. Yeah, just
Can I just dig myself out of a hole? When I said animals that don't even eat other animals, I meant we don't really eat predators
Okay.
as food. I know people do eat crocodile and alligator and snake, but that's just a bit messed up. We eat more of the grazing animals that will eat insects and worms and maggots and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
Well, not through choice. It just happens to be on the food as they're eating it.
yeah. I'm
We
a
don't
big
eat
believer.
lions and tigers and all that kind of stuff.
See, people wouldn't eat crocodiles if they had to catch them. Yeah, it's as
I
simple
won't
as
eat
that.
crocodile
You're in
anyway.
Florida. They eat alligator.
You wouldn't, would
Yeah,
you?
I say if you're in Florida, that's probably all you've got.
You eat alligator.
You eat alligator.
Apparently, it
Yeah,
tastes
well,
like chicken, but I've never had it and will never
No.
have it.
Right.
Apparently, human tastes like chicken. I've not had that either.
Pork.
Nope.
Pork.
I
They
heard
reckon.
it tastes like
Pork.
lamb.
Human
Don't
tastes
like
like
lamb.
pork. Yeah. Right.
Chicken, beef, fish, the end.
They say human flesh is nearer pork than anything else.
Is it?
Yeah.
This is a weird
I'm not
conversation.
planning on eating
Yeah,
a
no.
human. So.
Yeah, it's a sort of
Not on
conversation.
my menu.
This
with
is
things
taking
like-
a weird turn.
Well, we
Human
thought
flesh.
The
well,
out's
you're
gone to the dark side.
Oh, actually, do you know, when I used to work in a hospice, this sounds really minging, right? When I used to work in a
What's
hospice,
minging?
Horrible.
The bodies went missing.
when I used to work in a hospice, they used to people that had passed away used to smell a little bit like lamb. Like they'd give off a bit, like a raw lamb smell, like it was just on the edge of
Oh.
the kitchen.
Yeah,
Like it did
Like
smell
a-
like lamb.
on a kebab. Yeah, or a McDonald's.
Yeah, anyway, moving on. Because this is getting a bit Hannibal Lecter-ish.
We get some fava beans and a nice.
I've not seen that movie, but
They put still lotion on.
right. We are just waiting for our next guest. He should be on. I'll send him a message in a minute.
And we're only
Fingers-
not even 7
fingers
hours in yet.
crossed. Sorry?
So we're not even 7 hours in yet.
No, I
But
know.
we are.
We're over halfway.
Shall we do 12 hours?
By yourself.
Everyone's face is like, oh.
Yeah.
Do you know what, though? When you get to a point where you could just carry on.
But
That's what I was
also-
like on that 25-hour one.
There's
It's
also
hard.
there's also another point that if you pay my divorce lawyer, then I may consider it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Well,
I
if you
do
want
12 hours-
paying in chocolate buttons, literally, I've got a full bag, not even open.
Do you know what? Do you know what though? I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but if you've ever, when you're at work, the whole working day will drag, and then as soon as you get to finish time and you run into overtime, for some reason the overtime flies, and like, however long before you know it, you might have done like 2 hours over, and
Well,
that's why time.
I don't think I've ever really done overtime in my life.
oh, you've not been a midwife then, have you?
No.
but that's
No.
why time is.
I don't even do my normal time, let alone extra.
Oh God.
I work far too hard. I think the thing about time is it doesn't exist. It's just in your mind. It really is. Yeah, but whether you do 7 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours, it's all about how you perceive it, isn't it? In your mind before you start.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the day flies, and then other times it drags, and it's like
I think that depends.
Would you find it's more because this is a phenomenon on its own, isn't it? Because this is back to the time thing again. If you're enjoying it, does it go quicker?
Mm-hmm.
No,
And if
not
you
necessarily.
think I really don't want to be here, is it dragging?
Yep.
Think about it this way, right? When your football team is 1 goal down and there's 2 minutes left, those 2 minutes go really fast. But if your team's 1 goal up and there's 2 minutes left, those 2 minutes seem like an hour. It all depends how you perceive the time that you're actually in.
Yeah.
Have you seen that about sloths? How because a sloth moves really slow, with the metabolism's really slow. Do they perceive us? Are they in their head? Do they actually?
I hope you're not looking at me when you say that.
Well, we like the Flash.
They
We
move
like
at
the
normal
Flash.
speed.
Yeah.
And then we're like, we're like,
Yeah.
But to them, they're moving normally, and they're like, what are these humans doing, running around so fast?
But you never see a sloth in Tesco's, do you? Doing the shopping.
Oh, I did this morning. It might have been a mirror, but
What if we're like the sloths and like these other dimensional beings are like us and they're moving so fast or whatever that we can't see them?
Exactly. Like,
There could be a hum that you
Yeah.
just hear the vibration as a hum, and that they're in a
Right.
different time zone or
Yeah.
a
We
different
have-
status.
we have the next guest. Are you ready?
Savior.
It's very sunny wherever he is anyway.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Hi there, everybody.
Hello,
What's
it's Mr. Albert Rosales.
Hi.
Hello,
nice to
Albert.
meet you guys. Let me take my glasses off.
I was expecting the hair. What happened to the hair? Did you shave it off?
No, I don't know what happened. I think one of
I love
my
those
grand.
glasses.
They're
You like
fun.
them?
I like those glasses.
Yeah, I
Oh,
thought it
really?
was Elton John or something coming into the room here for a second. Hi,
So-
Albert. Nice to see you.
So,
Good
for
to see you.
those who don't know who Albert is, he's a well-known author on the humanoid genre. He has a Facebook group, which most of us here are members of, and he nicely, allowingly lets me post stuff on there for the show. And he's a great guy. Originally from Cuba, and now do you live in Florida? Because every time
Miami.
I speak to you, you're in either east or west, or I don't actually know where you
Yeah.
live.
I'm in Florida. Yeah, Miami, Florida. Now.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were just talking about Florida.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten an alligator?
Yes, a couple times. I never
Yeah.
wrestled them though, but I had a couple.
I bet you
Have you
didn't
ever caught your own?
No.
Not yet.
It's weird. Last night I had a dream and there was an alligator involved. I don't know why. And
Synchronicity.
it was it was
Right?
kind of scary too. It was like a huge alligator, and I was what am I doing here with a friggin' alligator next to me? But I don't know. Lately, I've been having some really weird dreams. I don't know why.
What are you drinking?
Well,
that's a question.
No, I haven't really had a drop in the last 2 hours now.
So that's probably your problem, that you haven't had any.
Not enough.
Yeah. No, and it's just
So how
weird.
How are you anyway? All good?
Good, all good now. Yeah, thank God. Yeah. Started the year off, I had COVID.
Yeah, again.
Man, yeah. But I'm better now.
So, because Albert was supposed to be on the 25-hour one, but he had a bit of a family emergency, so he couldn't make it. So that's why I asked him to come on this one. He felt bad, but I wasn't bothered because obviously family's more important. But I've asked him to come on, and he said, yeah. So here he is. So thank you for coming on.
And you know Andy, and you still came on.
You see, I'm a good
see.
guy. Yeah.
Right, so should we start with what we was chatting about the other night when I sent you that picture about my story?
Oh,
because you do so.
Yeah, I did a summary on it. Yeah.
So he writes books about people's encounters with humanoids, and he's got something like 3,000 books. Not far off, is it really?
Not as many as George. Okay.
So he does them. So you do them in sections, say from year 1970 to 1995.
I do it chronologically, from the AD or BC, then up to I'm up to 2023 now. I have
wow. Yeah, because that was the last one you was doing, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I haven't published that one yet. I haven't been able to yet. So.
Can I ask something really sort of basic? What do you class as humanoids?
What do I class as humanoids?
What you're writing about, basically. Where do we start?
It's like the UFO matter, but I focus on the entities or the aliens involved or encountered, and I just don't do UFO related aliens or entities. I run the gamut. There's
anywhere.
Bedroom visitations, shadow people, werewolf type people, reptilian, everything. I have hundreds of those encounters that I collect. I collected through the years. Many of them from other researchers worldwide that share the information with me, and some from people that actually get in contact with me. And
what's your favorite one? Have you got a favorite one? I know it's like asking for your favorite child, but do you have one that really stands out that is absolutely, so brilliant in its simplicity?
Out of 30,000 is really hard to say. Okay.
Yeah. But I understand that.
That's a question that I'm asked a lot, actually.
I hope so.
There was in the UK. There's a whole bunch of cases but there's one that for me was really interesting that happened in France back in 1973, a long time ago. That's during the wave that UFO encounters that mostly in the US, but in Europe there was a lot of incidents too. There was a couple courting. Now they were parked in the vehicle. This is in November 73. I don't remember the name of the location, but they're in a vehicle, and they spotted what they described was looked like a shiny dome landing on a nearby field, maybe 100 meters away. There was a fence in between them, and they just they watched it, and it landed, and all of a sudden there was a kind of door or a portal opened. And like 3 or 4 little entities came out. These are the ones that resembling what the people call now the Greys, which I call the Hollywood Greys, but that's what they are. Okay, the Greys with these were wearing like silver tight-fitting overalls or coveralls, and they had slanted eyes, but their heads wasn't that big. So they walked around, and a few seconds after that, two more entities came out of the this UFO, this object, and these two were completely different. They were tall, human-like, blonde-haired. They were wearing the same type of uniform, silver, tight-fitting coveralls, and they also walked around, but not too far away from the object. Now, the seconds after that happened, this is the weird part. Another entity comes out of the craft, and this entity, according to the couple that was interviewed by the French investigators, it looked like a giant ape, or maybe a Bigfoot, what they call it. And this giant ape stood next to the craft, did not move anywhere. They thought it was like could have been standing guard. I don't know. The lady in the vehicle, she became frightened a little bit. She tried to open the car door, and then the boyfriend said, "No, close it." And she slammed the door shut. And this must alerted the entities. The little ones came and they went inside the object, followed by the two tall blonde-haired guys. And then the ape guy went inside and took off and left. And there were tracks found on the field. There were the investigators. Several went to the site, and there were like footprints, different type of footprints. And I thought it was an interesting case because it shows like different type of entities working together for some reason.
Yeah,
a connection.
I've got 1,000 questions for you, Albert, but I've got to be very careful.
Yeah. Hold that thought, Dominic, because I just want to show this picture because I had to AI it. I spent half an hour AIing this picture, and it was the closest thing that I could get. And it's one of the only things that I remembered to upload for tonight. And now I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
You got it?
Deleted it then. So, this is the type of humanoid that I've seen in the shopping centre in the south of England. She's about 6'2", 6'4". Stood out. Skin was a lot whiter than that, but the hair and the eyes were that, the shape of the face, everything. And she stood there. I was stood outside McDonald's. I was deciding what we wanted to eat. Turned around to let people know what I was having. Turned back, gone.
And this is what might be called nowadays a tall white with white hair, but kind of different though. But or a Nordic type entity.
Yeah,
interesting.
Was she doing anything? Was she just stood there?
She was stood, right? This is the most ridiculous part of it. This is more ridiculous than ninja dwarfs in Cheadle. So she was stood with two guys that looked like the guys out the hairy bikers. And for those that don't know, they drive around on bikes and they go around cooking in different places around the world. They were a lot shorter than her and couldn't see her talking, but they like that was their circle. Where I was stood, so I had McDonald's to my right, bank to the left, doors behind me to get in and out of the shopping centre, left and right, that was like all the way down to John Lewis, go left all the way down to M&S. And then in front of that, doors open, it's like an outdoor eating area. So where I was stood, no matter what direction they'd have walked, or she'd have walked, I would have seen them because it was only a few seconds. Nowhere to be seen. Didn't hear her speaking because it was that busy. It's like middle of summer, Saturday afternoon. Didn't make eye contact, even though I was like, because it just didn't make sense that this person, human, or whatever, was stood there. It's completely out of place. Turned away, spoke, turned back as quick as that, and gone. The three of them.
And remember, I told you that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. I just going to say, is that what drew you to her? Drew your attention? Is she just didn't look? Did she just look out of place?
If you see somebody like that, as taught, like I said, 6'2", 6'4", above everyone else, just didn't make sense that person was there. The skin was like immaculate skin, immaculate hair, the features. It was like it was AI.
Can I add something to this? Because I see aliens everywhere. I see auras. I see colors. I see frequency in color. That's what I do. And certain individuals have auras that are human. Aliens have different auras. And I see people walking around, and I see aliens amongst them. That's what I see. I see it quite a lot. And I just think that what you've just described is exactly the same woman that I saw in the shopping centre not so long back myself.
What
Exactly
shopping
the
centre?
same.
Shopping
There was-
centre.
Yeah, one in Norfolk. But it was she was actually there with another woman, the same size, same build, and everything. But
Yeah.
one woman wasn't an alien because she had an aura. The other woman was, and it
Right.
made me think that these people have been escorted around to really intermingle and experience our culture at first hand. Is that something that you could verify, Albert, or is that something that you're aware of?
Like I told Andy when he mentioned his encounter, I know dozens of such encounters similar to his encounter and yours. Seemingly human-looking entities, but somehow different. Like this lady,
Yeah.
immaculate skin, beautiful blue eyes, or different eyes, and the hair completely white, silver, or sometimes blonde, or there's something that they stand out.
Yeah.
For some reason, and they have the capability of. I know of an encounter. This guy was at a flea market, and two of these tall, he called silver-haired giants, showed up in front of him, and apparently he was the only one who was able to see him. And then he looked around and looked back, and they were already gone. They have the capability of tuning other people out if they want to contact you, or they disappear at will.
But this is the thing with this one. There was no. It wasn't like I was looking at them and then because I was staring, yeah, and they didn't turn the head to like make eye contact or anything like that. But thinking about it, did they know that I was looking at them? So when I turned away, they did whatever they needed to do to vanish. So when I turned back, they weren't there. I don't even know if she was with these two airy biker guys. That's how where she was stood. They were stood one either side of her, like in a little circle. There might have been other people there too. I don't know, but they were the only three that I noticed. But also, that was around the time when I lived in the house, when I had all the different things going on, the shadow people, the apparitions, the growling, the UFOs, voices, stuff moving around the house. Just everything was going on.
You guys heard of the Chris Bledsoe encounter? He wrote a book. This is one of the entities that he encountered at his house, at his farm. Like a blonde hair, tall, wearing a white robe. I talked to him on the phone about this incident, and it's included in one of my books. But he has a more he thinks they're more like angelic encounters, or more, he's gone into the religious part of it.
But this is the thing, Albert, isn't it? With it, it's all about what we believe it to be, because the amount of encounters, just the fact that you come across over 3,000. Do you say 3,000? I think I wrote 3,000 down.
Close to 30,000 actually.
30,000, right? Now that in itself is a remarkable figure, isn't it? Because if we're looking at a percentage of that being, what the number is, even if we say 50% of them are mistaken, that's still 15,000, isn't it?
Right.
Encounters with beings that aren't terrestrial, which is quite incredible in itself. But just the fact that it's quite a common occurrence means that something is going on, and we don't know why.
But you also have to remember all the accounts that are not written down or recorded or taken, that people just they brush it off or they just don't think about it. It's got to be more than 30,000.
Well, and this is throughout. If you think about it, this is throughout the years.
Yeah.
Like, from before AD or up to 2023, And then you think about it, it's not really 30,000, it's spread out. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
A lot of people have contacted me, and they want to tell me a story or want to tell me what happened, and then they don't want it anymore. When I call them back, and they go, "No, I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about it," and they refuse to talk about it. A lot of them are afraid of ridicule or
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. How many people really want to tell you this story? Because it's a relief. Years and years.
I tell them, hey, look, if you had an experience like that, it's better that you talk about it. Don't keep it in, because you don't want to go to your deathbed having something like that, or talk about it in your deathbed. Talk to people, because you're not alone. There are other people that had the same type of encounter. They experience the same thing.
Yeah,
you're not alone.
It's becoming more widely accepted to talk about it now. But I for one can say to you that through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even the early 2000s, you wouldn't ever address it, because the fact is that people take one look at the story and think your credibility is going to be lessened by the fact that you're talking about that. And it's that sort of thing that now we're far more accepting of these encounters. I mean, I get far more, credibility from talking about the encounters that I've had. People are more accepting of them because I'm talking about them. But the fact is, there's still people out there who are really, really not in a good mindset to talk about these encounters. But when you start to talk to the UFO community, the people like yourself, Albert, who have studied it and have encountered it, it becomes almost like it's quite a common, widespread phenomenon. It's not something that is underground anymore.
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of people are still not ready. They're not ready, especially in less developed countries, I think. That's my personal view.
Do you think people get doctrined into thinking certain things?
Yeah, there's a lot of disinformation out there that somehow somebody's putting out that makes people believe a certain thing, like the Greys. They make you believe that all the ETs or all the humanoids are the Greys with the big heads, and they're here to kill you. And that's some kind of narrative that's been, the public that's all they know, because that's all they see on TV nowadays, the movies, evil Greys.
Yeah.
So Hollywood culture has a huge influence on how people think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. But there is a lot less stigma because of these paranormal TV shows and like things like this show, and just everything right now. It's becoming way more accepted to talk about this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
definitely.
So more people will come forward with their stories.
I used to enjoy watching Paranormal Witness. Remember that show? And
still watch it.
Yeah, I do the reruns a lot, but there's more than 2 episodes there which it has to do with UFO encounters, like the Rendlesham incident, where
Can't say that word on here.
They interview the airman that saw that incredible
episode. Yeah. No, we had a guy on earlier. Don't know if you've seen it. Every time you mentioned it, his internet had cut out.
Very weird.
Kept getting kicked out. About 7 times it happened.
Yeah.
He went through phases where nothing would. His internet would be perfect, but then as soon as he started talking about it, he just cut off, didn't he?
Yeah. But I forgot to tell you, he messaged me about 10 minutes after, and he said his internet connection is solid. Nothing wrong with it.
It's always the show that makes it happen.
So you can't say that R word. It's a trigger for some reason.
Many times I've been on interviews and we're talking about some men in black or something, and poof, there goes the connection for a while. Yeah. That's happened to me before. I mean, I'm not saying it's connected, but
no, but it's just
now. If it happened now, that'd just be like
yeah.
thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
They're not going to do it now. We're watching.
Let's try it. Rendlesham.
You have to say it 3 times. Like Beetlejuice.
Whilst looking in the mirror and
Look,
clicking
yeah.
your heels, you'll be fine.
You got to say Woodbridge. That's the word, but I won't say that. Okay, because that it'll cut out as soon as you say Woodbridge.
I don't know. So many
Yeah,
books
well,
on that now. That there's so many of them.
So, do you want to hear my alien encounter that I had in Malta?
Yeah,
Yeah,
be interested.
I don't mind. I talk about it openly. I've written about it in some of my books. But
you've written books also? You're an author?
Yeah, I'm an author. Yeah, I write books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I actually have encountered several aliens over the years. But one in Malta was a very small, about 5 foot tall, very petite lady who was walking down the main high street of Valletta, which is the capital of Malta. She had a very, very clear energy field, very clear aura. I noticed her, looked at her. She looked at me directly in the face. She smiled, changed her smile to a frown, curtsied, and disappeared. The whole encounter took about 15 seconds, but it was enough for me to know that Malta has lots of bases, lots of sea bases for extraterrestrials. And the funny thing was that while I was there, I was at a UFO conference that particular week. We were debating and talking about UFOs with people like Colin Andrews. Because does crop circles and all the other things. He's very sort of well known, and there was quite a big alien presence on the island during that time, and that's what was something that was very exciting to be a part of that and to actually see it in the way that it actually came across. So that was one encounter that I personally had, but I always feel like I've had a little bit of an insight because I can see the different color frequencies around different people, different bodies, and you can notice them. They stand out in a crowd, whereas normally they would just fit in. They would just go unnoticed.
Do you know what I get as well is going back, like when I've gone to conferences, UFO conferences and things. Now this sounds really strange, but a lot of the people that attend don't want to be offensive or anything. They look a little bit uncanny valley. Some of them don't look quite standard sort of, I don't know, they don't look very human-like. They give me an uncanny valley vibe. And I think, are they going to these conferences to see what we know, what we're talking about? Are these people attending these things? Or say people like, non-humans? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I've thought that a couple of different conferences I've been to, I've thought some of the people attending have given me really uncanny valley vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't feel, some of them don't feel
a little off.
Yeah, and I always think it's just a coincidence that we are at these conferences. And
I thought they were just like the geeks.
They probably are.
Can I ask Albert something? Albert, have you ever encountered an extraterrestrial yourself personally?
I've encountered something. I'm not saying it was extraterrestrial, but I don't know. When I was a little kid back in Cuba, this is back in the 60s, okay, maybe 65, 64, we were out. Back then, there still is, but there's a lot of power outages, and the people will go outside and play domino and drink coffee in front of their houses with the neighbors. And I remember clearly as a child, we were all sitting around, and across the street, we all noticed what appeared to be an object that looked like some kind of egg or flattened egg, or lights around it flying over the rooftop. And everybody just looked at it, and most of the people dismissed it. They thought, oh, it was the Yankees, because back then there was a lot of paranoia with, Bayo pigs and all that in Cuba, and the Russians and all that. But anyway, I was the only one that seemed to be really interested on the craft, and it flew across the road or the street, and I followed it, and I just stood under it when it stopped over a field behind my house, and I watched it. I don't know for how long, because the next thing I know was my mom calling me, but where you been? And I seemed to be all wet. It felt like water. But anyway, I was all wet, and my mom was telling me, where you been? And I never explored that. I never been regressed or anything like that. But that's not the only episode. I also in Cuba, we went to a beach that was pretty out of the way. And I remember going by myself. They warned me, no, go by yourself. This beach is kind of, there was a pier, and the pier was all torn down, broken, and you could hardly walk on it. But anyway, the thing I remember, I was walking by the dunes, and I saw holes on the ground, and out of the holes, what appeared to be huge crabs coming out, big eyes and crab, and they were huge. I mean, not your normal crab. And I was a kid, so I kind of frightened me. Then my next memory, I was standing or laying down at the end of the pier, looking into the water, and my parents and my family running, warning me not to walk in the pier, to be careful. And they didn't know how I got in there. It was almost impossible because the pier was like almost torn down. It was a couple places where you couldn't even walk through, and I was right at the end of the pier, laying down. And of course, I got a, what you call a good hiding from my parents after that, because they thought I gone there myself, but I had no other memory of what happened.
Okay, missing time in that?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of people experience the missing time, don't they? And it's unaccountable. We have no reason or way of explaining it within that. And it's amazing how many people experience it as a child and never forget it, because a lot of your childhood memories actually just sort of vanish like the mist, don't they?
Yeah.
But these encounters never do. They stay with you. And obviously it stayed with you enough to inspire you to go and get interested and go and research the topic.
Yeah, because back then I have no idea what a UFO or spaceship or alien was. I have no idea.
No, it's only when you become interested that you start learning about Heinrich and people like that, and what the Project Blue Book was, and all the things that come in with the phenomenon. But you don't know nothing about it, and sometimes those memories are purest, aren't they? Because there's nothing to really taint what you're seeing or what you're thinking, because you've got no expectation of anything. So they're really, I love it when people who haven't really had anything to do with this get involved with it, because they have something to talk about, because those people have no idea what they're talking about. They're just talking about it. They're the most authentic.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So so the book that you're doing, do you say it's finished but not published?
I'm still adding cases to my database. My database is private. It's not part of the book. So I couldn't really include all the cases there because it's impossible. You see the stack of papers here? These are cases that I got to include in my and a lot of those cases, a lot of them are Spanish, from Spanish speaking researchers or whatever, and I got to translate them. I even have to translate some Italian, Portuguese. Most of the time I use Google. Spanish, no, because I speak Spanish fluently. So I do have to use the translator a lot too. And sometimes a lot of editing. So it takes me a whole while.
Yeah.
Yeah. But go ahead. Sorry.
Were you done? I have a question for you when you're done on that topic.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was going to ask you, what makes you think what do you think makes people feel comfortable to tell you their stories?
Well, I guess nowadays is because they see all this news reports about alien encounters, UAPs. They call UAPs now, Tic Tac, UFOs, and the congressional hearings, and they're more open. And many times they want to get it off their chest. I just got a report in from a guy that had an experience that that was really bothering him, and it happened back in maybe 10 years ago. And they want to get it off their chest. Most of the people, and they want to find somebody that is willing to listen and not being judgmental.
And do they always seek you out?
They can contact me through my Facebook page and my email. In my books, I have an email there. You can contact me. One of my plans is to hopefully getting my database into the net, so people could access it and they could read a lot of the stories. I'm working on that now.
Yeah,
that'd be really cool, and that helps you see like where there's clusters, where there's a lot of activity, see some correlations there.
I do that. I look for that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get many accounts from? I think I've asked you this before, but I'll ask again. From military bases?
Yeah, like most of them these are NATO bases, but then you go to like in the UK, Italy, and Germany. Then you go to the Eastern Europe, back when the USSR was. There's a lot of reports from the Russian bases, especially the missile bases, and where they kept nuclear weapons, just like Rendlesham, and a lot. Because according to one of the according to some of the witnesses at Rendlesham, these whatever it was, it hovered over right over the nuclear storage site. And some of the cases here in the U.S., they've been able to disarm the ICBM missiles and then arm them back again. So they could do whatever they want.
Yeah, they're full control.
Yeah.
So what about cemeteries, graveyards, them kind of places? Are there many reports around there?
There's some reports of UFOs there and strange creatures, but they could be related to spirits. But I think there's been cases of UFOs, like maybe they're checking out. We'll see why do we do that? Why do we bury our dead or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, because when concentration.
I didn't hear.
Did you see a high concentration around nuclear power plants and places with nuclear power?
Yeah, there is, and there's a couple books written on that recently about UFOs around nuclear power plants and nuclear bases. And
what do you think the correlation is?
I think they know that nuclear power is something powerful. They're afraid that we might misuse it. Who knows? We already used it in a war, so who's to stop us from using it again? And now is like the situation is. I don't know. It's kind of worries me sometimes. Ukraine, China, all kind of stuff happening.
Yeah.
Got a quick question for you. So it's from Nickname. Did Albert cut his hair asking for a friend?
Tell your friend that, I had a mohawk, but I had to get rid of that one too.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, Albert and Nickname do actually know each other.
Yeah.
And they do a lot on each other's pages on Facebook. So there you go. Just that.
Okay. Can I sort of ask Albert, is there a common theme to these stories? I mean, similar messages, similar sort of situations come through, or do they sort of vary in sort of intensity or themes?
A lot of the messages that occurred like in the 90s, early 2000s, even 80s, it had to do with some of these contactees or people that are not really contactees, people that encounter entities at home or wherever, were environmental warnings of future disasters that might occur. And I think a lot of them have occurred already because our treatment of the environmental and warnings. Warning, if you do this, humanity's headed in the wrong direction. You're too warlike. You're always fighting amongst each other. A lot of stuff like that. And
was there ever? Sorry, Albert. Was there ever anything other than those messages that came out?
I think also the genetic level of what they're trying to do. Some of these species, some of these visitors, They're trying to either to improve their species or create a new hybrid species to populate maybe Earth or other planets. Some kind of hybridization program.
Okay.
I didn't say that right. But maybe that's what those tall, white, blonde-haired people are. Maybe they're hybrids. Who knows?
Right. So that was a theme that came from that. And it's an interesting thought, isn't it? Because the only bit of evidence that I've ever really seen that really stood out for me was Betty Hill when she brought that star map. You know, when she had the encounter with the aliens with Betty and Barney Hill.
Yes.
And she actually got a star map given to her from the perspective of where the aliens had come from. It wasn't from our perspective, you know, looking out to space. It was looking back across space. So have you ever come across anybody that's brought anything that was sort of retrospectively interesting in the fact that it couldn't have come from terrestrial source?
As far as like a star map or
Yeah, it was a star map. It was literally a map looking back
Right.
from the cosmos to Earth.
well, there's a lot of encounters in which the witness is shown some kind of a or told that they're from this constellation, and some of them are given the name of a planet. That what they say is, we're giving you the name of our planet, but this is a name that for your terrestrial language. I mean, you won't understand the name anyway. And sometimes they ask him, well, where are you from? He goes, and they tell him, if I tell you, you wouldn't understand anyway. What's the point of me telling you that I'm from here and there? Because you, as a human, you don't have the capability of knowing where I'm from,
Okay.
or imagining where I'm from.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing that stands out for me throughout the decades now, because it's been since about the mid 1950s, hasn't it, where we've seen books and people writing about accounts, you know, since the first encounter when the first flying saucers were seen, you know, by, what was his name? But he saw these flying discs.
Kenneth Arnold, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the beginning after we had the encounter at Roswell. But the actuality is, no one's ever brought back an artifact from an alien society. I've never heard of it or read about it or even interviewed anyone that's actually known of that.
There have been people that have been on. There have been, but it's been taken back from them before because they was suggesting that they're going to show it to people that they know, and before they got the chance to do that, the artifact was taken, so they couldn't do it.
Or disappears from the house.
Yeah.
Have you heard of? You mean, Albert? I just wondered if you heard of encounters of what they were able to bring back with them, or what they've actually said.
A lot of encounters that I heard of, the people they ask the alien, "Can I take this with me?" And they tell them, "No, you can't take it with you." And sometimes people at landing sites or encounters, they find some kind of weird metal or stuff like that, and then when it's taken to analysis, it is proven to be some terrestrial, but very pure, or something that's not really known to be manufactured on Earth, but it's terrestrial.
Okay.
So there's been cases of people claiming to have some artifacts or something, but very few and very hard to investigate.
John Lennon was supposedly given the golden egg that he in turn gave to Uri Geller, and Uri Geller claims to still have it from his.
Is that legend?
That was the one. No, this is apparently it's fact. This was outside the New York Hotel in 73, 75.
I heard about that encounter in 74, I believe, but I haven't heard part of the golden egg.
Yeah, so if you speak to Eric Mintle, he's got more finger on the story because he's friends with Uri Geller, and he was saying that John Lennon gave this egg to Uri, and apparently Uri still got it.
Okay. Interesting. I've never heard that. So
I'd not heard of that before. Then
I'm interested to explore that. I was going to ask Albert about implants and things like that because I mean there are certain doctors that will operate on people that have implants in their bodies.
A lot of these implants. Remember the late author Roger Lear? He wrote a whole book about implants, and a lot of these implants are like seem to be organic in nature, not really technological. Maybe some are tiny pieces of metal, but somehow they perform some kind of a
transmitter.
Yeah, they do something. That's why they're implanted. But that's something that you can say, look, this is from another planet.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, those to me would be little pieces of evidence that they're non-terrestrial. They've been implanted in people with no scars left. They've attached themselves to the person, and then they've been removed by surgery. But when they're removed, they don't really do. They don't go in there and don't get rejected by the body, and they shouldn't be there. They just have no place in our society whatsoever. And maybe encounters that people have with missing time is to literally alien tag some of these participants. It could be something like that. I think they're the most credible bits of evidence that I've ever come across.
A lot of these implants, people, let's say they blow their nose and something comes out.
Did I tell you about mine?
And then they throw it away.
Did I tell you about my implant?
No.
Is it a tooth implant?
No. So when same thing, I was at that house where everything was going on. Woke up in the middle of the night, felt something in my nose, literally wrist deep in my left nostril. Pulled it out. Felt like a little piece of plastic about the size of a grain of rice. It looked hollow in the middle, but I was that exhausted and tired from doing it. My hands were covered in blood. You can smell blood on you. I put it down on a white unit at the side of the bed, seen it, then went back to sleep, woke up in the morning, no blood, nothing. Could not find this little bit of whatever it was. I moved the bed, moved the unit, looked under the carpet, between the floorboards, everywhere. Nothing, nowhere to be seen. So it's either it was taken and went back, or I believe it's gone back into me.
And was there blood?
No blood, nothing. Didn't dream it. There's no blood on my hands, no blood on the pillow, the sheets, nothing.
Maybe they cleaned it up to make you believe that it was a dream or something. Who knows?
Have you ever heard?
I knew it wasn't a dream. I knew it happened.
Have you ever heard that before, Albert? Have you ever come across anyone else with a similar experience to Andy?
Like I just mentioned before that, the people that do find implants, most of the time, nasal cavities, and they somehow they like Andy did. They go inside and they take it out or it falls out.
You can.
Most of the time they just discard it. They throw it away.
If you feel on my nose there's a little indentation of where it was. So God knows how long it was in there. And at that point, I'd only ever had one operation when I was 6 years old. I had my tonsils removed. That was it. That was the only time I'd been in hospital.
How did you notice it? How did you think there was something
I just felt it. I just felt something in my nose. And it's like, I just knew, for whatever reason, I had to get it out. And I was literally climbing inside my own nose. I was that desperate to remove. And I can't even tell you why I had to remove it. I just knew I had to.
It's like your subconsciousness or like your body kind of picked up on the fact that it's.
But here's another thing. I don't know if you can see. So where the tattoo is there, I've got like a little round, like raised skin. It's exactly the same on the other side there. If you put them together, it's like a mirror. So I'll peel that skin off. I know it sounds a bit gross. So it's like dead skin. So it's like, it'll grow back now, and it doesn't. It still has. It's same colour as the rest, but it's just slightly raised. And that's another thing of implants have been put in the back of the hand.
Mark of the Beast style.
Who is the oldest person that you've had a the story from?
Well, a lot of the older persons that tell me a story or they tell me what happened to them, most of the time it occurred when they were younger. But there's been cases here, at least in South Florida, where they had older people, elderly people that had been involved in incidents. I don't think that there's an age barrier or discrimination, but a lot of these people start having experiences as a young child.
This is what I wanted to draw between you and Andy, because obviously Andy's had some sort of contact without being aware of it, but he's been marked, and those marks stand out, but they don't really stand out until they start talking to someone like yourself, who can actually respond to why they could be there, because you have a lot more knowledge about the subject, because you've written about it and interviewed people. So do you think that your knowledge could help Andy understand why he might have been abducted?
Who's to say? Maybe yes. I don't know. Maybe, but why he was abducted? I think a lot of these abductees are, what they're told is either they want to improve our species or they need something from us. They need something.
And since then, I have been told that I'm being observed.
Who told you?
I have.
Someone that did the remote viewing that found out a lot of stuff. I give them the coordinates. They remote viewed it, and they came back with details that they wouldn't know without either watching every single minute of every live stream I've done or was there at the time.
Cool. I like that. So, Albert, do people come back from abductions with superpowers or with psychic powers or knowledge of something? Do they?
I know a lot of reports. Mostly, I don't know why, but mostly from Eastern Europe, Poland, Romania, Russia, in which people, after having encounters, they're able to. A lot of them they're able to. They become telepathic, or they become healers. That's a lot of them do become healers. They, for some reason, they're able to supposedly heal people or animals, and a lot of them do. A lot of them do have positive side effects. A lot of them do have negative side effects also. They get sick. Some of them get cancer, but a lot of them are they feel younger and they become more. They're stronger and more energetic. It depends. I don't know if there are different types that come, and some are negative, some are positive.
The tie-in for me is, Andy, did those encounters, right, and what you've experienced change who you are as a person?
Not at the time. I knew, I'm not going to say it seemed normal, but I kind of just got the last lot, which was about, let me work it out, 5, 6, 7, 8. So between 10 and 15 years ago, because I was at that address for around about 5 years. At the time, it was all going on. It was just, I got to the point where I just want to rest. I just can't be bothered with it anymore. It was daily, like 4, 5, 6 different things, literally every single day. It was either full body apparitions, shadow people, noises, seeing UFOs. That's why I seen the pterodactyl, UFOs outside observing me, just knowing that you're being watched. It was just weird.
But coming back to what Dominic said, a lot of people are changed. A lot of people say that their view of the world is completely different now.
Yeah, I've changed now.
Yeah,
it took. So these marks on my hands probably appeared about 5 years ago. I just know because of the timescale since I've had this tattoo on my hand, which was probably about 3 years ago. So it was a couple of years before that. But looking back at what's happened has given me a completely different outlook as to what's really going on, even though I still haven't a clue what's really going on. But I know it's not what we think, what we class as normal.
A lot of people become vegetarians. They don't eat meat anymore. A lot of them become activists, like anti-nuclear activists. They're environmentalists. It changes you, and most of, in 80% of the cases, at least.
Right.
Have you noticed it changed people's view on religion?
Also, in religion, they suspect there's a connection between our religious views and the visitors. Maybe back then, when all these religious tomes were written, uh, it was they didn't know how to interpret it. The visitors, they were called gods or angels or demons. Who knows? I'm not saying. I'm saying there. I do believe in a god, but I believe in that some of these, like the gods that we thought were gods, were not really gods.
No.
There's a lot of
like
it.
Can you believe in aliens and gods?
I believe. I believe so. I think so. I
Yeah?
think so. Some people do find it difficult to balance it, but I think there's a possibility of both.
I tell you what it has done to me. It's made me, I won't say not care, that's the wrong phrase, but when I'm talking about stuff like this, like we were saying earlier, I don't go out and like for a party or whatever and start talking about it straight away. But if someone else starts talking about the paranormal, then I'm in there. But I don't shy away from it if somebody asks me. I'll be very open about it, and whether people believe me or not, that's entirely down to them. I know what's gone on, I know what's happened, and that's it. There's no having to prove anything to anyone, which is what I thought previous to that.
Sarah, what were you going to say before?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Albert, do you find that wherever you go, people find you and talk to you, regardless of whether you want to listen or not? At that moment, does it get beyond where you are as a person?
Well, I'm not like Stephen King. Everybody knows what what he looks like. But when I go out, sometimes I have people talk about the subject, maybe near me or next to me, and then when I hear that, I have to get involved. And a couple of occasions, I've been out drinking coffee with a friend, and somebody out of nowhere comes and sits down. I had one guy one time that he sat down. He pulled out a big like a notebook of different what it looked to me like formulas and stuff like that, and he started talking, look at me, and this and then I was I didn't know what to say, but my friend got really upset because he wasn't really into that, so the guy told the guy to leave, and he did.
Yeah, but if you're on holiday, I don't know if you ever go on holiday, do you find that you have to be someone totally different just to enjoy your holiday, or is it sort of just a case that you have a cover story wherever you go, just so you're not all the time bombarded by people's encounters and their stories?
No, when I'm on holiday, let's say I'll go out to eat at a restaurant or something on the beach. I usually don't talk about it, but I usually take a book with me about UFOs or encounters, and I read it.
Right. Okay. So it's literally part of your psyche that everything that you do is based around that, and I agree. I think that once you're into it, it's such a fascinating subject, and you can't talk to enough people about their encounters. It's so universal that it's just infectious.
I tried to stay away from it a couple times. I had, and it was impossible. I was drawn back. I even got rid of half of my library one time, but then I was like, what the hell did I do? And
see, this is the psychologist in me, is that when people say I try, they mean that they haven't been able to. It's that sort of concept within a person that they know it's something that draws them into it, but there's no way, because if anyone says anything, you're there because it's fascinating. And I think this is what it does to everyone. I don't think it divides people, but I think people have their own ideas and their own identity built around it.
Sometime back in the early '80s, I was like straight out of the Navy, and I was like young guy. I was completely ignoring the situation. I even got rid of my magazines, and then one day, I think 86 or 87, I go to a bookstore because I love going to books, and I looked at the front. They have friggin' Whitley Strieber's book Communion
Right,
with a photo
comedian.
of
Love
alien.
that one.
And I'm like, oh man. Then next to it, Bud Hopkins' Missing Time.
Mm.
And I went in there and I think I bought all the book. I bought all of them. I bought about 3 or 4 books.
Yeah,
And I started again.
I could never pass a bookshop without finding a book I wanted to buy on something like that. The interesting part about it is every time you read something, it brings something new, brings a new thing. And I wouldn't imagine that you've written the amount that you've written without finding new things every time you write something. So what's the latest thing that you've come across that fascinates you? Because being a Navy man, I would be thinking the Nimitz that story must have really fascinated you with the tic tac and the planes and the encounters with the US Navy. That must have been something that was really close to you, because
I like I said, I concentrate on the encounters with the entities or the beings, but lately, it's been a lot of information that people go, Albert, look, you were right. Looks like the government's ready to give us all the information about aliens. Something that I don't think they are. I think it's all they're giving us pieces here and there, misinformation here and there, but I don't know. I don't think they even know what they're dealing with either.
do you think there's a lot of misinformation being dealt with? Yeah. So
I don't want to name any names, but there are people out there that are very popular now that I think it's misinformation because they say, hey, I was part of a government UFO group investigation that's all top secret. It is. So how the hell they're letting you talk about it right now? How come you're not buried somewhere in the desert now for giving information that's supposed to be top secret?
Because
what they said,
they want out there.
Sorry,
Strategically.
what they actually say is that they don't mind what you know as long as you can't prove it. If you can prove something, then you could end up like John Mack. Yeah,
he was one of my favorite investigators. Yeah,
me too. He was real, and down to he was absolute, and he went against everything to do what he did, and some of the things that he investigated were amazing. So, but makes me wonder what he knew that they didn't want us to know.
Yeah, right. I've got a question for you from Nickname. I'll apologise in advance when you see it. But what is the conclusion on the Miami incident, Albert, if any? And do you have cases that you want to shed the spotlight on at all?
The Miami incident. Unfortunately, at that time I was sick with COVID. I couldn't even move. I was in pain, and all of a sudden I get a message on my message from Facebook from a guy that I haven't heard from in years. He goes, Albert, did you hear about this? What happened at Bayside? That was a shopping center there by the water. Yeah. No, what happened? And there's hundreds of police. Some people even photographed helicopters, black helicopters, unmarked, which the police later denied they were there. And some people that sent drawings of what they saw, they said that what they saw would appear to be holographic images of gigantic 8-foot tall creatures or aliens or whatever they call it. Yeah. And it reminded me of the incident in Las Vegas last year around June with all the hubbub that occurred back then. The family, they also saw giant 8-foot tall aliens. Anyway, and I talked to a couple of people. The police don't want to talk about it. I was I was a member of the police department for 35 years, but I didn't want to approach anybody. A lot of people that I talked to, they think it could have been some kind of ops operation. Or false flag, like they say. Yeah. See how the reaction, holographic images, black helicopters. There were hundreds of police cars. I used to go there every year for the fireworks show. I never seen 100 police cars there before. But anyway, I don't know what happened there. To tell you the truth, I haven't. No.
That's what I always think when I see one of these like massively publicized like paranormal events, like UFO things. I'm like, okay, let's look at what else is going in the world, going on in the world that they're trying to like not show on the news.
Like wag the dog, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Distraction.
Yeah, but like we said, the distraction was a certain person's list of friends was coming out that same night.
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'll say. Without getting shut down.
That's very, very cryptic.
Which wasn't a very interesting list of names anyway. There wasn't anybody on there that nobody knew.
I'm pretty much everyone knew the people that were on it anyway.
There was one surprise person, and that was Stephen Hawkins.
Really? I've met Stephen Hawkins.
Oh yeah, there's so much stuff now, but that is like terrible. They and Instagram. I didn't know anything about Stephen. Hawking was supposedly there at the island also.
Yeah.
Till I saw something on Instagram, and they show him like not him, but in a wheelchair, something running after somebody, and I don't know. It was kind of crude, but it was.
Yeah, it was like little people doing equations on chalkboards. That was the thing.
Right.
Weren't Ninja Dwarfs again, was it?
It was Ninja Dwarfs, and that's why he was there. He was researching the Ninja Dwarf phenomena.
No, but I've actually met Stephen Hawkins. I used to deliver to the university that he was a lecturer at in Cambridge. Advanced Maths, believe it or not. I can't remember the name of the college, and I've delivered to his house.
Wow.
And he was there.
Really?
This is after he was incapacitated, or
yeah, this was what 10 years ago.
Oh, okay, he was.
Yeah, so
smart guy.
Yeah, very clued up. But
get a picture.
No, didn't. I was
can't-
just so because I weren't expecting.
No,
because I used to work for Amazon, and it just had like S. Hawkins in the address. Didn't click that I knew he was from and lived in Cambridge. He grew up there. I knew he worked in Cambridge. I delivered to the colleges where he worked, and the people were like, "Oh, you might see Stephen Hawkins. He's due to come by in a minute." Never seen him at the college. And then when I went to the house, it said S. Hawkins. I knocked on the door. One of his aides answered the door, and he, without sounding ignorant or anything, he just went past in his chair.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Do you think the legend is way past what the actual person was? Do you think the legacy of who Stephen Hawkins represented and what he represented, do you think it's been blown out of all proportion since his sad passing, or is it something that he earned? That sort of he's almost legendary now, isn't he, within what he did or what he has been doing? So is that something well earned, or is it just something that people have actually labelled him with?
I think it's well earned. Because if you watch the documentary, I know not everything is what you see, but the amount, just the time and effort, and with his condition and everything else thrown into it, what he must have struggled to get through to do what he was doing was pretty much impossible, but he did it.
Can I ask Albert a question that is relative but very honest? Do you believe that aliens and humans have made contact, such as Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the film? Do you think there's been summits between the American presidents and aliens, or Truman actually met aliens at the Air Force Base? What's your take on that? Because you must have come across different people.
I'm not sure about Truman meeting at Edwards Air Force Base, but I think there's certain precedents that were in the know on what was going on, really what's going on. I think that we did, and the first Bush, older Bush, he was CIA director anyway.
Yeah.
Before that. But I think there's some precedents. Lately, I don't think there have been any precedents that knew what's going on. They were totally out of the loop, like Obama, Trump, even Bill Clinton. I think they were out of the loop.
Okay.
But I think there's been contact, and I think some of the contact has to do with what happened at Roswell, the crash.
And do you think the Space Force is a real thing? With terrestrial and non-terrestrial officers working together.
I know there's a Space Force. They have like the newest TRB aircraft, and but according to I don't know for sure, but according to some researchers, there's supposed to be aliens and human flying these things together or working together at certain bases in the desert. I've been to Area 51. I wasn't there by the gate and all that, but I don't know. I don't know what they have there.
Well, can I just say on that, I've interviewed Paul Hynek. He come on here with Earl Grey, and his dad is the one that did Project Blue Book. And I've interviewed, should know his name, is it Paul Blake Smith, who did the Nixon Gleason? When Nixon knew about the alien bodies, he took Gleason there that same night, and Gleason went home. He'd been out and had a few beers, and went home and started telling his wife and everyone about it.
Apparently so.
Now that's written down, and there's evidential proof to all of that.
Wow.
I've interviewed him a couple of times, and he's got books, and for me, there's no reason to lie about it.
Okay, he came across as authentic.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
definitely.
Fantastic. I love that stuff because, why would people make it up? I couldn't understand why they would. Why would they? But it's just interesting to know that there's two sides to every story, and that those stories have been misrepresented. But when you talk to the people that were involved firsthand, you can only get that point of view, can't you? So that's fascinating in every aspect. If just that one story is true.
But I've spoke to Laura Eisenhower, obviously Eisenhower's great granddaughter. She never actually met a great granddad, but she met his wife when she was younger, and her granddad, and they've spoke about it, but didn't go into great detail, but explain that the stuff is real, and there is a cover up, basically, in short. But if you watch them back, I think I did 3 interviews with her. Okay. She goes into quite a bit of detail of how it went and the information that was given, and she's never shied away from coming forward with any of that.
See, so in degree, she's actually denying that there's actually anything to cover up, because she's actually talking about it openly.
She actually mentioned about the meeting with Churchill, Eisenhower, pre-Second World War. I should know my history, but I don't.
No.
Before it all kicked off, basically.
Okay, but that sort of makes me want to ask Albert: do you speak to people that are well known about this phenomenon? Do people in the public eye come to you and share their stories anonymously?
I haven't spoken to anyone from the that's well known from the government, or I have spoken to like police officers, pilots, other people that are not well known but are very
high in their society.
Skilled, and they know what they're talking about. But I haven't talked to anybody like that. No, I haven't.
No, because wasn't it Kofi Annan who saw a lady being abducted from her New York apartment?
No, it wasn't Anon. It was the other guy before him. From he was Spanish name. I forgot his name, but it was he supposedly when Linda was abducted, he was in a car with his 2 bodyguards and he sold.
That's right. That's the story. Yeah. That to me was a really interesting, fascinating story. That really this, why would a woman be levitated out of a apartment block? It just and why would someone make that up? It's too strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
got one more question, Albert, before you go.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's from your best friend nickname.
Hey.
So what encounter does Albert find the most compelling with beings?
That's funny. Nobody ever asked me that before.
I don't think she was in there. I think she's having a sleep.
Yep, but
she should know this.
There's a lot of them. Yeah, I mentioned the French encounter. There's the encounter in 1954 in Venezuela with the truckers. There were several encounters where they came up on a hovering metallic sphere by the road, and one of them approached and they were attacked by hairy midgets. They looked like little monkeys, but they were not. They were obviously intelligent because they came from the craft, and they tried to drag the guy into the craft, and they scratched him. And then not only happened to him, it happened to a couple of college students in the same area, and there were other reports. And I mean, it's kind of weird because if they're so intelligent, they came from outer space. Why would they need to go out there and grab somebody into the? You would figure they could just, the ninja dwarfs again, yeah.
It is, but that's what Steve Mary was talking about. What happened in South Manchester in the 80s, and then Earl Grey was on. I was chatting to him day before and before we went live, and he was saying he's doing a seminar with the granddaughter or the grandson of the original witnesses of the Hopkinsville goblins. So the family that was involved with that, and that was the same sort of thing. It was like the Fey folk, so to speak, are small greens in that case, not small greys. But there always seems to be a group of them. It's never just the one. There's always 6, 7, 8.
There's a lot of, like I said, different, like I mentioned earlier, type of humanoid entities. The Fae, the Bigfoot, the flying humanoids, which seems to be the popular now thing. Flying humanoids, yeah.
Yes, my favourite, Mothman.
Regardless
of what everyone thinks of him.
That's one of the first books I wrote about. I read about
John Keel.
And it hooked me too. I still have one of the originals somewhere here.
I've got the original. I've got the second edition, which mentions the Richard Gere movie. Yes.
See, it doesn't have the cover, but
and then I've got it on every Google Play, Google Books, Audible. What's the other one? Amazon.
Alrighty.
Kindle. That's it. And it's just it's an amazing book. Just everything about it.
Dominic, did you ever write a book about your entity encounters?
I've written several books about the things that I've encountered, and I've got to really get a book together about certain things because I'm so interested in it. But personal experience is what I write from best. And I think that when you write from a knowledge that is still streamed through that knowledge of consciousness, then the entities that you embellish or the entities you encounter are always going to be the ones that you can actually just put real justice to. So in several of my books, I've actually included the encounters. Since I've been having encounters since I was young, but since I was about 18, I've seen aliens in society as well. And every account is written down somewhere. So it's in one of the books.
I was looking at Amazon, I see one of your books, A Rainbow of Angels.
Rainbow of Angels, yeah, that's about myths and legends and bits
Okay.
and pieces and encounters, true stories and things that
Okay,
that I've
okay.
experienced over the years. There's you'll find 7 of the books on Amazon at the moment if you want to go and have a look through them. But they've all got different stories in. I'm trying to think what they all are right now. I'm sort of getting brain dead as the evening sort of wears on. You know, it's
we're 8 hours in at this point.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I'm sort of getting sort of brain.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some coffee myself soon now.
Yes,
Andy said he never does overtime, but he does overtime on the lives regularly.
Yeah, I love doing this.
Yeah,
There's nothing else I would rather do than this, honestly.
But if you're interested in the books, Albert, drop me a line and I'll send you the ISBN numbers so you can have a look and see if there's anything there, and I'll send you them.
Sure.
If you're interested, don't go buying them.
I'll give Andy my email so you could send it over to you, and you could email me, and I'll send you PDF for my books if you like.
Yeah, perhaps we can swap. I don't
swap.
mind.
Yeah.
You know, I started charging service charges for all this now, don't you?
Oh.
Yeah.
Paranormal dating site, paranormal book swaps.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm on Facebook if you want, under my name. I'm on Instagram under Aura Profiling, so you can. I'm quite easy to find.
Okay. Yeah.
I
found you there on Amazon, so. Okay.
Yeah, you'll find me really quick. Yeah, I've been writing for a few years now.
Yeah, you can find me in Amazon too. Stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll do some swapping. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm up for that.
Alrighty.
I think that's a great thing to do. Thank you.
Alrighty. Yeah. So Andy, I'm gonna have to go. Leave you guys.
Yes.
Okay. So it was a great show, I believe, and nice talking to Dominic, Sarah, and Nicole.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Really
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
I'm
before I go,
about the hair.
Before
I'm gonna have to go look at before pictures because I never saw the hair.
It was a wig actually, for Halloween.
Oh.
Yeah. And before I go, I want to say one thing. Rendlesham.
No, just shut down. The whole internet just.
I'm leaving anyway. See you later.
See you later, Al. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Albert. Right. I'm just going to head off for 2 minutes. Yeah, good man.
Should we go for a break?
Yeah, let's go for a break.
Yeah. What, 3 minutes or?
Yeah. It's fine by me.
Right, 3 minutes. 1 minute countdown on it. He's gone. He's off.
He's already
countdown.
Should we just carry on without him? We'll get a word in now. No, we've got to
Sarah, now you can ask your question.
See you in 3 minutes.
Let's see you in a minute.
Bye. we are almost back.
I'm here.
We are all back.
I'm here. I'm just trying to get back
We're
on my
nearly
chair.
all back.
Andy, what was Albert's second name? What's his full name?
Rosales.
Thank you.
So to look for his books are under the title Albert S. Rosales.
Brilliant.
He sent me. I've got his email address that he's put in, but I'll send it to you when we come off air at the end.
Yeah, no rush.
Oh,
But I will do that when I finish.
Yeah,
but no, I just want, I just like to know, the person really. Really interesting man.
Very. Right. It was weird, right? Because I listen to a lot of podcasts when I'm driving about, and it was the first time that Albert was coming on. And there's one that I listened to called The Belief Hole, and it's three brothers from, I think they're from Texas, and they do a lot of listener stories and encounters that they've had and all that kind of stuff. And then they referred to one of Albert's books. I'm like, driving around, I went, oh, he's coming on my show tonight. I got dead excited.
Synchronicity.
And now I know him. Weird.
I know.
So
But
weird.
that's so good about being able to do this, because we get to talk to these people and we get to ask them things that you'd never ask people. In that sort of
I never, and honestly, I know I say it, never in a million years would I ever thought I'd be speaking to people that I'm speaking to now, having the conversations that I'm having. And
that's so good.
It's
That's
just
so good. It's so good. It's as I said, it's the best time in the world for us to communicate. Such a good time. Yeah.
We're unity.
Yes, I love Para-Unity. It's my best.
Yeah. And just think, every time you have an experience, it's not your experience anymore. You can share it.
I share it, and whether people like it or not,
Right?
you come in and listen. So, and watch this now. Are you ready for the chat? So, in a while, I'm going to talk about my silent helicopter experience. Right? Give it about 3 or 4 seconds and watch the chat. If no one does it now, I'm going to look stupid.
It sounds almost macabre, rude. I don't know which one to think. Yeah, where's my mind going? Yeah.
Basically, there's a helicopter outside the house when I was younger, and it's flying about, doing all these maneuvers. Yet it wasn't making any sound whatsoever. And I was going shopping somewhere with my mum. I was about 10 years old, and my mum couldn't see. I'm guessing my mum couldn't see it, but it was a helicopter. So the bedroom I grew up was at the back of the house. There's all fields and everything. It goes across to Eccles Fields and Eccles College and the golf course and all that. You could see all that from the bedroom window. And the helicopter was like panned down like that, and I was level. I could see the pilot and the co-pilot, and I could describe them to you like I'm sat next, like I'm looking at you guys now and describe how you look. That's what the memory's like of what the pilot and co-pilot look like. One had a mullet, one had a bowling ball helmet.
God, wouldn't that be awful, right? If aliens have mullets or mullets, wouldn't it be awful? Wouldn't that
we were talking about aliens being time travelers, so.
But wouldn't that be awful? Of all the hairstyles they could possibly have, and there's these intelligent guys, and they got mullets, but that doesn't make it right, does it?
Mullets are coming back, and do you know what else is coming back as well? Look like mullet and a mustache.
Yeah.
Really bad combinations, but
I've seen loads of young lads with a mustache.
Sarah,
mustache and the curly mullet.
I've lived through this already once. So that's enough. I don't want to live through that again.
It doesn't actually look that bad.
Does it really not look that bad, or are you just herd mentality?
Would you like to wear my? Yeah, I was going to say, would you like to borrow my glasses for a minute? Yeah, is that what you think as a woman? Do you think the mullet looks good?
No, well, I'm not a massive fan. No, the mustache I can deal with. The mullet, now it depends, because it can't be long, can't be too long.
It's naff.
When I see mullet, I just think hillbillies.
Yes. No,
we
I'm
like
not
hillbillies over here, okay?
I retract everything that I said. Right? I could do a mustache, not a mullet.
See, I think there's two hairstyles that are really, really awful. One's the mullet, and the other one is these girls that have this long blonde hair down to their waist, right? And I think they look the same everywhere you go, right? They look the same, and I want people to have personality, and but hair extensions have really taken the identity out of people because everyone looks the same. Yeah, do you agree?
My hair's on my own.
No, but your hair's nice. I mean, you've got it respectfully
Long,
done.
blonde and down to my waist.
Blonde and down to your waist, yeah, absolutely. But do you know these women that have the hair straight and they have it straight?
And they all do their makeup the exact same way.
Yeah.
And they all look exactly. They look like Kardashians.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
The clones. And I think how bizarre. And can you imagine it, a world of women with long blonde hair down to their waist and men with mullets? Can you imagine a world like that? It'd just be madness, wouldn't it?
I think we're currently living in it.
Yeah.
You think so? Oh, no.
As I said earlier, have you ever been to Bolton?
Yes, and I came away fairly quickly. Nothing. I'm not against Bolton. I'm just against. It's always raining there. It's never sunny. I went to Horwich.
Manchester.
Horwich was. Horwich is just.
Horwich is all right actually.
There's a bridge, a railway bridge, and it's grey. And all I remember was every time I went past it, it used to rain. So it was never sunny. For some reason, the rest of England could be really hot and sunny. And Horwich was just grey. Nothing else.
Where it is, because it's right on the Pennines. So you get, with the cloud and everything, it's just crappy weather.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some really lovely people that live there, but they just always so dire. They always look on the pessimistic side of life. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay,
I'm not even. I'm shutting up straight away.
Before the next guest, you have to talk about your Anubis.
Yes. Oh, we're gonna before I do that, giveaway.
Giveaway an Anubis.
Poltergeist.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yes.
So I'm going to try the ESP thing again with the chat. So I have a number 1 through 20.
No.
The first person to guess it in the chat will win the ghost.
So if I go in the chat, I can enter.
You don't know it, so technically, I just wrote it down on this piece of paper.
Does the second person get two? Or,
I'm gonna do it.
I'm tempted to enter just for the fun of it.
Do it.
Andy just did.
You can't copy me, Andy. Just because you have the same name, you can't choose the same number. And I'm not splitting it if I win.
Everyone's gone for 12. It's not funny.
Everyone's gone for teens.
I said 1 through 20 and Baby put 22.
See, there's one number that I've always known about, right? That I always think everywhere I've lived has always been this number. So I don't know why, but this is if it comes up, yeah. Everywhere I've lived, there's always been.
You can count though, can't you,
also not 1 through 20.
Well, I can count, but I wanted to put on something that was a little bit different because that's a number that always occurs.
You may as well have done the letter Z or something.
Nobody got it yet.
And never make the assumption. Yeah. Never assume that I can count, Andy. All right? Never assume that. No.
Yeah.
Do you know what? But is it number 1?
No, still nobody got it.
Really?
Okay. This is my.
Guys, you're running out of numbers.
There. No, that's the only number I've not seen.
Somebody got it. Oh, somebody got it.
Oh, I meant to put the 1 on it. I forgot the 1.
15. That was me.
15.
That's me. That's my birthday, see?
I'm just going to turn my heating off because I can hear it wearing away and it's boiling behind me.
Right. Do you want the good news or the bad news of that? The person who won. That's my cousin. So technically, I win.
All right, so you can get me his info, right?
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's fine. It's about time he won something.
Yeah. Oh, look.
But he did. He has put about
also gets 15.
But the thing is, after you said it was 15, he's put another 2 more guesses in.
But I said the first person to guess the right number.
I think he just started with 1 and went all the way through to 20.
That's what Sarah was trying, and she didn't get very far. She only got
The
to
genuine number. See, I'm
He got
indecisive.
to 1. All
I'm
right.
indecisive.
Right.
Congratulations.
Do you want to hear the Anubis story?
Yes.
No, it sounds a lot more exciting than what it actually is.
I've already heard it, but yes, I want to hear it again.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, it was a little over 2 years ago. I was driving from Norfolk towards Suffolk, going through a place called King's Lynn, which is in the east of England. It's probably about a 25-minute drive from point A to point B. As you know, I drive for a living. I was going from one job to the next one. Sunny day. This does make a difference to the story, I think, because of the height of the vehicle. So I was in a transit van, but it was 9 foot top to bottom, the highest point of it, and it was the long wheelbase, with the extra panel. So it was 11 foot long, 9 foot high, or thereabouts. Sorry, Adam's just put question for Andy, urgent. Go on, can't wait. And so I'm driving along. I come off the A road, which is a bypass, and I turn right to go through a couple of villages to get to where I needed to go. So I'm going along, and you'll know this, Dominic, where you go through the villages around the Norfolk area, where you got all the fields and the farms and that, it's very sandy at the edge because of how close it is to the coast. So you get like little sand dunes and all that. So you're going through it anyways. I think it's DHL van coming the other way, same size van. So we both had to pull over because it's quite a narrow road. So as we pulled over, started to speed up again, but then come up to a bend. The bend was going round to the right. So as I'm approaching the right turn, I'd slow down. I always used, whatever the weather was, I always used to keep the passenger window open about 2 inches, just to let some air in. So I didn't have the headlights on, so there's no reflection coming from where it was. But I'm going to put the photo up. Now, I took this photo. I went past the same place a couple of weeks later. I actually pulled up. So this is a photograph of where it was. So I'm coming up to where the 2 blue circles are. I use blue circles because people moan about using red ones. But I only circled them for myself, as I'll explain as I tell this what happened. So as I'm approaching that, so where the smaller circle is on the left-hand side, and you see the 2 trees next to each other, that's pretty much the start of that woods. So then, sorry, one sec. So that's the start of it, and it goes out to like a triangle. So that goes up along the side of the farm, that way it goes along the road, and then it tapers thinner and thinner and thinner to about 1/4 mile, and then it's fields again. So as I'm coming round the bend, that's the point of the bend. So I'm actually facing that point just before I turn right. As I get to that point, so I was trying to work out which tree it was that I seen it in front of, and I'm pretty sure it was the one on the left, but it could have been the one on the right. That's it. But like I said, this is a couple of weeks later. Now, where I seen this Anubis, the eyes were level with mine. So I'm sat in a transit van where it's like 2 steps to climb up to and sit in it. So the top of the the smaller blue circle where it crosses a tree is roughly the height of where its eyes were. And I'm guessing that, or not guessing, but a rough estimate, I suppose it is, yeah, is about 6 foot. That's to the eyes. But then don't forget, you got the top of the head as well. So as I come round, I could see this, what looked like a Doberman type creature. So the ears didn't stick out the side. It was like, you know, like you have the mare bands with the ears on them, but they're right at the top. So it was more like a pit bull type ears, shorter, more pointed. It was black and brown, but the brown was like a uniform brown, like the pattern. So if it had a brown patch on that shoulder, it was identical shape and colour on that one. But if you look back at the picture, so I seen this black and brown thing stood in front of the tree, which was high definition. This was around end of November, beginning of December. So you can see how, I suppose, dead the trees are at the moment with the bark and everything, how grey it is. So anything bright or HD would stand out. So as I approached it, made direct eye contact, but its eyes were like an orangey, greeny colour, but bright. And as I got there, I got a message in my head, and it was, shit, he's seen me. And as I got that, it wasn't there. It's like it was just rubbed out. It didn't dissipate or dissolve or anything like that. It was there, then it wasn't there. Now I was trying to work out, because it was before I took that photograph, like I said, that was a couple of weeks later. I was trying to work out the height. Was it stood behind something? Was a load of brush in front of there? But as you can see, that's quite flat. You've got a bit of the dead, like twigs and that sticking up at the front, and then it's level. So that grass verge only comes up probably about a foot, then levels out, then goes back down to roughly the height of the road. So I seen it from probably the bottom of the rib cage up. Didn't see any legs, but the way it was stood was like a bodyguard, like it was protecting something. You could see the muscle definition in the arms. The neck was like, what? It was like a thin neck. The head come up, didn't see any teeth. Because I was looking head on, couldn't see a snout, so it could have been flat, it could have been protruding, I don't know, didn't see it. And it's just, as quick as I'd seen it, as soon as I got that message that, shit, you see me, it was gone. And it was like about 10 minutes driving, like, did I really just see that? Did that happen? Did I imagine it? What's going on? There's nowhere to stop. But just before that field on the left is a pig. Well, most of Norfolk's pig farms now, anyway. Pig farms, potatoes, or spring onion. That's pretty much it. So on the left-hand side was a pig farm all the way up to that point. And that point where I'd pulled up and took the photo, that's where the tractors entered that field. And then they've got access to the other fields around it. On the right-hand side is all bushes all the way down. That's a pig farm with what I call pig loos. And that was for about 3/4 of a mile, the full length of that bit of road before you got into the next bit of the village. So my first thought, was it there to feed? So I knew of Anubis, didn't know what it was or what it was about. I just, as some sort of dog man. Was it there to feed? Did I disturb it? There's, like I said, there's only that one van that had passed. And then it just wasn't there. And I'm like, you're just going through your head over and over. Did I see it? Did I see it? Was it something that I'm making up? Was it something else that I've seen? And I found a couple of people, spoke to them about it. First one said, did you not get out and have a look? No, they're not stupid.
Whereabouts was this again that you saw it?
King's Lynn.
Where, sorry?
King's Lynn. So King and RYNN. So it's east of Cambridge, south of Peterborough.
Basically, the end of the earth, turn right. That's where Kingsland is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much loads of little villages. You got some main areas, but it's like everything's middle of nowhere. It's all the flatlands. It's called the Wash, isn't it? All that area. You got the fens and all that.
It's
and
not very attractive. It's not a very attractive.
Not a lot there. It's a nice place, but there's just not really anything going on. And like I said, I drove past there probably about 10 times since then. Nothing. And I've stopped a few times. I've not got out the van because I don't know what it is that I see, and I don't know if it was still there. But I wasn't getting out and having a look. I just took the photo when I felt it was safe the next time that I passed.
There's nothing on that photo. I've just tried to scan it for signatures.
No, like I said, this was taken probably about 2 weeks after.
Yeah, but there could have been something there. Andy,
oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was trying to look through it.
Yeah. I'm 75% certain it was the tree on the left, 25% the one on the right. But because it happened so quick, I honestly cannot remember.
Okay. But you're going to come across that sort of entity in that sort of location because it's not a big, vast human population, is there? There's animals and farms and scrubland, and there's lots of
the villages. There's not even a post office, a pub, a shop, nothing like that. It's like the nearest shop is 15-20 minutes away.
Yeah, it's a very isolated location with very very small populations of people that probably live there generations. They never really move. They just stay there.
No.
That's all they know.
Well, they carry on with the farms, don't they? The family tradition.
Yeah, it's just what it is. And you wouldn't ever move there because there's nothing to move there for. But if you lived there, you wouldn't move away because that's all you know. And
I think if you were to move there, it'd be to get away from everyday living.
Oh, can you imagine it? You'd have to be absolutely, it would be a really difficult place to live because literally it's nothing there at all. You
would have to drive. You'd have to have a car or some vehicle of some sort.
And at night time, it's so dark out that way. There's no street lights.
There's no street lights, nothing.
It's just pitch black.
Because you've not got the shops or the pubs or anything like that. If the houses around the area, they've not got the lights on, you can't see anything.
Yeah, it's really black. So it's the sort of place you stumble over, something like that. But would it occur to you that you might have just caught it in a moment, that your perception was able to see it, and
that's my only thinking, because there's no reason. It's just that message that I got. I think it disturbed it from doing whatever it was going to do, and I don't know what that was.
I think you came across it. It didn't come across you. And that's the thing. You just happened to see it.
I was in the right place at the right time, and that was like, oh,
I know,
gotta go. And it did.
The chances are, even if you'd taken a picture, it wouldn't have come out because it might not have even been on the spectrum.
Even if it had been walking past, I wouldn't have been quick enough to get a phone or a camera and take a photo.
No. Sure, you didn't have a cam, a cam on your cab.
I had literally taken the dash cam out my van the week before.
Oh, what a shame!
I know.
I wouldn't go anywhere without my dash cam. It is such, you don't know what you're going to come across, and that's you must have kicked yourself when you did that, because that would have been your one bit of let's have a look.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have showed up anyway. Because these things never do.
No, it's possible. There's more than what we know out there, and what you encountered was something that you hadn't seen before. And the fact that you hadn't encountered it before meant that it's not very likely that it's going to show itself to you that often.
And what gets me too is, like, I'm doing some research and I'm looking for things, and the only other similar sighting that I can find is a curse of the people who opened a tomb, and they saw an Anubis before they died, supposedly.
You've told Andy this.
No.
Andy's just found out now.
It was like right before, so it's been a while. He's fine.
He's been
But
nearly
it was
3 years.
like a curse of the pharaoh kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they reported that, but this is not a common thing. Reported Anubis sightings. It's just not a thing out there.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone report it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I've heard people report, kamachachas and all sorts of little devil creatures and rake man and all that sort of stuff. But
it's not on Reddit. It's not on anything.
No, it's not. Even your district, it sounds to me like you could draw it or get an artist to draw it. That would be an interesting sort of translation of what you saw, because it may be the first time.
I'll see if you can find. Give me a moment. See if you can find image on Google. I did have some, but I think I got rid of them all. Like I said, I can only store so many pictures on StreamYard, and I have to change them each week with the guests that come on.
The only one that I can find that's kind of close is some woman who is reporting shadow figures, and the first shadow figure that she encountered appeared in the shape of an Anubis.
Oh, okay. So what we could be thinking, it could be a shapeshifter.
Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, because an Anubis is as good a shape to take up as anything, really, isn't it? Although you'd have thought that one, if it wanted to fit in, would have taken up the shape of a pig.
Mm-hmm.
It just, wouldn't have been noticed at all, would it? So obviously didn't realize until Andy's thought connected into the consciousness of the animal or the actual.
I found 2 images. They're not the same because these have got like armor on, but they are the nearest without spending hours and hours looking. So the ears were shorter, but the way it stands, the muscle. See, it's got like armor plate on, and they didn't have that. Where them armor plates are on the shoulders, that was more of a
that's
like a Doberman or Rottweiler markings, where it's opposite, the symmetrical.
Yeah.
But it was more muscly like that.
Yeah.
And I've seen it from the waist up.
It could be a form of alien. There could be a race of Numises that come and visit. You don't know, do you? Because it's as likely as anything that there's intelligent life that has many different forms.
But its face was more like that, and the body was ripped like that. The ears weren't as tall, but same position. More that, because the others 2, and there's, like I said, a lot smaller.
Andy, do you think what you saw was what somebody could have drawn Anubis to be like if they were drawing it for a magazine or a cartoon strip?
No, because I've spent hours trying to find an exact match, and there's nothing. Because this didn't have any armor, didn't have any gold chains on or jewelry like these have got the jewels and all that on. It's nothing like that.
Have you ever?
It looked naked.
Right.
At the time, did you know it was linked to like death and things like that and accidents? Did you not? God,
No.
Well, that might have been a good thing. Because otherwise, you'd be.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're a real ray of sunshine, aren't you?
Oh wait,
did you
But I'll always remember the time. It was 11:10, and I checked, and it was straight away as I seen it. As I'm thinking about what it was, I'm also thinking the weather conditions. They have the headlights on. It was sunny, as you can see in that picture. Wrong one. I know it's not sunny there, but you can imagine how shaded and everything it is because of how condensed it all is.
Yeah. The thing is, right? There's no way that you would make something like that up because there's no reason for it. So the only explanation is that you saw something.
Yeah.
The only thing we're going to debate really is what you saw.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I honestly thought if I was ever going to have a Dogman encounter, it was going to be better than that. Without me, if it was going to be chasing me or somebody else, I was trying to get away from it. It was going to be a lot more exciting than that.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not aggressive. Maybe they just look aggressive.
Don't know. But
that's the thing. We make so many assumptions, don't we?
Well, I had 3 growls in Delamere Forest. I think I said that last time, but didn't see anything. But there was 3 what seemed to be intelligent responses because it was on demand in Delamere.
Okay. And there's a lot of sightings around Delamere.
So there's definitely things we don't know about. But
the
only thing that we know here is that you witnessed one of those things. And you may go for a long time before you find somebody that's seen a similar sort of thing.
I don't know anyone. Don't know anyone.
But
I've not got anything. I've spoke about on air a few times, like the week or the day it happened. I think I did a stream, like just a short one, just about that to give me a report out. But no one's come forward and said, "Oh, I've had a similar sort of thing." I've not seen anything in the chat.
The nearest I've seen to that before is Egyptian. That's the sort of things that you see from that sort of area. I'm sure it's So there's nothing nothing you can compare it to. It's a unique experience.
No.
3 stars wasn't as good as I thought.
But,
2 stars would not see again.
After it had like sunk in, and I'd spoke to a few people about it and looking stuff on the internet, I was like I said, I was a bit disappointed. I think one because of how quick it in and gone, and it wasn't what I expected that type of encounter to be like.
Have you had any other unique experiences with anything else?
Pterodactyl.
There you go. See, so it may be something to do with your vision, something to do with the fact that you can see these things. You may get glimpses of things that are still there.
Yeah.
And it might just be
the pterodactyl one. I watched that till it flown out of sight.
Yeah, but there is pterodactyls. This is the thing.
I believe they still exist. I don't think it's a time slip. I just think wherever they live at the moment, they are not. Man doesn't go near to where that is.
There's stories of children and dogs being lifted by them.
Yeah, like Thunderbirds and
that's right. So I don't think people would make that stuff up, because the last thing they want to talk about is a child or a dog being lifted. So but with your Dogman thing, there's nothing to explain why it would be there at that moment.
No, just middle of nowhere.
But I know the place. I know the area you're describing. And if I was a Dogman, I don't think I'd be in King's Lynn. I want to be doing something more exciting than.
Oh, this is what I thought. Is it to do with certain types of energy in certain areas? Because it's not going to get a map, get a pin, and go, "That's where I'm going." Oh, King's Lynn. I should have picked somewhere better. Should have gone Blackpool or Grand Canyon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somewhere with stuff happening, but maybe it was there for a particular reason, and I just happened to be there at the same time.
Yeah. And what if these creatures are everywhere, and you just happen to see one at that point, and we don't see them normally? I really believe this cloaked. You know what I mean? What if they are the real poltergeists?
Well, this is my thing. So, after talking with Kate Hairgirl Ray, Neil Ward, Joey Keall, they do a lot. They're into like the fairy realm and all that kind of stuff. And just speaking with them, and a lot of the stuff that they explain what these fae folk are like, it also covers trolls, Bigfoot, dogmen, fairies, goblins, ninja dwarfs, the lot. So, to me, and I've always believed poltergeist is not a demon spirit or spirit demon, that sort of thing. To me, it's going to be. This moment in time, I believe it's the Fae playing tricks because the poltergeists aren't doing anything to harm you. They're just doing mischief, making noises, slamming doors, banging stuff about, and then when you go in, it'll stop.
But there's another side to that, Andy. It's the mimic ghost side. You know, the ones that can throw voices and actually attract people, and they are scary to me because, and I think that's all part of the same phenomenon, that they can do what really they want with the mimic of a person. You know, baby crying is quite a common thing that people hear, or someone crying or calling. Now, that's a manipulation, isn't it, of being able to copy something? A bit like a budgerigar or a parrot, you know, copies somebody's speech. You know, they're obviously able to do that through subconsciousness.
And that's also a level of intelligence because it knows what's going to draw on human emotion and get a reaction.
And it knows,
baby crying and
it knows your thought before you even think it. And when Nathaniel was on before, is it putting that thought into your head and making, or not even making you think that you just believe that that's your thought?
But the other thing was, Andy, that gave you a thought in English.
Yeah. There's no accent to it. It wasn't my voice.
No. So it was telepathic. But it was telepathic.
Scottish. It was
English.
It was just in English.
And
just a generic voice.
Yeah. So is that you or that transmitting, feeling? Are you telepathically connected? Yeah. What is going on with that? Is there such a thing as the universal translator?
And the fact that the way it said it was, it swore, but it said shit, it's seen me. Now, Anubis wouldn't, I'm guessing, wouldn't speak like that as a rule.
Unless
so was I hearing
it
in how I perceive it, how I would say it?
Yeah.
It sounds like
whose voice was it? Do you know what the voice was like? Or
No,
was
it's
it
just
your voice? Was
there's
it like
no accent to it, nothing. It was just the voice was it. This is unless you've heard a voice in your head.
Yeah. Is it the voice in your head that said it?
No, it wasn't the voice in my head. It was a voice that was put into my head.
Okay.
And this is the only way I could hear it inside, but in between my ears. So it wasn't at the front of my head or the back. It was like you put a rod in the air and out the other. That's where the voice was, on the inside, but in between my ears.
Like you're remembering music or something.
That is the most stupid thing I've ever had to try and explain.
I kind of know what you mean. If you speak now in your head, you can. It feels like it's up here somewhere.
Yeah, it's there.
But I know what you mean about it being down here.
Yeah. So it didn't go into my ear. It kind of come out of my ears.
Yeah, I get it.
Have you ever tried saying something when you're in the same location inside your mind?
It's my voice, unfortunately.
No, but have you ever tried to communicate with something that could be there?
No.
Have you ever said, I'm back? Or anything like that? No?
No, because I can't drive that quick. Because I don't know if I want to go through that again.
So you wouldn't want to experience it again?
It didn't mess me up. It caught me off guard and kind of like just knocked me off balance for a bit.
It's whether or not it's something you want to summon.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean?
The
Do you
angel
really
of death.
want to you?
But what have you been
you
thinking
go looking
about?
for it and you find it, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
And what have you been thinking about up to that point? Yeah, I mean, what had you been on your mind?
I was just listening to music. In fact, I was listening to a podcast.
What were you listening to? Can you remember what you were listening to?
It was either one of Deborah's, who's on, that she does BBR. It was either The Belief Hole. I'm going to have to get them up now because I can't remember who I listened to.
Okay, we need to talk about this comment in a second. once you
Yeah,
finish
that's fine.
that.
So it's either Craig Bryant's Paranormal Pendulum podcast, Dogman Encounters by Vic Cundiff, Deborah Hatswell, BBR,
So
Paranormal Punches,
so
Bigfoot and Beyond with Cliff and Bobo, or Belief Hole podcast. It was one of them.
So you could have been listening to someone talking about Dogman.
No, not even. No,
not even close.
Nope, not that time. I would have remembered.
Yeah,
because I was weighing everything up that was going on at that time.
It's an interesting, because it's more psychology now than it is paranormal. Because what you saw, we don't dispute. What you were doing at the time, or what had you been doing up until that time, might have had an effect on what you actually encountered.
As I was going around the bend, because in situations like that with different road conditions, I turn whatever I'm listening to down because I now have to concentrate. Because as you know yourself, roads like that, there's a lot of tractors, there's a lot of slush lorries that spread muck and what have you. You come bombing it round the corner, there's one of them. You're not stopping, you're going straight into it. So on roads like that, I do switch off from everything that's going on around me and concentrate on the road itself, because that's my job.
There is a lot of dikes and a lot of roads with those sort of real narrow edges. Yeah. I mean, and some of the scariest roads I've ever driven along around that area, they got these big dikes, big drainage ditches alongside the roads.
Oh, yeah.
And
if you go 2 foot either way, you're upside down in one of these, and these are like 20, 30 foot deep.
Yeah, people have died in them. So I understand, that what you're saying to me. It's not something that you can mess with. But the one thing that was happening with you was that your concentration level was high. So you were aware of your surroundings, and you were aware.
And that's why I picked it up. That's how I picked it up.
I think so. Yeah, your awareness was heightened because of your skill at driving was, needed at that moment. So your awareness was there, and it happened to be in your eye line.
Yeah, it's direct eye contact.
Yeah,
because I worked out in the van that I used to have when I was sat up in there. That's roughly, I think it was 6'2". I'm 5'10". So where my eye line is sat in the van would be the top of my head if it was stood outside the van.
Okay, so just one of those encounters that you can't explain, but it happened.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and I think
I doubted it at the time because of how quick it did happen, and you just think, did it really happen? Did it really happen? And you just constantly.
You talk to people that have had these encounters. I've talked to loads of people that have had encounters, and they all say time either stood still. That moment, it seemed like 4 or 5 seconds, it stood still, or it went past so fast. No one ever says it was in the same time set that they were actually in. And so, for you, that moment probably stood still. And then your realization was, shit, I've got to get, And that whole part of you was not able to compute what you saw because you got nothing to actually work.
My initial reaction was, made sure the doors were locked, and I put the passenger window up because that was the side that I'd always have down, and that was the side that I'd seen it.
Yeah.
It was just button, go, keep going, follow the sat nav.
See, and that's a normal fear reaction, isn't it? Get out of there.
That's a fight or flight, and that's how it was flight.
Yeah, and and you get out of there as quick as you could in a 50-mile-an-hour lorry. Which is quite scary when you think that things like skinwalkers can run at 90 miles an hour.
I was just thinking of getting away, and I did. I kept checking my mirrors, and I kept looking to see if it had appeared anywhere further down the road. And I was like, just don't want to see it again. Not at the moment.
Did you ever leave anything, a message in the local area for anybody, or did you local press, nothing like that, just in case other people had encountered it and not said anything?
I did think about it, but I thought it's one of those you go back and people like look
Gonna
at you.
post lost Anubis signs on telephone poles.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen my Nubis anywhere? Yeah, reward for reporting this Nubis. Yeah,
But like I said, in that area, there's probably 10 houses and a farm.
Yeah,
So-
mainly 7 toes, per foot. It's a strange area, and certainly not an area that you would really want to hang around in if you saw something strange.
Right, just quickly, there's one question, then I'm going to bring the guest on, and then I'll do the next question for them. So this is from Brian. So he's saying, but the voice in your head has no sound, so how can it sound like your voice?
That's what I want to know. I want to know, how does everybody hear in their head?
Oh, I hear voices all the time.
No, you hear it in your mind, don't you?
No, I hear my voice in my head.
But when I heard that voice from the Anubis, that was in my head. That wasn't in my mind because it was physical between my ears.
I
And
hear
that's what I don't
voices
understand.
all the time.
But I
hear
can
voices.
imagine it being in my ears.
Like, if
I
I'm
can
trying to
imagine the
remember
voice.
what you just said, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
But
a
how
me,
is that possible? Yeah.
I don't know.
I can hear any voice I want in my head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can listen to a whole song in my head and hear it perfectly.
Well, if I'm reading a message from someone who I know how they speak, I will read that in their voice.
Yeah, I
in my
will.
head.
And you can
But
hear it though, right? In your
Nicole messages me, and in my head I'm reading it in your voice. But if I was to read it out loud, it'd be in my voice.
but, but in your head, it's got room for every type of voice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, I hear every type of voice. I always
There's
have.
no sound. How does it? Like, I get it. I get what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the
when
same
you
as
think-
saying, how can you see in a dream? Same thing.
Yeah.
Your
But when
eyes
you
are closed.
like your inner monologue, I hear what you were saying. Like, it's up here. When
Yeah.
it's your thoughts, it's up here. But when I'm remembering somebody else's thoughts or reading, like Andy said, in their voice, it's here.
Yeah. There.
In the middle ear somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the middle somewhere.
I don't think we can really debate that you get voices in your head. You know, you really
I was just curious because some people don't have an inner monologue.
I
apparently.
I would dream of that. I would love not to have voices in my head. I know it sounds crazy, isn't it? But it's just like I've never known anything different. I go to bed with a radio in my ear because I can't sleep unless I've got a
So I had
distraction.
to put that up because baby he's from Manchester. A lot of people say keckle or metal. They use K instead of T. It's so annoying.
My grandma used to say, "Put it on the mantelpiece." Put it on the mantelpiece.
True. Right, so I'm going to bring the next guest on.
Mm-hmm.
So please welcome Michaela Ford. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
I know Michaela and Sarah know each other. I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah. So Michaela does Paranormal or What podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. And don't
And
you do
Michaela has
some...
voices in her heads as well.
Yeah.
See?
So Michaela was on, what, about 2.5 years ago?
Sorry? Say that again.
When you came up, the first time you came on was about 2.5 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Ish. When I first started doing it and didn't know what I was doing. I still
you've
don't
always
know.
been good. Shush.
No, it was good.
Guys, and can I just say this bringing us into the last hour of the 10-hour podcast?
Yeah.
Possibly the last hour.
The last 25.
The last planned hour.
It's probably my last ever hour, I think.
Right.
Can
We'll
I just
swap
add
us all
something
about
to the
it.
voices in your head thing?
Yes.
So I've had two very strange experiences with voices in my head. And it's very different to the voice that's your mind or the voice that's reading in your head. And it was like a radio signal both times that came into my head, and it was static that came into my head. and it was like I was listening with my ears, but it was inside my ears rather than outside my ears.
Yeah.
And the voice spoke, and it was like I was the radio transmitter, and the voice was in my head, as clear as day both times. And it kind of went, and then this voice came, and then that was it. And both times, once I had a woman's voice, and it was like a really witchy voice, and she shouted, "Woman, open your eyes!" And that was really freaky. And then the first time, it was just someone who went, "Hello," and I was like, "Hello."
Yeah, that brings you back to the. Oh, sorry, Michaela.
No, it's all right. It was just so freaky, and it's only happened really randomly, about 2 years apart.
It brings us back to the paranormal thing with speaking out like in your thoughts, because if they're trying to communicate with thought,
is that your thought?
Yeah.
Well, is it our thought, or is it them manipulating?
It wasn't my thought at all. It was an intrusion into my brain.
Yeah, so
from
maybe
an external thing.
But I feel like you can tell that something is not right if something's in your brain that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, so I don't know if I picked up some sort of radio signal bizarrely somehow. I don't know.
I think you walked through a frequency or an imprint. I wonder if it's an EVP that you've actually picked up on a frequency in your mind.
Walking through a frequency.
Yeah. I mean, were you standing still, sat down? What were you doing? What was your on both occasions?
Both times I was in my bedroom. One time I was putting away washing, and the second time I was polishing my crystals, which sounds really dodgy, but I was.
we won't go into your personal habits, all right? But thank you for the information. Maybe a different show. But the whole thing about that is its frequency. You're picking up a frequency. It's like a personal EVP, and someone's making contact with you on your vibration or your frequency level. So it's possible that you could walk into those at any time.
Can I just say, so remember last week, the other day, when I played that EVP, when I first interviewed Nathaniel Gillis, and I'm asking him about life outside of the Earth's atmosphere, and you clearly hear something saying, it was like that. It was just a voice. There was no...
Can I add to this? Can I add? A lot of these times, right, differences with your voices that you've heard, they were very clear to you. No one had to explain what they were saying. Nobody had to say to you, "Oh, this says this." On an EVP, Andy, quite often people have to tell you what it is before you recognize it. When you get a frequency that you walk through, you often know what it is. You don't have to be told. And the only thing with EVPs, and I love EVPs, I think they're a real phenomenon, but they are open to interpretation. Yeah, but what you just told us isn't. Open your eyes, woman. That's pretty clear, isn't it?
There's no middle. There's no not middleman. There's like no middle device or anything it's passing through. It's like going directly to the source. Like the source is
not open for interpretation. It's just that's the message.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, it's where it needs to go to straight away. It's
but
direct.
But we were also talking about mimic ghosts, and mimic ghosts. What would stop an entity being close to you and saying something like that, and you feeling it inside your head? There's that possibility.
I don't know, because I've had that before, but I've heard it not on the outside of me, but inside my ear.
Yeah.
I've heard voices, I've heard whispers, but this sounds stupid again, but it's been in my ear. I put my finger in my ear, and it's where my fingertip is. That's where I hear the voice. It's not there. It's not there. It's inside the ear.
Could be a transmitting, so couldn't it? It could be someone.
I don't
It could be
know.
something being able to transmit that frequency that's on, that you're on that vibration to pick up, and
if we're sorry, go on.
it's okay. I just know that these things happen, but the only time you recognize them is when you're doing something which has got your attention's not focused on anything in particular. You're just there. and you're just doing your whatever, polishing your crystals, putting your washing away, whatever you're doing at the time, but you haven't got a committed thought going on. You're just going about your daily business. And that's quite common that people pick up things, but a lot of the time they don't even take no notice. And the fact that you're interested means that you would have done.
It's like the other week I was washing up and I heard that giggling laugh behind me. It was either coming from the living room or the hallway, and I just thought, it's a fairy. I'm not in the mood. And it was how I imagine a fairy would laugh. Nobody else in the house. TV wasn't on. No radio, nothing. I'm like, please, no. I didn't do it again, but I knew where that was coming from.
So, do you ever hear something calling your name? Because that's quite a common thing with me.
I have, but not for a few years now.
Oh, really? But it's so quick, you sort of persuade yourself that you haven't heard it.
And it used to be 3 o'clock in the morning, bang on 3 o'clock.
Well, it's funny because last night I was setting this up for today, and to do this, I had to lay a cable across my kitchen so I could plug everything in. And I heard my wife
laying cables.
Laying cables.
Polishing crystals, laying cables.
I know, polishing crystals, laying cables is no end to our talents.
Yeah, it's gone 9 o'clock. It's okay.
Oh, that's a bit personal.
Okay. Yeah, but
after dark.
I heard my wife come in and she said, "Oh, hi, hello," and I said, "Be careful, mind the cable." Yeah. And I expected her to say, "Oh, okay, thank you," and there was nothing. So I looked, and she wasn't even there. I went back upstairs to see and she's just laying on the bed. I'm thinking, I've just heard you say to me, "Hello, hi," in your voice, your accent. Yeah.
I've got a theory for this. So, you get residual hauntings. Can you not have residual livings?
Maybe.
Doesn't mean to say it's like the stone tape theory. Doesn't have to be because that person's passed or anything like that. If it's a daily occurrence or very regular, surely that's being recorded in time. So you're going to hear that no matter what.
I know,
I just got residual living.
Well, you could be right, but you're assuming that I'm civil to my wife. Yeah, I mean,
I never don't put words in my mouth, mister.
No. I didn't like to say, but I happen to be civil to her most times. Yeah. But the understanding of it is that there is living ghosts. You can actually see yourself walking up your own high street, or you can bump into doppelgangers and that sort of area. And it's an interesting thing that really plays with your mind when you think of time, or you think of what we would normally encounter. And that whole thing about encountering strange things, strange voices, strange phenomenon, ghosts that we probably recognize from somewhere, or even ourselves. I've known people to answer their front door to themselves. And that sort of thing is a bit sort of weird, but there has to be an explanation for it. But
why didn't I have a key?
Yeah, I don't know
one.
It's not with you.
Yeah, but I could tell you a few stories. I won't, Andy, because you'll just take the piss. But I will actually point you in the direction, right, of being able to encounter. And just think what would happen if you encountered yourself. Can you imagine how horrible that would be? Because you'd be thinking, oh, where do I come from here? Which one's me?
Existential crisis.
Yeah,
it's
you
really,
wouldn't know.
Do you know what really scares me? What really scares me, because we're all inquisitive people, which is why we're into this, is what if we never find the answers out, and then even when we die and we're hoping to get all the answers, and then we still never find out the answers, and that's kind of almost the worst thing, just to be left with questions forever.
Oh gosh, but that's a bit like getting to heaven and finding that the Jehovah's Witnesses are right, isn't it? It's that sort of scenario. It's hard to understand what would be right and what would be wrong.
I know. How do you know I'm not one of the Jehovah's Witnesses? Ooh.
Can you imagine it? You didn't buy a watchtower. You're not coming in. Yeah, we would be absolutely gutted. The fact is, what if reincarnation is a real thing? And when we pass, we just come straight back. You know, can you imagine it? I mean, one minute
Don't even get a rest. Don't even get a weekend off or nothing.
Well, can you imagine? Right? One minute you're laying there and you pass, right? You go. Next minute you're looking back up and you're going, "Oh, I'm back." Oh no! Can you imagine that? With no in between stuff. Yeah, it's that sort of thing, isn't it? That who says that we got the right to know when we die? Yeah. I don't think we do. I think we probably just come straight back.
I was talking to my husband about this yesterday, and you know that moment when a baby's newborn, and their eyes are all black, and people gaze into their baby's eyes, and there's this sort of theory that once the baby's just come out of the uterus, they're all knowing, and then within a few minutes they lose that. And become completely innocent and have to start from the beginning again.
Yeah.
Lots of people have said when they look in a newborn baby's eyes, it's like they know about the universe. But then it goes.
As a midwife, I know exactly what you're on about there. When a baby is born, they all have this very intelligent, they look at you deep into your soul. They do. Yeah. They look at you like as if to say, "Oh, I'm here." Or they do look at you. They know exactly where they are and they know exactly what's happened. And then they do become babies. It's like they do become like normal babies that kind of seem innocent and like they know nothing. But I know that intelligent look. They do. They give you that.
Do you see it? Do you see it with any of us, Sarah? That intelligent look.
I mean, unfortunately,
I fed you that one. the interesting, again, the part of this is that children don't speak till about 9 months, do they? They don't start taking their first words really to about 9 months. And when they start to get to 2 and 3, they can start talking about things. Now, I've looked at this reincarnation stuff, and I've looked at children talking about past life existences and areas of that. And there's some really fabulous cases of people that are talking at 3 about their encounters of their life before they actually came back. So, I mean, there's a famous one, Marty Martin, a Hollywood socialite, an actor who appeared on films and stuff like that. And he came back as a child, and he already knew that he had been Marty Martin before.
Yeah,
so,
I read that case.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think that that's the case. But what if we all have that memory until we're 9 months? And when we can start talking, few of us retain it past the age of about 6 years old. And that would be quite wonderful, wouldn't it, if we all had that and we had that recall, a soul recall about what we've been doing. And maybe it might not just be a recall. It may be a future progression call where we could actually see all our lives stretched out and be able to talk about them all. So there's so many possibilities within that really do open up the doors to thinking that reincarnation or progression or whatever we look at is real. And it's far more real than what maybe a spirit world is.
Yeah.
Have you read the case of Brady Murphy? Sorry.
No, that's right. I was just going to ask you a quick question. There will be a quick answer. Sorry, Michaela. What you were saying earlier about, I asked this pretty much all the guests about finding out the answers. Would you really want to find out exactly what's going on?
Yes.
Really?
Without doubt, yeah.
I don't think I'd like to know everything.
I think my mind would probably explode then.
Yeah.
Because what if you find out that like the people that you knew and things were never real, and like it would destroy you a little bit, wouldn't it? It would, if you find out that what you've experienced is not actually what you thought it was. I think it would.
Good point.
It would damage you a little bit.
Well, do you know what? I had an epiphany years and years and years ago, and I've been quite sort of I've been on hundreds of ghost investigations and all that sort of thing, and nothing's ever really scared me. And I just had this. The only thing that's ever scared me are people, things that they do to you. But I did have this moment probably about 20 years ago when I started being interested in the idea of extraterrestrials. And I had this moment where I went, oh my God, what if they're real? And I had this sense of absolute fear. And then it sort of went. And ever since then, I think that my mind's so open to everything that nothing would surprise me, really. Sometimes I'm just walking down the street and I think, is this really a street? Am I really walking on it? Is it, it feels real to me, but maybe I'm just in a game, or, maybe I'm just a speck on the... I don't know.
Can I just add to that? At one point last year, it was around about summer, because I just got the tickets for The Awakening. No, it was Easter time, because the tickets just come out. And I remember I was having a conversation, can't remember who it was, but I was driving. It's like I was looking at like lampposts and houses and just street furniture, like street signs and all that. And it's like, for a period of time, they just seemed so irrelevant as to everything that was going on around.
Yeah.
It's like all these man-made structures had no meaning whatsoever to how I was thinking. It was like, what are they even there for? It doesn't make any sense to what the world is really about.
Yeah. Sometimes I have little existential crises where I think, look at us. I look like the part of my mind kind of looks at the world, especially when I'm driving, and I think, what are we doing? Like we are driving in these little mechanical bubbles with wheels on roads that were made by people that we must stay in the left lane, and we can't just go from A to B. We must follow this road that we've made. Just feels like a little bit silly. I don't know how to describe it, but do you know, when you look at the world and you think, what are we doing? We're obeying.
Following the rules and regulations of how they want us to live.
Yeah.
Well, I had that moment the other day when I was like driving and it was down a really dark road, and I'm like, wow, people used to just, when it was dark, it was dark, and that was it. They just went to bed. And like how we live now with the roads and the lights.
Yeah.
But before cars and before carriages and all that, people just used to walk. If they couldn't afford horses, they'd just walk. And they'd walk through forests and woods and across rivers and for God knows how long, just to get
it's really silly, doesn't
somewhere
it?
else.
It's like we must stop on red and we must go on green. And it's like, who told us? Like, we're all obeying it.
Have you ever seen my driving?
Only suggestion.
It's like we must. It's like we must live in these houses that, like, we buy this house with this bit of paper that doesn't, bit of money that doesn't even exist. It's all made up. We buy these brick buildings that is mine, and I must live in this one only. And like, I don't know, it just feels really weird. I
had that thought yesterday. I was going through a new housing estate, and it's like I'm looking. There's probably about 2,000 houses on it, and I'm looking at the house. It's like, you're buying that. There's like 5-6 rooms. Looking at them, they're only little rooms. And you're paying extortionate amount. I know we're going off topic a bit, but I will bring it back. You're buying, like, living in these little rooms to do what you want to do, and the next person is doing the same and the same. What? No one's thinking out the box. Everyone's doing how they're told to live, and
what everyone else is doing.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Well,
do you know what's quite funny? When I used to come home from school on the bus, I used to drive through this big housing estate, and you sit, and people, this like in the 80s, showing my age now, and people didn't have their curtains closed, so you could see inside everybody's house as you drove past at night, and every single house had the TV in the corner with a lamp next to it, and then the sofa facing the TV. And once you notice that, and you see house after house after house after house, it gets quite freaky. You're like, oh my God, everybody's just got the house exactly the same. different
Yep.
colours, but it's all the same. It is.
I had the same thing on the train. I'd just been sort of commissioned to do a TV program, and I was coming back from London on the train, and all I could see was TV aerials and satellite dishes on the outside of houses. And I'm thinking, everybody who's got an aerial, everybody that's got a sat dish, can actually watch this TV program. And it sort of brings it into perspective that everyone's got access to the same things, but only what they're given. And it's really quite daunting. It's sort of, when you do TV or any camera work, you're just on one camera, and that's all you talk to, one person. And when you think, well, hang on, there's people all over the country that can see what you're saying, it sort of gets a bit scary. Because
I don't think about that. Carry on. If I thought about that, if I thought like that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
It blows your mind because you don't really consider it, because all you consider is one person listening, and that's the thing when you're talking to somebody.
I don't even see that. I see us five on the screen. Everyone else I'm having a text conversation with. That's it.
Yeah. But we're very transparent.
And that's I have to think like that, or I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's something that maybe we might consider where we live. We're all the same. We all live in little boxes and we all drive little cars, but we all have the same thoughts, the same loves, the same hates, the same families, the same aspirations, the same wants, same needs. But how much are we wanting to be separate? Yeah. So
sorry, go on, Andy. I was just going to go off on a tangent.
Just going to say, from being a little kid, like having that first UFO experience, I don't want to say different, but I've always thought different to everyone else. So all my mates growing up, they're like, "I'll do this, do that." When they all started smoking, I'm like, no, and it's like you're trying to. They want you to give in to peer pressure, and I never did. I used to have fights and fall out with them all because I didn't want to do what they was doing. I was always had my own, what I believe, my own thoughts on what I wanted to do, regardless of what was going on around me.
Yeah, but that's always about there's instigators and there's followers. There's always going to be safety in numbers, but there's always going to be people that lead the followers, and there's always going to be people that rebel from that. And if you go your own way, what you're doing is you're saying that I'm unique enough to believe in what I see and what I want to do for myself. And it's a strength of character to be able to do that, but it's also a backing your own convictions. So you can still have mates, but you're individual. You don't have to be a part of a group to fit in. And I think that is probably what makes us stand out as investigators, is that we don't just follow the trends. We sort of look to set trends or look to...
I always had different social circles, but I always felt that I was looking in from the outside, regardless of who it was and the people that were in it.
Did you feel the same way in your family, Andy?
Some are watching, but yeah.
Yeah. No, well, because I mean, I think it's quite a common for people that are very innovative and people that really push boundaries or go and try different things. They normally are the person in the family that will stand up against what they deem as being difficult or wrong, and that doesn't always go down well in families. And
I've got a very big family. My mum had 10 sisters and brothers. I've got like 40 odd cousins. They're married. They've got kids. And I've got family all over the world. One Mad Mank who's in the chat who won the knitted doll, crochet doll. He's my cousin, but he kind of thinks the same way that I do. He reckons he's a black sheep, but I know it's me. There's a lot of family parties and gatherings and that. I used to always want to go, but never felt like I was part of it. And then as I got older, I just didn't want to go. And without being horrible to any of them, because they are blood and what have you, that's one of the reasons why I moved away, because I just needed to go and do my own thing and not be tied into what everyone else was doing and what they expected we should be doing.
So how important is that within how you live your life now, in respect?
Very. Because I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now if I was still in Manchester.
Yeah. See, so this is the impact it has when you go your own way. And if you go and actually ask your own questions and you don't follow what other people are saying, you go and investigate yourself, then what you do is you actually come up with your own answers, which could be totally different.
Yeah, so, and I had many opportunities to move back to Manchester. There was nothing stopping me moving back at any time. Not so much now. Things have changed quite a lot since then. I've been down here 16 years.
Did you put that up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't put that up. I didn't click anything.
Yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now, and I was kind of like falling out with certain family members, not because of I was into the paranormal, because I always kept that to myself anyway. But it was a strange time. That's all I can say about it.
So, Michaela, when you were looking, down the street and you saw everyone with a settee and a television, how did that affect your own individuality? Did you question it when you got home that you probably didn't want to have a TV in the same place, or you wanted to do things a little bit differently? Did it set that sort of precedent for you?
It did, definitely. I think I've always been a bit of a rebel, or awkward, however you want to put it. But the ironic thing is, the house I live in now, the only place for the TV is in the corner, and it really annoys me. So I'm almost forced to conform, which irks me no end.
I've put the TV right in the middle of the room because I won't have it in the corner, and probably I've never thought about it before now. For the same reasons as you, I don't want to be doing the same as what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, and also you think, just to slightly go off on a tangent, I was just wondering whether, I'm sure you all have this thought occasionally. Do we all see the same thing? When we look at these things, are we seeing it the same? The idea of if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, does anyone hear it? So I've had these really weird. Everybody loses things. Okay, there's a thing, they're called jots. Just one of those things, and this lady wrote a book about it, and I find it fascinating. So if you lose something, like your keys, you misplace them, and you find them in the exact place, and you swear that you've looked in that place 10 times. Okay, so is it one that it's disappeared into another dimension and then come back again, or is it that somehow your brain glosses over the fact that it's there and your brain only sees what it wants to see? Because this happened this morning with, really, it's always innocuous things. My husband's vape juice, he couldn't find it. I turned around to get the kettle. It was not on the side in the kitchen. I turned around to get the kettle and I turned back and it was right in front of me. And I'd literally just cleaned the whole side and it was the only thing that was there, and it hadn't been there 1 second before. Did I just not see that before, or has it disappeared and come back? What do you think?
So I believe a lot bit of it disappeared and come back because Dominic's mentioned it. Neil Ward, when he was on, was it last week before, he mentioned it. So the way I've got the computer and everything set out is all I have to do is turn around on the chair. I can reach the door. The only thing you can't reach is a window because it's the other side of the room. I can do the light switch, everything I've got. And I'll put something down, turn around to get something else, come back. It's like an L-shaped desk. And it's gone. And it's like, there's no one else in the room. There's me. I've not even took my ass out of the chair. So it's not like I've been anywhere. I've literally turned 90 degrees, come back, and it's gone. And there's nothing else on there. It's not gone behind anything. It's not even something that could roll away. Be a flat object.
But is it, if we can't see it, it doesn't exist? Or is it that it has disappeared?
Would be. But then I'll go back to get something else, come back, and it's there. It's like, oh, someone's messing about now.
Mm-hmm. Or is it that you're kind of willing it to be there, so you're kind of manifesting it yourself? But then, like, I've had times where I've been looking at, I remember once, probably a teenager, and I was looking at a wall, just staring at my bedroom wall. And then all of a sudden I noticed that there was a screw coming out of the wall that I didn't notice before, but once I knew it was there, I couldn't unsee it. And I was like, I don't understand why it was there. It wasn't there. And then I notice, I just think, oh, there's a screw. And then I can't unsee it again. Like, it's like, I don't know how to do it. Like, it's like I manifested it somehow. And then I couldn't get rid of it. It's like if my brain just washed over it, like you said, Michaela. Like, it chose not to see it. Did it actually exist?
Because you never noticed it before.
Yeah,
You didn't
I
see
put
it.
it there in my reality.
Till you realised it was there, and that's when you started seeing it.
Yeah, did I manifest that in my reality? It's like when you buy a new car and then suddenly you're seeing it everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, are you putting that in your reality?
Perception. I think.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, teleportation is a thing. Okay, I honestly think things do vanish then come back. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I can't explain it, but I know it happens. So teleportation is one of those things. And I'm sure that personal perception also comes into it. But why would something just vanish from your sight and still be there? You know, that wouldn't really make sense to me in the reality we live in. So, I mean, I think people are trying to grab attention or trying to get you at it. You know, I quite often think when things that I know are somewhere go somewhere else, is someone's trying to get my attention? What is that reason behind that? And so, you know, the more I sort of understand it, the more I sort of think, well, this is someone wanting me to ask that question. So why are they asking me to want to ask that question? So
I've got a quick story about things vanishing but not coming back, and it was physical on me. I'm all right to tell it quickly, and you guys give me your
sounds intriguing
conclusion. So, I was about 5 years old. I was at my gran and granddad's house. So you go in at the hallway. You could walk right round. So if you walk straight in front, living room, dining room, kitchen, back to the hallway. If you went to the right of the house, you had an outhouse. So they had like the old big ceramic sinks that was like the size of a bath, and they had the little square terracotta tiles on the floor in the kitchen, the out, and then it goes into the back garden. So I was stood at the end of the worktop with the door that went into the outhouse bit. And one of my older cousins, he brought a magic trick. So, you know, like you got the little egg cups on a stand, you put a penny in it and you shake it and it disappears. And then you shake it again and it comes back. So I did it and it worked. So I remember it was a halfpence piece. I'm showing my age now. At least it were a sixpence. And I thought, I don't know why. I'm 5 years old and this even now doesn't make any sense to me. I thought, I'll put it in my hand and I'll shake my hand and see if it does it the same. Right, put it in my hand. There's only me and my cousin there, and I shook my hand and I opened it to see if it was there. Nothing. Now, if it had fallen, I'd have heard it because of the terracotta tiles on the floor. There's no carpet, no rugs, nothing. And it's like, where's it gone? And I tried to bring it back, nothing. And then a couple of days later, I had like a little curve. Not a scar, but a mark in my hand.
Oh.
And I still don't know what happened to that coin to this day.
It ended up in your nose.
Oh, you might have absorbed it into your hand.
Yeah,
but there's nothing ever came out. It was just never. And my cousin was like, this was like in the 70s, and he's like, he wanted his money back. Half P must have been a lot back then. It was like 1970, 78.
Yeah, you could get a chew from the shop.
Yeah.
Have you ever had sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, so I don't know what happened. I don't know if anyone else has had anything like that.
Yeah, I have. So,
I've had,
but Sarah, you're first.
It's all right, because mine's slightly the opposite, where I've ended up with two of the same thing, and I've got proof of that on my keys.
Oh, that's interesting as well, because I mean, obviously, I mean, I've had experiences with jewelry being taken or being put in a different location through teleportation. But when I was a kid, I used to have a Smutio table, and we had it's a game you play off the ground, and we lost a player. We flicked a player over the edge. The bedroom was only 12 foot by 12 foot, and we pulled everything out. We couldn't find the player. We never knew where that player went, ever. We could never find it again. And even when we moved and we pulled everything out of the bedroom, that player was still nowhere to be seen. And it makes me wonder whether things do vanish and then there's a time span. Like your husband's drink, it came back fairly quickly, didn't it? It's almost like it got your attention, then it reappeared, because it was almost like it wasn't there, it is there. And then other times things don't reappear for quite a long time. And I often think the people that moved into that house that I had as a child, did they ever find that Sputio player? Or, where did it end up? Where did it actually, find itself? And I think objects do pass through some sort of dimensional shift, or they do actually transfer from one to another. And I honestly believe we can manifest the thought of something changing shape, because everything is atoms, isn't it? Everything is molecules and atoms moving around. So why wouldn't it actually be able to change form? It doesn't make sense that it couldn't. So your husband's drink could have easily changed form and then changed back again. Same with what you did, Andy. It might have been that you had some sort of vibrational sort of key, or shaking it made something happen that wouldn't really normally happen unless you'd done that, and you created a different chemistry within the ball, and it just...
That's the only thing I can think was some sort of vibration or frequency change that made it vanish. I'm not saying it went into my hand, but it just went out of existence.
Or changed location.
Yeah, or changed shape.
Yeah.
Can I tell you about my keys?
Yes.
So I have, do you know Botany Bay? Where, like the shop, the factory place that used to exist.
Old mill in Charlotte.
The old mill, and then Bygone Times as well. It was like...
Yeah.
Anyway, so Bygone Times give you a little key card to get in. Pay a couple of quid and you get a key card. I lost it and couldn't find it anywhere, which was this little thing that's now snapped. But I've got it, right? I lost it. Couldn't find it. Couldn't place it. I then found it again, but it's since snapped. And then, literally, the same week, on my keys, was another one. So I don't understand. They're both on my keys now, but I have two of the same card. I know I've only got one of these. I only have one, but I lost one, and then I found it, but it's now broken. And then this appeared on my keys. So I've got like two of the same thing.
The universe knew you were going to need a backup.
That's
I
cool.
don't understand. So I've got two, but it's the same card, but it's snapped. Obviously, I keep it on me anyway now, so that it's a bit special to me now. Yeah. But I just found it really weird that, like, because that's a whole bit for your key ring. But and then there's the other one that I found, and then that was the fresh one that appeared, and I mean, they don't look exactly the same, so it's not like they are the exact same card. Like, they've not got the different scuff marks. They've got different scuff marks on it and everything. But the fact that there's two, I was really like, because it just appeared on my keys and it was not there. So it's like there's been a glitch and I've ended up with two.
Oh, wow. There's someone else in Chorley that hasn't got one now because they've given it to you.
When did you realise you had two?
The next time that I went to Botany Bay, it's a Bygone Times. So I went to find the one that I had put back on my keys, this one that's now broken. And I was like, oh my God, there's two. Where has that come from? So I ended up with two of them. So I just found that really weird because I know that I don't have two.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Random little story. I don't know what.
We had something similar happen to us. We went on holiday to Malta, and we put on the suitcases padlocks. And when we got to Malta, the padlocks have actually been changed. we didn't have the keys, that there were bigger padlocks. Now, whether the baggage people cut the locks off and put new locks on, but our locks were totally different.
Oh.
We couldn't figure it out. And there's nothing worse than getting to a hotel room and not being able to open your case because you haven't got the right key on you. You have to find a pen to break the zip. So it's
Or just wear the same clothes for however long you're there.
Yeah, you could do that. But it's amazing how quick you can get into a suitcase when you have to. And just not secure, you know, they just break the zip and pull it apart. But
just wear all your clothes on the way back. Job done, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's similar to what you experienced, Sarah, is that you got a replacement plus the old one. You know, we just got totally different ones.
Yeah.
And who would
no
do
idea
that?
how.
If you're going to take a lock off something, you're not going to replace it, are you?
Yeah. But talking about manifestation, I was actually talking to Joe Weeks about this. So a couple of years ago, I gone picking Becky up from work. So from here to where she worked was about 2.5, 3 mile maybe. I'm no good with distance. You've probably all guessed by now. So I got there, used to pull up in the side street because she works in a pharmacy. So they come out round the back, lock up, get in the car, drove straight home, pulled up at the house. There was a silver ring on the bonnet of the car. Right? So from me getting in, so it's on the driver's side, so me getting into the car, doing this round trip, not getting out until I got back home, and then there's this ring on there. Now this would have slid off, it wasn't stuck on, it wasn't anything. Joe's got the ring. If you take a photo, I can put it up and then show you. I just didn't want the haunted objects in the house. I put it up on a thing and Joe won it. And there's nowhere it would have come from. It was daylight, it was summer, so I would have seen it moving about. And it was just there.
Has anyone experienced anything like that, like in a seance, or like the old Victorians used to get pennies from heaven, didn't they? Or objects used to sort of rain down on the tables. Has anyone ever experienced that in a seance situation or in a haunted location where things have come in that you haven't really expected to come in?
The person that you need to ask is this guy.
Yeah, he looks a bit dodgy, Andy.
Freddie Valentine. He's a medium that would make things appear and disappear. And he'd charge you 30 quid a person for doing it.
Yeah, I can make chocolate appear and disappear. It's funny though, isn't it?
I'll tell you quickly though about the pennies from heaven thing. I'm pretty sure my mom's not watching, so I can say this. At my wedding, I had, the dress with the long train, and all the groomsmen were being jerks, throwing change in the parking lot. A penny landed on the train of my dress, and my mother was convinced that it was, pennies from heaven, and my grandfather was at my wedding. I've never had the heart to tell her. It was my jerky groomsmen throwing things at us from the parking lot. No, she won't get 9 hours and 41 minutes into this. She loves me, but not that much.
Oh, that's a lovely thought, isn't it, for her? Because she sees you being protected.
Yeah.
But in a way, it's quite what's the word I'm looking for? It's quite, sometimes people want to believe, don't they, that something's there for them in a way that maybe there's an explanation that's rational, or yeah.
In that situation, I'd want to believe that it was a penny from heaven that was thrown at the time that was like going to be the least obvious. The fact that it went on your wedding dress, I'd be like, just picture the moment.
Just before we go any further, because I've had 3 or 4 different people ask me, I know I've heard this story before, but it's so fascinating. Can you tell us the school story, please, Michaela?
Oh my goodness. Okay, and I'm sorry if anybody's heard this before.
No, it's awesome. It really is. It's such a great story.
I actually told this just before I tell you. I went on the I love Uncanny by Danny Robbins. I don't know if you've ever listened to that podcast. And I'm on the Facebook page, and I put a teaser about my story on there, and I got absolutely ripped to shreds. Everybody was so mean about it. Right, so this is my, I think when I was writing, I write occasionally for Paranormality magazine in the USA, and they called it my origin story. So apparently the first story that sort of got you into the paranormal is known as your origin story over there. I don't know, Nicole, have you heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is mine. So I was about 9 years old, and I was at school, and I lived in a very small village in Yorkshire. And next to our village primary school, there was a sports field, and then there were just lots and lots of fields beyond that going up a hillside. And on the side of the hillside was some abandoned workers' cottages. And at the time, they were derelict. And we used to go and play in there at the weekends, as you did in the 70s. Like, let's go and play in the derelict building. And we had all sorts of like urban legends about it. And one of the urban legends was that that zombies lived in this derelict cottage. Now, somebody had said the word zombies. It wasn't zombies as in what we know now, you know, on The Walking Dead, that sort of thing. Zombies was a sort of a word for monsters and ghosts and things like that. So this particular day we were playing out, and someone shouted, the zombies, I can see the zombies. So we all ran over to the wall in the school playground, and as we looked out across the fields, we could see these figures. And the myth was that the zombies used to come and eat the cows, and everyone was really scared about it. And we could see these three figures. They were like you would imagine the Grim Reaper to look. So they had hooded black robes. All three of them had a staff in its hand, and they were, in fact, herding the cows up the hill. And the cows were not scared. The cows were just walking slowly and calmly. And these three figures were moving the herd up the hill. And we got very, very excited, and we were shouting and screaming. There were about 30 of us stood there. And the dinner lady, as we used to call them, the ladies who were on duty at lunchtime to look after us, came over because we were all screaming and shouting, and said, what's going on? And we said, Miss, it's the zombies, it's the zombies. And I was pointing, going, there. And she was going, I can't see it. Where do you mean? And I was pointing and getting really cross with her, going, there. And she couldn't see them at all. And we could all. And we got into a frenzy. And I said, Miss, can I go over the sports field so that I can see them better? And she just got really freaked out and said, no. And then the dinner bell rang. We used to have a bell that went around the playground when you had to go in. And they rang it early because we were all so overexcited. And we got herded back to our classes by the teachers. And since then, one thing that I'd forgotten, that I've been talking to my friends from school about this on Facebook, and we all got taken into a classroom and sat down, and we were told that we hadn't seen what we'd seen. It was just our imagination, and we were being silly, and we all needed to calm down. And that was that, really. And then fast forward 20 years, and I'd gone to a house which was behind the school, a really big house. There was this entrepreneur that used to work there, and he used to change his farm into all sorts of different things. At one time, he had a zoo with exotic animals, and then at this particular time, it was called Farm Freeze. So it was a bit like Iceland, where like sold loads of frozen food, and his daughter had a little apartment on the site because she was about 20 years old, and him being an entrepreneur had also gone into building, and he'd built these 2 apartments at the edge of the farmyard, and his daughter lived in one and his son lived in the other, so that they could be independent but still live nearby.
Yeah.
And my friend and I went for a cup of tea, and I was looking through her spooky books. I remember I looked at Marabou Stalk Nightmares by Irving Welsh, and we were talking about it, and we were stood in the little kitchen area, and the little kitchen area overlooked the field behind the school. And I looked out and went, oh gosh, do you know what? When I was at school all these years ago, I had a really weird thing. We all saw these kind of grim reapers. And she sort of just stopped and looked at me and went, with the staffs herding the cows. And I went, yeah. And she went, oh, I see them all the time. And she had a gift, but it was corroborated 20 years later to me, because I thought maybe I'd imagined it or, remembered it wrongly. But she said she sees them out of her window on a regular basis.
So do you think the teachers knew that they were there and they were telling you you didn't see them to stop like the panic, and you're going off telling everyone and possibly making the school look bad?
I don't think so. I think they just thought we were hysterical and that we'd got this idea in our head and we'd just let it sort of, that we were having some sort of like a group hallucination sort of thing. Yeah. And the thing that really stuck in my mind was that the dinner lady couldn't see what I was pointing at. And I found that really odd at the time.
Yeah.
But I've looked into it since then. And what I've come up with is there are these deities that were people sort of prayed to them in pagan times. They were called the Genii Culculati, and they are pagan fertility deities. And one of their other jobs is to look after the land. And they're also deities which look after children, and they stand for fertility. And if you go in a lot of churches in England, especially little churches around Yorkshire, Lancashire, they actually have these 3 hooded figures carved into the walls, which is just fascinating.
Very, very.
Amazing.
Love that story.
It was amazing.
Question: I don't know if did you notice? Sounds stupid. Do you notice how many fingers they had, or could you not?
No, it was too far away.
So I'm just wondering about the 3-finger thing, the 3-finger rule of all these different cryptids.
Oh, what's that?
So a lot of people, when they see like the tall whites or small greys or reptilians, or they find like a scratch, it's always 3 fingers. So they'll get like 3 scratches on them when it's supposed poltergeist activity and when they're being contacted by aliens and stuff like that. It's always 3 fingers.
Oh. No, I don't know. It was far too far away. In fact, you couldn't even see. I mean, I don't know if they had faces. It was just like a black. It looked like a black void. Yeah. But it was.
If I didn't ask, I won't know. But it was worth it.
No, I'm afraid not.
No worries. So, anyone got any questions as we're coming up to the last 8.5 minutes? Believe it or not,
it's gone quite quick, hasn't it? Really?
It has.
No.
Question from Umbra.
Doesn't seem like 10 hours ago, does it? Yeah, that's 10 hours.
Yeah,
that's 10 hours of my life I'll never get back. Right.
Do you want it back?
Oh, I don't know. I might get it back. Who knows?
Well, if you want to go to the complaints department, it's Joe. Joe Weeks. So she sorts all that out.
No, it's an interesting. It's gone fast. I think what Sarah says is gone really good, because there's been some really interesting people with some really interesting encounters and things that they've recalled, and people recalling what their own personal experiences are is fascinating.
Yeah, because I love it. Absolutely love it.
That was a great. That was a great story.
Quickly answer Umbra's question, Michaela. If you could pick one gift or ability from High Strangeness Paranormal, what would it be?
It would absolutely, without any doubt, be to be able to fly. As a person, because I had a very, very strange experience as a child where I believed, and I still believe, that I flew down the stairs, which just sounds mental. But I've never got rid of that feeling in the back of my head that I knew what it was like to fly, so I would fly.
Do you know, that's really strange that you just say that about the stairs. I have a memory of that as well, but then my son said, literally the other week, in fact last week, my son said, I used to be able to jump from all the way down. He's only 8, but he said, I used to be able to jump all the way down the stairs. And he's got the same memory. But I do remember my grandma's house. I'm so sure he used to jump from top to bottom.
Yeah, and it felt like something was holding me as I jumped off the top. Something was making sure that I didn't fall. And I have a very distinct memory of landing gently at the bottom, and I was only 3.
I had this conversation with Simon Riley in the chat, because we talk pretty much every day, and we still talk about different encounters, and it triggers stuff, and we both remember things of what went on. For some reason, as a child, I used to have like like a Monopoly box, but I'd take everything out and just have the lid or the bottom, and I'd have marbles in it, and just sit there and watching them going round and round. It mesmerised me. Yeah, just go with it. And I was carrying them from the bedroom downstairs. So you come along the landing, there's 2 steps down, then you got the stairs. And I remember thinking, I don't want to fall with this box because I couldn't see over it. It's not a vivid memory. It's there, but not fully. I remember just gliding down the stairs without touching them, stopping at the bottom and looking back going, how did I do that? And then just walked into the front room like nothing had happened. Didn't say anything to anyone.
Weird, isn't it?
So what would everybody else have as their ability? What would you have, Nicole?
I know like it's a thing, but I can't do it right now, but just the ability to astral travel just wherever, like instantly and on command.
Yeah, that would be great.
Mine's a quick one. I like to be able to change my frequency and be able to control it to see what all the different things are that are there.
That's a good one.
See, I would say I would like to be able to see and properly communicate, not just clips of words and things like that in your head. I'd like to actually communicate with spirits, like see them and talk to them.
Have a proper conversation.
Yeah, like a full-on conversation.
Like this.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to see people that have passed us, just actually see them going about their business.
What about you, Dominic?
Yeah, just thinking about it. I quite fancy being able to become an orb and just travel anywhere I wanted to go throughout the universe. So just translate thought into wherever I wanted to be, and that instant ability just to travel anywhere in literally in a thought, in a nanosecond. I think that would be an amazing superpower.
Or manipulating time.
Yeah.
Like stopping time, pausing time. A little bit Bernard's watch.
Thinking about it, there's too many to choose from. Could you change every week? Do you know, you subscribe to these different things and you can change your subscription plan? Could you do that with this? Is that an option?
Right, just try them out.
Yeah. Well, you get a 7-day free trial before you pay.
I want to fly for a week. I want to read minds for a week.
I always admire people that can play musical instruments, piano, guitar, that sort of thing, who can sing, perform, dance. I think people that have these abilities that really, really work hard and hone them and become fantastic at them, that's a real superpower, because they have to be so dedicated to what they actually are doing to actually achieve that. And I mean, the other super I'd love to have is to be able to talk any language. Just literally be able to talk to anybody anywhere at any time, and just literally know what they were saying back to me, because I love
Babelfish.
Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah, that's the other side of the galaxy. That would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But the actual ability to be able to communicate would be so superb, wouldn't it? Because we could go anywhere and talk to anybody about their experiences. That would just be magic. Yeah, even without a cable switch. Yeah, it'd just be absolutely amazing. But I'm sure there's lots. You know, I mean, playing sport, anything like that. Yeah.
But I find just through doing this that a lot of people that have sort of hands-on encounters have the ability, some sort of musician, whether they play an instrument or they sing, something like that, they seem to have more of an ability than those who don't.
I mean, I sing, but
that's why I pointed at you.
I thought you were pointing at me. I didn't know it.
All right.
Are we in the same order on each one?
That's what I was wondering, if we were in the same box.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
you are below me. Yeah,
And just you remember.
And I do think there is a little bit of a mediumship ability with me. I'm not a medium as such, but there's I think I pick up on vibes quite accurately as well when I'm investigating. But if you're creative, I think your mind is quite open anyway. I think you're quite flexible, fluid, and you are open to the idea of all of it. So your mind is it's not very regimented. You're thinking outside of the box anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm saying more like musicians, whether it's singers or play instruments or whatever, because they're creating sounds of vibrations, because they're creating them. Maybe they're opening another frequency, and that's giving them the ability to have that encounter.
But that's shamanistic, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the shamans bang drums and cause vibrations and create different states of being, don't they, through that? And music has often been that sort of that beat, hasn't it, that takes people into different realities and different zones and connect to their witch doctors or their higher self or their higher spirit. So vibrational work has always been there within the ancients. It's just that I think we probably lost it a bit within what we do. Although if you look at a Queen concert or any concert with musicians are involved, there's this sort of cult thing about being able to follow the drum, isn't there? And
if you sing at perfect pitch, you can shatter a glass. So it must have some
people that
physical
vibrations.
I see vibration and frequency in color. That's part of who I am. I've always done that. And what I see when people sing that are in tune is some beautiful golden yellows. And you can go, I do it now. I go and watch people sing because it's such an amazing color display, because their vibrations literally create these colors. So it's a wonderful talent, but people don't realize that they're sending out healing energy through their voice when they actually sing, and they're covering the room in color, just as you shout at somebody, but you're sending out a different color. So I mean, the different colors you send from your voice really matter, and your voice really matters, how you express yourself.
That's why sound therapy works.
Yeah, sound therapy is fantastic. I'm very, very interested in music therapy. I think music therapy opens doors for people to understand themselves.
Well, like I said before, I use music to meditate. It has to be a certain type, certain beat, and I suppose it's going to be a certain frequency. But then as soon as I put it on, I can just clear my mind and straight into it.
Yeah, I teach people to use scent, and to actually, when they actually breathe in or smell a scent, to actually go straight into a meditation. It's a bit like if you smell grass or it takes you back to your childhood. Scents do the same thing with people in meditation. If you meditate with eucalyptus like I do, that eucalyptus just takes you straight back into your meditation.
I've actually got a eucalyptus on there behind me.
Yeah.
I'm kind of picturing, like the smelling salts they used to wake you up.
Yeah.
But like the opposite. Like Dominic's just gonna like wave some eucalyptus and somebody's just gonna fall into a trance.
Yeah, before I go on stage, I don't like to sit in the back meditating, but what I do like to do is have some eucalyptus with me. So I just literally pop it on the back of my hand and I feel calm straight away. It doesn't matter where you are, what your situation you're going into. If you're going into front of a big audience, you just sniff the eucalyptus and your mind is in that sort of calm place. And I use that all the time. I use it for things like stage shows, television shows, things that maybe I'm a little bit apprehensive about, like flying or meeting people. Always eucalyptus. And scents do a lot to us. They really do affect how we feel.
Maybe you used to be a koala in a previous life. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
There is answers to that, Andy, but I'm not going to use them. Not at this moment in time.
Oh,
no.
We're good.
No.
Do that privately.
Yes, but I'm sure that the Australians, if there's any watching or just about to go to bed or get up, they will probably tell you all about koala bears. But the one thing about the eucalyptus tree is something that it's the tallest tree anywhere. It grows to the highest amount. Yeah, the highest.
Didn't know that.
And the Aborigines have used eucalyptus oil for meditation ever since. It's part of their culture.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's just one of those little interesting facts that you pick up along the way. Yeah. The eucalyptus oil is great. If you want to meditate with that smell, that scent, and you'll go straight back into that meditation when you smell that scent again. And it's not something you come across every day, so you don't just walk into it. It's something that you have to, use from a bottle. There's not many eucalyptus trees in England, is there? Or America come to that. You don't come across it that often.
I wouldn't even know what one looked like, to be honest with you, unless there were koalas in it. So
you got to think about koalas.
No, I just know the eucalyptus leaves. It's their like staple diet. That's it.
Yeah, but that's
my knowledge of Australia.
Right. Okay. So but that probably is where that is. But the interest of a koala and the eucalyptus is about as far as it goes. The actual scent that the leaves have is amazing. It's great stuff, and I would recommend that you try it because you might find that you're dreaming of koalas. It might be quite beneficial for you, Andy.
Well, like I said, I've got a wax burner on there, eucalyptus, and I've had that since I think it's last Sunday I put it in.
All right, okay. So it's obviously there for a reason.
Make the room smell nice, basically.
Yeah, but you have. What can I say? But you have to have that sort of ambience to be able to relax and meditate, don't you?
Yeah, I need to have a specific smell, not necessarily eucalyptus, and then a specific tune or type of music that I listen to. I'll literally tilt this chair back and just cut out everything that's going on. Still aware of what's going on around me, but just cut everything out and then just within seconds straight into it.
I mean, for me, if I use a scent, I cut the music out, and I'm there. I'm in my visualization meditation almost immediately. I use an old tree, a hollow tree, and I climb up the hollow tree and go into my garden. And in my garden, I've planted.
You the koala.
Oh yeah, no koalas there. But yeah, I could manifest one if you wanted. Yeah, just for you, Andy. Stick one in the apple tree.
I'm good.
But
There's just going to be a koala at the end of your bed today.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, right, when I visited Australia, I've been there a few times now, luckily, but we actually had the pleasure of meeting koalas, and they are such gentle animals. They're beautiful animals. They've got no malice or anything in them, but they are really, really troubled species because they catch syphilis quite easily. So it's a shame, because the one thing that we know about koalas is that they're gentle, they're herbivores, yet they're probably going to be extinct in the next sort of 50 to 100 years if we're not really careful.
And if you annoy one, it'll tear your face off, pretty much.
Oh, maybe they could invent koala condoms.
This sounds like a warning sign. This is everybody's dating profiles. No maliciousness, just a touch of syphilis.
Yes, right. How do you know they haven't? Yeah, that's that's.
I want to know who the person was that found out. Well, I don't want to know who the person was, but someone must have found out somehow.
Make your mind up.
Right,
do you want, Andy?
I challenge you all to dream about koalas tonight, and then you have to feed back on Andy's Facebook.
Yes. Yeah, do that. Right. So quickly before we go, we have 2 questions. Is that okay?
There is no quickly before we go. There's no quickly.
No, there's just before we go. I don't know how long it's going to take, but so this is the one from my cousin, who's also called Andy, but I was born before him, so I'm the original. Anyway, what is your favourite cat encounter, and what makes it stand out from the rest? So I'm guessing he means on a personal level, or that's what I'm going with. Excuse me.
Are we talking? I haven't had any sort of UFO or anything like that encounters, but from a paranormal perspective, it was recently actually at 30 East Drive. I was stood in the kitchen with my sister. The rest of the team were upstairs, and we heard movement in the kitchen multiple times. And what made it stand out was the fact that the movement was very clear. It was very loud. There was no doubt that there was someone in that kitchen. It wasn't like a little shuffle that you think, oh, did anybody hear that? It was physical movement in the kitchen. And I could have, if you'd have told me somebody was actually in there moving around, I would have believed you.
Yeah.
I knew where everybody was, and it was just clear as day. There was just no doubt about it. So it just really, that's the one thing that sticks out for me from a paranormal sort of encounter, shall we say. That was it, yeah.
Yep. Dominic?
I think one of my favourites, although there's a few, but the one that stands out, I was at Somerleyton Hall, which is a big stately home in Suffolk, and I was doing an investigation.
You say Regley Hall?
Somerleyton Hall.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's a big place, but we were doing an investigation, and like me, I always go around before the investigation to feel the energy. And I took one of the guides, one of the people that take the visitors round with me, because I didn't want to get lost, because it's a huge place. And we were walking along the back corridor, which goes behind the rooms of the house. And this ghost just walked straight through us, just literally.
Oh.
And the top hat, tails. This was someone that had been seen in that place. But what made it special for me wasn't the fact that I saw it. It was that the guide who'd been there 20 years, it's the first time she had encountered anything. So it was sort of a special moment for her. So she could actually see that this place was active and there was something going on there. So I quite enjoy being able to show other people that the stuff that we see all the time. So that really probably one of my favorites.
Cool. Michaela?
So many to choose from. I've got, after one day, I keep going through these on my podcast. Every single thing that's paranormal, that I perceive to be paranormal, I write down on my phone over the years, and I've got this huge list, and it just helps to keep it in my head. But the one thing that really sticks out to me was not something that I saw. It was something that I experienced when I went to see a medium, and I'm pretty skeptical as a general rule about things, and I'm always seeking proof. I won't just believe things that people tell me, and I have been to see a couple of mediums that I didn't think had much of a talent, but this one lady was actually a lady who was a friend of my mum's, and when I was at university, my best friend's mum, who sadly passed away, bought me this book on guardian angels, and I read it, and I thought, right, I'm going to try and see if there's anything to this. And so every night when I was at uni, I would try and visualize a guardian angel, and I used to feel like I could see this sort of bright light in my mind's eye, and kind of almost like a wisp of white flying past me sometimes. And anyway, I really became to believe that I had this guardian angel, which I still do, by the way. And I went to see this medium, Patsy, and when I held her hands across the table, I felt like I'd been plugged into the electricity mains.
Wow.
I've never felt anything like it before or since, and sadly, she's passed away now. And it was just the most unbelievable experience. She told me lots and lots of things which came true in the future.
Yeah.
But the one thing, just before I'd gone in to see her, before I went in, I said, "Guardian angel, if you're real, please come in and make yourself known when I'm in there." And she told me all these things. One thing that she said, actually, which I'm not sure about. She said, "One day you'll be able to do this." And I'm thinking, I'm not sure about that, to be honest, because I'm getting on a bit now, and nothing's happened yet, but you never know. Anyway, and just before we stopped, she said, "Oh, your guardian angel's here. And it's really, really bright. Oh my goodness. In fact, it's so bright I can't even look at it. It's really strong, and it came to tell you that it's here." And when you go hot and cold and prickly and all at the same time, it really, really, it was such a coincidence that it was too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
And it really made me feel like it was true and it was real, because she couldn't have known that I'd just said that when I was stood outside her flat. So that was my amazing encounter.
Excellent. Nicole?
I'm gonna have to say my favorite was at the Hinsdale House in upstate New York. It wasn't the most phenomenal in regards to like mind-blowing activity, but the way that the spirits there interacted was just awesome. Like, it was like hanging out with a person. We had the K2s going off. Every time we said pizza, they went all the way up to red. And there was like the caretaker there, the person who works there, gets a little freaked out, so she sings Backstreet Boys. And it was like the subject of some video that they did about the house. So we were just messing around, joking around, and singing Backstreet Boys, and then we're getting responses like to the beat. So it was cool, because the responses we were getting were just like hanging out with a person.
Yeah.
Rather than a very serious, structured investigation.
See, I've got two. Can I have two?
Just one.
Everybody else had to narrow it down.
Yeah.
And it can't be turned back.
I'll do two into one, keep it shorter than everything, believe it or not. Bench guy, because I had a full conversation with something that wasn't human. Or the pterodactyl, and that's just to have an experience of something that shouldn't exist anymore, but seeing it and just watched it, just took that moment and kept it. And it didn't freak me out as much as Bench Guy did when I had to think about it afterwards.
Those were very short.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good, Andy. That was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Totally, I can do it if I think about it.
See, we need to praise you when you do, so you can do it. It's but the stories are good stories.
If you've got Uber Eats, I'll send you my location and 10-inch cheese and tomato pizza. Thanks. That's my reward for keeping it short. That is, by the way.
I see. See, I thought you were talking about your infantry for your van deliveries on Monday.
No. Just me. Me and bag of chocolate, I think, at this rate. Right, so I didn't get to do the pendulum,
We can do that next time.
but I may do one tomorrow afternoon around about 2 p.m. UK time and just do the pendulum. So if anyone wants to come in on that, they're more than welcome. If you're not bored to death already, don't all speak at once. Can't believe we're over the 10-hour mark.
Yeah, this went quick though.
It went too quick.
Hmm.
Well, I have to do it all over again.
I'm just getting into it.
14 hours. Oh.
Everybody take a 15. We'll be back.
Who would like to stay? Or who has to go?
I don't have to go. My kids are watching American Sniper in the living room.
I don't have to go, but I do have a takeaway en route.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have a bed that's calling me because I do have in the morning. So
see
I'm
my kids
feeling
at some point.
Me and you then, Andy.
We'll still be there.
It's well past my bedtime now. You know,
I can have a chat till my takeaway's nearly here.
Yeah.
Do you like my little tattoos? We had Alien Day at school yesterday, and I found a load of tattoos, so I thought I'd put them on for tonight.
Alien Day, that's cute.
Oh my god. Can I go to your school?
Yeah.
As a student and have Alien Day every day.
What did you have to do at Alien Day?
We all dressed up. It was amazing.
Aliens.
Oh, that's awesome. I wish we had Alien Day.
That should be a national day across the world.
We have the Pine Bush UFO Festival, and that's as close as we get to Alien Day. That's amazing.
It's quite liberating, actually, putting green body paint all over you and just being really silly.
They have alien beauty contests. It's crazy the costumes you see walking down the street on Pine Bush UFO Day.
Is that not like Halloween?
Kind of, but it's cooler because it's all UFO themed.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I am still tinged a bit green from yesterday. I did have a shower, by the way. It just stained your skin a bit.
Yeah.
See, things I didn't think I'd hear on this podcast. Oh gosh, I'm still a bit tinged green from yesterday. Yeah. One of those phrases that you never really think you're going to encounter, isn't it?
Every time I do this, I hear phrases I don't ever think I was going to hear.
We ought to play phrase. We ought to play phrase bingo one day and have a lot of phrases and see who can tick them off before the other ones. Have you got it? Have you got the phrase bingo?
You have a list.
I have Andy Bingo. I was seeing if he would check off all of your topics today.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Bench guy, pterodactyl, Anubis, inner Earth, helicopter, ninja dwarves, black-eyed children.
Yep. You've been ticking them off as we go along. That's brilliant. I love
Have I missed any? Still got time.
We really talk about black-eyed children. No, you didn't talk about black-eyed children.
No.
It was mentioned about Canada.
It was mentioned, but I don't think you brought it up.
No.
So I didn't get a check on that one, but I was playing bingo.
That's really good. We should all do that. We should also have a card and see how many topics we can tick off before the end of the show.
Could you please tell me before you use me like that?
I was only going to show it if we got to all of them.
See, I love this. This is so good.
How many did I miss?
Only 3.
How long have you known Andy for, Nicole? Has it been a few years?
No, not that long.
Out a year?
No.
Andy, you don't repeat yourself a lot, do you?
No.
No, but we always talk about like
Ignore
the same things. They come up a
Ignore
lot.
the chat. They're our mind readers.
And the chat always gives him a hard time about it.
But they come back every week, so they love it, really.
Yeah.
What's
But it's
the thing? Yeah.
That was my takeaway. 1 minute.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not going to make stories up of things that didn't happen. So you can only get the things that have happened. So you're going to get it on repeat.
Sorry.
And
Yeah, my husband has a theory that everybody's got 10 stories.
Because
Yeah, I think
everybody in the chat always loves to give you heck when you bring them up.
But
yeah.
everyone's got
As soon as I mention something, I look straight at the chat. And I know it's the same people every week.
Yeah. What'd you get?
That's really cruel, Sarah. Yeah, man. I don't know how you can do
You're
that.
muted.
That's clever. Okay, I'm gonna go, folks, because as I say, I've got work in the morning. I've got a long day tomorrow as well. I'm sure a lot of you guys have got long days tomorrow, but it's a shame. I'd like to stay longer, but if I do, there'll just be me falling asleep on myself. You know,
That's a podcast on its own.
That's probably a lot more entertaining, actually, wouldn't it be? So
Dominic dreaming.
Yeah, just snoring and
koalas.
Whilst he climbs inside his hollow tree, because that's normal.
That's right, very normal. But I've never been dreaming of a koala until tonight. Okay, but I'll let you know as I go to sleep if they're actually crawling up my bed. So yeah, and I'll be thinking of you if they are.
Oh dear! Just don't think about koala condoms.
I haven't thought about condoms for a long time. Right, let's.
I'm hearing things I really don't need to be hearing.
I hope you have safe dreams, Dominic.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, guys. It's been fun today.
Nice
I never ever thought I would say that after 10 hours of, well, nearly 11 hours now of being live on air, but it's been good. It's been fun, and it's gone so fast. So, and it's great to meet you, Nicola. You know, really good to see you.
Too.
And you know, Nicole, thank you. You know, you're an absolute gem. I love what you do. You know, I mean, it's just brilliant. Who'd have thought?
I have my doubts now. You know this, don't you?
Enjoy this. This might be my last show.
Yes, absolutely. But you can come and be my PA.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, come, yeah. And Sarah,
yeah,
it's been a pleasure. It's been really nice to see you with your long blonde hair all day. So it's been absolutely excellent.
Thanks. You need to add me to that dating thing.
Absolutely, and I'm going to get my hair styled in a mullet for next time we talk.
Mullet.
Yeah, I'm just going to do that just for you.
Don't forget the mustache.
Oh yeah, well I'm 61 now. I can't grow them. Yeah, I mean, I never have.
That's okay. That guy can tell you where he got his.
Yeah. We'll just put you in contact with Freddie Valentine.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? I just can't
get the medallion, get your 70s wardrobe back out. You'll be laughing.
I don't need to get it back out. I'm already wearing it. Yeah, so it's okay.
I was being polite.
I've never replaced it. just stay in that time warp, Andy. It's probably why I'm that interested. I just want to live in the 70s.
This is his Mandela effect, 1970. That's it.
I wake up to ABBA every day. You know, it's just me. Yeah. So, okay. Right. Anyway, guys, I'll see you. Take care, and have a great rest of the show. See you soon.
I will give you a call in the week, and we'll talk about that thing that we was going to talk about this week, and see what we can get going.
Yeah, let's get that going as well. Run it by Nicole as well. See what she says, because yeah, that'll be interesting to see. So we'll let you know. All right. Okay, guys. See you soon.
Right.
All right. Bye, guys.
Right. Should we do the proper cast now? No.
Right. 12 hours. Go.
Yeah. No, if you have to go, we can end it. End it whenever you want.
I think I'm gonna have my takeaway anyway.
Yeah, I do have to go see my children.
No.
I've been locked in a closet for 10 and a half hours today. But this setup actually worked pretty good. I've been out of everybody's way because normally I'm in the office and then we can get in the office. They have to be kind of like relatively quiet in the hall.
Yeah.
Oh,
good. But I was going to say, because Michaela, anyone who was on today whilst Dominic was talking, and he admits it himself that he does talk a lot, didn't really get 20% worth of talk time. So, Michaela, Would you be available to come back on Wednesday, the 21st of February?
Oh, hang on. Let me look at my calendar. It just happens to be right next to me here. Yes, I would actually.
Perfect. Because we don't have a stream next Wednesday because it's Valentine's, and it's not worth me dying over.
No.
Next Friday is Eric. Paranormal Highway and Doctor Who. So Doctor Who works at Smithsonian Museum. Not sure which one, but over in America. Then I'm at the Minicom in Bolton that weekend. And then I've not got anything in for the 21st. And I don't know why, because I'm sure there should be, but no. So now we have.
Whoever it was shows up.
We could both show up at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. It might be two of you. You never know. You might be on Sarah's keyring.
That's serendipity. You were leaving the spot open for Michaela. You just didn't know.
Yeah.
Yay!
I don't know why I've done that. I never do that. I do it Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah.
Unless I've got something going on. And I'll put in it. I always write no streaming capitals.
Strange.
Very strange.
Find out that day.
Yep. Oh, when I get a message saying, well, where's my link? Oh, I don't know what you're on about. Just
Sorry,
deny all knowledge. Right. It looks like we're finishing.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in for 10 and a half hours with us.
It's not that long.
Been good.
Yeah.
How did you get through 24? We wouldn't even be halfway.
Just didn't, do you know, it just, because I was doing it as a guest was coming on, and then as they were going to finish bringing the next one on, it was a constant flow. So I had to work out in my head the best way of doing it without too many gaps or too much, like, no noise, other than putting like background music on, which is always a bit cheesy. Just did that.
I like the part where you had like 9 people on at once.
Yes.
That was fun.
But only one person spoke.
Everyone else was just mind bashed.
It was George. No, they did, but it was good. I did enjoy that. But next month, I'm going to be doing something similar on Saturday, the 9th of March. But I've not quite decided yet. It's either going to be the Skywatch. So it's going to be 8 people, different locations around the world, that set up a camera. It needs to be something that can connect to StreamYard. So, and then they just position it either at the window. Window needs to be open. Doesn't matter what the weather conditions are or anything like that. Just so it's pointing up at the sky and see if we pick anything up, as in UFOs or any strange floating objects. I don't know how long that'll go for before people start getting bored of just looking at 8 screens of sky.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's going to be different time zones. So some are going to be daylight, some are going to be nighttime. And that's it, really. Nothing that exciting. But if we do pick some up, I was going to do it myself, but then I'm thinking about it. If I do it from here and then either I see something or someone in the chat sees something, I can then, like this, go on, can do that and just do the one image, and then it cuts all the others out. So I think that's going to be the best option. So I just need 8 people, but they have to be from different locations.
Where do you live now, then, if you've defected from the north like me?
So still in Northampton. Still in Northampton. I've only been here nearly 5 years, 4.5 years.
All right. I ran away to the south coast.
So
and I
where are you
stopped
from
at
originally?
the sea. Halifax.
Right. Simon said that. I wasn't sure if it's Warrington because it's a very similar accent. I used to live in Earlham.
All right.
And it's like you either got a Manc accent or a Warrington accent. And it's very similar to that. So
Well,
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because I had to change it a little bit because when I came to teach in London, the children couldn't understand me. So I had to adapt. So I've got, I mean, it's still very northern, but it's kind of a northern sort of.
Have you found that you have...
This is where I put this.
What's that?
Remind me tomorrow that this is where I put this Statacom word that I'm broadcasting.
Oh, right, okay.
It's in the notebook.
Right. So I find that when I'm speaking to Southerners, I have to think about specific words to say it in their accent.
Really?
Yeah. So if I was to ask for somebody called Paul, yeah, and I'm round like
P-O-R-L.
Essex, P-A-U-L, you have to say Paul.
I know. Paul, innit?
Paul. Otherwise, they don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And everyone laughs when I say school. School. Because I cannot change how I say that.
I have. I used to say school. But now it's kind of
school.
A bit softer than it used to be.
I go a bit scouse when I say it. I don't even know why.
Do you know it is? But then what Manchester is a little bit scouse sometimes. School.
Yeah,
That's
but it's like I think Stoke can sound scouse.
Yeah. I absolutely love. I've gone. Do you know? My accent's very mixed because I live in Crewe now.
Right.
And I got a lot of. I went to. I studied in Stoke. When I was training to be a midwife, and I worked in Chester, so I've got a mix sometimes, and I notice, and other people have noticed it. Sometimes I might go, I like that. Instead of I like that, I might go, I like that. I like that. I like
you drag the word out. Yeah.
I like it. I like drag it a little bit instead of going, I like it. Even now, I can't even say it in a Manc way. I like it. I sort of have a bit of a roll on it. I like it.
But you do. You just pick it up without even noticing.
Yeah, you do.
I used to get annoyed with myself if I was having a conversation with someone and I'd start saying it like in a southern tongue. Not because I just didn't think I'd ever change my accent no matter where I lived.
Can't help it though, can you?
No.
Sometimes it just changes.
Just happens and and that's another phenomenon.
Yeah. We have to have everybody on with all their accents to do a show one day, specifically like have Michelle with her Texas accent.
Yeah.
Just people
Umbra. Because Umbra's a
Mm-hmm.
soft Geordie, shall we say.
Just compare accents.
Waiting for the reply.
Right. I'm going to go and have my takeaway.
Yes.
I'm going to.
All right. See you.
Right.
See you later in the week. I'm going up to meet Sarah in Chester this week. Woo!
Excited! So excited, Michaela.
I know.
Oh, I'll see you in 5 days then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Fabulous.
Have fun.
Thank
I'll
you for
speak
having
to
me.
you guys soon. No, it's been great. Thanks for coming on.
It's been so good.
And this was Sarah's idea as well, so she had to come on. There's no way getting out of this.
Yeah. Good job, Sarah.
So, boring, but it's my idea, so you have to. No, I'm going to go. Thanks for the reassurance there.
Bye.
No worries. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And
And then there were three.
I was going to say that exact thing.
Are you guys hanging out?
Synchronicity.
Are you guys
Do a
hanging out?
couple of minutes.
I
And
don't
then
know. I'm happy to do whatever.
I try to wait until the outro to leave, but I'm going to pop out now if you guys are hanging out.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Goodbye,
All right.
everybody. Thank
see
you for
you
a wonderful
tomorrow.
chat. Yes, I will see you tomorrow.
Shall I message you when I'm going to be the Pendulum? You want to come on for that?
Yeah, message me and I'll see what I'm doing.
Right, I'll probably do it about 11 a.m. your time. I'll leave it as late as I can.
No, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'll be up at that time, but 7 a.m. is
Yeah, it's only going to be like half an hour at the most anyway.
Yeah.
True story. Right. Enjoy
All right.
what's left
Good
of
night,
your
everybody.
Saturday.
Great to meet you, Michaela. Thank you, everybody,
you
for
too.
watching.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And then there were two.
Ish. Yes. Oh, no, thank you for coming on. I'm sorry about like with the time slots and that. It's just that everyone was taken and I wasn't sure what I was going to do with the last hour, but it was you and it was good.
That's all right. Thank you for having me on. It's been fun.
Yeah.
And you've saved me from having to watch American Sniper again.
I've never even heard of it, so I don't know. I'm guessing it's about an American who's a sniper.
Yeah, it's it's the sort of thing that teenage boys like. My husband's gone out to play a gig, and he said, "Get the boys to watch it tonight, so we don't have to watch it again."
Fair enough.
So I'm commandeering my eldest's PC at the moment, so he had to come off the PC. So it's all worked out well.
So you do like little meetups, don't you? Or you used to?
I do. Well, I'm in a paranormal group, and we do meetups in person to do investigations. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you still do them quite often?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a short while because it always sort of dies off a bit in the winter because we do quite a lot of open air investigations because they're free. So it's all about money, really, because we can't afford to hire places all the time. So we either do it outdoors or we might go to, sometimes we'll go to a big investigation, like an event, but then branch off within the event to do our own bit.
So you went to Cannock Chase, didn't you, last summer?
Yeah.
How did you find it? I remember reading your posts on Facebook and you were saying you got some strange things going on, like noises and that, because you was around near the Pie Tower, weren't you?
Yeah, we got to get on the SB7, we got a little girl coming through while we were around the tower, which was a bit freaky.
Yeah.
But she didn't really sort of tell us anything, as it were. But it was mostly sort of feelings of being watched, really. And it was absolutely pitch black. So nothing big happened, but it was just a lot of weird feelings. And there was one particular moment, and I didn't even tell the rest of the group because I thought they'd just kind of poo-poo the idea. So we were walking down this forest path, and in front of us we saw about 10 pairs of eyes. And just in that few seconds before we realised it was a herd of deer, we all kind of shat ourselves. Well, look at all, what's that? And we realised there was a herd of deer watching us, and there were some adults and some babies. And then someone said, "Watch out, because deer can attack you if they think that you're too close to the babies." So then I was worried because I thought, "Oh God, I don't want to be charged by deer." Anyway, they sort of turned around and wandered off. But for the 10 minutes before that, I had been absolutely convinced that something was walking parallel to us in the forest, and I could hear something walking through the forest, and it was keeping up with us. But I didn't want to tell the others because I didn't want to freak them out. But in my mind's eye, I felt like it was something four-legged. I couldn't say what, but it it felt like it was a big animal kind of tracking us. And you know what it's like when you're in the forest, your mind plays tricks on you, doesn't it? So in my head, it was like a puma or something. And I absolutely sort of crapped myself, and I was thinking, come on, Michaela, just pull yourself together. And then we came out onto this path on a road to go around the forest. But for those few minutes, I was really scared, actually. I don't know what it was.
No, see, we went 3 times.
Did you camp there? We camped there in the campsite.
Well, we slept in the vehicles, and then the second time the weather was that bad, we had to go back. It was just torrential, right? It was when we had the really bad floods.
All right.
And then the third time, it's just me and guy in the chat called Sober, and we stayed in his bivvy. And we had, well, it was him that's seeing it. I was doing a stream using the iPad, and we heard someone put in the chat, what if like some winged creature come past? Now, as they wrote that, or as that came up on the screen, we heard what sounded like a flying horse.
What?
So you could hear what sounded like big wings flapping, and then a horse running. And we looked at each other, and then Sober stuck his head out, and it's the same thing. I heard a deer, but it didn't see us. It wasn't until he pulled the zip right down that they heard that noise, and that's when they turned and were staring. But he said one of them, I didn't look out because I had all the equipment in front of me. He said, what the antlers, it looked like it had, his words were, it looked like it had a rooster on it or something red stuck to its antlers.
Oh.
And that was in Slitting Mill area.
Yeah. I'd really like to go back because I felt like we literally just spent, we were absolutely knackered. We spent about 6 hours walking around.
Yeah.
And I think we might have been better placed just picking one spot and staying there for quite a long time.
And that's what we did. First time we was walking about. Second time we just picked a spot. Well, third time we picked a spot and just
we went
there.
to the the soldiers' graveyard.
Oh, German cemetery.
Yeah, we went there, but we didn't really get anything there.
Oh, we went there the first time. There was 5 of us. Did TikTok live from there. But didn't see anything. It just felt, at times it felt a little bit uneasy, but nothing, didn't feel threatened or anything.
Yeah.
There's no bad gut feeling or anything like that. Then we went up to the English one at the top, a quick look around there, and then that's when we drove around for ages trying to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one forest that I went to, which is really, really spooky. And if you come down here, I'll take you to it. Have you heard of Clapham Woods?
Yes.
Near Worthing.
I've heard of it.
Oh my God, that is a freaky place.
You know Alex Lovelock?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, I thought you knew each other. He's been, and he won't even talk about what happened there.
Oh my God,
all he'll
so
say
scary.
it was he never ever wants to step foot in there again.
Well, I had a really scary experience there, and so I've been on 3 investigations there, and the last time we went was the scariest. So if you go into the woods, there's this tree that I think they call it the witch tree. It's like a massive tree. I don't know if it's an oak tree or something, but we're talking like the trunk of it. I mean, it's probably 10 feet round, if not bigger.
Right.
It's massive. And people, there's this sort of custom, and they do it to places like Avebury Circle as well. They choose these trees and they call them witch trees, and they tie ribbons in them and bells and stuff like that. Yeah. So this is what happens there, and apparently there's a lot of paranormal things that happen there. So we were there and we stayed there probably about 3 hours. And the thing that was really spooky, because I've got night vision goggles,
Right.
And I noticed that there were lots and lots of lights in the wood. And at first, we were trying to debunk it because there is a road that goes all the way around the edge of Clapham Woods. And we thought, is it traffic going up and down this road? But it wasn't. And there were loads and loads of little lights in the woods. And some of them were blue, some were orange, and some of them were white. And they were just sort of at the edge of our vision, and they moved all the time, and changed colours, and we felt like we were being watched, and we could hear sort of whispering, and it felt like so there's a lot of history of sort of Satanism, devil worship,
sacrificing, all that kind of stuff.
In those woods, a lot of people have gone missing. People have been found murdered there, more than the average, outdoor area. There have been reports of UFO landings there, so it's really steeped in a lot of paranormal lore. But it became really oppressive, and we felt like, again, it might be our minds playing with us, but it felt like we'd walked into some sort of ritual, and people had, or whatever they were, had scattered, and we were kind of messing up their night, and they were kind of hiding out in the woods. And I mean, I can't believe that people would have kind of hidden out in the woods for like 3 hours, but these tiny little lights, they were like what you would call ghost lights. And they were just everywhere we looked, they were there, and it felt like we were being watched the whole time. And it got to us so much we ended up leaving after 3 hours, because I was really scared. While we were walking out of the woods, I felt like something was behind me, and my neck was prickling, and I haven't been back since. That was about 2 years ago. But it's really scary. It's a scary woods.
I've heard a lot about it, and like with what you just said, I've kind of been put off from going. And the fact that I know Alex, and we spoke a lot, I met him in Rendlesham last summer, and was there for about 3-4 hours and walking around and just chatting, but he won't talk anything about Clapham Woods. He just says it was the worst feeling ever, and that's it.
But it is a bad feeling there, definitely. It really is. Somebody was asking about Delamere Forest. I'm hoping to go. Do you know Ash from Pursuit of the Paranormal?
Yeah, Ash Ellis.
Yeah, he's done an investigation there. Yeah?
Yeah. So I've been to Delamere. I've never.
I really want to go.
I've never gone walking about. I've gone for when I lived in Manchester. I used to go driving around there. I used to go like over the edge, Delamere. We'd go around like over to Widnes, over the Green Bridge, and come back again just for a drive, just to go somewhere different. But if we ever went around that area, we'd go to like Frodsham, because you got the hill, aren't you, going up near as you're going out to Chester Zoo. So we'd go driving around that. But it's just nice to drive around at night. And we go through Delamere, and it's like, I'm not even going to park up for a second. It just didn't feel. So I've been through there during the day, but at night, whole different feeling.
Well, there's something really scary about forests at night. There really is. I just find it, and that's why I think Blair Witch Project was such a good film, because it just captured the terror that you have at night. So it feels almost like the trees come alive, and things are hiding just out of sight that you can't see and watching you, and it's just really freaky.
Yeah, and because they've probably got night vision and we don't, not natural anyway.
Yeah.
So it's Delamere is a place where I like to go back and do like stay over, like do a weekend there or something, and go to a couple of different places.
Yeah, apparently people do the CE5 stuff there. Have you ever tried anything like that?
No, I am. I've got the book C5 by Peter Slattery. I've actually read most of that, unlike most of the other books I've got, and it's not that much different to what I was doing anyway. When I go out and when you're trying to manifest something and you're thinking of what it is you want to see, and I just can't do it. Or if we can do it, nothing's happened.
The visualization's really hard. I've only had to go because somebody just told me that one of the things that they do is they sort of visualize where they are, and then they have to kind of rise up and visualize their street, looking down at it, and then the city, and then where that is, and so on, to apparently communicate with whoever's up there. To tell them where you are, but it's such a hard thing to do, to visualize that in your mind's eye. Even just that is really difficult. Well, I find it difficult.
See, that's a bit that I can't master, I suppose. I can do, like I said, like the meditation, like blank my mind, and I do that straight away. That I've just learned how to do it, and like with the meditation, but it's the visualizing these different things. That's what I struggle with. I just can't do it.
Yeah, it is hard.
If someone can teach me how to do it, that would be great, but I ain't got a clue.
I'm waiting for somebody to pop in and go, I'll teach you, Andy.
Yeah, no takers this evening.
Free visualization lessons.
Yeah, but like I said, I do try and do the astral projection. I can get so far into it, and then the next thing I know, I'm waking up. But a couple of times I've woke up and I'm being dragged back into my body.
Oh,
That's
wow.
happened twice that I know of.
Yeah.
So it's that middle bit. I don't know what's going on there because I don't have any other than the point of going to sleep and the point of waking up. The bit in the middle is just blank. There's just nothing there. No memory. Not got a clue.
Yeah. You see, I find it quite scary. I think that's probably why I can't do it, because I've had a book about it since I was a teenager, telling you how to do it, and it scares me because of the idea that I might leave my body and something else might try and steal me.
See, that was what was stopping me at first, and it was Preston Dennett that I spoke to when he came on the show. And he was saying you do need to get past that point of fear. He was saying there's nothing to fear. Once you can get past that, then you can pretty much do anything. So I don't even know if I'm getting past that. I must be, because I'm being pulled back into my body at the end of it. It's like when you put a movie on, you see the beginning, you miss the middle, and you wake up at the end. Yeah, that's the only way. That's the best way I think that I can explain it. And I've no idea what's going on.
It's a shame we can't record our brain, isn't it? We probably will be able to in the future.
Oh, apparently there's a way. Someone was talking about it the other. I think it was Dominic.
Really?
They've got a way of reading your dreams and learning how to control it.
Wow.
So
I don't know if that's good or scary.
They're both, I think. Yeah. So, but we are now coming up to the 11th hour.
I'm not yawning, honestly.
So I think we're coming up to the end, I think, now, because I can feel my voice and throat is starting to go again.
Yeah.
And I won't be able to do it. I've got another cast to do tomorrow with Ron Iacovetti, who does the Staticom. So
I don't think so.
He's from New York. His wife, I think, is from France, maybe, or Europe, and it's real life spirit communication, and it's kind of like they use white noise to get the words, but he's going to try, hopefully, and do it live so that we can ask questions and get actual readings as we go.
Oh wow!
And
Is that at 2 o'clock?
He's designed this program. He's done whatever it's his thing. He's managed to work out how to do it and make it work.
Do you know, this is ringing a bell? It's ringing a bell with me somehow.
So he's wrong. He is. There's a stand-up comic. I'm just going to get his details up on YouTube now because I've got the thing ready for tomorrow. So he's an author at Beyond the Fray Publishing, co-host of My Combat Channel News and TV host, and he used to be a stand-up comic and UFC.
Oh, really? Yes, I have heard of him. Definitely. Yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
So that is... I've just got 5 o'clock tomorrow. I can't remember what time it was then. So, yeah, he's going to be on. Hopefully, he's going to be able to do the live version of it. So, if not, I think he's got some recordings that he can show us and how it works.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be better than these like preloaded apps that you can get on your phone that don't cost anything.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced by them at all. I've tried them, and I just think that they are preloaded with words, and they just go off randomly. I don't.
Yeah.
But might be wrong. Who knows?
Yeah. Have you heard of? Do you watch any American sort of ghost hunting programs or anything like that?
I used to watch Ghost Hunters, Taps. Used to watch Ghost Adventurers, and then I was watching it a couple of weeks ago. I couldn't sleep, and it was on, and I put it on, and it was just like a comedy show. It's like Zach got pulled or pushed, and it was worse than a footballer diving when there's no one else around. And it's like, I can't believe that I used to think this was real. It was awful.
Yeah, he's turned into a parody of himself.
Yeah, it's gone. And that was the one where he was at his the museum that he's got in Vegas.
Oh yeah. The Haunted Objects Museum.
Yeah, and they were opening all the because they're all in glass cabinets, aren't they?
Yeah.
And he'd opened a few of them. I thought, oh, yeah, it just what he was doing didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I watch quite a lot of the programs. So I just love watching them. And so, have you heard of this? I think I'm kind of in the loop about what's happening in the US paranormal world because I write for the magazine. And so there's kind of a big scandal at the moment. One of my favorite programs to watch is Project Fear, which used to be Destination Fear.
Oh yeah.
And so Jason Hawes, who's in Taps and Ghost Hunters, his daughter Satori and her boyfriend Cody have got this gift where they can directly contact spirits, and they knock to them. But they've been under a lot of sort of criticism. They were on Project Fear, and they were also on, I don't know if you've ever seen Colby and Sam, they've got like 10 million viewers in the USA, and they do ghost hunting shows. And so they were on there as well at the Conjuring House. And there's a lot of people trying to debunk what Satori and Cody can do. And if it's real, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. If it's not real, then they're massively pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. I just wondered whether you'd heard anything about that. But if you haven't, it's really worth looking into. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I shall have a look later. Well, I'll do all the editing and everything for this.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, I'll watch it and I'll let you know in a couple of weeks, a week and a half, what I think of it.
Decide whether we think they're real or not.
As well, yeah. Quick question. There you go, from Elaine. Have you heard of Gilchrist County Jail?
No, I haven't. Where's that?
Florida.
Oh no, I haven't. What should
No.
I be
Oh.
watching?
I've heard of it because somebody mentioned it last week.
It's
But
unusual that I haven't heard of something because, yeah, that hasn't come into my little radar at all.
No. I just heard it through either someone in the chat or one of the guests were on and they were talking about it. Other than that, not that clear.
Oh, well, I'll be looking it up because I can't pass an opportunity. So I'll have a look. OGG, thank you. I will have a look and see what that's all about.
Excellent. Right. So going to end it now as we are just over the 11 hours and I do need to take a break. I need to eat and drink and eventually sleep. So thank you for coming on and staying on longer. I really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been fun.
No, it's been great. It has. And so Brian's asking that have you got a channel? You do the podcast called Paranormal or what?
Yeah, Paranormal or What podcast. I do. So it's mainly podcast audio. I do have a Facebook page under Paranormal or What as well. And I'm just in the process of trying to put quite a lot of my podcasts on YouTube. So I have got a YouTube channel called Paranormal or What, but I've only got about 6 videos on there so far. But please come and join us and have a listen. We're on all good podcast platforms.
Yes, all of them. Right. So on that note, I'm going to end. If you've got any links, you can send them to me and I can add them into the show notes on here. But you're going to be on in a week and a half anyway. So if you want to send me any links between now and then, I can get all
definitely,
all set up for you. Right. Oh, so that will be 8:30 UK time. So 8:30 till 10. So it's only an hour and a half. So definitely not as long as this.
I'll write it on my calendar and I'll look forward to it.
Excellent. Right. So thanks again. Thank you, everyone in the chat, everyone that stayed on from the beginning. You outlasted the co-host. Well done. Yeah, it's just been great. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to do the Pendulum one. It's between 3 and 4 tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, it's going to be 3 o'clock. I need to do it at 3 because I need to get ready for the other one at 5. And I don't want to leave it too long between each. So, yeah, I'll be back on doing the Pendulum and chart at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So, massive thank you again. Thank you for the mods. Thank you, everyone, for behaving-ish. And that's it. So, have a wonderful rest of your Saturday if you're doing anything other than going straight to bed. And hopefully we'll see you guys at some point tomorrow. So thanks again and good night.
Bye.